Chapter 1 The Circle of Friends. Is it necessary to see? The Brain Depository. Life Class God Ho. All kinds of waves. How happy how to come. Read the novel is to relax, not feed brain cells. Oh. This article for the empty world. Shinlin felt that he would find nothing to do every day. Overtime on overtime. Have to work overtime. Touch the fish to brush the circle of friends to do what? Is it that overtime doesn't smell good? Or is the code not good? What kind of circle of friends do you have to go to see? How can an orphan read it? Circle of friends. What is that place? It's a place where you can be purely nice to yourself and disgusting to others. Some people say that an adult's breakdown begins with borrowing money, but Shinlin doesn't think so. He thinks that the breakdown of an adult is when the lights go out in TM Vanguard, when others are hugging the old Wang family's daughter-in-law, warming each other and huffing and puffing. He was working late at night in an empty company, trying to relax. I started when I swiped a friend's circle. The content of the circle of friends. Remarks, Brain Sick Shift Leader, Zhao Bin, Friends Circle Copywriter. When you're in your early 20s, you should go out more often to see and improve your horizons. I have to say, there are some things abroad that Longhua still needs to learn. Picture, Zhao Bin standing in front of Notre Dame in Paris. Then yay. Shenlin. No, man, am I reading Italian Lin? Note, College Stupid Dog, Chan Ming, Circle of Friends Copywriter. A year's worth of internships. I didn't give up. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for the rewards. I hope you all buy things in the future because you like them, not because you will. Picture, Chen Ming in a small suit, holding flowers in front of a brand new unlicensed Audi S6L. Shenlin couldn't help but spit out to himself, buddy, don't you want to buy what you like? The gallbladder shyness. Standing and talking does not hurt. Note, high school health member He Meng, Circle of Friends Copywriter. It is an honor to come to the district meeting. A lot of gains, as well as the district mayor uncle's speech is very pertinent, thought-provoking, deafening, accompanying picture. Inside a large conference room of the district government, a nameplate that reads Representative of the Housing and Urban Renewal Authority He Meng appears extremely eye-catching. Shinlin looked at the likes below, all of which were some high school friends. Damn, I'm sure. This friend's circle, not everyone can see it. Shinlin turned his cell phone off and looked at the code on the computer screen in front of him. Hopefully, all over the world, just old me is the most miserable? Shinlin helplessly spat on himself. A circle of friends instantly made him break his defense. It wasn't that Shinlin was jealous of his classmates living better than himself. Rather, Shinlin really saw the difference between class and background, and having parents who took care of them. Shinlin was an orphan, destined to rely on himself for everything. It was possible that the script that he had put his best foot forward and achieved was still not up to the starting point of others. Snap dash. Lighting the only 3 remaining Baileys, took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring. Shinlin began to reminisce about the first half of his life. The orphanage closed down in high school, and then began his days of working and studying. It was good that God welded the door to him and kept a window, good head on his shoulders and a good-looking guy. He stumbled into Zhejiang University. Shinlin in his university days, although the economy is not good, but he was also the man of the hour, the man of the campus. Moral, intellectual and physical development. He was full of hope for the future. Always think, after the university, their own miserable life will be the end. But until the 4th year of internship, Shinlin only know their own ideas, is how naive. Senior internship, Shinlin and the teacher's recommendation, went to the domestic first-line well-known factory. But no matter how hard he worked, even in the internship company's assessment is the first of all. But in the end, he still did not get the offer of this big factory. Why? Simply because the interns who went in at the same time as himself, each more or less have some background, power, and this kind of big factory. In fact, the most lack of genius, and besides, can come to this kind of big factory internship, who is not the pride of heaven. Although Shenlin was the first in all the assessments, but did not open a lot of gaps, not to mention that kind of ability, only he can be competent. So, in the end, he only got the internship certificate of the big factory. Then, Shenlin came to Hangzhou City, a medium-sized internet company, became a code farmer, but the natural arrogance of Shenlin, always feel that talent can overcome capital, but now see the dynamic of the circle of friends. Shenlin really broke the defense. Previously in college or high school, they looked down on the characters. Now one by one, they have everything. Study abroad, buy a car to buy a car, even the tail, in the district mayor's uncle's support, can become the representative of the Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. And on the contrary, what about yourself? At this moment, Shenlin collapsed. Talent may be able to overcome capital, but it must not be himself. This world is it only opens its legs to those with money and power. You have no money, no power. Is the appearance of Guanxi brother? Miss will also say you are Uncle Ben Shan. You have no money, no power, is born Barrett. Miss Sister will also say that you are crooked. The target cannot be found. Thinking about this, Shenlin stared at the code on the computer, and for a while fell into a daze. He was like being trapped in a cocoon of information. Even though he had a lot of passion, he could only fly under the net that this society had woven for the lower class. It feels like, at this moment, you are living in a low-cost housing. Poking his head out the window, he can see the sun, but there are more gaps between the buildings on the upper floors. Reality is so miserable for me. Why did God do this to me? Shenlin roared inwardly with unwillingness. Ding! The host's mood swings have been detected, rewarding one copy of the Perfect Divine Hero System. Ding! The Perfect Hero System is officially opened, with the following attributes. Name, Shenlin. Age, 22. Face value, 95. Compared to the readers, it's still not as good. Other, max, those who know it all know it. Those who don't go to the kids' table. System warehouse, open. System warehouse, open. System use instructions. First, perfect earnings, daily access to 100,000 perfect funds. The funds will be remitted to the host tail number 7878 card, and automatic payment of taxes. Automatic generation of investment proof of document sent to the host mail. Easy to explain to others. Refreshed in the early hours of the morning every day. Second, a daily release of a circle of friends will be guaranteed a sign-in opportunity. Quality circle of friends, according to the likes, comments, comprehensive scoring, will be an additional gift of a sign-in opportunity. The daily dawn refresh settlement cannot be superimposed on the use of signing rewards sent to the host system warehouse. Check it yourself. Third, the system does not have any mandatory tasks, just life support. The beauty of life, the need to host their own discovery. Everything happened so fast. When the tone appeared in his mind, Shenlin had not yet reacted to it. A virtual attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. Shenlin subconsciously read all the words on the attribute panel, word by word. Hiss! Shenlin immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Is this system, fidelity? Having thought about this, Shenlin rubbed his eyes and looked at his palm again. The next second, splat! A crisp slap sound resounded through the room. Shenlin covered his hot cheeks, looking at the attribute panel in front of him, unable to help but If someone saw Shenlin this way at this moment, definitely wouldn't dare to provoke Shenlin. Why? A person who is so cruel to himself, slap said slap, to others will not be merciful? Applause if you understand. If you don't understand, turn left and sign up for Mr. Nya's class. Shenlin calmed himself down, put his eyes on the attribute panel, looked at it again, and then the whole person was thrilled beyond measure. First of all, this system of his own was a model of the system world. Simple and crude, sending himself $100,000 daily. Then there was the opportunity to send a circle of friends daily to obtain a sign-in opportunity. Secondly, there are no tedious tasks. Unlike some systems that give you 3 or 5 dates to complete this task, that task, either it's to raid this goddess, or to help this granny cross the road, or to help this woman cross the road. Helping this granny cross the street, how troublesome. And your own? Simple and crude. In the end, the system is just an aid to life. Look, how cultured, how poetic. Shenlin is extremely satisfied with this system. At this moment, what else is collapsing? Himself. This is God's own son. Chapter 2. The bottom line given by the system. Shenlin quickly calmed his inner excitement. These years of living as an orphan had created Shenlin's rich life experience. He didn't dare to say how mature he was, but compared to his peers, Shenlin's mentality is indeed more stable. Anti-stress ability is also far more than his peers. Therefore, even if you tell Shenlin at this moment, this is all his fantasy, Shenlin would not be disappointed. After all, why? Relieve their mood is not better? Life, we must learn to enjoy the bitter. Shenlin looked at the current time, exactly 23:15 on July 15th. If one's guess is good, in the early hours of the morning, one will be able to obtain the first 100,000 rewards. Shenlin couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when he thought of this. 100,000 per day. What was that concept? A month is more than 3 million. A year is more than 30 million. If this was placed in the past, when Shenlin was most spirited, he didn't even dare to think that his annual salary could reach 10 million. But now, the once unattainable dream, TMD realized. Ding dong. Just when Shenlin was excited, a WeChat beep came from his cell phone. Shenlin curiously picked it up and took a look. Upon seeing the person who sent him a message, Shenlin frowned slightly. The person who came with the message was no one else but his own department head, Yi Mingchun. Yi Mingchun, Shenlin, just received a message. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the general manager to meet. Tonight, be sure to fix the bug. Did not fix it, do not get off work. Rest assured, By the time the next month's diligence award, it is yours, received a reply. Seeing this message, Shenlin subconsciously typed OK, received. When he was about to send it, Shenlin instantly snapped out of it. Damn, again drawing a big cake for me, just bullying me as an orphan, right? Now that there's a system, I'm still working overtime for nothing. No, going to work for nothing. Shenlin did not immediately dislike his leader. Instead, he pretended not to see it, because now there is still some time from the early morning. Shenlin is still not sure now, whether the system is fidelity or not. Endure you half an hour. First send a circle of friends to try to see. Circle of friends or early morning settlement. If not today, is equal to tomorrow. There is no guaranteed sign-in. Shenlin was still very concerned about this check-in. After all, friends who often sign in, all know that the system's sign-in rewards, that are all fine products. Therefore, Shenlin intended to send a circle of friends, quickly clicked on the green bubble and began to edit the friend circle. Shenlin didn't know if the quality of the friend circle was proportional to the reward, but now was not the time to think about this, because right now, he didn't have a quality life in the first place, so let's just do it and post a random one. Shenlin patted down his workstation, and then came to the floor-to-ceiling window and patted down the 10,000 thoughts downstairs, then began to edit the copy. In this late night, I made a bold decision. The world is so big, I want to go for a walk. Accompanying picture, 2 photos that were just taken. Shenlin then decisively clicked send. Soon the green bubble showed that the send was successful. After sending the friend circle, Shenlin looked at the time, 23:20. There is still almost half an hour from the early morning. Half an hour later, whether lousy is a human being, or continue to be 996, yuck 8,126 destroyed, depends on brother unity, fidelity or not. Shenlin simply do not work. Directly pull a chair, came to the floor window, lit his white Li, and began to quietly wait. The gears of fate turn. Have a say. Shenlin never felt that a half-hour wait can be so long. To know, in the past, when he worked overtime every day, he was afraid that there would not be enough time. So, half an hour. So long. So, all these years, how much time has old me wasted on work? Waste on waste. The problem is, after wasting time, there is no result. As if there is a big cake of leadership, is getting bigger and bigger, but just can't give up. Give the old man first nibble a bite. Shenlin suddenly speechless. Human life is originally limited. Only enthusiasm that, all worn out by the work, really want to give his leader a headshot. During the period of waiting for the arrival of the early morning, Shenlin's WeChat, but also one after another by some night owl friends like, comment, college roommate Wei, congratulations Lin, UTM finally awakened. College roommate Zhao Pengcheng, brother Lin, still working overtime? Company co-workers? Dog-headed leader Yi Mingchun? Lin, WeChat message back down. Young people, do not be whimsical. Ding dong dash. Just about to the end of the early morning, Shenlin's WeChat frantically rang. Pick up a look. Not their own department leader Yi Mingchun who? Shenlin directly chose to ignore it. Finally, in the midst of waiting, the early hours of the morning descended, when the time on the cell phone just displayed as midnight. The next second, in Shenlin's mind, came the system's beep. Ding. Refresh in the early morning. 100,000 perfect gold has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. See for yourself. Ding. Early morning refreshment. Detected that the host yesterday sent a circle of friends. Is a comprehensive score. Ding. Yesterday's circle of friends score, 68 points. Did not reach the excellent, 85 points and above for excellent. To obtain the guaranteed number of times to sign in X1 ding. Ding. Whether or not to carry out the check-in? The prompt sound in his head. In the view of Shenlin at this moment, it was like heavenly music. Shenlin didn't even think about it, and directly followed the example in the novel, and silently recited in his heart. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host successfully signed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prop card, primary consumption rebate card, day card, 1. Go to the system warehouse to check by yourself. Accompanied by the end of the tone in his head, Shenlin's entire body was overwhelmed with excitement. Consumption rebate card? Is that what one understands? Without any hesitation, Shenlin directly tapped on the attribute panel and placed his site in the system warehouse. Soon, a small green card appeared in front of Shenlin's eyes. At the same time, Shenlin also saw the information of this small card. Primary consumption rebate card, day card. Use this card. Will trigger consumption rebate. Each consumption will randomly get 1 to 5 times rebate. Rebate funds remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. 24 hours after the expiration of the card. Special circumstances, the early expiration. Hiss dash. Shenlin after seeing the description of this card, rather than being mentally strong, he still sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This card, for Shinlin, was not just as simple as spending rebates for 24 hours. If he could utilize this card well, it was a rhythm that he could make himself take off in place. Ding dong! Just when Shinlin was shocked at the power of the system, a beep came from his cell phone. Shinlin picked it up and realized that on the screen, 3 logos appeared. One was for text messages, one was for mailboxes, and one was for green bubbles. Shinlin directly ignored the green bubble and clicked on the SMS. Construction Bank, your tail number 7878 card. On July 16, midnight through the international financial gain 100,000 yuan. The current balance of 123,659.13 yuan. Jianlong Lonoff, http:// I go, really there? Until after seeing the remittance text message from the cell phone bank, Shinlin realized that his own system, that is Fidelity, undoubtedly. Excited, Shinlin once again put his eyes on the mailbox, clicked to take a look. Unsurprisingly, it is about this 100,000 investment-proof documents, an electronic version, an attachment with a photo, the top seal official seal of the International Futures Trading cut sheet. Although he didn't know how the system did it, but Shinlin knew that from now on, the gears of his own destiny had already turned. His own future must be a straight road. Ding dong dash. At this time, Shinlin's cell phone once again transmitted a WeChat tone. Shinlin picked it up and looked at it, and it was precisely a message from his own supervisor. Yi Ming-chun, Shinlin, what's wrong with you? You have time to send a friend circle and no time to reply to me? Yi Ming-chun, Shinlin, I tell you, give up your unrealistic ideas. You do not want to do. There are people who want to do. Yi Ming-chun, Shinlin, if I don't see the bug fixed by 8 a.m. tomorrow, then you don't just lose your bonus this month. I'm going to fine you. Shinlin looked at the message sent by Yi Ming-chun and was instantly happy. Damn. Usually you're damned high and mighty even if, at that time, lousy really want to live. To cha rice. Endure. Take a cup of. Really think they are Ninja Turtles? If it is not for a few silver, Shinlin did not want to do this job. But now, he finally had a hard bottom. So Shinlin directly edited the message. Shinlin, call your sister. I quit, and this month's salary, and a year of Social Security Provident Fund, do not want to deduct the old man. Shinlin, this month's wages, if less than a penny, I will directly Labor Bureau, Tax Bureau report. Love whoever, I forgot to tell you, my college buddy, He Mang is the nephew of the district mayor. I have a good relationship with him, you guys look into it. After Shinlin sent the message in one breath, he also intentionally saved that photo of He Mang in the circle of friends and sent it to Yi Ming-chun. After all, when you go out, the identity is given by yourself. After sending a good message, Shinlin immediately felt incomparably lighter and more relaxed. The KPIs that have been pressed on himself for years have finally gone up in smoke. Shinlin picked up his own things, and was ready to go home, and tomorrow began to properly plan. The rebate card will play the greatest use. As for the bugs, it's none of my business. Shinlin had just stepped out of the company when he saw a message from Yi Ming-chun. Yi Ming-chun, Shaolin. Something to discuss. Do not be so impulsive. So, you go home to rest. I let your team leader to work overtime. Do not act rashly. Shinlin, get lost. Chapter 3 The First Rebate. After replying to Yi Ming-chun in a domineering manner, Shinlin directly pulled his blackout. Afterwards, he arrogantly took a taxi and returned to his low-cost room in Hangzhou. At this moment, Shinlin's heart was still excited, but Shinlin forced himself to calm down. Now that he had obtained the system, Shinlin was now thinking more about how to enjoy life in a different way in the future. So Shinlin lay down on the hardboard bed in the low-cost room and clicked on the cell phone memo and began to plan his future life. The future plan is as follows. First, buy a car and a house. Second, to learn your favorite things, such as motorcycle, racing, diving, rock climbing, fitness. Third, enhance your eyesight, such as traveling, learning etiquette, can't be a thug, participating in activities you are interested in, and so on. Fourth, find parents. Forget it, people do not want their own. Now they are alone to eat well, uncomfortable well, they give themselves trouble. Fifth, find a few chicks. Yuck, talk about a few love affairs, mainly to experience the happiness of my brother Tong. Sixth, conditions allow, go to stay in a school? Tentative, be sure to go abroad to see the boss once stayed in the place, the Lakers pilgrimage, but do not like James but also to go to the scene to support Real Madrid. Seventh, Shinlin in his own memo, typing, fell asleep. This sleep, Shinlin over the years, the best sleep. The next day, Shinlin sleepily opened his own eyes in his own hardboard bed, looking at the ceiling with cobwebs in the yellowish color. Shinlin seemed to have thought of something and sat up with a rub. System? Accompanied by a cry within Shinlin's heart. In the next second, an attribute panel appeared in front of Shinlin's eyes. Host, Shinlin, age, 22, face value, 95, other, max, perfect gain, in effect, daily sign-in, none, no friends circle posted today. System warehouse, primary consumption rebate card, sky card, X1 Shinlin. When the attribute panel appeared in front of Shinlin, Shinlin was relieved. That meant that everything that happened yesterday was not his own yellowish dream. Although Shinlin's heart was very strong, over the years, it had actually been squeezing a lot of things out of it. At least, inside Shinlin's heart, there was no light to be seen, and the appearance of the system brought a beam of light into Shinlin's life. So, if this beam of light was false, Shinlin would instead be very difficult. Therefore, the moment he saw the familiar panel, Shinlin's heart, this landed on the ground. So what's next? Shinlin thought for a moment and placed his sight on the primary spending rebate card. Then start today. Be a rich man. Spend to go. Shinlin did as he said. Getting up, he began to wash up. Shinlin was a person who was still quite particular. As long as he goes out, no matter if he has money or not, he has to primp himself. Looking at the mirror, handsome cheeks, Shinlin faintly smiled. It is said that the man with a high nose, bull big, Shinlin felt his own. Well, this sentence is not false. Really handsome Shinlin did not think about any entrepreneurship in the slightest. That was to find a sin for himself. Besides, now he is still so young. If he didn't wave again, he would be old. After washing up, Shinlin found the Uniqlo he bought earlier, put it on and went out. Shinlin took out his cell phone, directly called a drop car, ready to go out to spend. If in the past, he even hesitated to take a drop express car, let alone a drop special car. The car came, Shinlin sat in the car. The special car is a special car. Sit in it, the air conditioning is moderate. Sir, do you need to play a song? Specialized car driver looked at Shinlin and asked with a smile. Let's have a song sung by Chen Chusheng, the nameless one. Okay, sir. Shinlin looked out the window. The sky was clear, and the car was still playing his favorite song, so he couldn't help but hum along. Lyrics, from the man with no name. I'm the man on the road with no name. I have no news, no one to comment. I'll do everything I can to get a regular script. I'm just trying to make a living. This song resonates with Shinlin every time he hears it, especially the line in the lyrics, to fight for everything in exchange for an ordinary script. It was simply a true portrayal of what he was before he obtained the system. An orphan, with no background, fighting alone in the city. Shinlin had once said a joke to himself that, a person like him, when he died suddenly from exhaustion that day, there was no one to collect his body. However, Shinlin knew that from today onwards, he would no longer be a nobody in this city. From today onwards, he is going to change the way of living. Hangcheng Mansion, as Hangcheng people know, this is a Hangcheng old luxury shopping center, is also considered a Hangcheng landmark. Shinlin knew about this place, also because people from his own company had mentioned it, so he also came here. Shinlin looked at the somewhat old building in front of him. For a while, inwardly, he was a little emotional. Once the Hangzhou mansion in the mouths of his colleagues, Shinlin felt that he might not come to such a place to shop for the rest of his life. Who knows? The trajectory of life changes so quickly. He can also come. Shinlin took a deep breath, and with a confident stride, he walked into this top luxury mansion that he used to know only from other people's mouths. Just after walking into Hangzhou mansion, Shinlin noticed the difference. Those who were shopping were either noble women or middle-aged men in suits. Either they were handsome men and women dressed in trendy clothes, and the quality was not generally higher than that of ordinary shopping centers. But at this moment, even when Shinlin was walking among these people, he did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, he was confidently glaring at each and every one of them. If money is a man's backbone, then Shinlin wanted to say that the system was his own backbone and spine. Shinlin did not use the primary consumption rebate card right away. He planned to use it when he bought the first item to maximize the benefits. After all, if he used it now, time would have passed. Originally, Shinlin had planned to go directly to buy clothes, but just after walking in not long ago, Shinlin saw a huge Huawei flagship store. Shinlin looked at the used Xiaomi in his hand. Damn, who still uses Xiaomi when there is a system? Shinlin directly walked into the Huawei flagship store. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Shinlin just walked into the Huawei flagship store. The shopping guide lady in professional attire enthusiastically came forward to ask, is that cell phone that has a face anyway you folded in stock right now? Shinlin knew that Huawei had come out with a triple fold, but it was not clear exactly what model it was, so with a little humor, he said, and the reason why he bought Huawei. Shinlin also had his own ideas. After all, the real leaders of his company are using Huawei. Instead, it was those employees that used Apple. As a future godly hero, surely he had to be on par with these upper-class bosses, didn't he? Sir, You are talking about the Mate XT, right? Yes, the trifold one. Facing the guide's inquiry, Shinlin responded with a smile and a nod. Sir, you're in luck. It just so happens that a batch of goods just arrived in the store today. You come with me this way, said the shopping guide, guiding Shinlin towards the front. Shinlin curiously inquired, you're not afraid that I can't afford it? Sir, you are joking. Even if you just come to take a look, we will serve you wholeheartedly. At these words, Shinlin's heart is happy. Look, this is the service of high-end products. It really didn't look like a dog's eye view as said in the novel. After all, life is not a novel, is not it? The guide guided Shinlin to the counter, took out a Huawei Mate XT, and handed it to Shinlin. Sir, you can try it first. Shinlin nodded, took this phone and played with it. Not bad, really good, very smooth. Give me a top quality one. Shinlin played with it, directly handed the phone to the shopper, and then asked for a top quality one. The guide sniffed and hurriedly and enthusiastically brought Shinlin to the cashier. Sir, the total is 21,999 yuan. How do you pay? Alipay. After Shinlin finished speaking, he directly said to the system inwardly, use the primary consumption rebate card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the primary consumption rebate card. Ding. Within 24 hours, the host will receive a rebate on his spending. After the tone in his head sounded, Shinlin hurriedly opened the payment code. At this moment, his heart is still extremely excited. The first rebate. Do not know how many rebate multiples can be extracted. Soon, under the operation of the shopping guide, Shinlin directly successful payment. Just as the POS machine spit out the small ticket, Shinlin's mind once again sounded the system's beep. Ding. Detected the existence of consumption behavior of the host, triggering a rebate. Consumption amount of 21,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host successfully extracted 2 times the rebate multiplier. Obtained 43,998 yuan. Has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Shinlin listened to the system's beeps in his head. His heart was happy. Although he did not draw a 5 times rebate, but for the first time, he drew a 2-fold rebate, and his heart was still very happy. It turns out that spending money and making money is such a feeling. It is equivalent to a Huawei triple fold for nothing, but also earn 21,999 yuan. Is there anything better than that? Chapter 4. The escort is actually a beautiful classmate? Shinlin, in order to save time, directly on the new phone, downloaded WeChat and Alipay, and nothing else. As for this millet, Shinlin directly sold it cheaply to the Huawei store. When walking out of the flagship store, Shinlin's stomach suddenly screamed. He didn't eat breakfast in the morning, and he was still relatively hungry. There's plenty of time today. Let's go eat a meal first. So Shinlin walked directly to the Star Daddy across the street, intending to buy a cup of coffee and bread and pat it out first. After coming to Star Daddy and ordering a cup of mocha frappuccino, and buying a serving of lava toast, Shinlin then came to the terrace, sat down to eat while playing with his cell phone. While Shinlin was preparing to check out the watch he was going to buy at a certain voice, a pop-up advertisement attracted him. A pop-up advertisement attracted Shinlin's attention. It was an advertisement of a beautiful woman in a cool dress that, the advertisement read, are you still worried about shopping alone? Still worried about eating alone? Still worried about watching movies alone? Then don't hurry to download the Escort app. The same city first-hand young lady, eating and drinking pleasure escort. You're shopping, food, movie hitchhiker, same city escorts? What the hell? Shinlin silently clicked on the link to the advertisement, and muttered to himself, just curious, no bad thoughts. Shinlin was a bit curious, but also had his own intentions. That is, it just so happens that he wants to buy clothes and find someone to be a reference. Soon, Shinlin's cell phone popped up to an app on the application market called Crip Beauty Escort. Without any hesitation, Shinlin directly clicked on the download. Soon the app was downloaded and Shinlin registered his account. Enter the interface. Just entering the interface, a pop-up window popped up. Detected that you are a new user. To provide you with blind box escort activities, spend half the price. Experience the full amount of services. Local first-hand young lady immediately paired. Wonderful and exciting. Immediately click. I want to participate in the order it. Shinlin looked at this pop-up activity interface and was immediately interested. So is this a real person opening a blind box? Shinlin was really a bit moved. He wasn't the least bit worried about opening a dinosaur girl. Why? What is this kind of platform? We all have a little bit in our hearts, and the ones that are too ugly are too embarrassed to come out and make a scene. If this platform really has dinosaur girls, Shinlin believes that the evaluation of this app, it is not possible to be a clear favorable comment. The majority of male compatriots in the summer country are favorable reviews of things. That must be a good thing. After thinking about it, Shinlin directly clicked I want to participate. Soon, The interface changed to a blind box pattern. Then below is, whether to pay 999 yuan to open the blind box? Without any hesitation, Shenlin directly clicked OK. After the payment was successful, the system's beep in his head came. This extraction to double the rebate, that is, equal to the white whore. In this regard, Shenlin is still quite happy. This is not equal to free to call a girl, accompanied by their own shopping? Soon the app interface jumped. Need to fill out the information. Where? Contact information. What time to meet? Shenlin directly fill in the location of Starbucks. Meet time in half an hour. Shenlin can only wait for the other half an hour. After all, time is money now. Filled out. Shenlin sat on the location, waiting for the arrival of the escort lady. To be honest, Shenlin was really rather curious about what kind of girl would come. Moreover, there was one thing to say. Shenlin hadn't chatted with a girl for a long time. When he was in college, he once met one, but he broke up after graduation. The kind of peaceful breakup, without any dog blood plot. She was going back to the imperial capital, and she stayed in Hangzhou. After that, he has been busy with work. I forgot. When was the last time I went out shopping with a woman? Now that I think about it, I still admire my own ability to endure. Is the current self just warm and wet? Shenlin suddenly laughed. This was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, in addition to this sentence, Shenlin had also learned a sentence in the movie. Upper-class people always like to do nasty things. While swiping the short video and drinking coffee, he waited for the arrival of the escort lady. After playing with his cell phone for more than 10 minutes, suddenly a virtual phone call came in. It should be the escort. Shenlin thought for a moment that it should be the escort who had arrived, and it came pretty fast. Shenlin spat out a sentence, and then answered the phone. Then he heard a burst of tingling with a whiny voice on the phone, which entered Shenlin's ears. Brother, hello, I'm the escort you ordered. I still have one more stoplight to go. Brother, are you at the Starbucks in Hangzhou Mansion right now? When Shenlin heard this voice, his insides itched as if he had been scratched by a cat. Looking at the number on his position, he then spoke. Yes, I'm at the Starbucks now, outside terrace, table 15. When you come, just come directly. Wow, brother, you have a nice voice, so I'll see you later. The girl on the phone, worthy of being an escort, provided enough emotional value. In this regard, Shenlin was still extremely satisfied. Well, looking forward to meeting you. Okay, brother, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Shenlin looked at the phone and smiled slightly, and in the next second, the whole person was a bit speechless, because he found that Barrett actually moved a little. Well, it seemed that he was really hungry. Did not let Shenlin wait for a long time. 3 minutes later, the glass door of the Starbucks terrace was pushed open. Just now Shenlin hung up the phone, and then he wasn't playing with his cell phone, mainly because he was looking forward to the meeting with the escort lady. Shenlin wants to make sure that the first time to see each other, if it was a dinosaur, directly get up and leave without saying anything. After all, this was the first time playing this kind of software. If the goods are not right, Shenlin will cry to death. The glass door was pushed open, and in the next second, Shenlin saw a tall and delicate face, painted with light makeup young lady walked in. Especially the red lips were coated with lip glaze, and under the sunlight, it flashed with a crystal luster. It made people unable to resist wanting to take a kiss. The young lady's dress was also extremely hot, very American street wear, a duck-tongue cap on her big wavy long hair. Inside the upper body is a small white undershirt, the waist navel exposed. That waist, actually A4 waist, outside over a small summer suit. The lower body is a pair of black ultra-short pants, a pair of slender legs, set so that men like black silk. On her shoulder, she is carrying a small YSL bag. On her feet was a pair of Martin boots. This young lady, who knew how to show off her figure, putting her most perfect side on display. If you really want to talk about face value, she must be a goddess-level beauty that can reach 90 points. It was just that when Shenlin saw this young lady, there was a flash of dismay in his eyes, which then changed to a flash of amusement, because this escort Miss Shenlin knew, and the other party also knew Shenlin. The young lady was also shocked when she saw Shenlin. Then, in her beautiful eyes, she revealed a touch of surprise, and this young lady was no one else. It was Jimu Shui, who was Shenlin's college classmate and still one of the school's schoolflowers. Shenlin looked at Jimu Shui and greeted her with a smile. I didn't expect it to be you. What a coincidence. Jimu Shui also did not expect that the order she took was actually her college classmate, but she wasn't embarrassed. After all, making money, not too shabby. Jimu Shui very elegantly walked to the front of Shenlin, pulled open the position, sat down and generously looked at Shenlin, smiled. Long time no see, Shenlin. Shenlin sniffed and smiled faintly. It's been a long time, G goddess, but a busy person. So, today is considered an old classmate reunion? At these words, Ji Mu Shui froze, looked at Shenlin, and inwardly sighed. Although Shenlin is very handsome, but now everyone is an adult. Shenlin's family situation, although Ji Mu Shui is not clear, but it is certainly not good enough. It seems that this time there is no extra money to earn. However, despite this, Shenlin is really handsome. Forget about it. Today it's just as good as accompanying a handsome old classmate. So Ji Mu Shui smiled and said, "You can think so too. By the way, aren't you working today? Why do you want to come shopping?" Shenlin sniffed, looked at Ji Mu Shui and joked, "Missed you, the big beauty, so I came." Hearing this, Ji Mu Shui was once again surprised. In her impression, although Shenlin in his university days was also a man of the people, he generally would not talk to himself like this. So, what exactly did society teach the man in front of her? However, isn't this more fun? Shenlin said so. There is also a reason. After 2 years of social experience, Shenlin knows that some girls like gangly boys. This is not. Shenlin just finished his words. Ji Mu Shui bared her teeth, stretched out her own slender jade hand, and slapped Shenlin. "Old classmate. Nasty ah. Now all oily. Right, what to do next?" Shenlin smiled and got up. "Accompany me shopping to buy some clothes or something. You as a reference." Chapter 5. So, the Joker is himself? Here? Ji Mu Shui looked at Shenlin in surprise and pointed at Hangcheng Mansion. Shenlin nodded, a little puzzled. "What's wrong? This place isn't for strolling ah?" Hearing this, Ji Mu Shui really didn't want to hit Shenlin. "What kind of place is this?" Hangcheng Mansion, the most famous luxury shopping place in Hangzhou. Although he didn't want to hit Shenlin, but it seems that this place is really not something he can afford to shop. After all, they just graduated a year ago. They have only been working officially for 2 years. Shenlin's condition. Ji Mu Shui is still clear. At least not the second generation. It's a normal person like himself. How much money can a normal person earn in 2 years? Shenlin, maybe you don't know. Here is Hangzhou building. All top luxury. Shenlin heard this sentence and smiled faintly. He knew what Ji Mu Shui meant, but was too lazy to explain. "Let's go. This is not something for you to consider." After saying this, Shenlin directly walked out of the Starbucks. Ji Mu Shui saw this, stomped his foot, and could only follow helplessly up. But inside, it was a bit uncomfortable. After all, the preconceived view was too strong. She didn't think Shenlin had the qualifications to be able to shop here. That meant that later on, she was likely to follow Shenlin and lose face. But now Shenlin was his own customer. Although he was a classmate, he had already taken the order. If you don't serve him now, the platform will fine you. At this moment, Ji Mu Shui thought of a saying, "Money is hard to earn, is hard to eat." In the end, Ji Mu Shui could only reluctantly follow Shenlin into Hangcheng Mansion. She has thought, well, by then, Shenlin disgrace, and she has nothing to do. She will be the first time to clear the relationship with Shenlin. Shenlin did not pay attention to Ji Mu Shui, came to the 3rd floor. Shenlin looked at one top luxury store after another. Really not much of a clue. So he turned his head to look at Ji Mu Shui, who followed him behind. "Give a suggestion. Buying clothes, this kind of thing should be what you girls are best at." Ji Mu Shui sniffed, a bit unable to see through Shenlin. "This floor is clear top luxury. Like what? LV, Bulgari, Hermes, Gucci." Did Shenlin really not know these brands? Or was he playing it cool? "Are you sure you want to buy clothes here?" "No. Are you sure your name is Ji Mu Shui, not Xiao Gao?" Shenlin looked at Ji Mu Shui speechlessly and said, "What do you mean?" Ji Mu Shui was a bit confused. "I'm all pissed off by you, sister. I came here, not to buy clothes for what? Blowing cold wind?" Shenlin glanced at Ji Mu Shui. "Whatever campus goddess you are, now it's just your own escort. Where does it come to so many things? So do you have a suggestion or not?" Shenlin knew what the other party was thinking, but was too lazy to explain. After all, he was in a hurry now. Ji Mu Shui was also made a little unhappy by Shenlin. Inwardly spit out, "My mother, this is in your consideration, and you still want to pretend to be a bully, right? Good, I will see what you can buy, then go to Parisian House. Well, it's style, recently more popular. Okay, let's go then." So Shenlin answered without looking back and walked towards the Parisian store that Ji Mu Shui pointed to. Seeing Shenlin walk over with a calm face, Ji Mu Shui also does not matter. Anyway, at that time the shame is not their own. The two just walked into the store. There is a shopping guide Miss warmly greeted up. Not the slightest worry about the two people can afford to buy cannot afford, because generally people who didn't have the strength wouldn't walk into their store. This is a psychological effect. So, those who could generally walk in must have a need to spend money. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Hello both of you, come to buy clothes? Do you need me to recommend for you? Let's shop by ourselves first. Before Shenlin could say anything, Ji Mu Shui, who was on the side, directly waved her hand and said to the guide in a slightly restrained manner, "Okay, beautiful, handsome. If there is anything you need, call me directly. After the shopping guide left, Shinlin looked at Ji Muxue playfully. Big schoolgirl Ji, why do you feel like you're a bit rushed? It shouldn't be. These stores, shouldn't you come often? Ji Muxue heard Shinlin's flirting and gave a blank look. You think Paris family is Uniqlo but also often come? My little salary, come here, cannot consume a short-sleeved. At this, Shinlin did not say anything, but directly spoke. Give me with a few pieces. The best with a bit of pure desire wins, so, after all, are adults, do not get with a child like. Seeing Shinlin's appearance of a dead pig, Ji Muxue also did not care, and directly began to select clothes for Shinlin. What do you think of this shirt? Coming to the men's clothing area, Ji Muxue adjusted her mindset. After all, it was also a job for herself. She was still very serious. Not bad. Shinlin also looked at this shirt. White and a bit velvet. There are some small embellishments of blue patterns. It's okay, you can just pick a set for me first. Otherwise when the time comes, you have to go to the locker room several times. Trouble. Hearing this, Ji Muxue didn't think much about it. At this moment, her woman's desire to go shopping was pulled up, and she regarded Shinlin as her own Barbie doll, ready to see her own vision. Can this old classmate dress up how handsome? After all, handsome, or very eye-catching. Afterwards, Ji Muxue picked out pants and shoes for Shinlin. Just this set, go try it on first. It's guaranteed to be very handsome. Shinlin sniffed, nodded, took the set of clothes that Ji Muxue handed to him and directly walked into the dressing room. Shinlin did not let Ji Muxue wait for a long time, and walked out of the dressing room in a short while. When he just walked out, Ji Muxue's eyes were on Shinlin's body. Her eyes lit up. The Shinlin at this moment was just one word, handsome dash. Shinlin was wearing the clothes that Ji Muxue had picked out for him. The upper body was the white shirt with small heart embellishments. The lower body was a pair of black casual suit pants. In the place of the trouser leg, there was a small zipper on purpose. It looks dignified and casual at the same time, but also a little uninhibited. On the feet was a pair of small white shoes. How is it? Shinlin looked at Ji Muxue with a light smile. Ji Muxue smiled faintly, walked up, looked at it, and always felt that something was missing. This kind of casual shirt, you should not fasten all the buttons, making it casual or not, business or not. Saying that, Ji Muxue came in front of Shinlin, stretched out her hands, and unbuttoned the top two buttons of Shinlin's casual shirt. At that moment, Shinlin's chest muscle, hidden, hormone burst. Ji Muxue instantly bright eyes, satisfied with a smile, once again looked at Shinlin. There is still something missing. Ji Muxue always felt that it could be better. Ji Muxue then looked to the side of a small belt and put it on Shinlin. This small belt is very thin, just right for the excess of your upper and lower body, sort of an embellishment. Ji Muxue explained with a smile, then looked at Shinlin again. Well, not bad, quite handsome. I think so too, Shinlin said in a smelly manner, and Ji Muxue smiled faintly at his words. At this time, the shopper guide also came over and looked at Shinlin and complimented. Wow, sir, very handsome, this set suits you very well. Right, I think so too. Not bad, sir, if you buy it now, I can give you a 95% discount. Oh, Shinlin smiled inwardly at his words. These top luxury shopping guides are all human beings. With a short sentence, they make you unable to refuse to buy. Well, I'll take this set, so I won't take it off. Pay directly. After Shinlin finished speaking, he and the shopper with a smile on his face took the lead and walked towards the cashier, while Ji Muxue was still waiting for her. Ji Muxue, on the other hand, hadn't reacted yet and froze in place. If she remembered correctly, the set of clothes just now, altogether to more than 20,000, right? Ji Muxue, back to God, looked at Shinlin already after the shopping guide to the cash register. Really buy? Ji Muxue blinked with curiosity, quietly followed up, just came to the cash register, saw Shinlin in the POS machine swipe card. The next second, the POS ticket spit out. Ding! Detected the host's consumption behavior. Consumption amount of 25,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting a 5x rebate multiplier, obtaining 125,000 RMB, which has been remitted to the host's tail number 7878 card. 5 times, I'm practically an Huang. After Shinlin had paid the bill, he listened to the system beep in his head and was inwardly thrilled. So, dude hoarded out a set of clothes for nothing and made 75,000 yuan. And at this moment, Shinlin's funds had come to more than $220,000. Damn, the feeling of spending money without having to look at the price. So cool. On the other hand, Ji Muxue saw Shinlin's successful payment. Inner shocked. This, really buy? No, Shinlin, this is developed? So, he looked away. the clown is actually himself? However, Ji Muxue thought about it, more than 20,000, biting his teeth can still pay. Just compared to just now, the current Ji Muxue was curious about Shenlin. She wanted to know how Shenlin would operate next. Chapter 6 Ji Muxue's Curiosity. After Shenlin successfully paid, he once again looked at Ji Muxue. What are you coming over for? Keep picking. I feel like the clothes in this house. Not bad. This set, I'll wear it. You have a heavy task today. Put. After hearing Shenlin's words, Ji Muxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stinking straight man. Shopping can be said somewhat like accomplishing KPIs. Ji Muxue then took Shenlin to continue to pick out clothes, and once again picked out 5 sets of clothes for Shenlin at Paris House. This time the price, a total of 120,000. This time, Ji Muxue was with Shenlin to the cashier. Upon seeing Shenlin's successful payment once again in a very dashing manner, Ji Muxue was really shocked. $120,000 of clothes, did not even blink to buy. She also realized that she had underestimated her college friend. At the same time, she was also extremely curious. Shenlin is now in the end what to do. Looks like, is mixed very good. And at this moment, Shenlin was also extremely excited inside. Ding! Detected the existence of host consumption behavior. Consumption amount of 120,000 yuan. Being rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 4 times rebate. The rebate fund is 480,000 yuan. I go. Powerful. Drew 4 times rebate. At this moment, Shenlin called out that he was an emperor. This is not equal to the white Horing, but also earned 360,000. Beautiful. Shenlin's money at this moment also came to more than 560,000 yuan. Really chicken cool. Go. Next house. LV it. Shenlin looked at the face of shocked Ji Muxue. Inner faint smile. He likes to see Ji Muxue this expression. Not to mention, strange cute it. Oh, good. Ji Muxue, who came back to her senses, felt a little embarrassed, but still took Shenlin to the LV. This time, Ji Muxue was obviously a little more enthusiastic than before. After leaving the Parisian house store, Shenlin and Ji Muxue came to the LV store next door. At Ji Muxue's suggestion, he picked out a few more sets of clothes, and a wallet, a total value of more than $300,000. And after Ji Muxue once again saw Shenlin pay the money in style, it was no longer shocked, but envious. Obviously, Shenlin should be the best of their class now. The gross estimate of the calculation, alone Shenlin is now buying things, are worth almost 500,000. Then Shenlin's family should be how much? Thinking of himself, a month of gross estimation is to earn more than 20,000. Good luck. 30,000. But even so, the money Shenlin spent today was more than what he had earned in a year. Ji Muxue looked at Shenlin with complicated eyes, especially when she saw Shenlin take back his card, and the wave of calmness actually felt very handsome. Come on, handsome and rich, will make people want to commit a crime. At this moment, Ji Muxue, there is an indescribable emotion inside. Look at Shenlin's eyes, have become ambiguous a little, and she does not know. At this moment Shenlin has been completely excited, because just now, he drew a 3 times rebate. Rebate funds 1.5 million. Shenlin's cell phone vibrated at this moment. Shenlin picked up to see. Construction Bank, your tail number 7878 account on July 16, 11:31. International futures income of 1,500,000 yuan. The current balance of 1,725,683.15 yuan. Zhenlong loan, http://. Beautiful. The funds are now up to over $1.7 million. It's time for the next step in the big plan to brush money. Just after Shenlin had just looked favorably at the collection SMS. At this time, the guide also wrapped Shenlin's clothes and wallet and handed them to Shenlin at the same time. Mr. Shen, hello, this is your stuff. By the way, Mr. Shen, your consumption has to meet our store today's activities. You can randomly select a gift, respectively, the value of 4,500 yuan of small wallet, the value of 3,000 yuan of silk scarf. Mr. Shen, you see that you need that kind? Shenlin sniffed, could not imagine that there is such a treatment. Then Shenlin looked at Ji Muxue. You pick one. You mean me? Ji Muxue looked at Shenlin in surprise, pointing at herself and, Shenlin smiled and nodded. It's not good, is it? Ji Muxue was puzzled, then pushed back. Take it. I feel like I can't use it. Besides, there's more to thank you for. Great vision. After saying that, Shenlin directly looked at the shopping guide, took that lady's wallet over and handed it to Ji Muxue. Ji Muxue cannot shirk. at the same time inwardly still want. After all, that girl does not like luxury goods? Besides, this is LV. Ji Muxue smiled and took the wallet, smiled sweetly at Shenlin, and then thought about it. Brother, then I'm flattered. Shenlin smiled and nodded. Very good, now has removed the Shenlin, directly called brother. Brother, then where do we, next, go shopping? Ji Muxue coyly asked Shenlin. I'm going to buy a few watches. Let's go. Shenlin looked at his cell phone before saying to Ji Muxue. When Ji Muxue heard this, she once again looked at Shenlin in shock. Now she knew that what Shenlin said about buying watches was definitely not ordinary watches. So, what price level watch would Shenlin buy? Shenlin did not pay attention to what Ji Muxue thought, but directly walked out of the LV store, and directly brought Ji Muxue to the Audemars Piguet counter. As a future god, how can you not have a good watch? Shenlin also thought about buying a Patek Philippe, but Patek Philippe, in the summer country, only the magic capital and the imperial capital have mansions. Therefore, Shenlin could only settle for the second best and buy Audemars Piguet. When Ji Muxue saw Shenlin walking in towards Audemars Piguet, she was stunned. The color became slightly nervous. She knew Audemars Piguet, but had never been inside, and looked a little nervous. Intuition told her to follow Shenlin and not to lose face. The two had just walked into the Audemars Piguet counter, and there was a shopping guide lady who warmly greeted them up, especially after seeing the bags of luxury goods in the hands of Shenlin and Ji Muxue. They knew that the two were definitely potential customers. Hello, sir, welcome to Audemars Piguet Hangzhou store. May I ask, sir, do you have a Target watch? 162020 or 01 have? Shenlin had a Target, and when he came here, the first thing he did was to directly ask about his Target watch. The guide smiled and nodded. Okay, this way please, sir. The guide led Shenlin and Ji Muxue to the box meeting area. Generally, top watch counters like this were extremely concerned about the privacy of the guests. The guide entertained Shenlin and Ji Muxue to sit down, asked the staff to send small snacks and coffee, and then said, Sir, wait a moment, I'll call our manager. Shenlin nodded, and then the shopping guide young lady left with a smile. At this moment, Ji Muxue, who was sitting in the Audemars Piguet box, from time to time curiously glanced down towards the surrounding area. From time to time, her eyes looked at Shenlin with complexity. Several times want to ask Shenlin, or hold back. Let's wait and see what happens. And the shopping guide did not let Shenlin and Ji Muxue wait for a long time. Soon the shopping guide sister brought a man in a suit to the box. The man came to Shenlin with a smile on his face and politely stretched out a hand. Hello sir, I'm the manager of Audemars Piguet Hangzhou. My surname is He. What's your name sir? My surname is Shin. Shin of Shinwansan. Hello Mr. Shin. Glad to serve you. I heard Shaoli say that you need a piece of 162020 or 01? Shenlin hastily nodded his head and said, Yes, and you don't want to introduce me to the history of your brand? I'm in a hurry now. Shenlin knew that the general store manager came, not only to be responsible for sales reception, but also have to introduce the product history. Shenlin now said that time is money. Moreover, Shenlin originally liked this watch, and the price was okay. At this, manager he was stunned, but still smiled and said, It seems that Mr. Shin is not unfamiliar with our Audemars Piguet. Then I will not show off in front of you. Mr. Shin, you wait a moment. And at this moment, Ji Muxue looked at the calm and self-contained Shenlin and inwardly exclaimed, Mama yeah, is this the daily routine of Mr. Bully? Chapter 7 Ji Muxue's gradual fall. Soon after, a black-suited waiter with a coated meter shaker arrived at the box. Manager he received the watch shaker, and then entered the code to open it. Shenlin then saw the watch he wanted to buy, just lying inside the watch shaker. It was very handsome. Ji Muxue also saw the watch Shenlin wanted to buy, called out that it looked good. Mr. Shin, can I try it on for you now? Yes. Manager he put on gloves and personally removed the watch, then looked at Shenlin's outstretched wrist and quickly adjusted the diameter. This was the one who had been doing this for a long time and could tell the size of Shenlin's wrist at a glance. This watch naturally does not need to say anything more. It is certainly a handsome batch explosion. Subsequently, manager he knelt on one knee in front of Shenlin, carefully put the watch on Shenlin. The diameter of the watch is just right. Shenlin raised his hand, played with it, and loved it. How much? Mr. Shin, the public price of this watch today is 620,000. Manager he said with a smile, for the top watch will appreciate in value. Shenlin is very clear, nodded and then pulled out the card. This CCB card. Before Shenlin came to shop, he had already upgraded the limit. Payment. Good. Please wait a moment. Manager he also did not say more. Quickly brought the POS machine. Shenlin entered the next password. Soon, the POS machine spit out the invoice, representing the transaction is complete. and just as the POS machine transaction was completed, a system beep sounded in Shunlin's head. Ding! Detected the existence of host consumption. Primary rebate card time limit. Consumption amount of 620,000 is randomly selected rebate multiplier. Ding! Congratulations to the host to get 1 times the rebate. Get 620,000 rebate funds. The funds have been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Double? Shunlin was inwardly speechless. Actually a non-celebrity, equal to whoring a watch for nothing. After thinking about it, Shunlin thought about it and continued to say to manager this watch, I'll just wear it directly. By the way, do you have 162020BA01 salted egg yolk in your store? Hearing Shunlin's words, even if manager was often in contact with the rich, he was shocked. This outburst was 2 watches of more than $600,000? Shocked not only He Jing, but also Ji Mu Shui. Just now Shunlin directly consumed $600,000 of watches, already leaving her speechless, except for envy. Now it looked like Shunlin was going to buy it again? My god, this old classmate of his, what the hell is he doing now? How come he's so rich? If one remembered correctly, Shunlin seemed to be an orphan, right? So now, everything Shunlin has, he created himself? Then, this is a proper generation creator. Thinking of this, Ji Mu Shui actually reached out a thought within her heart, the mirror water tower first? Just as Ji Mu Shui thought of this, manager he politely looked at Shunlin and said, Mr. Shin, just in time, we have it in our store too, pack it for me. Upon hearing this, manager he was overjoyed and quickly nodded his head. Mr. Shin, the current today's public price of this watch is 650,000. Look, swipe the card directly. Once again, the card was successfully swiped, and the system beep sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain 3 times the rebate. Rebate of 1.95 million. The funds remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Yes, Shunlin exclaimed inwardly, equal to getting a watch worth $650,000 free of charge and earning $1.3 million. In other words, now Shunlin's funds had come to more than $3 million. This comes to money. Simply don't be too easy. This watch, Shunlin is very fond of Audemars Piguet. Anyway, it is a brush with money. Shunlin also likes Audemars Piguet, so he opened his mouth again. Manager which is the best watch in your store now? Shunlin knows, like this kind of counter. Not every week Audemars Piguet's good watches there. After all, things are rare and expensive. Generally a store is 1 to 2 good watches town store. Mr. Shin, in our store, the best watch at the moment is the 26579 CB white ceramic, currently priced at $210. You see? Wrap it up for me. Cough cough dash. After hearing Shunlin's words, Ji Mu Shui, who had been surprised, almost choked on the coffee she had just drunk. She turned her head to look at Shunlin with eyes that seemed to say, okay, brother, I see your strength. Are you alright? Drinking a coffee and you're choking? Shunlin looked at Ji Mu Shui playfully and said. Ji Mu Shui hurriedly lowered her head. It's too hot, ma'am. Why don't I have someone serve you a cup of orange juice? At this time, the shopping guide misaptly said. Well, good. The current Ji Mu Shui couldn't mention how embarrassing it was, and at the same time, she actually had a thought inside her heart. Would she lose face to Shunlin? And Shunlin didn't pay any more attention to her. After all, how is a woman as important as swiping money? Manager bring it to me. Wrap it up. Manager he was really numb. Which family's great young man is this? So powerful that, okay, Mr. Shun. Manager he then hurriedly greeted his own people and brought the watch. Shunlin played around with it and directly wore it on his hand, removing the watch he just had. Swipe the card. Manager he was waiting for these words from Shunlin. Hastily and politely handed the POS machine to Shunlin. Shunlin entered the password, and soon, the small ticket from the POS machine spit out, representing successful consumption, and Shunlin once again received the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain 5 times the rebate. Rebate funds 10.5 million has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Shunlin said, really chicken child comfortable. The most horrible thing is, Shunlin's funds, directly broke 10 million, came to more than 11 million. Mr. Shin, the watch is wrapped for you. By the way, Mr. Shin, your consumption in my store has reached the level of our Audemars Piguet Black Gold members. Mr. Shin, if it is convenient, let's add a WeChat. In the future, you come to our store to buy a watch, our discounted 20%, at the same time on the new, we will WeChat contact you. Shunlin thought about it and nodded, directly exchanging WeChat with the other party. At this time, Manager he once again took out a watch and looked at Shinlin with a smile. Mr. Shin, thank you for your support of our Audemars Piguet. This is a small token of our store. The Audemars Piguet 26048 valued at 120,000 is presented to you. Shinlin looked at the watch, which was actually a lady's watch. At once, Shinlin understood what store manager he meant, smiled faintly at him, nodded, and then looked at Ji Mushui who was sitting beside him. This watch, it's a lady's watch, it's a gift for you, it's useless for me to hold it. Ji Mushui sniffed, her brain was not enough at the moment, and she just looked at Shinlin in a mute manner. The shock of this scene can be imagined. This is not something that is a few $1,000s, but a watch worth $120,000. Just give it to yourself? Brother, this is too expensive. Take it, I don't like this. Shinlin really doesn't care. Anyway, it's a gift from the store. It's not like he bought it with real money. Sometimes, this kind of gift, for such a girl, is still very attractive. Shinlin was never a person of any elegance. In fact, when he saw Ji Mushui, Shinlin had an idea. That is, to her, there was nothing to hide about it. And Shinlin's bringing Ji Mushui all along the way to look at himself to buy luxury goods. There was also a setup. After all, that woman could withstand such a test? Besides, he was always carrying out the words of the child grandmaster. That is, money is spent for women to see, not for women to spend. It's a lie for Ji Mushui to say she's not moved. After all, it was a $120,000 Audemars Piguet watch. She herself is wearing a piece of Cartier's blue balloon, or saving money for a long time to buy. At the moment, Ji Mushui has thought of. He wore a watch of 120,000 yuan, and his sisters go out shopping. How dignified. Vanity. How face. Vanity can be greatly satisfied. In the end, Ji Mushui was still defeated and looked at Shinlin with tender eyes. Brother, thank you. Shinlin smiled faintly, and at this moment Shinlin's every move, in the view of Ji Mushui, are handsome. Ji Mushui then adjusted the diameter of the watch with the help of his store manager and put on this watch worth $120,000. Let's go. I still have a lot of things to buy. Saying this, Shinlin got up, and Ji Mushui followed suit, then naturally took Shinlin's arm, and it was very intimate, sticking very close. Shinlin could feel that this little niece usually did not eat less papaya. Shinlin smiled inwardly, then stretched out his hand and naturally wrapped his arm around Ji Mushui's A4 waist. This was Shinlin's kind of test for Ji Mushui. As long as the other party dares not to allow himself to straddle, then sorry, sister child, you are out. As expected, Shinlin did not expect the little girl, but did not refuse, but leaned very close. The corner of Shinlin's mouth smiled slightly. This is not a done deal. The two then walked out of the Audemars Piguet store, just like a couple. Ji Mushui at this moment also knew that to take Shinlin, definitely have to pay something. The two just unspoken. Brother, where are we going now? Ji Mushui leaned in Shinlin's arms, whispered, where there is still the previous high cold. Shinlin also did not know where to go, but soon, Shinlin's afterglow saw a huge logo of a blazing horse on the first floor. What is it if it is not a Ferrari? This is also a good place to brush money. Thinking of this, Shinlin said with a smile, let's go to Ferrari. I want to order a car. Chapter 8 Ferrari F8, 488. Shinlin didn't have any hesitation and directly walked into Ferrari's Four Sons store with his arm around Ji Mushui. Just after walking in, there was a man in his early 30s in a suit who warmly greeted him. The main thing was the top luxury shopping bag in Shinlin and Ji Mushui's hands. Just let the Ferrari's manager know that this was a master who did not lack money. Hello sir, ma'am. I'm the sales manager of the Ferrari Hangcheng Mansion store. My name is Chen. Welcome to Ferrari. What can I do for you? I want to order a car. Time is short. Let's go directly to the selection room. Shinlin directly opened the door and said, and with Shinlin's appearance, Ji Mushui was already not surprised. Shinlin knew that supercars like Ferrari needed to be optioned. Manager Chen saw Shinlin said so. Of course, it is enthusiastic. Hurriedly greeted the staff. Warm reception. Paris water. Get some. Together to the matching room. Manager Chen opened a computer. Clicked on the Ferrari intranet, which is the official website of the selection. Behind it is an LCD display. By the time Shinlin choose what LCD display will show what, can intuitively see their own optional car. The final look. And Ji Mushui is also a face of curiosity look. This is her first time to Ferrari's selection room. This was a brand new experience for Ji Mushui. Everything today. At this time, Manager Chen looked at Shinlin. Sir, what is your name? Shin of Shinwansan. Okay, Mr. Shin. What model do you need? F8 Spider. Shinlin did not even think about it. Directly said, this car is a car that Shinlin likes very much, although it is not as new as the SF90, but this car is the last version of the Ferrari Pure Fuel. Shinlin likes his Pure. Okay, Mr. Shin. The bare car price of the F8 is from 4,180,000. So let's start the options now. After Manager Chen finished speaking, the LCD screen behind him appeared with a model of an F8 in a classic red appearance. Ji Muxue knew that Ferrari is not cheap, but did not expect that the start is an astronomical figure. And look at Shinlin's calm appearance, as if this is not a matter. For a time, Ji Muxue to Shinlin extremely worship. The body cannot help but more and more close to Shinlin. Shinlin was also very happy, wrapped his arm around Ji Muxue's waist, on its waist, up and down. Mr. Shin, this color, do you like it? Soon, an optional diagram began to appear on the screen. The red one is fine. I want the black hardtop. Shinlin thought about it and said, okay, Mr. Shin, the hardtop price is 250,000, and the black optional price on our side is 110,000, excluding tax. Shinlin knew that the optional is very expensive, but he did not expect it to be so outrageous. Just one roof color, black, is 110,000 yuan. However, Shinlin still nodded. Ji Muxue at the moment is like a kitten, obediently let Shinlin hold. Inner shock one after another. Mr. Shin, which wheel do you see to choose? That black carbon fiber track wheels are fine. Okay, Mr. Shin, this set of wheels is 320,000. Shinlin nodded and continued with the options. The front spoiler carbon fiber kit is 70,000. Side splitter carbon fiber kit 30,000. Carbon fiber rear wing 350,000. LED steering wheel 250,000. Lacrosse 150k. Shinlin spent an hour's time. His car all optional, bare car price 418W, plus optional, a total of 268 million. The whole car down, the car plus options, a total of 686 million. Not counting the luxury car tax and so on, it is estimated that the landing down to 7,800,000. Mr. Shin, you ordered this F8. We will be in 14 months, delivered to your hands. You see the contract is to sign a deposit contract, or full payment contract? Full payment contract. Shinlin was too lazy to bother. Then Manager Chen smiled and nodded, pulled out his optional list, and then went to formulate the contract. When Manager Chen went out, Ji Muxue looked at Shinlin. Brother, you are awesome, so young to buy a Ferrari. Brother, what are you doing now? Shinlin looked at the shy and cute Ji Muxue and stretched out a hand to hold her chin. Ji Muxue's cheeks were flushed, but she didn't resist, just opened her big eyes and looked at Shinlin. Recently making some investments. Shinlin did not say too much, but it was this that instead gave Ji Muxue a mysterious feeling. Brother, that's awesome. Hearing this, Shinlin hemmed and hawed and came to Ji Muxue's ear. I have even more powerful ones. Want to try? All are adults. Shinlin said this. Of course Ji Muxue knew what. Her face was directly hot, but still pretended to be reserved and said, Brother, you are so bad. That brother. When Ji Muxue still wanted to say something, at this time, Manager Chen walked in with the contract. Mr. Shin, this side of the contract is ready. The car plus options, limousine tax, all aspects of the scattered, a total of 25 million. Manager Chen said while handing the contract to Shinlin. Shinlin looked at the contract and without any problems, directly swiped his card, with the successful spitting of the ticket from the POS machine. In Shinlin's mind, the system's beep sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain 2 times the rebate. Rebate funds 5 million. Shinlin's inner excitement was incomparable, equal to saying that he had hoarded out a Ferrari for nothing and made $25 million. Now the money had come to 20 million, and at this moment, Ji Muxue looked at Shinlin swiping his card, not to mention how handsome it was. After successfully swiping the card, Shinlin thought about it and then looked at the car parked in the Ferrari 4 store and asked Manager Chen, is this 488 in your showroom for sale to the public? Manager Chen sniffed and looked at Shinlin with a smile. Mr. Shin, our showroom car, are for sale. This 488, is a previous customer paid a deposit? The back did not wait for the car, or brand new, option price at 5 million, McSherry kit. If Mr. Shin wants it now, 6 million can be driven away. Shinlin directly pulled out the bank card, signed the contract. By the way, do you have license plates for sale? Mr. Shin, just in time. We have a special company account license plate over here that can be directly transferred to an individual's name. The store currently has just one. That's just right. What number? Hang A888B8. Shinlin sniffed. This license plate is a pseudo-leopard number. B and 8 look similar. How much? Mr. Shin. It might be a bit expensive. How much? For this, Shinlin did not have doubts. After all, Hangzhou is also a license plate that needs to be shaken. Although the value of the license plate is not as good as Magic City. But it wasn't cheap either. Besides, it was such a good license plate. Mr. Shin. The price of the license plate is 200,000. Together, Shinlin directly handed the bank card to Manager Chen. Manager Chen was happy, and hurriedly went to the contract. Shinlin car plus license plate and stuff. A total of 1 million landed. Ding! Congratulations to the host to get 4 times the rebate. 4 million remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Cool, although not 5 times, but Shinlin is also very cool. 4 million rebates. And at this moment, Shinlin's cash also came to 3 million. An hour later, Shinlin's car, ready. License plate is also on the good. Originally, Shinlin was going to refuse to pick up the car ceremony, but thinking of today has not sent a circle of friends, finally accepted the car ceremony. Hand holding flowers, champagne, behind a Ferrari 488, and on the side watching Shinlin lifting the car of Ji Mu Shui. At this moment in the heart has silently made some kind of determination. Chapter 9, Scented Cars and Beauties. After the ceremonial handover was completed, Shinlin looked at the time. It was only a little after 3 p.m. Shinlin then looked at the balance in his card. Inside, an additional thought suddenly appeared. Isn't the thing that is bigger than buying a car? Is it not buying a house? At once, Shinlin's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. While there was still a statute of limitations on the primary consumption card, he would go directly to buy a house and swipe a large sum of money. By then, even if the primary consumption card was gone, one's primitive accumulation would be enough. So Shinlin took Ji Mu Shui to the car, and it was the first time that Ji Mu Shui sat in the passenger seat of a Ferrari. Although usually Ji Mu Shui looks high and cold, and is well dressed, she seems to have a very good family, but she is the only one who knows what kind of family she is in. So in order to get rid of that family of origin, Ji Mu Shui is actually very precocious, looking more mature than her peers. But in how mature? In the end, but just graduated a year into the society of this big dyke, 2 years of the white, the age of 22, in fact, and the age of 18, there is not much of a gap. She originally thought that she would look very calm when she got on the car, but she still underestimated her own vanity. She didn't hold back in the end and secretly opened the camera, ready to take a few pictures. After Shinlin fastened his seatbelt, he looked at Ji Mu Shui and, then smiling, he looked at Ji Mu Shui and said, "Don't take pictures now. I'll let you take enough pictures when the time comes. I'm in a hurry. I'm going to the next place now." Upon hearing this, Ji Mu Shui's cheeks slightly flushed, as if she was a little embarrassed that her little mind had been poked and prodded, but still revealed a sweet smile and nodded at Shinlin, then fastened the seatbelt. Shinlin kicked the floorboard oil and drove out directly. The Ferrari 488's super strong pushback feeling gave Ji Mu Shui a surprise, but at the same time there was an indescribable feeling of coolness inside. Is this a supercar? And at this moment, Shinlin is also not yet finished. Thought about it, and directly drove the car to the highway around the city. Took Ji Mu Shui passionately raced 2 laps, and as Shinlin took Ji Mu Shui to drag race on the bypass tell, Ji Mu Shui's deep excitement inside was also opened up. She looked at Shinlin and said with eyes full of tenderness, "Brother, can you open the convertible top?" Shinlin looked at Ji Mu Shui. Fragrant car beauty. What is there to refuse? So opened the convertible top. Ah, so handsome. Ji Mu Shui experienced this kind of life for the first time, especially when she saw that the turnaround rate of Shinlin's car on the road was simply explosive, and the person sitting on the co-pilot at the moment was her. The inner vanity was greatly satisfied, and after partying all the way, Ji Mu Shui is obviously very understanding. Will be her long white legs, toward the driving center position, moved down. That was a distance that belonged to the touchscreen that Shinlin could reach with a single reach. For Ji Mu Shui's small mind, Shinlin of course knew, and without any hesitation, one hand was placed on Ji Mu Shui's smooth long legs, then began to drive the Ferrari with one hand. This is called two-way running. On the way, listening to his favorite song, with a petite beauty by his side, Shinlin's mood was also extremely good. "Brother, where are we going next?" Ji Mu Shui daintily looked at Shinlin, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, and asked. "Buy a house." Shinlin then drove to the sales office of Guanyun Shantang City, one of Hangzhou City's mansions. This was one of Hangzhou's top large flat mansion neighborhoods. Shinlin had his own considerations for why he wanted to buy a house here. First, he likes large flat floors, and Guanyun Shantang City is a large flat floor. Secondly, Shinlin knows a truth. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. The neighbors who can live here must be the best in the society. the elite, and can slowly expand their own network in the future. Soon the car slowly stopped in front of the sales office. Shinlin took Ji Mu Shui out of the car. At first, when Ji Mu Shui knew that Shinlin was going to buy a house, she was inwardly guessing where Shinlin would buy a house. But after getting out of the car, she realized that what Shinlin wanted to buy was actually Guanyun Shintang City. The house price here was 150,000 per square meter, and Ji Mu Shui had brushed up on it before. The houses in Guanyun Shintang City, the smallest models are more than 300 square meters. That is to say, a random house here is worth around $45 million. Rao knew that Shinlin did not lack money, but Ji Mu Shui did not expect that Shinlin was actually so rich. At this moment, Ji Mu Shui suddenly thought of a rich second generation in their class during their university days. A few days ago, he bought a house with a total value of more than $10 million, and he was licked by all kinds of people in his class. If they knew that Shinlin's house, what would they think? Ji Mu Shui got off the bus and naturally took Shinlin's arm and walked into the sales office together. Sometimes, to judge whether a neighborhood is a luxury house, just look at his sales department to know. The sales department of Guanyun Shintang in front of you is different from the sales department of general neighborhoods, is independently designed, rockery water, science fiction architecture, surrounded by greenery, small bamboo forest. Walking in, you can't see any house model in the lobby. Instead there is a small box. This is one of the differences between the sales department of luxury homes and ordinary homes. Protecting the information of people who come to see the house is very private. After all, in Xia, most rich people, in fact, are not very fond of publicity. Shinlin just walked in, and a property consultant came to receive him. Hello, Mr. and MS. May I ask if you are here to see the house? Yes, Shinlin said straight to the point. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please go to the VIP 3 hall. We will have a real estate consultant come to check the capital and introduce. After saying that, the attendant brought Shinlin inside the VIP 3 hall. Shinlin and Ji Mu Shui had just sat down, when a waiter brought in exquisitely plated macaroon cakes and coffee. Inside the members' hall, it was quiet, with incense lit and soothing songs playing, giving people a relaxing atmosphere. Without letting Shinlin and Ji Mu Shui wait for a long time, the door of the box was pushed open and Shinlin raised his eyes to look, and saw a man in a suit with a refined demeanor, who came to Shinlin in their heels with a smile. When this person came to the front of Shinlin, Shinlin saw that the suits of this real estate consultant, it seems that all of them are Armani. The man smiled and stretched out his own hand. Hello, sir. I'm the property manager of Guanyun Shintang City. My surname is Fong. I'm very happy to receive you. Sir, what's your name? Shinlin smiled and nodded, extending his own hand and shaking it with the other party. Shin of Shinwansan. Okay, sir, if it's not too much trouble, I'll arrange for our staff to come and check the capital now. Shinlin nodded at his words, and then manager Fong went out to call someone. And at this time, Ji Mu Shui curiously looked at Shinlin. How come it's a man to serve? Shouldn't it be a top beauty? In Ji Mu Shui's impression, buying this kind of mansion, the service personnel, shouldn't it be better to be a girl? Shinlin smiled and looked at Ji Mu Shui and said, there is a lesson in this. What? Ji Mu Shui inquired like a curious baby. Shinlin thought for a moment and said, for those who can come and buy this kind of mansion, they are either rich or noble. Professionalism and decency are usually required. The developer is also aware of this. That's why it's usually men who receive them. Although they all know that those who can afford such a mansion will not have an idea of a salesgirl, except for the rich and famous, or novels, often appear, sales floor beauty, and the protagonist of Love at First Sight. They start playing poker at night. In reality, rarely appear. After all, rich people are not little cute. I don't know, there are many ways to get a woman. This is the stupidest. One carelessness will bring a lot of trouble and waste a lot of time. Therefore, usually such mansions are sold by some elites who are extremely professional. Alright, long time learning. When Ji Mu Shui heard this, she instantly knew that there was still a gap between what was said on the internet and the reality. Chapter 10 Take Guanyun Shintang City. The two had just finished their conversation. Manager Fong came to the box with a finance. Mr. Shin, sorry to keep you waiting. Shinlin sniffed and said that it was fine, respecting their work. After all, Shinlin had also come from a part-time job, so he did not act overbearing. After all, now Shinlin is not a poor man anymore. There is really no need to make things difficult for others. You know, the bottom of the pile is bullied. The outbreak of words. That is really horrible. Therefore, now Shinlin's first requirement for himself is that the principle of concession for the happy, as long as it does not touch his own scales and interests, Shinlin would not say anything more. Hello, Mr. Shin. Then we will start the capital verification now. As long as your deposit reaches 13 million. Then next, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Manager Fong looked at Shenlin with a smile on his face. Shenlin didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out his bank card. For the mansion to require capital verification, Shenlin was not surprised. The other party checked the balance, then handed the card to Shenlin with both hands, politely said, "Welcome Mr. Shen's arrival, and thank you, Mr. Shen, for giving us a chance at Guanyun Shentang. Mr. Shen, is there an intended house, or an intended area? T2, the house of 619 square feet, is it still there?" Shenlin had already thought about it on the way here, to buy the best. Upon hearing this, Manager Fong smiled. "Mr. Shen, your qualification is possible, and our T2 side. It just so happens that there is currently a 619 square foot house. It seems that there is a real affinity with you. Since Mr. Shen has a plan, then we might as well go to the site and take a look? Yes, you arrange it." Manager Fong then led Shenlin and Ji Mu Shui to a sightseeing car, and together they drove towards the Guanyun Shentang city neighborhood. The whole time Ji Mu Shui didn't interrupt, just listened to the conversation between Shenlin and Manager Fong. "Mr. Shen, these 5 buildings, is our Guanyun Shentang city. This side of a building is T5, tail sail, this side is T4 side sail, that side is T3 middle sail. The innermost 2 buildings, a little lower is T2 front sail, T1 is office building, T1 and T2 are a line of Riverview, our neighborhood." Shenlin was still satisfied with its expertise. Finally the two came to stop at the T2 area of Guanyun Shentang city. "Mr. Shen, T2 is a total of 27 floors. The set we want to see, on the 26th floor, our side is a staircase. Mr. Shen, your side please." Manager Fong swiped the card of the unit building, then pulled away to make a pleased gesture to Shenlin and Ji Mu Shui. Walking into the lobby, there was a wave of luxurious decoration that, "This lobby is better than the lobby of many 5-star hotels." The three came to the elevator, and soon came to 2601, which is the type of household that Shenlin wants to see. Push open the armored door. As soon as you walk into the living room, Shenlin liked the set. The entire house has a total of 4 rooms, 1 hall, 2 kitchens, a study, a cigar room, a wine collection room, and a nanny's room. The overall decoration style is modern luxury, and the materials used inside are all very good. Meanwhile, oversized floor-to-ceiling windows surround the house on 3 sides. At a glance, outside the window, the Chentang River as well as the Zhenjiang Century City, the Olympic sports in full view, and Ji Mu Shui also followed the whole process, has been shocked speechless. Is this the life of the rich? Too luxurious. Shenlin was very satisfied. "How much is this set?" Shenlin asked with satisfaction after looking at it. "Mr. Shen, this set is 150,000 ping, including decoration, comes with 3 parking spaces, a total of 92,850,000. If you buy it today, I can erase 50,000 for you." After hearing this astronomical figure, Ji Mu Shui's first moment was not shock, but looked at Shenlin. Shenlin thought about it and then nodded with satisfaction. Although he currently only had more than $30 million, it wasn't like there was a rule that he couldn't pay separately. "Okay, now sign the contract." Upon hearing this, Manager Fong was slightly stunned, but inwardly, he was still extremely excited. You have to know that their commission for selling a suite is 8 points. It is simply either not open to eat a year. Ji Mu Shui saw Shenlin sow a set of value of almost more than 100 million houses, with such an easy tone to determine down. The inner shock is conceivable. At this moment, Ji Mu Shui thought, must take Shenlin. This is their only chance. As for what Ji Mu Shui thought, Shenlin did not care in the slightest. Instead, he returned to the sales office with Manager Fong, waiting for the other party to draw up the contract. An hour later, Manager Fong came to Shenlin with the contract and a smile. "Mr. Shen, this is the purchase contract. Take a look." Shenlin took the contract, looked at it, determined that there were no problems, but did not have any hesitation, signed his name. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at Manager Fong and said, "I'll swipe it in several times. The bank has a limit." Upon hearing this, Manager Fong didn't have any surprises. Such large transactions are usually swiped separately. "Okay, Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen, payment over here." Manager Fong brought Shenlin to the finance room. Such a large amount of transactions, it is necessary to be on the computer. Internet banking transactions. Shenlin entered his account number and then made the payment of $30 million. When the $30 million was successfully paid, Shenlin instantly wanted to curse, because this sum of $30 million actually triggered is double the rebate. Thereupon, Shenlin continued to swipe his card and paid $30 million again, and this time, Shenlin's face directly blackened, because this time, or triggered 1 times the rebate. Shenlin wanted to curse his mother at this moment. It couldn't be that all the good luck was taken away from buying a car, right? Taking a deep breath. At this moment there was still 82.85 million. Shinlin directly swiped his card again at once. Along with the successful transaction, Shinlin's mind once again appeared the system's beep. Ding. Detected the existence of host consumption behavior. Consumption amount of 32.85 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully extracted 5 times the rebate multiplier. Obtained 164.25 million yuan. Has been remitted to the host, tail number 7878 card. Ding. Check that the host single rebate more than 100 million. The primary consumption rebate card is invalid. Hearing the system's beep, Mr. Shinlin was inwardly flustered and then confused. I go. Invalidated? At this time, Mr. Shinlin thought of the previous information of this card, special circumstances, early expiration. That is to say, this special circumstance is a single rebate of more than $100 million. Although it was regrettable, Shinlin was still very excited, because he relied on this rebate card, really completed the original accumulation. 2 supercars, a house worth over $100 million. There was also a cash flow of over $100 million. Even if he didn't draw any good prop cards afterward, Shinlin also knew that his future life would be full of infinite possibilities. Just as Shinlin was excited inwardly, Ji Mu Shui, who had been watching and paying with Shinlin on the side, was about to fall at the moment. More than $90 million. Just like that, the payment was successful? Handsome looks, and money, one really can't help it. Want to commit a crime of feeding. And at this moment, Manager Fong saw that the payment was successful, and then stretched out his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Shin, for becoming the esteemed owner of Guanyun Shintang City. Shinlin also politely shook the other party's hand. Subsequently is to carry out some handover. Manager Fong will be the key, as well as the password door master control to Shinlin, and also take Shinlin to the property to handle. Also took Shinlin to the property for registration. At this point, Shinlin spent more than $90 million to take Guanyun Shintang City T2 house. After leaving the property, Manager Fong said hello to Shinlin and Ji Mu Shui, and then left. Shinlin looked at Ji Mu Shui and said, "It's getting late. Let's go. We haven't eaten in the morning until now. Let's go eat now. Let's go. Haven't eaten since morning. Now go eat." Saying this, Shinlin directly got into the car. Ji Mu Shui also followed into the car. Shinlin naturally placed his hand on Ji Mu Shui's thigh this time. Driving the Ferrari with one hand, Ji Mu Shui also tilted towards Shinlin's side. One hand supported in front of the center control, one hand dragging her chin, looked at Shinlin and lightly spat out her red lips and said, "Brother, where are we going to eat now? Just follow me. I've already booked a restaurant in the morning. It said that the food is good, and it receives 50 people every day." Hearing this, Ji Mu Shui froze once again. What a pushy look. She had been an escort before, and there was no shortage of second-generation men she had met, but they were simply not enough to look at compared to Shinlin. "Okay, I'll listen to my brother." Chapter 11, Will you be good then? Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped near the West Lake Tiger Run Park. Shinlin parked the car in the parking lot, but neither of them got out of the car. Ji Mu Shui didn't have any doubts, either, because Shinlin said that someone would come to greet them. Taking advantage of the fact that the people hadn't come yet, Shinlin took his hand off Ji Mu Shui's thigh and then he overbearingly swept Ji Mu Shui into his arms. Ji Mu Shui's cheeks were slightly flushed, and Shinlin smiled faintly and he kissed her directly. Shinlin dared to do so, that is because he knows she will not refuse. As expected, Ji Mu Shui in the shyness, then enthusiastically responded. In the too forgetful kissing time, Shinlin's cell phone rang. Shinlin could only let go of Ji Mu Shui. Ji Mu Shui lowered her head, red face, did not know what to say. Shinlin hemmed and hawed and answered the phone. Looking at it, it should be the phone number of this restaurant. Shinlin booked this restaurant. Is a more famous private food in Hangzhou, called Garden 1. The owner is the executive chef of a 5-star hotel, and is now out on his own. Daily reception of 50 guests. More than that will not be received. Shinlin just answered the phone and heard the voice on the phone. "Hello Mr. Shin. I am the butler of Garden 1. My name is Stur. Are you here now?" Arrived. Parking lot, Ferrari 488, license plate 888B8. "Okay, Mr. Shin. Wait a moment, I will come to pick you up." Hanging up the phone, Shinlin looked at Ji Mu Shui and smiled faintly. Ji Mu Shui slapped Shinlin's shoulder. "Brother, you're so bad. Pack up and get off the car. People are coming to pick us up right away," Shinlin said with a smile. Sniffing, Ji Mu Shui tidied up her clothes and followed Shinlin out of the car. "Mr. Shin. Hello, long time waiting." Just as the two had gotten off the car, a voice came from behind the two. The two of them turned around and saw a woman dressed in a small scented dress, smiling and stepping forward to extend a hand to Shenlin. Shenlin responded politely. We also just arrived not long ago. Mr. Shen. Hello, I am the reception housekeeper of the Garden One restaurant. Sir. Hello sir. Then, Mr. Shen, you and your friend follow me this way. After saying that, Stir led the way in front, heading towards a winding path. Garden One Kitchen was definitely one of the top private banquets in Hangzhou. It was located in the depths of Tiger Run, close to the inner lake of West Lake. Shenlin and Ji Mushui were led by Stir, came to a single exquisite ancient garden-style villa. Through the garden, soon, the three came to a box by the lake. Mr. Shen, this is the lake boat box you reserved. Mr. Shen, you sit first. Besides the reserved dining, do you have any other requests? After Shenlin and Ji Mushui took their seats, at this moment, Ji Mushui looked at the elegant and luxurious decoration, and was shocked inwardly. Was this the occasion that Shenlin often went in and out of? On the contrary, Shenlin appeared sparse. Does Conti have it? Mr. Shen, we only have Conti Cold and Grand Cru Conti on this side. Mr. Shen, do you need it? Yes. Shenlin did not even think about it and directly said. Shenlin actually wanted to spend money today. As for the money issue, is it still bad now? Okay Mr. Shen, this bottle of red wine, the selling price in our Garden One is 120,000. You see? Straight up. Okay, Mr. Shen, then I'll go get it for you. After saying that, Stir left the box first, and at this moment, Ji Mushui was still in a daze. What had she heard? One meal, one bottle of wine, $120,000? Returning to her senses, Ji Mushui looked at Shenlin with a dull gaze. Brother, do we really have to drink such an expensive red wine? It's fine, just every day. Ji Mushui heard Shenlin's words, inwardly on Shenlin's financial cognition, to another level. This, a meal, ate a lot of people a year's salary. Still just daily? Shenlin now in the end how rich? Brother Shen, you. Ji Mushui looked at Shenlin in shock, and was about to say something when the door of the box was pushed open. Stir came in with the waiter. Mr. Shen, this is the meal you reserved today. Bird's fin, ginseng and abalone, goose palm, colorful bird's nest, 9 phoenix golden pangolin. Looking at the meals that made their full debut, Shenlin nodded with a smile. Mr. Shen, this is your candy. I have already woken you up. Enjoy. With that, Stir left. Ji Mushui looked at the delicacies in front of her and swallowed her saliva. Shenlin was quite normal, directly pouring red wine for the two of them and raised his glass. Come on, for our meeting again. At these words, Ji Mushui nodded with rosy cheeks. For our meeting again. The two of them took a sip, while Shenlin picked up his chopsticks at this time, thought for a moment, and turned his head to look at Ji Mushui. Do you want to take a picture and send it to your friends? If you don't, I can eat it. The face was red. I don't know whether it is embarrassed or shy. No, can't. Well, then I eat. You also move chopsticks Shenlin looked at Ji Mushui very plainly, and Ji Mushui nodded her head. At this moment, she had a lot of doubts within her. Brother, have you been making investments for the past 2 years? After eating for a while, Shenlin heard Ji Mushui's inquiry. Knowing that the other party finally couldn't resist, Shenlin inwardly thought how good your stamina is? In response, Shenlin had already thought of what to say. Yeah, what's wrong? Boom. Ji Mushui's brain was confused after hearing Shenlin's words. If it was before, when Shenlin said this, Ji Mushui would definitely think that Shenlin was pretending. But after everything that just happened, Ji Mushui believed it. And look at Shenlin at this moment. The appearance of favor and humiliation. At first glance, he often attends such occasions. Secondly, drinking a bottle of wine cost $120,000. Then how rich should Shenlin be? The current Ji Mushui suddenly came alive inside. Brother, are you still with Jing Jing now? Ji Mushui asked with a bit of gossip. Jing Jing is Shenlin's ex-girlfriend from college, also a classmate. Ji Mushui of course knows. After asking nicely, inwardly she did not know what she was vaguely expecting. Shenlin put down his wineglass and playfully looked at Ji Mushui. He knew what Ji Mushui was thinking, but isn't this what he needs? Break up after graduation. Your relationship is so good, how could you break up? Ji Mushui inwardly snickered, but still showed an expression of surprise. It's normal. She's going to the imperial capital and I'm going to be in Hangzhou. Shenlin pretended to be worried and sighed. Ji Mushui looked at Shenlin worriedly, then got up and came to sit beside Shenlin. Brother, the past is the past. She does not have that life. Brother, break up is break up. The next one will be better behaved. Shenlin put down his wineglass, looked at Ji Mushui, and naturally reached out his hand and wrapped it around Ji Mushue's waist. Ji Mushue blushed and looked at Shenlin. Shenlin stretched out his other hand and held Ji Mushue's chin. Are you the next one to speak? Ji Mushue did not expect Shenlin to speak so bluntly and, after thinking about it internally, she then said in a slightly seductive manner, Brother, can't it be me? Then you will be good? Shenlin continued to playfully inquire. Brother, I will be good. Really? Really? Ji Mushue didn't want to let go of this one-step opportunity at the moment. Then show me your attitude. Chapter 12 Ji Mushue's Choice. Shenlin just sat in his seat, took a sip of red wine and, then he put down the wineglass and looked at Ji Mushue playfully. To be honest, Shenlin would not rise to the level of love for Ji Mushue. If she knew how to behave today, Shenlin wouldn't be able to keep her in a golden house. After all, there was no such thing as a few dollars. Men become bad when they have money. This sentence is actually not wrong. Many people will say, bad character? Shenlin sniffed and wanted to laugh. All kinds of rules and regulations and whatnot. That was just to protect the people at the bottom. Ji Mushue did not expect that Shenlin would be so blunt, but after thinking about the shock that Shenlin brought to himself today, Ji Mushue knew that if she did not seize this opportunity, then she would not have such an opportunity in the future. Moreover, she did not resent Shenlin. After all, Shenlin had a face value, a figure, and money. The most important thing was that Shenlin was young. What did being young represent? Represents vigor. Represents that one will not be lonely. Therefore, even if Shenlin showed an extremely strong desire to attack at this moment, Ji Mushue would not feel disgusted. Instead, she felt that this was the attitude of a rich person. Thinking of this, Ji Mushue's cheeks flushed and she shyly looked at Shenlin. Then in Shenlin's gaze, she got up, then directly came to sit on Shenlin's body, put her head to Shenlin's ear, and seductively said, Brother, Xiao Shui can accompany you in the future. Shenlin sniffed and breathed sharply. The beautiful person in his arms said this. The temptation to a man was incomparably great. Shenlin reached out and hooked Ji Mushue's chin. Sure. Ji Mushue shyly nodded her head, blushed and reached out her hand, wrapping it around Shenlin's neck, just staring shyly at Shenlin. Shenlin's heartbeat accelerated. This look, whoever looks at it is not confused. Brother, you will love Shuier well, right? After hearing these words from Ji Mushue, Shenlin directly picked up Ji Mushue horizontally, walking towards the lounge behind him. The private rooms of Garden 1 all had lounges. After arriving at the lounge, Shenlin directly hugged Ji Mushue and collapsed. Ji Mushue was caught a little off guard by this sudden strength, and subconsciously wanted to struggle. But quickly gave up struggling. After all, to get, you have to pay. This point Ji Mushue is very clear. Shenlin is a powerful person. Surely cannot be treated like other people. Reserved. After all, there was never a lack of women around the rich young man. Hasn't he himself been waiting for this opportunity? Brother. Ji Mushue's voice was soft like honey, stimulating Shenlin's heart. Still calling brother now? Shenlin stared at Xiaoling in a domineering manner and said evilly. Ji Mushue's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She bit her lips and hesitated for a moment before gently spitting out two words, husband. These two words seemed to carry some kind of magic, making the flame in Shenlin's body instantly burn more vigorously. Shenlin pulled over the quilt and then pressed Ji Mushue down. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air. The moonlight outside the window gently sprinkled into the room, as if putting a hazy veil over them. 2 hours later, Shenlin looked towards his side and saw a pretty face that was shyly looking at himself with wide open eyes. Brother, hug. Ji Mushue rubbed towards Shenlin's arms with a pout, and Shenlin smiled faintly and swept Ji Mushue into his arms. To Shenlin's surprise, Ji Mushue was still the first time, although Shenlin has no idea in this regard. But who doesn't like their woman is a brand new unopened? Originally, Shenlin just intended to have fun with Ji Mushue, but this situation, Shenlin thought about it, and then cupped Ji Mushue's face and said, Shuier, follow me in the future. Ji Mushue froze, sweet inside, but also a little bitter, because she was very smart. What she heard was Shenlin saying to follow him, not become her woman. But Ji Mushue also knew that a person like Shenlin, let's not talk about how many women he would have in the future, but one thing is certain, that is that he has no reason to refuse. Whether it's Shenlin's face value, figure, or financial strength, he is attractive to Ji Mushue. At the same time, she knows how tough Shenlin is. This is simply a plow, not bad cattle. And in life, once you meet such a person, you really can't see anyone else. And Shenlin also knows that he is more excessive. But Shenlin also never feel that he is a good person, or a refined person. He is very vulgar. He likes money. He likes beautiful women. There is nothing wrong with that. Besides, why is Ji Mushue so active? Could it be his own charisma? Shenlin knows that if he hadn't shown his strength, would Ji Mushue be with him? If he had not shown his strength, Would Jimu Shui be with him? But because Jimu Shui was the first time, that was just right. Just be a canary that he kept. Follow me. Except for not being able to marry you. I can give you anything. Shenlin saw Jimu Shui lying on his chest, not speaking, so he continued. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. I will give you a sum of money. Just as Shenlin had just finished speaking, Jimu Shui raised her head and looked at Shenlin in a pitiful manner. Then can you be sure that you can always love me? Not abandon me? As long as you do not betray me, then I will always have a place for you in my heart. Shenlin said lightly. Seeing this, Jimu Shui stared at Shenlin, then lowered her head and covered Shenlin's lips with a kiss. Brother, no, husband, in the future, Shui is your person. You have to treat me well. Shenlin smiled and nodded his head after hearing Jimu Shui's words. In the next second, Jimu Shui suddenly pulled on the quilt. An hour and a half later, Shenlin drew out a cigarette. Jimu Shui was very sensible, and lit it for Shenlin. There is not the slightest bit of a goddess's frame. Shenlin took a deep breath and spat out an eye ring. Afterwards, a cigarette, more than a living god. The two coexisted. They got up and cleaned up, ready to leave the garden one. Shenlin drove the car. While Jimu Shui sent to her apartment in Hangzhou, Shenlin certainly wouldn't let Jimu Shui go to her own house. Under the apartment building, inside the Ferrari, Shenlin looked at Jimu Shui. Not inviting me up to sit? When Jimu Shui heard this, her cheeks were shy and she held Shenlin's arm. Brother, I don't live alone. I live with my girlfriends. After hearing Jimu Shui's words, Shenlin knew what it meant, so he slapped Jimu Shui's arched buttocks. Brother, bad. Jimu Shui pouted, and Shenlin smiled. Okay, I'll leave first. Contact me then. Jimu Shui opened her big eyes, unwillingly looked at Shenlin, went up and hugged Shenlin and kissed him. Brother, I'm sorry. Next time Shui go to your place. Wahahaha. Shenlin smiled and nodded, and scraped on Jimu Shui's nose. Okay, you go back first. Keep in touch. Jimu Shui sniffed, nodded, then kissed Shenlin, reluctantly got off the car, and walked into the neighborhood with a step and 3 turns back. Seeing that Jimu Shui disappeared from his sight, Shenlin lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, took a deep breath, and spat out a smoke ring. Shenlin couldn't help but sigh. The once high and mighty school flower was just taken down by himself. Sure enough, this world is a that only opens its legs to the rich and powerful. Chapter 13, The Shock of an Excellent Circle of Friends. After Shenlin had a good smoke, he drove straight back to his low-cost housing. As for why he didn't return to Qiantang Guanyun City, that was because Qiantang Guanyun City living supplies were not yet available, and Shenlin planned to go buy some daily necessities tomorrow before moving over. After returning to the low-cost housing, Shenlin packed up the things he needed. In fact, there is nothing. The previous clothes, Shenlin are not going to want. The main thing is the ID card, his account book, and a jade pendant. This jade pendant, listening to the words of the orphanage director before, is the discovery of Shenlin, has been wearing. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Shenlin froze for a while, then expressionlessly put the jade pendant into the LV bag. After packing up everything, Shenlin took a shower and lay on the hardboard bed of his cheap room, recalling everything that happened today. It was all as if he was dreaming. Right, circle of friends. Shenyu looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 4 hours to go before dawn. So Shenlin directly checked off the photos of today's car pickup, as well as the previous photos of driving the Ferrari with one hand and touching Jimu Shui's thighs. The corners of his mouth then curled slightly. Edited a friend's circle. Friend's circle text. It is also considered to have accomplished a great thing. And also, driving a Ferrari with one hand feels just fine. Accompanying picture. A picture of Shenlin picking up the car, and a picture of being in the Ferrari and touching his thighs. Shenlin then directly clicked send. This friend's circle. It should be explosive enough, right? Shenlin hemmed and hawed. As expected, Shenlin just sent a good friend circle. Less than a minute, the cell phone message tone kept coming. Shenlin picked up a look. On the circle of friends, a number 35 appeared on a red dot. That is to say, this circle of friends, at least 35 friends replied to like. Shenlin curiously clicked on his own circle of friends. There is a saying, Shenlin is the first time to see his own circle of friends. There is such a large string of likes and comments. College roommate Wang Wei? I lost. Old Lin. True or false? College roommate Zhao Pengcheng. I throw. Dad. Open it for me. University roommate Zhang Bo. Nima. Old Lin. Has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? Company colleague 1. My god. No wonder you resigned now. The original is broad experience life. Company female coworker 1. Shin brother. The car is so handsome. Can invite me to sit? Looking at the comments under the comment area, Shenlin directly ignored and did not want to return. On the contrary, Shinlin just exited the circle of friends, a group called the man behind the Alima. At this moment the message has been dozens of. Shinlin looked at this group, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This is the group of himself and several roommates' sons. A little into it, the 3 sons in the group made a mess. Wang Wei at Shinlin? Speak up. Zhao Pengchang at Shinlin. My enthusiastic horse. 4 years of college. You just lie to 3 dads? Chapter Bo at Shinlin. Take a humble dog son. You also lousy 4 years of living expenses. Shinlin directly scratched to the top. Saw the 3 dog sons message. Directly 2200 yuan red packets dumped up. Shinlin, mess hemp. This is not this Dragon King returned to the family. To open. You fell to Hangzhou one by one. Don't force. 3 sons. Don't bother dad. Numb to collect the red packets. Wash and sleep. Shinlin edited a joke message just sent out. The group screen, but not a reply. But the red packet was collected screen. After 20 red packets were claimed. Wang Wei at Shinlin, Dad. I also want to try driving a Ferrari with one hand. Zhang Bo at Shinlin, Dad. Are these thighs tender? Zhao Pengchang at Shinlin, Ancestor. I don't want to drive a Ferrari. I want to ride a horse. Cheap laugh. After Shinlin saw the messages from the 3 dog sons, especially Zhao Pengchang's message, he directly laughed and sprayed. If Shinlin had any close friends, it must be the 3 dog sons from the university. After all, when he went to college, he knew that he was an orphan, and the 3 dog sons, they really provided for him like a father. Today Zhang Bo bought a pair of shoes with a large size for himself. Tomorrow, Wang Wei accidentally played an extra portion of rice and gave it to himself. The day after tomorrow Zhao Pengchang inadvertently bought an extra cup of milk tea and gave it to himself. Anyway, is to take turns to serve? So that Shinlin's college life, over than any time are happy. After graduation, a few sons, but also from time to time to call themselves, order takeout, transfer money, just afraid that they are hungry, bullied. Among them, Lao Zhao also invited himself 3 times to go to Magic City, his family to find relations for himself to go to the career unit. These favors, Shinlin is a lifetime will never forget. Shinlin thought about it and quickly edited a message in the group. Shinlin, from today onwards, Dad will always be your strong backing. Something happens, look for me directly. By the way, in the future, buddies will be rooted in Hangzhou. Hangzhou is your home. Come and look for Dad. Zhao Pengchang at Shinlin. I lost it. The roles have been swapped. With our consent? Wang Wei at Zhao Pengchang. It seems like you don't need to go through our consent. Don't you call your ancestors anymore? Zhao Pengchang. Seems like you called Dad too? Zhang Bo, don't push it. Lao Lin got well. More important than anything. Remember end of the year party. Shinlin and his own several dog son chat. Ready to exit WeChat when? Just quit the chat interface. Came to the chat list. Discovered the usual. A lot of people who do not contact. At this moment all sent a message. Shinlin curiously clicked one by one. University stupid dog Chen Ming, Lin brother. Recently got rich I have a project over here. I send you a link. You look interested in not. Wind mouth industry. Network finance http://. Seeing this, Shinlin shook his head speechlessly and directly pulled it black. Next, High School Health Commissioner He Meng, Lin brother. Recently busy what it? Take a time to get together in high school Fist pumping. Shinlin smiled faintly and did not reply. But look to the next one. Colleague Xioli, Lin brother. See the message. Reply to me. Ye supervisor let me ask you. Wages and compensation are paid into your previous card is it? Seeing the message, Shinlin was slightly stunned, then quickly edited the message. Shinlin, true or false? Ye dog is so efficient now? Doubtful. Colleague Xioli, brother Lin. Where does ye dog have such a good heart? It's your friend circle just now. Was seen by him, and then like a dog, ran to the general manager's office. The general manager specially approved. Co-worker Xioli, Lin brother, really did not see. You are to experience life before pretending to be too much like it. When there is time, get together After seeing the message from his colleague Xioli, Shinlin smiled helplessly. There is a saying that is really good. When you are successful, you are surrounded by good people. Shinlin quickly replied with a message or the original card. There is time to say, I still have something. Sent well. Shinlin also does not care whether the other party has a reply. Directly quit WeChat. Pick up their new triple fold. Brush a certain sound waiting for the arrival of the early hours of the morning. Finally, at the time when Shinlin brushed the fast drowsy, the system's beep finally appeared in his head. Ding! Early morning refresh. 100,000 perfect gold has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Check by yourself. Ding! Refresh in the early morning. Detected that the host yesterday sent a circle of friends. Is being comprehensive score. Ding! Yesterday's circle of friends score 90 points. reaching the excellent, to obtain the guaranteed number of sign-in X1. Excellent sign-in X1. Ding! Are you checking in? Chapter 14 Signing in again. When Shinlin heard the system's beep, he immediately waved his fist. Sure enough, the quality of the circle of friends had reached excellence this time. There was an extra opportunity for an additional check-in. For the system's check-in, Shinlin that was very concerned. After all, compared to the daily 100,000, the props that came out of the sign-in were the most powerful. Without any hesitation, Shinlin directly recited inwardly, "Sign in." Ding! Detected that the host has 2 opportunities to sign in this day. Is it all signed in? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop, top fighting technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the props, a high-level antidote to alcohol formula. After the system's beep and his mind ended, Shinlin hastily opened the attribute panel and placed his line of sight in the system warehouse. Soon, in the system warehouse, Shinlin found a prop card shining with golden light and a prop card shining with red light. Seeing this, Shinlin thought of the previous primary consumption rebate card, which was only green light. Could it be that the light represents the rarity of the card? A thought flashed through Shinlin's mind, and then he directly placed his gaze on the golden glow card. This card was precisely the card of the top fighting technique. Information about it also appeared before Shinlin's eyes. Top fighting technique. Using this card, the host will instantly possess the world's top fighting and killing skills. Statute of limitations, permanent. Boom! Seeing this, the excitement within Shinlin could no longer be contained. It directly jumped up from the bed. What about that boy who didn't have a kung fu dream when he was young? Shinlin hurriedly turned to that card and meditated inwardly with excitement. Use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the top fighting arts prop card. As the system's beep ended, Shinlin immediately felt a surge of memories flooding into his mind. The memories were like a slideshow that slid across Shinlin's eyes. These memories, all of them were about fighting techniques, killing techniques. After the memories disappeared, Shinlin again felt a warm current traveling throughout his body. A quarter of an hour later, many impurities appeared on Shinlin's body. Soon, Shinlin knew that this was the system enlightening himself, and the warm current not only transformed his body to become more rigid, but also formed the muscle memory of the skills about fighting, killing skills that were just in his mind. While transforming his body with the warm current, Shinlin hurriedly went to the bathroom and washed himself. Then standing in front of the washing mirror, Shinlin could clearly feel the energy that existed in his body. At the same time, his muscles were even more solidified, and his 8-pack abs were trivial. Shinlin felt that his strength at this moment single-handedly killed his previous self, effortlessly. And what Shinlin didn't realize was, his temperament at this moment has also undergone a skyrocketing change. From the previous confidence, it became introverted with a hint of dominance. That was an aura that could only be possessed by those who had reached absolute kingship in a field. Cool. Shinlin only felt, at this moment, that his body was refreshed. The excited Shinlin then tried a few simple moves in the room. It was simply not too handsome. Afterwards, Shinlin once again placed his sight on the red glowing card. In the next second, information appeared in front of Shinlin's eyes. Advanced antidote formula. Using this prop, you will obtain a set of advanced antidote formula, and the antidote created using this formula will achieve the effect of not getting drunk from 100 cups. Fizz dash. Shinlin sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the special effects of the antidote to alcohol. 100 glasses without getting drunk? At once, Shinlin realized the horror of this formula. Nowadays, in this society, during New Year's festivals and business negotiations, which one doesn't drink? If one were to get this antidote to alcohol out and put it on the market, wouldn't that be the same as directly creating a money-sucking beast? Thinking of this, Shinlin could not help but be excited, and then hurriedly picked up his cell phone and began to check out the antidote to alcohol on the market. The prices ranged from tens to thousands. Shinlin also deliberately looked at the comments. Even the effect of the thousands of antidote to alcohol was average. This is a big business opportunity. Although Shinlin did not want to start a business, but now, with such a big killer in place, what else was Shinlin afraid of? This matter, we have to take it slowly. After thinking about it, Shinlin did not immediately get hot-headed and prepare to open a pharmaceutical company. After all, after 2 years of crawling around in society, Shinlin is very clear. The reasoning of the piker's sin. Such a big sucking beast, if one did not have a backstage, one would definitely be capitalized or more powerful people screwed away. Don't think this is impossible. In the beginning, just a deputy department level official, the tens of billions of dollars worth of enterprises, threw the right into their own hands. The large enterprises we know, that one doesn't have a backstage behind it. Penguin, behind the Pengcheng State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Pengcheng Municipal Party Committee Secretary, F State Level. Ali, behind is Zhejiang Province. The minimum are Z ministerial level in the back support. Rebus, the empire is behind the support. The minimum are F State level. Therefore, in the absence of absolute strength, Xinlin does not intend to engage in these. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to die. Forget it, take a step forward and enjoy life first. Xinlin didn't want to get himself into internal conflict. After Xinlin thought about it, he lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. At this time, a beep came from WeChat. Xinlin picked up his cell phone and clicked on the message. The next second, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It was not someone else's message, it was Ji Mushue's message. Ji Mushue, peeking, shy emoticon. Ji Mushue, brother, are you asleep? Brother, do you think my pajamas look good? Ji Mushue, black lace semi-transparent pajamas. Bombs hidden in plain sight, picture. Xinlin put down the wine bottle and placed his right hand on the last picture of the lace nightgown. Directly the fingers spread out. The picture zoomed in. Close up. A burst of fire in the belly. Xinlin never felt like he was any kind of elegant person. On the contrary, he was very vulgar. This photo is looking at pajamas? Are pajamas this good looking? Xinlin looked at the message sent by the little nymph. At this moment, Xinlin finally realized how licking dogs all send messages. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and his eyes rolled. Xinlin thought about editing a message and sent it over. Xinlin, good looking is good looking, but there is still something missing, evil laugh. Ji Mushue, what? Xinlin, look at the wear under the lace. At this moment, after seeing Xinlin reply to the message, Ji Mushue, the corners of her mouth revealed a smile, but after seeing the message that Xinlin had just sent, her cheeks turned slightly red, and in the next second, she got up and looked towards the outside of her room to see her best friend in her room. Only then did she withdraw her little head, sitting up, looking at her lace pajamas, lightly biting her lips, her eyes seductive. One hand raised the cell phone high and one hand slightly pulled open the pajamas and took a picture. At this moment, Xinlin saw that the little ninja did not return the message for half a day, and shook his head helplessly, just when he was just about to put down his cell phone. Ding dong! A beep came from the cell phone again. Xinlin clicked on it and almost had a nosebleed. Ji Mushue, Snow White photo JPG. Hoo. Brother, bad. Brother, good night. Xinlin looked at the photo in front of him, then sent a 6,666 red envelope to Ji Mushue. Xinlin, well, have time to contact. Xinlin felt, this TM is called life. This is life scur. Chapter 15 Experiencing the SPA in the neighborhood. The next day, Xinlin slept until he naturally woke up and washed up. He directly contacted the landlord to check out, then drove his car and came to Qiantang Guanyun City. Yesterday, because it was late to buy a house, Xinlin was also lazy. He did not contact the property to prepare his own living supplies. Therefore, when he came to Qiantang Guanyun City today, Xinlin directly contacted the property manager to buy daily necessities for himself and moved in directly today. It is worth mentioning that the property of Guanyun Qiantang City is Bao Billions, 24-hour platinum butler-style service. That is to say, what you need, directly contact the property. The property will serve you wholeheartedly. It is very exaggerated. You need to shop, but do not want to go out. After all, Guanyun Qiantang City has activities with local top luxury goods in Hangzhou. After all, Guanyun Qiantang City has activities with the local top luxury in Hangzhou. Next, there are also lawyer services, travel services and so on. Only what you can't think of. Nothing they can't do. This is the reason why many rich people buy luxury apartments. Such a butler property, to a certain extent, will save you a lot of time. After all, rich people, the most valuable thing is time. After contacting the property, Xinlin realized that on his WeChat, a few messages came. Taking a look, on Ji Mushue's avatar, there was a reddish number 3. Ji Mushue, brother, good morning Moo, kiss mouth emoticon package. Ji Mushue, brother, you haven't gotten up yet? Puzzled. Ji Mushue, brother, I have to go to school today. Piano cannot accompany you but I give brother to send benefits. Without any hesitation, Xinlin directly clicked on the photo, spread his fingers against each other, and the picture enlarged, but still a little disappointed. Little ninja, a little something, is this letting himself see pajamas? Xinlin wanted to hit the video right now and say in a domineering manner, dare to be a little more explicit, but still held back. Even directly did not reply to Ji Mushue's message, because this is a message from an hour and a half ago. It has not been sent for so long. It is estimated that it is in the study. Xinlin also does not want to disturb, should have the high cold, or to maintain, put down the cell phone. Xinlin suddenly thought of something, then hurriedly put on his clothes and grabbed his cell phone and walked out of the house. If I remember correctly, my own house is attached to the SPA. Shinlin planned to check out the SPA in the neighborhood. After all, the gambling dad, the sick mom, the school-going brother, the broken her, still need a good person like himself to care. Shinlin followed the road of the neighborhood and soon saw the sign of the SPA. Followed the sign, came to the SPA store located at the artificial lake in the neighborhood. The decoration of this SPA store was still very okay. Walking in is a fake garden. There are fake mountains and flowing water on it. Around the past is the front desk. Shinlin just walked in. There was a young lady in professional clothes and black silk, greeting up with a smile on her face. Hello, sir, foot bath or SPA? Spa, mister, is the owner of this place or? Shinlin knew the reason why the other party asked this question. Generally such SPA is a cooperation with the neighborhood. If it was the owner of the neighborhood, there was a certain discount. Shinlin nodded and said, I am the owner here. Saying this, he handed over the access card. When the young lady saw Shinlin's access card, she froze and then became more respectful, but she knew that this was T2's room card, and they knew that T2 had sold a 600 square foot large flat yesterday. I didn't expect it to be the handsome little brother in front of me. Mr. Shin, hello, please follow me to the VIP room. The young lady politely said to Shinlin. You recognize me? Shinlin inquired in surprise. The young lady nodded with a smile while guiding in front. Mr. Shin, your information is a priority in our community and the various partners of the merchant. Shinlin sniffed and nodded. Soon the two walked to the end of the corridor, crossed the garden bridge, and came to a rockery. Just when Shinlin was puzzled, the young lady took out her walkie-talkie and spoke. The wigwam in front of them was suddenly opened. Mr. Shin, this is our SPA store's room for high-end customers. This will protect your privacy, the young lady explained. Shinlin sniffed. Where is this to protect privacy? But no at all, don't have to point it out. After walking through the door, there was an elevator, and after the two walked into the elevator, the young lady swiped her card and the elevator closed. A few seconds later, the elevator opened. Out of the elevator there was another young lady in professional clothes waiting. Hello Mr. Shin, I'm the manager here, please follow me. The manager lady was polite and enthusiastic as she greeted Shinlin. Then she led Shinlin towards the front. Shinlin looked around. The decoration is very good. This corridor is a hall. In the hall, there is a round pool, in which koi carp are swimming. Inside the pool floated a wisp of smoke of dry ice. It looked fairy-like. Mr. Shin, we have a reservation system here, but you are the owner of T2 and automatically become a senior member of our store. We have reserved a suite here all year round. You follow me. After saying that, the manager guided Shinlin into a suite named A888. After walking into the room, Shinlin looked at it. The decoration is very good. The floor was all marble, surrounded by all kinds of luxurious objects. Among the two sofas was a tea table. Behind the sofa was a double bed that, near the window, you can also see the inner lake, next to a shower room and bathtub. At this time, the manager came to the side of the small wine cabinet, took out a bottle of champagne, opened it, and poured it for Shinlin, who took the champagne and took a sip. Mr. Shin, what kind of project are you doing? What are all the projects? Shinlin sat on the sofa and put down the champagne. Mr. Shin, we have 3 kinds of projects on our side, namely, yoga in the context, 7 stars Ueja, and fascination dance rhythm. Shinlin sniffed. Among the 3 kinds of programs, he was very interested in the enchanted dance rhythm, which also sounded good. Then it's the enchanting dance rhyme. Okay, Mr. Shin, this side of the charm dance rhyme is 8,888 yuan, 2 bells. Shinlin nodded. For this price, there was still no problem. Let me ask, the technician can change if he is not satisfied, right? Shinlin had just inquired well, and at this time, the door was pushed open. In walked a hipster man around 24 years old. Shinlin frowned slightly, and at this time, the manager lady hurriedly explained. Mr. Shin, this is the boss of our SPA. Mr. Who? Upon hearing this, Shinlin then relaxed his eyebrows. Young Mr. Shin, how are you? My name is Hulong. I'm the owner of this SPA. I just received a call from our shopkeeper. I hope you understand if you come here uninvited. Don't worry, if our technician, you are not satisfied, replace it at any time. Chapter 16 Accidents Everywhere. At those words, Shinlin once again looked at the young man in front of him, wearing a Givenchy dog head short sleeve, a pair of white shorts from LV, a pair of LV and AJ co-branded board shorts, and a Rolex Black D on his hand, a pair of LV and AJ co-branded plate shoes, wearing a Rolex Black D on his hand. Seems very young and casual, even a little gangster, but his speech was still very measured. That's good. Shinlin smiled with satisfaction, and at this time, Hulong made a wink at the manager and the manager greeted Shinlin and went down. In the room, Shinlin and Hulong were left. Young Mr. Shin, this is my business card, the entire Hangzhou city. In the future, if you have needs, such as commercial bath, SPA can contact little brother me. Hulong handed Shinlin his business card. Shinlin picked it up and took a look. It said Ding Hao High-End Private Business Travel Customization General Manager, Hulong. Shinlin smiled and nodded as he took the business card. You guys still do business, Young Shun? Yes, our family is in Hangzhou and is the leader in this area. At these words, Shinlin froze. Good guy, this kid is still a second generation. Shen Xiao, Mr. Who? No need to call Shen Xiao, just call me Ah Lin. I see that you should be older than me, Shinlin said with a smile, not to please the other party, but Shinlin knew that, himself in this aspect in the future, there must be quite a lot. Now know Hulong, have fun in the future as well. Ha ha ha, Shin Young. In fact, I don't want to be called so, too awkward. This way, I call you Ah Lin. You also don't call me Hu General, call me Xiaolong is good, said stretching out his hand and shaking Shinlin. Of course, Shinlin said with a smile. In this case, I will first transfer a good technician from other places for you to ensure good quality. Then I'm looking forward to it. Shinlin smiled. Then Hulong took out his cell phone and made a call. Arranged. Then hung up the phone. Shinlin and Hulong chatted for a while. Without chatting, it was only after chatting that he realized that this Hulong's family still had a little bit of business throughout the province. The family began to engage in KTV, bars and such 20 years ago. He also just graduated. Not like some of the second generation of rich, rebellious, but directly home to start taking over the family business. After all, it's a casino, and it's good to talk about all aspects of emotional intelligence. At least chatting down. Shinlin's first impression of Hulong is still very good. The two also exchanged WeChat. At this time, Hulong's phone rang, answered, said a few sentences, and then smiled and looked at Shinlin. Ah Lin ah, today came in a hurry. This way, today you will make do. In a few days, I will organize a bureau. At that time to take you to experience the angels and devils. Angel? Devil? I go. Brother Long, play so flowery. Hulong smiled and got up. You'll know by then. Well, the technician is here. Enjoy yourself. Call me if anything happens. Aha! After saying that, Hulong went out. And when Hulong went out, the door of the room was knocked again. A girl carrying a suitcase walked in along the open door of the room. Brother, hello, I'm Technician A35. At your service now. Shinlin raised his eyes and looked. I go. Brother Long honestly doesn't deceive me. This body, this face value, not much to say. Those who understand understand. And still face. Next is the body temperament. Looking at the hot body, temperament is like a small family. The last is young. Often go to SPA no. Many technicians, either with a thick makeup, or old. And this girl, obviously watery brother, then we start now? Yes. Saying that, the sister began to let Shinlin lie down, and then took out the push massage tools from the toolbox. Brother, are you eating? Eat. Then I'll exert myself. If it hurts, tell me come on, it's fine, it's bearable. Subsequently, the girl began to give Shinlin massage, somewhat similar to the Thai style, in conjunction with the girl's unique techniques, as well as self-created station. Shinlin is really feel incomparably comfortable. The whole person at first is still a state of nervous tension. With the girl's techniques, legs layer by layer, the person then gradually became relaxed. Shinlin also felt his original stiff muscles, but also in the sister's techniques, slowly stretch out. During the period, Shinlin thirsty, the girl will also be thoughtful to Shinlin pour a cup of the store's unique nutritional tea. Not to mention, this kind of tea, Shinlin is also the first time to drink. Very comfortable, sip by sip of tea, at first a little bitter, but soon became sweet, good not cozy, and the room and the sandalwood incense, blowing out curls of smoke, let a person unconsciously in the spirit of hazy feeling. Finally, Shinlin relaxed his whole body and began to enjoy this massage wholeheartedly. It is true that a penny price, a penny service. Do not look at the age of the girl looks not big, but the power is very deep. Just like this 2 hours later, Shinlin refreshed from the box out. No wonder so many people are tired. Tired. Will come to SPA. Indeed good. Shinlin just walked to the hall. The manager just now came forward and brought Shinlin to sit on the sofa aside and handed Shinlin a cup of water. Mr. Shin, still satisfied? Our Mr. Who said, if you are not satisfied, this side is transferring other technicians for you. Satisfied. Not bad. Right. You have a membership card on this side, right? Yes. Mr. Shin, do you need one for you? The manager wore a shallow smile, and his body couldn't help but move closer to Shinlin, handed a membership offer to Shinlin. Shinlin thought about it. give me the highest membership, and then additionally charge me 100,000 into it, okay? Upon hearing this, the manager revealed a bright smile and placed the membership card slip on her black silk thighs. Shen Xiao, sign. Saying this, he reached out and pulled Shenlin's hand, placing it on his own black silk thigh. Young Shun, sorry, there is no table here, can only sign here, you hold on. Shenlin smiled and nodded, dashingly signed his name, filled in his number and left. Shenlin had just walked out of the SPA store not long ago, when a voice message from Hulong came on WeChat, only in a somewhat unhappy tone. Ah Lin, I recognize you as a friend. Why are you so polite? Rushing so much? Look at you. The first time you come to my store, I did not treat you well. There is really no need to rush so much. So polite? Shenlin knew that this was polite words. After all, getting along with people is a learning experience everywhere. Brother Long, I really didn't politely. I need quite a lot in this area in the future, when I have to trouble you. Shenlin responded with a light smile. Good. Our friends, come to give you 20% discount in the future. By the way, the day after tomorrow have time not. I organize a game. Together happy down. This time, Hulong's invitation. From just a few days ago in a few days to now determine the time, the day after tomorrow. Shenlin smiled helplessly. This is the way of the world. Chapter 17, Encounter. When he returned home, the property staff followed him in and cleaned Shenlin's room, organized the folded clothes, made the bed and so on. An hour later, the house was clean everywhere, and the household goods were complete with everything, and all of them were big brands. These are deducted from the property fee. For T2 owners like Shenlin, there is an annual amount of $3 million can be property first pad. The next year when the property fee is paid, a piece of payment. After sending off the butler and property services, Shenlin looked at his large flat, thought about it, and came directly to the floor-to-ceiling windows and took a picture. Then edited a friend circle and sent it out. Friend circle text, it is also considered to have settled down in Hangzhou. Picture, the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window just taken. Positioning, Jiantang Guanyun City T2. After sending out the circle of friends, Shenlin was a little hungry, and directly contacted the property. Let the neighborhood's clubhouse's Chinese food chef prepare Chinese food for himself and send it to his home. After all, a morning, and moving, and jerking, yuck, and passionate SPA, Shenlin is still really hungry. Without letting Shenlin wait for a long time, the chef sent up the breakfast. Not bad, a bowl of Australian abalone congee, which is added with Pueraria mirifica, possessing the effect of relieving alcohol. There were also crystal shrimp dumplings, using the meat of New Zealand's deep-sea wild crayfish to make the filling, while the dumpling skin, also using the world's limited edition of Dream Power bee flour to pull out the skin, combined with the crayfish. A bite of the dumplings is juicy and has the flavor of the sea in nature. Then there is the durian roll, which uses Elvis Presley durian. Overall, this breakfast, Shenlin was still very satisfied. Buzz buzz. The cell phone Shenlin put in his pants emitted a vibration. Shenlin picked up the phone and looked at the cell phone displaying an unfamiliar number. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, but still answered it. Hello, who is it? Shenlin asked politely. May I ask if this is Mr. Shenlin? A female voice came from the phone. Shenlin frowned once again, but asked back. I am Shenlin, and you are? Mr. Shenlin. Sorry for the disturbance, taking the liberty of calling you. The other party seemed to have confirmed Shenlin's identity, and at this moment, in his tone of voice, there was a hint of respect. Mr. Shenlin, I am Xiao Ruowei, the head of the head office of the Hangzhou branch of the construction bank, and your current deposits in our bank have reached the level of platinum customer. We would like to sincerely invite you to join our construction bank's platinum exclusive customers and customize the exclusive VIP services you need. I wonder if you have the time to come to the bank to handle the relevant business. Ruowei Zhao's tone was polite. You have to know that Shenlin's deposits were up to more than $100 million, although some of the corporate bosses they usually contacted were worth even more. But that was not cash flow. And Xiao Ruowei, when checking Shenlin's account information, she found that the other party is very young. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the other party's money is all invested in futures or funds. In other words, the young man on the other side of the phone is probably a financial genius. Such a person has an unlimited future, and is more important than many clients who are worth over $100 million. So Xiao Ruowei's attitude towards Shenlin was extremely friendly. After hearing the meaning on the other side of the phone, Shenlin realized, although his own deposits had reached hundreds of millions of dollars and he had also reached the CCB's platinum user, this was not enough for the other party to be so polite to him. The only thing that could be explained was that the other party knew the source of his funds, and this was preparation to draw himself in. Or rather, there was another purpose. However, to such politeness, Shenlin did not feel unavoidable. On the contrary, he was also very much looking forward to it. After all, in the future, his money would only increase. Inevitably have to deal with these elites. Thinking of this, Shenlin calmly said, "Hello, Governor Xiao. It so happens that I have time today, later to go to your bank to see." Shenlin's tone did not reveal any unnecessary emotions. After all, although he wanted to make contact with such a person, he was not bad. Not being humble was the best. "Okay, Mr. Shen, then I'll be waiting for you." Both of them chatted very simply on the phone, without a lot of red tape. It was good to have an appointment. The higher the status of the person, the less they would talk about things on the phone. Shenlin hung up the phone. Afterwards, after enjoying his breakfast beautifully, Shenlin rested for a while, and then looked at the time, 10:30, then got up, came to his master bedroom, simply rinsed, primed himself. After all, later on, he was going to deal with the bank, and the other side is still the bank in Hangzhou side of the boss. The etiquette should be there. Therefore, Shenlin dressed more formally. On the upper body a white shirt of Bulgari bought yesterday, the lower body is a pair of Armani's casual black suit pants, tucking the white shirt into the pants. The white shirt was tucked into the pants, conventionally paired with a small belt, pulled up the sleeves of the shirt and put on the Audemars Piguet 26579 CB, unbuttoned the shirt twice, revealing the hidden muscles inside. Then he took the car keys, cell phone, put on a pair of white Zegna shoes, and went out the door. Coming to the basement, Shenlin just opened the door of his Ferrari 488. He heard a supercar roar coming from the basement. The sound got closer and closer, and soon, a flirty purple Lamborghini LP 700, also known as Big Bull, appeared in front of Shenlin's eyes. The Big Bull parked the car opposite to Shenlin, and then walked down a man dressed in trendy clothes. When he saw this man, Shenlin froze, and the other party was also stunned when he saw Shenlin. "Holy, Lindsay, holy, brother Hao." The man on the other side saw that Shenlin recognized him and directly went up to show his surprise. "It's really you." Brother Hao came over and whacked Shenlin. "TSK TSK 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 TSK. I did not expect to meet you here. You kid more and more handsome." Hao's full name was Zhang Hao, 1 year older than Shenlin. Previously in school, both were in the guitar club. The relationship was better. The two often play assistants to tease the girls of the guitar club. Slowly become friends. Shenlin in college, one of the few good friends. Later, Zhang Hao after their internship, very little contact. And then Shenlin also internship, graduation. A glance 3 years have not seen. Unexpectedly, I met here today. I would think that meeting you here. I'm not surprised at all. Shenlin smiled and said, when he was in college, Zhang Hao was the famous second generation. It wasn't a Big Bull that he drove back then. It was McLaren's 720S. Hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled and looked at Shenlin as well as his Ferrari. "Lindsay, it's okay, the 488 is on. You live here? You won't live here too, right?" Shenlin smiled and asked back. I live in T2, 2602. How about you?" Zhang Hao curiously looked at Shenlin and inquired. Brother Hao, were the two of us enemies in our past lives? ITM live in 2601. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao froze and then thought of something. "Are you the mysterious tycoon who bought 2601 yesterday?" "Regal hammer, mixed rice," said the two together set pants pockets, together took out the white prophet. Still such a tacit understanding. Zhang Hao smiled and looked at the cigarettes that Shenlin took out, and then looked at his own cigarettes, and laughed. "I can't believe that the two of us are still neighbors." Shenlin also pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed one to Zhang Hao. The two lit up and took a deep drag. "It's okay, we'll play together in the future." "Right, what for?" Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin and inquired. "Going to the bank, to handle things." "Then you go first, I'm at home all afternoon. Later when you're back, I'll go to your house to string." "Well, chat later." The two of them smoked well and chatted. Then Shenlin directly got into his 488, nodded at Zhang Hao and drove out. Zhang Hao watched Shenlin's car disappear in front of his eyes and couldn't help but say, "Boy, this college friend of mine, hiding deep enough." Chapter 18, Dealing with the Bank. Half an hour later, Shenlin drove his car and arrived at CCB's head office in Hangzhou. Just as Shenlin's car drove to the head office parking lot, a security guard directly came forward to guide Shenlin to drive his car to the VIP parking space. It happened to be directly opposite the business hall of the head office. The location was still very good. Shenlin got out of the car and walked towards the bank lobby. Just stepping into the door, the lobby manager's eyes glowed and immediately came forward. "Hello sir, what kind of business?" "I have an appointment." "Surname Shen, Mr. Shenlin is it?" For the other party to know himself, Shenlin was not surprised. After all, He was at least a big cash flow customer of their bank. If he couldn't do this detail well, then Shinlin could only say that he was ashamed of the quality of the 4 major banks. Please follow me to the VIP room. The lobby manager led Shinlin to move to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The VIP room was very large, and the decoration was also opulent, with large leather sofas lined up, and woolen carpets laid under the feet. The overall furnishings made Shinlin feel more and more as if he had seen it somewhere. By the way, in the news, the decoration is almost the same when leaders receive foreign guests. Shinlin smiled and sat down. The lobby manager then made tea for Shinlin, and also took snacks. After everything is ready, this time, the VIP room walked into a young beauty, dressed in professional attire, black silk. Lobby manager saw this, hastened to politely introduce to Shinlin. Mr. Shin, this is Governor Zhao's secretary, Suli. Mr. Shin, I will serve you next. At this time, called Suli came to the front of Shinlin, stretched out his hand, said with a smile. Shinlin stretched out his hand, shook the other party's hand and nodded, and at this time, the lobby manager also left. Suli looked at Shinlin, inwardly shocked, although just now Governor Zhao and she said that Mr. Shin was very young, but did not expect to be so young. After returning to her senses, Suli then said to Shinlin, Mr. Shin, but also trouble you wait a moment. Governor Zhao temporarily received a meeting, but immediately can come. Hearing this, Shinlin was actually a bit uncomfortable inside, because he didn't come suddenly, but the other party came after making an appointment for himself. As a result, you have a meeting? What's the matter? Give me a downward spiral? Although this was the case, Shinlin did not show any displeasure and instead said, okay. Shinlin is not forced, anyway, later to meet the other party, if it does not let him satisfied. The big deal is to change a bank deposit. It was impossible for him to lick it anyway. It's not like there was no money. Besides, Shinlin was also clear that in these years, banks were not as domineering as in previous years. Everyone was used to putting their money in Alipay. Therefore, one's own cash flow of more than $100 million. Wherever one goes, one is a guest of honor. Without letting Shinlin wait for a long time, about 5 minutes later, the sound of rhythmic high heels came from outside the VIP lounge. Mr. Shin, Governor Zhao is here. After Suli heard this footsteps, she smiled and said to Shinlin, then got up and came to the door to open it. Soon, Shinlin saw a person with delicate features, with long curly hair, wearing a professional black suit with a matching white shirt inside, simple yet beautiful, wearing curves on her body, like it was tailor-made. Even though the other party was only lightly made up, her temperament was very good. What shocked Shinlin the most was that the other party looked very young. Xiao Ruowei walked in, and at a glance, she saw the handsome youth with a prominent temperament, sitting on the sofa. A touch of shock passed through his eyes. Too young, then very well hidden. Came to the front of Shinlin. Suli was about to introduce when Xiao Ruowei waved her hand, then showed teeth smile while reaching out towards Shinlin. I think you are Mr. Shen it, then I think even younger. Really young talent. Mr. Shun you good. I'm Xiao Ruowei. Really sorry. Should have waited for you in advance, but the temporary headquarters has an important meeting. Delayed under the hospitality is not good, but also please Mr. Shin forgive me. Shinlin was still a bit resentful, but after hearing Xiao Ruowei say this, he also knew that the other party was not giving himself a hard time, but really had something to do. So he stretched out his hand and shook 1/3 of the other party's hand and politely said, Governor Xiao, you're welcome, you're also very young. Overpraise Mr. Shin. Then Mr. Shin, let's get straight to the point. After shaking hands, Xiao Ruowei very elegantly sat on the sofa opposite Shinlin and looked at Shinlin with a smile. You say? Shinlin calmly opened his mouth. Mr. Shin, first of all, thank you for your trust in our bank. And secondly, speaking here, Xiao Ruowei beckoned to Suli. Suli nodded, then took a platinum card and handed it to Shinlin. Xiao Ruowei then continued. Mr. Shin, this is your platinum card. The grade is the highest in our bank, equivalent to the black card of other banks. Shinlin took the card, looked at it and nodded. Mr. Shin, what about inviting you here this time? Besides upgrading your platinum card, there is actually something else. What? Shinlin knew that the core had come. Xiao Ruowei didn't answer immediately, but looked at Suli. Suli was very sensible and left the VIP room, and at this moment, there were only 2 people left in the VIP room. When Suli left, Xiao Ruowei put down her teacup and looked at Shinlin. Mr. Shin, your deposits are the highest grade of existence even in the imperial capital head office. A customer like you, our bank definitely wants to keep it. Governor Xiao, get straight to the point. Shinlin didn't like to bend the rules and directly interrupted Xiao Ruowei's polite words. Xiao Ruowei froze, then smiled lightly. Mr. Shin is still quick to speak. Then well, I'll get straight to the point. I've just assumed the presidency of Hangzhou head office. I need performance support, and I want to reach a certain level of cooperation with Mr. Shin on the storage business as well as the financial business. What do I need to do and what can I get? Shin Lin did not refuse, but directly asked about the benefits. Xiao Ruowei also directly opened the door. Mr. Shin, there are two things you need to do. First, the storage business will choose our CCB. Second, you have strong means in the financial market. I think later Mr. Shin should set up a fund or financial company. If possible, I think we can reach cooperation in finance. Upon hearing this, Shin Lin frowned slightly and then inquired. As far as I know, it seems that you can't directly mix business with individuals. Yes, there is this regulation. However, we have a holding financial company. As long as you set up a financial company after, our holding financial private placement and other companies can cooperate with you. Xiao Ruowei picked up his teacup and took a sip as he faintly said, how about the scope of my rights? What can I get in the end? If Mr. Shin is willing to cooperate, in the early stage, we can take out 200 million funds to Mr. Shin's operation. In the process of operation, we do not ask. As long as your annualized yield can reach 20%, then 200 million funds. I cannot set up a supervision on you. Xiao Ruowei finished and continued to add, I can also raise the interest rate on your deposits to more than 4 points, and when you need funds for development, we provide high-quality deposit pledge business. Shin Lin sniffed and asked directly to the point, what percentage? For public amounts above $100 million, I will give you 98%. Xiao Ruowei made a risky decision. There is an upper limit on the deposit slip pledge, 95% at most. That is to say that you deposit 100 million, 95% can be loaned 95 million, not completely given out. But Xiao Ruowei obviously released a signal. As a large customer, we have a special case. Shen Lin sniffed, did not say anything, but picked up the teacup and took a sip, and just quietly looked at Xiao Ruowei. The two of them had a cold war for a while. Xiao Ruowei lost the battle and continued to raise the stakes. If Mr. Shin is willing to cooperate, I can also provide Mr. Shin with some protection in terms of contacts, as well as services that can provide high credit limits. Credit, promissory notes. I can guarantee that there is no other bank that is more efficient than us. Of course, the last thing about your commission and salary. The salary is 2 million per year. As long as you can reach an annualized yield of 20%, your commission, after deducting channel fees and all that, can reach 20%. After saying that, Xiao Ruowei did not say anything more. Shen Lin thought about it and then said, Manager Xiao, storage business I can in CCB, but financial cooperation, I need time to consider. There is one thing to say, Shen Lin's heart is in the heart, but it is not his own earnings, but the ability to control $200 million. 20% of the chemical yield is also 40 million per year. By paying 40 million himself, he can call on a cash flow of 200 million, and his own formula for the antidote to alcohol. He needs to set up his own pharmaceutical company, and the other party also said that they would provide network protection. This was extremely tempting for Shen Lin, but Shen Lin was not going to agree now. After all, dealing with banks is not a one-time success, and besides, if you agree decisively the first time, on the contrary, it gives others a very confident feeling, so it is unlikely that there will be anything else in the future. Therefore, we have to take a step-by-step approach to deal with the bank, just like a relationship. The first time you meet, that is to leave a good impression. The second time is to hold a small hand. The third time, that is, to do it. Besides, Shen Lin does not want to be a private equity fund manager. To do is to do capital. Therefore, this cooperation, follow up and then talk, is their own domination. Can cooperate on cooperation, cannot cooperate, pull a few down. Xiao Ruowei sniffed, smiled lightly, and did not have the slightest idea of anything else because Shen Lin chose to consider it. In her opinion, as long as it is not a clear rejection, there is consideration, it means there is a chance. Besides, the storage business was done, so the two of them got up and shook hands. In the end, Xiao Ruowei and her assistant Suli personally will send him to the door. That's all for Governor Xiao. I'll contact you when I've considered it. For better or for worse. Then I look forward to Mr. Shen's good news. Xiao Ruowei smiled while reaching out her hand. Shen Lin shook hers and smiled back. Then keep in touch. My car is at the door. Xiao Xiang, stay behind. Shen Lin then greeted and got into his Ferrari 488 under the watchful eyes of Xiao Ruowei and Suli. Xiao Ruowei and Suli watched Shen Lin's car leave the bank. At this time Suli envied. Governor Xiao, originally thought that you are young enough. 27 years old city governor. Did not expect. Today saw Mr. Shen, only to know. Genius so much. You say, Mr. Shen will agree to cooperate with us? Xiao Ruowei smiled lightly at his words. Wait and see what happens. Chapter 19 Zhang Hao's Invitation. Shen Lin, who had left the bank on this side, drove directly back home, driving the car to the basement. Shen Lin got out of the car, thought for a moment, and sent a WeChat to Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, at home? Yes. Back? Aha. Then you wait. I'll come to your house to scamper. Looking at this message, Shen Lin smiled faintly, then walked towards the elevator. It quickly returned to his home. Seeing that Zhang Hao had not yet arrived, Shen Lin directly sent a message. Where is everyone? Wait a moment. Immediately go over, but not empty-handed. Wait for me. I'll get you some housewarming gifts. You're welcome. We're all neighbors and friends from now on. Not so much. Hey, friendship is friendship. Courtesy is courtesy. Wait for me. I'll come to you right away. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Hao, Shen Lin was a bit helpless. Then he thought about it and asked his housekeeper to buy a little bit of imported fruits to come to the house. Ready to entertain Zhang Hao, Shen Lin had just washed and cut the fruit when he heard the doorbell. Shen Lin walked to open the door, and saw Zhang Hao carrying a bag. Shen Lin saw this and hurriedly said, "Come in quickly, we are all brothers. What else to bring gifts?" Shen Lin smiled and greeted Zhang Hao as he entered his home. Just moved in. Everywhere is very empty. Don't mind if the hospitality is not good. Shen Lin brought Zhang Hao to the living room. It's fine, but the decoration on your side is almost the same as mine. By the way, this is a housewarming gift for you. Zhang Hao was not polite and sat on the sofa before handing the bag to Shen Lin. You're really welcome. Shen Lin was polite and then took the gift. Shen Lin was originally prepared to put it aside. After all, it wasn't a very polite thing to open a gift in front of the person who gave it. Open it and take a look. You're guaranteed to like it. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Shen Lin joked. Then I'm curious. What is it? After saying that, Shen Lin opened the bag. And soon, 2 wooden boxes appeared in front of Shen Lin's eyes. And on the wooden boxes, English was written. Yo, brother Ho, this is the next hand Penfolds G5. A bit expensive Xianjiang auction? Well, before my family in the auction house in Shangjiang auctioned a case, there are still a few bottles on my side. It seems that Lindsay has a study on red wine. Yes, not much, Shen Lin said, half truthfully. And many people may think, cut, but is it Penfolds? Don't rich people drink Lafite, Conti and other wines? This understanding is also very right. But 82 years of Lafite. Which year's production only how many? Which bottle of Lafite 82 is not sold at auction or given to each other by bigwigs? Those who don't move. Go to a restaurant. Give me a bottle of 82 Lafite? What are you thinking? If you say Conti, it's not a joke. After all, Conti's 3 estates produce wines that are sold. And only the top Conti may need to be sold. Only the finest Conti is auctioned. The general more than 100, 000, more than 200, 000 Conti, in fact, is the normal circulation goods. And the 82 Lafite? How many restaurants in the world? And this Penfolds in front of me, although in the brand, not as good as the wine above, but Penfolds this series of wine, is worth collecting, because this is a limited edition wine. Global release 2,200 bottles. The price is not expensive. A bottle of roughly 20,000 more. But things are rare, less so now the price of this wine, is still continuing to go high. Brother How thank you this wine, worth collecting, also worth tasting. I'm also curious about the 5 years of blending. What is the flavor? When the time comes to open, drink together, as long as you like it. Zhang Hao smiled and looked at Shen Lin, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. In fact, Zhang Hao had his own considerations for sending this wine. Remember, in the summer country, none of the true second generation were simple. And these 2 bottles of wine were a test for Shen Lin. Testing what? Trial of your personal eyesight? Literacy, because usually through your personal literacy, eyesight, in the circle, you can judge what level you are in. To put it plainly, is to test your background. Zhang Hao is not very clear about Shen Lin's background. Just college play better. And this kid is very smooth. And this kid is very smooth. There is a not belong to this age of calm. Do not blame Zhang Hao worldly, after all, are now entering the community. Who does not have a heart Penfolds G5, at their level, generally speaking, it is considered a small surprise. And Shen Lin showed the same attitude, even a hint of bashfulness. Saying this later is completely to give himself face, also called emotional intelligence. Do not feel realistic, but society is like this. Reality, naked, but also in reason. Your background strength determines my attitude towards you. Then Shen Lin took out the wine awakening device and poured the red wine to wake up. The two then sat on the sofa and chatted. I say old Lin you kid, hidden deep enough the university froze and did not see it. Shen Lin knew what Zhang Hao was talking about, but Shen Lin also did not intend to directly and honestly say that he had earned it. All adults, know how to protect themselves, so Shenlin said with a smile, "Isn't this unblocked? You don't know how much I envied you at first." What seemed like a joking sentence had actually revealed some information, at least in Zhang Hao's eyes. At this moment, he knew that Shenlin's family was in a very good condition, but only in the university, in a poor upbringing. Such a way of education was not much in this circle, but it was there. Zhang Hao sniffed, hemmed and hawed, and hammered Shenlin. "It's okay, now that the ban has been lifted. It mustn't take off? That's still for brother how to lead the way." Shenlin also modestly said, "Modesty does not mean that there is no strength. On the contrary, the real Chinese high cadres are all low profile, with a kind of stoic temperament. I'm just a mongrel, right? What have you been busy with lately?" Zhang Hao smiled and digressed. "Same as you, mucking about, playing for a few years first," Shenlin said while pouring red wine into 2 tall glasses, then handed Zhang Hao a cup. Zhang Hao watched Shenlin the entire time, and looking at Shenlin's movements, he knew that this was professionally cultivated. It was thought that the conditions at home were not bad. What Zhang Hao did not know was that all of this was brought about by Shenlin's top fighting skills. After all, top-level fighting skills were not only about being good at fighting, but camouflage had to be strong as well. When Shenlin received his memories, one of the memories was the cultivation of grooming. After all, the memories that Shenlin received were the memories of a top soldier king, agent king, and intelligence king, and to be an agent and intelligence, one needed to disguise oneself. Therefore, at this moment, Shenlin acted with ease. The two clinked their glasses, and Zhang Hao spoke. "It's good to play for a few years, right? How come I didn't see you in the circle before?" "Before, I was busy working part-time to unlock it." "No, it was unblocked 2 days ago. I don't even know how to play." Shenlin joked. "That's a good idea. Let's play together in the future. We're all friends and neighbors anyway, right? Do you want to join my supercar club?" Zhang Hao extended an invitation to Shenlin. "Ultra running club? Well, and a few friends got a small club. All like to play cars to make friends, occasionally invest together. Interested? I'm still worried about finding an organization." Shenlin did not refuse. Anyway, he also likes cars. "Play together. Tomorrow for you to handle a membership ceremony. Our club, in the suburbs of Hangzhou engaged in a venue, specializing in modified cars, practice, but also our base. Tomorrow you will take a look." For Shenlin's strength, Zhang Hao had no doubts. Just this T2 house. The value is over $100 million. He just asked the property, and knew that Shenlin bought it with full payment. This kind of high-quality second generation was really something he wanted to absorb. "That's fine. Tomorrow follow brother how to see the world." Shenlin raised his glass and the two clinked their glasses. Afterward, they chatted and Zhang Hao left. Waiting for Zhang Hao to leave, Shenlin did not have much to do in the afternoon. Directly at home in Wangwei Double Row CSGO, playing an afternoon. Life is not to mention how cozy. Chapter 20 Ji Mu Shue's Best Friend's Jealousy. It was after 6 in the evening when Shenlin and Wang Wei finished CSGO. Shenlin was planning to go out to forage for food. He received a WeChat from Ji Mu Shue. "Ji Mu Shue, brother, are you busy right now?" Shenlin looked at this message. Goddesses are not high and mighty now? Right, by himself dumped a stick, but also high cold a hairline To be high cold is also their own high cold. Shenlin thought about editing a message to reply to the past. "Shenlin, Ji Mu Shue, if brother has time now, I invite brother to dinner. Shenlin, give me the location. I'll pick you up. Just don't know what to do to go." Now Beauty invited. Shenlin did not refuse. Then Shenlin took the car keys and walked towards the basement. The wine he drank at noon is now dispersed. On the other side, after Ji Mu Shue sent the positioning to Shenlin, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. "I say Xiao Shui, are you as good as that? You're Ji Mu Shue. A high cool goddess. Isn't it just going out for a meal with a man?" Inside Ji Mu Shue's apartment, Zhou Rudong, who was applying a face mask, looked at Ji Mu Shue's nymphomaniacal appearance and said breathlessly, "You don't understand. Well, not to talk to you. Later on my brother will come. I'm going to put on my makeup." Ji Mu Shue happily said, "So you're not doing that escort job anymore? What else do I do when I have a brother?" Ji Mu Shue responded while applying blush. "That's just as well. The escort job still has danger. If you ask me, you'd better be like me. Go and do modeling. Your figure and face value, designated to be able to fire. Maybe, at that time, you can also know a few second generation, and directly marry into the rich family." Zhou Rudong came to the door in front of the dresser, leaned against the door, looked at Ji Mu Shue and said, "I'm not interested in second generation. Besides, I have a brother now." "You were compelled, right?" Zhou Rudong walked over, suspiciously picking at Ji Mu Shue. "You came back yesterday with a fever of brother, or was it your classmate?" "I say sister child, you don't want to think about it. Your condition is very good. Not to don't be washed out by love. I'm not swept off my feet. Anyway, I think he's the strongest I've seen so far. Jimu Shue said with a bit of pride while putting on her makeup. Just a watch that's more than $100,000. That's all it took to tie you down? Jo Rudong had seen the piece of Audemars Piguet that Jimu Shue was wearing when she came home yesterday, and was honestly shocked, but thinking that it wasn't her own. Suddenly jealousy got the better of her. No, Jo Rudong continued. More than 100,000 yuan of watches only. I say to you, I recently met a few second generation. Our thieves pull rich, Lamborghini you know it, wearing also Richard, which is really rich people. It happens to be the night they have a bureau in the bar. Want to come together? Don't go to dinner with what brother you. I guarantee that. You've seen that group of second generation after you know what it means to be rich. Jimu Shue sniffed, inwardly sneered. Richer than his own brother? Is Richard very expensive? His own brother had bought a set of almost $100 million yesterday in one shot, but Jimu Shue definitely wouldn't say more to Jo Rudong. Instead she flirted. What you're talking about? Is that Hu Dishao you've been licking? Right? What licking or not licking? Just normal to be a friend. I heard that he is ready to engage in a MCN company. When the time comes to see if we can cooperate, just don't make me sound so flirty. After saying that, Jo Rudong patted Jimu Shue's shoulder. Besides, I'm very sober. These second generation, but they are just fish in my pond. When there's a need, give a little sweetness, fish a little, they all become warped mouths. Anyway, I feel that they are all quite good at cheating. Jimu Shue's eyes widened when she heard this, and she inwardly disdained. Just you are still fishing for people. Maybe you are just a clownfish in someone's fish pond. Jimu Shue quickly painted her eyeshadow and put her own LV bag on her back. Looking towards Jo Rudong, she said, well, it's good that our Tong Tong knows how to protect herself. Well, it's getting late. I'm going downstairs to wait for my brother. Xiao Shui, don't get in too deep. Let's do it this way. At night when you guys have a good meal, you let him take you to the ST bar. I'll help you to keep an eye on you, and at that time you'll still be able to meet Hu Xiao and the others. The best of both worlds. Jo Rudong was still undeterred, wanting to break up Jimu Shue and the brother she spoke of. Jo Rudong had her own mindset. If Jimu Shue could be taken in by one of the second generation, it would be even better. Then when the time comes, as a bosom friend, the helpers and connections will not come? Jimu Shue put on her shoes, opened the door, and looked back at Jo Rudong. Let's see when the time comes. After saying that, Jimu Shue directly closed the door and walked out. As for when the time comes, to go or not, needless to say, definitely not going. Xinlin is a man of many treasures. She herself knows just fine, and Jo Rudong watched Jimu Shue leave. The corner of her mouth slightly skimmed. What's the point of pretending? Isn't it just a piece of broken watch that's over $100,000? Your brother is simply not enough to look at compared to these people like Hu Xiao. On the other side, Jimu Shue had just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood when she heard a roar. When she raised her eyes, she saw Xinlin's Ferrari 488. Xinlin also saw Jimu Shue, and directly parked his car beside Jimu Shue, lowering the passenger window. Get in. Jimu Shue then pulled open the car door and sat up. Xinlin looked at Jimu Shue. This little ninny. Today's dress was quite imperial. A well-cut little black dress outlined delicate curves. Her long hair was draped over her fragrant shoulders like a waterfall, and every strand of hair seemed to flow with luster. After getting on the car, Jimu Shue naturally took Xinlin's arm. Brother, I missed you so much today. How much? Xinlin naturally placed his hand on Jimu Shue's thigh. Jimu Shue sniffed and came to Xinlin's ear. Very much want to. Today when practicing the piano, all thinking about brother, want brother to do whatever he wants to me. Xinlin looked at Jimu Shue in front of him, inwardly saying that he was not happy was definitely a lie. So one hand held the other party's chin and kissed it in a domineering manner. Afterwards, Xinlin said, where to eat? Xinlin's words had just fallen, and before Jimu Shue could speak, Xinlin's cell phone rang. Jimu Shue was also very sensible and didn't say anything. Xinlin picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Hao calling, so he answered the call with a smile. Brother Hao, what's the word? Now, okay, then I'll come over now. Is it okay to bring someone? Okay, locate. Hanging up the phone, Xinlin looked at Jimu Shue and said, my neighbor, is also the senior of the university guitar club. He's treating you to dinner, just in time, saving you a meal. At these words, Jimu Shue froze, then whispered, then is it appropriate for me to go? It's fine, let's go. Saying that, Xinlin directly started the car and continued to drive the Ferrari single-handedly, heading towards the positioning given by Zhang Hao. Chapter 21 The Circle. Xinlin drove Jimu Shue to the Universal Hotel near Guanyun Shentang City. The location Zhang Hao had sent was here. It was a restaurant on the 55th floor of the Universal Hotel called Banquet Jiangnan. Shenlin had just parked his car when he saw a purple Lamborghini parked across the street. Inside the car, Shenlin looked to Ji Mushui and said, "This car across the street, it's Brother Hao's, get out of the car later, and sweeten your mouth a bit." Ji Mushui looked towards the opposite Lamborghini. Smiling, she nodded her head. Sure enough, the circle of rich brothers are all rich brothers. The two of them got out of the car, and Zhang Hao from the opposite side also got out of the car. But instead of one person, it was two people. Like Shenlin, Zhang Hao also brought a female companion with him. Zhang Hao also changed his clothes, sports style, and the female companion next to him looked white and clean. Quite a bookish girl. Old Lin, Zhang Hao greeted with a smile, holding his female companion's hand, walking towards Shenlin and Ji Mushui. "Brother Hao, this is not another coincidence, right?" "This is?" Shenlin greeted Zhang Hao, before looking at the girl next to him. "Hello, Brother Lin, just call me Xiao Shu," she said in a generous manner. Shenlin didn't look deeply into the relationship between the two and nodded casually before looking at Ji Mushui. Ji Mushui also looked at Zhang Hao and Xiao Shu graciously and greeted them. "Hello Brother Hao, hello Xiao Shu, just call me Xiao Shui." The four of them exchanged greetings, so Shenlin and Zhang Hao walked in front, with Ji Mushui and Xiao Shu walking together behind them. "Old Lin, tonight there are two friends, asked me to go and have a drink. Originally I didn't want to go. No, thought of you, so I agreed. Later after dinner, go to the bar together to play for a while." Zhang Hao smiled and said to Shenlin. Shenlin nodded. Was worried about not knowing what to play at night. "Come on, I see that without me, you don't have too much fun at night. The girl is good. What is the relationship?" Zhang Hao inquired idly. Shenlin also smiled and flirted. "Each other. What is your relationship?" Hearing this, then the two of them looked at each other and both smiled. Both unspoken. "Right, the matter of you joining the club. I talked to a few of my buddies. Tomorrow morning, go to the club to take a look. I'll call you. By then." Zhang Hao thought of something and said to Shenlin. Shenlin smiled and nodded his head. To be honest, he really wanted to go and see what the supercar club was all about. Soon, the four of them arrived at the restaurant, and Zhang Hao had already reserved a private room. Shenlin and Ji Mushui sat together, while Zhang Hao and Xiao Shu sat together. Just after taking their seats, Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin and asked with a smile, "Have a drink?" "Sure, I have no problem." Shenlin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "White, or red?" At this time, Zhang Hao inquired. "There's a lady, so red it is." Shenlin thought for a moment and said, "That's good." So Zhang Hao called the waiter. The dishes had already been ordered, so it was just a matter of ordering the wine directly. "Old Lin, how about a bottle of Bertus?" "I'm fine with either. It's your treat anyway," Shenlin said with a smile. Then Zhang Hao ordered a bottle of Petrus worth more than $30,000. And at this moment, Ji Mushui sitting next to Shenlin was fine inside. After all, the last time she dined with Shenlin, it was all Conti, and Xiao Shu beside Zhang Hao seemed to be not surprised. After ordering the wine, Zhang Hao saw Shenlin's watch. "Old Lin, I go. Audemars Piguet's 26579 CB white ceramic, was taken by you all?" Hearing this, Shenlin looked at the watch on his wrist. Listen to the meaning. "I'm being a gentleman? What gentleman or not? Can only say that it is not destined with me." Zhang Hao regretted. This watch he also liked very much. It's just that the last time he looked at the watch, his pocket money happened to be almost gone. Today, he had planned to buy it, but he was told that it had been bought by someone. Who knows? The one who bought it was actually Shenlin. The conversation between Zhang Hao and Shenlin made Xiao Shu, who was sitting on the side, freeze as if she knew something and inquired, "Brother Hao, is that the watch worth more than $2 million on Lin's hand?" Zhang Hao nodded his head. Seeing Zhang Hao nodding, this girl named Xiao Shu was also shocked. So without thinking, she came up with a sentence. "Brother Lin, what do you do?" Upon hearing this, Shenlin glanced at her, then looked at Zhang Hao and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Hao was a bit speechless as he looked at Xiao Shu. "Kids don't have so many questions, play your game obediently." This was the tacit understanding between men. Mind your girl, don't ask too many questions. At this moment, Xiao Shu suddenly realized something. Then her eyes were a little embarrassed. Gently biting her lips, she smiled lightly and lowered her head to play the game to ease the embarrassment. The four of them then ate and chatted at the same time. Of course, it was all Shenlin and Zhang Hao chatting. "Old Lin, let me talk to you first. Go to the bar later for those few friends of mine. There are a total of 4 of us today. Me, you, and the other 2 are also good friends. One is my high school classmate, and the other is one that I've known for a long time in the circle. High school classmate called Tang Feng. Just came back from studying abroad. Before studying MBA in Australia. No, came back intending to get something done. His family does real estate. Another friend called Ding Xin, not from Hangzhou, from the northeast. Mom is from Hangzhou. The family does investment. Right, that before the very hot mobike, their family has invested. Zhang Hao sat in his seat and introduced a few sentences first. After all, he was bringing Xinlin over today, a greeting in advance. Good, all bulls. Xinlin really wasn't joking, either. Such a network of people. Looked as if it was average, but in reality, it has exceeded 90% of the people. Don't feel that the rich second generation must be such as Principal Wang, or what the son of the city chief. Xinlin can only say that the current self cannot reach that circle, or rather, the truly powerful second generation are now focusing on doing their own things. Let's say the son of the head of the city, the son of so-and-so bureau of these second generation. Well, you don't really think that people play every day, do you? Even if they want to play, they play in a circle. Without reaching that circle, it's hard for you to get in touch. Of course, these were all afterthoughts. Zhang Hao sniffed and looked at Xinlin with a smile. Hey, talking about all that, it's pretty much the same, just treat it normally. Our circle. To get in, there is indeed a threshold, but you are certainly up to standard. Let's say you're sweet. In our circle, are the first few. There is a foundation, just to isolate some low pussy. After all, it's not a level of people, it's a struggle to communicate, isn't it? It's the same as you and a peer chatting about getting a master's degree, a doctorate, and your 8-year-old brother is discussing Dexter with you. However, after passing this threshold, it actually still depends on character and ability, Zhang Hao said in a cloudy manner. Xinlin was very supportive of Zhang Hao's remarks. It was indeed like this. Truly, sometimes, the difference between people was more about character and vision than just how much money they had. Jimu Shui appeared to be eating on the side, but in fact, listening to the two conversations. Suddenly, he felt a circle. Well, rich people as circle. Chapter 22, New Best Friends. After dinner, Xinlin and Zhang Hao brought their respective female companions and drove towards the ST bar. Of course, the ones driving were Jimu Shui and Xiao Shu. Jimu Shui was driving a Ferrari for the first time. At first, she didn't dare to drive. Xinlin directly overbearingly said, "It's okay, I'll be responsible for the crash. Just drive with confidence." Only then did Jimu Shui feel relieved to drive. On the other hand, Zhang Hao was sitting in the passenger side of his car, touching Xiao Shu's thighs while making a phone call. The call was from Tang Feng. "Hey, where are we?" "Coming, on my way." "Right." Old Ding asked, "What's the origin of the person you brought?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao was directly serious with a little reminder. "That friend of mine is not simple. It's a friend of my college guitar club. The character is quite easygoing." "Right. I don't know about the others. Anyway, try to collect a little bit." "Right. Now it's still my neighbor. The piece of Audemars Piguet that I want to buy. It was purchased by him. Anyway, the strength is certainly not weak. Don't tm to offend at that time." Zhang Hao informed his two best friends about Xinlin's situation. After all, Zhang Hao knew very well that both of them were rather arrogant people, like animals, with a strong sense of territory, not the type of people to easily accept newcomers. As expected, after hearing Zhang Hao's words, inside the bar, both Tang Feng and Ding Xian looked at each other. Good lord, this was the arrival of a great young man who was at least on the same level as them. Move it again and again dash. Moves times to be times dash. Everybody get high. Xinlin and Zhang Hao, with Jimu Shui and Xiao Shu, had just arrived at ST, and upon entering, their ears received a stimulus, booming DJ music, group of devils dancing, and spotlights shooting randomly. Within a few minutes, under Zhang Hao's leadership, they arrived at a card seat against the center of ST. Zhang Hao led Xinlin and they walked up, and then pulled Xinlin to sit directly on his butt next to a hipster who was sitting on the card seat, crossing his legs and playing with his phone. And Jimu Shui and Xiao Shu were very sensible and sat on the other side. The man was dressed in a hipster outfit, and most of all, had dirty braids on his head. Old Tang, flirting with that girl again? At that, the man twisted his head and gave Zhang Hao a punch. Late punish yourself with 3 cups, penalty penalty penalty. Howsy, late right, this is the new friend you said is your neighbor? Zhang Hao had just finished talking to Tang Feng. Sitting next to Tang Feng was a muscular man, wearing a small undershirt, with an Audemars Piguet white panda on his hand reflecting light. He was Ding Xin. Zhang Hao smiled at his words and pulled Xinlin. Old Tang, Old Ding, this is Xinlin, my college friend, now my neighbor. Old Lin, this is Tang Feng, my classmate. Buddy, quite handsome. Howsy's friend, from now on it will be my friend. Tang Feng, Tang of Tang Dynasty, Peak of Mountain Peak. Call me Old Tang or crazy can be. Before Xinlin could speak, Tang Feng smiled and extended his hand. Xinlin also extended his own hand and shook it with the other party. Hello, Old Tang, Xinlin, Shen of Xinwansan. Lin of Qilin. Nice to meet you. You can call me Old Lin. After the two shook hands, Ding Xin also extended his own hand. Ding Xin, call me both Old Ding and Xinz. Brother, this face value of yours, it's threatening me. Ha ha, Brother Ding is polite. Shen Lin, call me Old Lin and Little Lin are both fine. I'm really a bit embarrassed to come uninvited today. At these words, Ding Xin smiled and got up, came to Shen Lin's front, patting Shen Lin's shoulder. Don't say polite words, since Hao Zi has recognized you. The two of us are the same. In the future again in Hangzhou, we will get together more, play more, then we know each other. For the goodwill released by the two men, Shen Lin did not hold back and nodded with a smile. The performance is coarse and subtle, not humble, not licking, no way. Old Tang, I brought Old Lin here to play today, and your TM engaging in a Rohan game? After seeing Shen Lin and both of them greet each other and exchange WeChat with each other, he directly joked. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng pulled out a packet of sunshine and handed it to a few people respectively, smiling as he sat back in his seat. Damn, this is not waiting for you two Don't worry, I found Hulong. Immediately come. I go. Lao Tang, this is blood money tonight. Zhang Hao ate a fruit plate and looked at Old Tang with a smile. Go go go. Make it seem like I'm usually stingy. This Hulong is? At this time, Shen Lin asked Zhang Hao in a low voice. This was because Shen Lin happened to recognize one called Hulong today. Sort of an oddball in the circle. The family does the entertainment industry. There is a MCN company. Just signed some good-looking college students. In the name of live broadcasting, doing the business of pimping, although a little bit of look at him, but this pussy, around the chick is really much, and every time does not bring the same. The body face value is very top. Slowly, it has become a subterfuge. At these words, Shen Lin smiled faintly, and then his mind thought of Hulong, whom he met today. No, the circle is so small? But Shen Lin also did not say anything more, but instead said with a smile, so today, thanks to the three brothers, play a subterfuge? As for bringing Ji Mu Shui around today, Shen Lin didn't take it seriously. Anyway, it's all about what you want. If Ji Mu Shui could be clear about her position, that was fine. If it wasn't clear, Shen Lin could also break it off with the other party earlier. This Nima, I just have money. It is the time to wave. If you are not happy, sorry, the fate has not arrived. Say bye-bye. Everyone introduced each other, and at this time, Ji Mu Shui also sat next to Shen Lin. Xiao Shu sat next to Zhang Hao. Ji Mu Shui didn't mind. After all, she had already become Shen Lin's lover, and she was even less qualified to say anything to Shen Lin. At this time, Tang Feng looked at Shen Lin and smiled. Ha ha ha, Old Lin today is as a welcome for you. After saying that, Tang Feng directly waved at the female marketing waiting outside the card seat. The marketing beauty that had been standing outside the card holder, with a smile coyly walked to Tang Feng's front. Tang Feng wrapped his arm around its tender waist. Young Tang, how are you going to play tonight? First give me 2 sets of Shenlong sets, then 3 bottles of Ballantine's 17 years, other small wines. You see to the arrangement. Today to my good buddy Lao Lin to receive the wind. After saying that, Tang Feng slapped the marketing's arse, then pointed at Shen Lin. Female marketing saw this, looked at Shen Lin. Wow, so handsome, and money, really will crime So whined with a smile and said, Lin Young, welcome, come to ST to play in the future. Remember to find the little sister. The little sister will definitely give you a good arrangement. Let's exchange WeChat. Shen Lin also did not refuse, directly added WeChat. With their own roots in Hangzhou in the future, such bar marketing will also be often used. After adding the WeChat, the marketing girl looked at Tang Feng and said, Young Tang, how would you like to play tonight? Do you need to come to a few atmosphere groups? No need. There's someone later. Serve the wine directly. After Tang Feng finished, he even waved at the female marketing, then said in his ear, Divine Dragon sets platoon. Give it to my brother Lao Lin. Know how to do it right? The female marketing nodded and gestured an OK sign. Soon the female marketing went out and made arrangements. Ding Xian also pulled out his own Gaoshiba cigar and started to cut it up, then handed it to Shen Lin, Zhang Hao, and Tang Feng one by one. The 4 of them smoked cigars and chatted together, waiting for Hulong. Chapter 23, Sister Snow Hello. The crowd chatted, and it wasn't long before a bright voice came from outside the card table. Brother Feng, sorry for being late. A few people looked at the voice, and saw a small fat man in an Armani suit, was walking in with his hands folded, and then outside the card seat. In front of the security guards at the moment there were already about 10 girls with very top face value standing. Some of them are looking towards the card seat. Some of them are playing with their cell phones with their heads down. Damn, still no to come late. Just waiting for you to serve. Self-punishment 3 cups? Directly send food. Dispensing food is a kind of industry subtext. Shen Lin naturally knows. some marketing or do rubbing. Hands have a lot of girls. These girls are dishes. To send dishes is to send beautiful women and start getting high. At this time, Zhang Hao said to Shun Lin, this little fat boy is Hulong. Although the strength is not good, but this kid to find another way. In Hangzhou is also counted as a person. Various circles are willing to take this kid to play. No way. Who let this kid hands of girls' resources? Although the quality of the circle, do not engage in that set. But who does not have a socializing? No business. You say right. Shen Lin nodded. And at this time Hulong also folded his hands and said, penalty, penalty, penalty. Hey, this does not reward me? After saying this, the direct Abby poured himself 3 cups full, and drank it down with bravado. Good. You kid. Quick enough. Come on. Introduce you. This is my newly recognized brother, Shen. Tang Feng smiled and pointed at Shen Lin. When he was introducing to Hulong, Hulong and Shen Lin glanced at each other. At once Hulong was surprised. Did not expect to recognize the broad in the morning. Actually in Tang Feng a few people know. Was about to greet with a smile. Shen Lin was the first to greet with a smile, pretending that he hadn't seen them today. Long time no see, old who. After saying that, he also blinked his eyes as if nothing had happened. Seeing this appearance of Shen Lin, after seeing Ji Mushui who was lying in Shen Lin's arms at this moment, although Shen Lin did not care much about Ji Mushui's attitude, the respect that should be there should still be there. Hulong instantly understood in seconds. Shen Shao, look at what you said. You are a busy man. Where can you play every day like us? Hey, wait, Hulong, you know Shen Lin? At this time, Tang Feng, who had just been introducing Shen Lin to Hulong, looked at the two with surprise. Hulong hurriedly said, hey, Tang Xiao. Shen Shao is the owner of Guanyun Shentang City. I happen to have a store over there. Shouldn't I know him? It's just that. I didn't expect that young Shen actually knew you guys. Hulong finished, not waiting for Tang Feng to reply, directly digressing. Young Tang, serving the dishes now? Let the girls come in first? There are still a few more girls on their way here. Tang Feng sniffed and nodded. Seeing this, Hulong directly clapped his hands at the girls outside the card table, who were stopped by the security guards. Soon the security guards released the girls. One by one, the girls walked inside the card holder and lined up in order. There were 10 girls in total. When the girls were lined up, Hulong then said to a few of the girls, what are you all waiting for? Call someone. Accompanied by Hulong's words, the 10 girls present with medium to high face value, one by one, behaved and obediently greeted Shen Lin and his group. Good evening, brothers. Seeing that the girls had greeted, Hulong then introduced the girls one by one. This is Tang Xiao, caller. Good evening, brother Tang. This is Mr. Ding, caller. Hello, brother Ding. This is Mr. Zhen. Hello, Mr. Zhen. This is Mr. Shen. Hello, brother Shen. After the introduction, Hulong looked at Shen Lin and Zhang Hao. Young Shun, young Zhang, these two? Hearing Hulong's inquiry, both Shen Lin and Zhang Hao each looked at their female companions. When Ji Mushui and Xiao Shu were about to speak, outside the card table, the security guard walked in. Guests, there's a girl who says she's here. What do you think? At those words, Hulong twisted his head and saw a girl. The crowd also looked, and in the next second, Ji Mushui's eyes widened, because she saw a face that was familiar and couldn't be more familiar. Who was it if it wasn't her own best friend, Zhou Rudong? And at this moment, Zhou Rudong was curiously looking towards the card table. Because of the lighting, she hadn't seen her best friend Ji Mushui. When Hulong saw Zhou Rudong, he directly said to Shen Lin, sorry, a few brothers, it's my friend. It just so happens that she has time today, so I called to come along. When the crowd heard this, they all looked towards Zhou Rudong. With that, Tang Feng nodded his head. Only then did Hulong say to the security guard, let her in. Soon enough, Zhou Rudong walked in, revealing a smile upon seeing Hulong. Young Hu, sorry, I'm late. Hulong looked at Zhou Rudong with a flat face and said, punish yourself with 3 cups at that time. Right, let me introduce you. This is young Tang, young Ding, young Zhang, young Shun. Hulong pointed over one by one, and Zhou Rudong greeted them one by one with a smile. Only when she saw Shen Lin, her pupils suddenly widened, because she saw that what was in Shen Lin's arms was actually her own best friend, Ji Mushui. The two of them locked eyes, but very quickly, Zhou Rudong acted as if she didn't recognize Ji Mushui and said to Shen Lin, Shen Shao, good. Shen Lin nodded, then looked at Zhou Rudong. Just now when Zhou Rudong and Ji Mushui locked eyes, that look, Shen Lin had captured it. In other words, it was likely that these two people knew each other. Shen Lin did not immediately ask about Ji Mushui, because at this time, Hulong once again asked about Ji Mushui and Xiao Shu. Just call me Xiao Shu. Seeing Xiao Shu speak, Ji Mushui also looked at Hulong calmly and said, just call me Xiao Shui. Upon hearing this, Hu Long immediately smiled and nodded, then looked behind him at the several sisters and Zhou Rudong and said, "What are you all waiting for? Call someone." When the several sisters heard this, although they were all jealous of Xiao Shu and Ji Mu Shui, they still smiled and greeted them. "Good day, Sister Shu. Hello Sister Snow." And at this time, Zhou Rudong slowed down a beat. She looked incredulously at Ji Mu Shui, who now had a fallout, because a few hours ago, Zhou Rudong was still saying that this brother of Ji Mu Shui's was not good, or Hu Xiao was great, but in the blink of an eye, they met at the bar, and she was just here to set the mood, but her own best friend, at the moment, was already half owner of the place, and had to call her sister. And looking at Hu Long's appearance, these four big young men were obviously stronger. Thinking about this, Zhou Rudong was as hard as eating inside. What's the matter? Won't call anyone, right? Seeing that Zhou Rudong didn't call out, Hu Long's expression instantly turned grim. Seeing this, Zhou Rudong hurriedly said, "Good day, Sister Shu." She then looked towards her bosom friend, Ji Mu Shui, and felt very bad inside. This was because she had previously said to Ji Mu Shui that she was merely fishing for Hu Long. But looking at the way things were going right now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he or she was the person underneath Hu Long. The moment a lie was revealed to one's face, one's heart was full of mixed feelings. Zhou Rudong was no exception. She looked towards Ji Mu Shui, extremely reluctant inside, but still opened her mouth. "Sister Shui is good." Chapter 24 Zhou Rutong's frustration and fear. After seeing Hu Long introduce himself with his sister, Tang Feng also waved his hand. "All sit down. Find yourself a little lover boy." "Wow, young Tang, you're so bad." A group of girls sniffed, and immediately said jokingly, taking their seats. It was just Tang Feng and Ding Xian who had the most women around them. After all, Shenlin and Zhang Hao both brought their own horses. Originally, Zhou Rudong wanted to go to Ji Mu Shui and Shenlin's place. Who knew? Just as she was about to leave, she was pulled by Hu Long. "You sit with me." Zhou Rudong could only nod her head. After the girls were seated, they started pouring wine for the few big young men. Tang Feng saw that all the people's wine was poured before he stood up and raised his glass, saying, come on, let's toast together." The crowd raised their glasses together, and the entire card table became completely lively, just as they had just finished drinking a cup. At this time, the entire bar boiled over. This was because at this moment, a group of rabbit girls held up their God Dragon sets and began to make their rounds. And at this moment, the screen behind the DJ displayed subtitles. "Congratulations to A8 card seat Shin Xiao, throwing away a lot of money. 2 sets of Divine Dragon sets are sent. Wishing Shin Xiao, life is red hot." Shin Lin looked at the row in front of him, directly holding his wine cup. He said to Tang Feng, "Brother Feng, words are not much to say. It's all in the wine. Ha ha ha, old Lin, you're welcome. Get high tonight." Shen Lin nodded, then wrapped his arms around Ji Mu Shui and waved at the marketing. 3 more sets of Divine Dragon sets. On my account, get the names of Tang Xiao, Zhang Xiao, and Ding Xiao up. Make the row bigger. Once Shen Lin's words fell, the female marketing in Ji Mu Shui, who was currently in Shen Lin's arms, were shocked. Ji Mu Shui was once again convinced by Shen Lin's bravado, while the marketing thought, this is the real big brother. 3 sets of Divine Dragon sets, tonight earned dead. Thinking of this, the female marketing also did not care about Ji Mu Shui and Shen Lin's arms, and directly mouthed one on Shen Lin's face. "Shen Xiao, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away." Shen Lin slapped the female marketing and nodded. Not much time. On the bar screen, the words quickly surfaced, and a group of young ladies, also carrying a brilliantly lit Divine Dragon set, came this way. Tang Feng's 3 who were playing with the girls saw the lettering on the bar screen, and one by one looked at Shen Lin. "I'll go, old Lin, this is too polite of you." Zhang Hao stepped forward and slapped Shen Lin's shoulder. Tang Feng also looked at Shen Lin with a smile. "Thanks, brother." Ding Xian looked at Shen Lin and also gave a thumbs up, recognizing Shen Lin at this moment, too. It's not that how expensive the Divine Dragon set is, the few people present, who doesn't have this strength. Rather, it was Shen Lin's emotional intelligence. This is to return the favor. Well, come to things, who wouldn't like such a friend? Old Lin, from today onwards, your position in my heart is better than Fengzi. Go. Don't be like this, holding up one and stepping on the other. Tang Feng laughed and scolded Zhang Hao, and at this moment, Zhou Rudong, who was sitting next to Hu Long, looked at Hu Long, wrapped her arms around him, and curiously said, "Brother Hu, what's this Shin Xiao's origin?" Hu Long sniffed, put down his wine glass, looked at the few people who were getting high, attached himself to his ear and said, "Shin Young specific what comes I am not clear, but I know he is the owner of Guanyun Shentang City T2, a suite of small 100 million. Don't play careful in front of these few big young people, usually your mind. I will look at it." okay? After hearing Hulong's words, Zhou Rudong immediately thumped inwardly. The expression became unnatural as Hulong looked at Zhou Rudong with a faint smile. You don't really think that I will be unaware of all those small actions and cautions of yours? Then you is not curious why I do not take the initiative to mention? Because you didn't covet enough. However, yesterday's one, plus the previous one, it's already more than 100,000. Do you think if I call the police? You, Hulong sneered, and when Zhou Rudong heard this, her entire body was like falling into an ice cave, fearfully looking at Hulong. Hulong dragged Zhou Rudong's small face. Don't want to go to jail, right? Zhou Rudong nodded her head in fear, and upon hearing this, Hulong smiled faintly and attached himself to her ear and said, then be obedient and don't make me unhappy. After saying that, Hulong did not care what Zhou Rudong thought, got up, came to Shenlin in front of him. He had also seen Shenlin's strength just now, so taking advantage of the time when Zhang Hao and the others were playing the game, Hulong came to Shenlin's side. Shen Xiao. Shenlin looked at Hulong and patted Ji Mushue's back, and Ji Mushue had the sense to get up and came to sit by Zhou Rudong. When Ji Mushue left, Hulong said to Shenlin, Young Shun, I'll toast to you. Sorry for today. Shenlin knew what the other party was talking about. It was nothing more than calling himself Little Lin when he met himself today. It was a bit too big. This does not come to make amends and apologize to come. Shenlin is also not a flood beast. Smiled and raised his wineglass. All friends, how to call? Just a name. What do you think? Hulong sniffed. The stone hanging inside landed, and hurriedly said, Brother Shen, thank you for looking up to brother me, in a toast, you feel free, just as Hulong was making amends to Shenlin. On the other side, Zhou Rudong watched Ji Mushue sit over, hurriedly pulling Ji Mushue's hand. With a hint of fear in her eyes, she said, Little Snow, help me, I seem to have messed up my game. Ji Mushue frowned slightly and looked at Zhou Rudong. What did you do? Zhou Rudong took a deep breath and looked at Hulong, then turned to Ji Mushue. Look at your phone. I'm going to the restroom to send you a message. Just as she finished speaking, Hulong returned after chatting with Shenlin. Ji Mushue also naturally nodded at Hulong. Then she got up and came to Shenlin's side, while Zhou Rudong looked at Hulong and said, Young Hu, I'll go to the bathroom and come back to drink with you. Hulong nodded. On the other hand, after Ji Mushue returned to Shenlin's side, Shenlin looked at Ji Mushue thoughtfully and, seeing that the other party did not say anything, he did not ask. Shenlin, on the other hand, was shaking colors with Zhang Hao and a few people. Of course, generally small losses. Are Ji Mushue to Shenlin pouring wine? Shenlin drink. Big losses. To drink several cups of time. Are Ji Mushue themselves pour their own wine? For Shenlin drink. And still voluntary kind. After drinking a few cups, Ji Mushue received a WeChat message, looked at the side, and immediately looked a little ugly. And at this time, Zhou Rudong also returned to the card seat. Ji Mushue implicitly glared at Zhou Rudong, but did not immediately tell Shenlin about it. In the next few moments, the atmosphere on the floor, at once, began to get better. There began to be other girls from the other card seats, coming up to propose a toast. The crowd were all coming up to the table. This is the way it is. Shenlin and Zhang Hao a few people played for a while. See a few people cannot drink, so also lying on the sofa, watching Hulong with the girls, in front of their hot dance. And at this moment, Ji Mushue, who was snuggled in Shenlin's arms, like a virtuous wife, fed Shenlin fruits and snacks. Shenlin could not help but think of a saying at this moment that, when you don't have money, you are the one who hugs the girl and shushes her. When you have money, you are the one who is hugged by the girl and pampered. When really talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor. With the passage of time, the god-dragon set are all open. The table on the bottle of wine also gradually become more and more. Tang Feng and Zhang Hao, both of them, began to speak incoherently, and Shenlin was cuddling with Ji Mushue, constantly teasing Shenlin. Shenlin cupped Ji Mushue's face and said in his ear, Don't ing tease, it's all teasing the fire out of you. At this, Ji Mushue not only did not shy away, but instead lay on Shenlin's ear and said, Brother, then I can be a fireman. Chapter 25 Warning Ji Mushue, disgusting college class president. Shenlin sniffed and had a say. Ji Mushue wore a stepmother's dress today, which brought out her body perfectly. At this moment, coupled with the slightly drunken look, the cheeks are red and extremely attractive. Shenlin pressed it in his arms and said to her, If you dare to mess around, you'll be taken to the restroom right now. Facing Shenlin's threat, Ji Mushue ranted and laughed. Then she lifted her hair, leaned over to Shenlin's ear, and lightly spat out her red lips. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? Originally also very interested in Shenlin, suddenly lost interest. Shenlin also do not know if he is sick, just do not like to take easily, always feel a little less exciting. It feels like, you are ready to drink, then someone gives you a corkscrew. you can immediately open the lid. A little bit of interest is gone. At least a car has to be warmed up to ventilate, right? You come right up here and you're not reserved at all? Buddy-like is to refuse to welcome you this, so straight to the subject. In turn, let Shinlin a little lack of interest. Please, you so, let me very insecure Shinlin wrapped his arm around Jimu Shui, thought about it, and directly said in its ear, the woman beside Hulong, do you recognize? Shinlin knows Jimu Shui's behavior today, a little unlike her. Do so, there must be a reason. And this reason, Shinlin quickly associated to just Jimu Shui, and Hulong's side of the woman's eyes met on. Jimu Shui sniffed and was slightly surprised. Brother, how do you know? Never mind how I know. Say it, what's your relationship with her? You can't tell me that you were like her before? Shinlin felt a wave of helplessness when he thought that if Jimu Shui was the same as this woman before, she was the atmosphere group under Hulong's hand. Therefore, it was necessary to ask clearly. Jimu Shui did not expect Shinlin to look at himself this way inside, but still said, she is the BFF who shared a room with me. However, brother, don't misunderstand. I also only realized today that she works this way. Shinlin looked at Jimu Shui's eyes, without a hint of evasion, and inwardly this was a relief. At least, this niece did not lie to herself. After thinking about this, Shinlin thought about it. Come find me tomorrow. I'll find you a house. Shinlin did not want his woman to stay with such a woman. When Jimu Shui heard this, she was inwardly delighted, and hurriedly gave Shinlin a kiss on the side of his mouth, but thought of the message Zhou Rudong had just sent herself. After thinking about it again and again, she still said to Shinlin, brother, I'll show you something about Zhou Rudong. After saying this, Jimu Shui handed the chat interface with Zhou Rudong to Shinlin. Shinlin looked at it, and immediately frowned slightly as he looked at Jimu Shui. You want to help her? Jimu Shui looked at Shinlin's somewhat cold eyes, immediately realized what was going on, and hurriedly said, brother, I'm just talking to you. It's fine if you don't help. Anyway, between me and her anyway. You'd better think so. This is what she blames herself for. This matter, in the case of reason, I can't possibly help her. Shinlin directly interrupted Jimu Shui's words and warned, although now Jimu Shui is her own woman, she can also fulfill her material needs. But it didn't mean that Jimu Shui could blow pillow talk around herself. He had just looked at what was going on between Zhou Rudong and Hulong. Zhou Rudong had privately coveted a lot while helping Hulong with his sister, which was not in line with the rules in the first place. Besides, it was impossible for Shinlin to offend someone for no reason for an unrelated woman. Although it seemed that Hulong was not as strong as himself, but his own family knew his own business. Now Shinlin has just entered the circle, but Hulong had been in the circle of Hangzhou for a long time, even if his strength is not very strong. But Shinlin knew that if there was a real conflict, Zhang Hao and the others really wouldn't necessarily help themselves. People were all self-interested. At least Shinlin said that he certainly couldn't do both with the friends he had just met. After Shinlin finished, he finally added, remember, this is the first and only time. In the future, if you still have such thoughts, we'll pretend we don't know each other. After hearing Shinlin's words, Jimu Shui thumped inwardly. Shinlin was the gold master that she had found with great difficulty. If it was ruined like this, she was definitely not willing. And from Shinlin's tone just now, Jimu Shui knew Shinlin was no longer the Shinlin she knew in college. The current Shinlin was more domineering and had a deeper city. She knew that she did not have any ability to bargain with Shinlin. So Jimu Shui hugged Shinlin tightly and said, brother, I was wrong. I promise that this won't happen again in the future. Seeing Jimu Shui's pathetic appearance, Shinlin did not say anything more. Then he continued to play with a few people. But happy times are always short-lived. Old Lin, it's getting late today. Why don't we each go back to our own homes and find our own moms? It was almost 11:30. Zhang Hao and Tang Feng came over and looked at Shinlin, who was chatting with Jimu Shui with a smile. Shinlin thought about it and looked at the few people. Why don't we have a late-night snack before going back? That's fine. It just so happens that I'm a bit hungry. Tang Feng and Zhang Hao didn't refuse and said. Ding Xian thought about it and said, you guys go. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I've had too much to drink. I'll go back first. Tomorrow when I'm sober, I'll come back to you guys. Ding Xian was really drunk. Tonight, Shinlin and others did not stay. In the end, the four of them, Shinlin, Tang Feng, Zhang Hao, and Hulong, each with a chick, headed to the barbecue stand, and the chick Hulong brought was Zhou Rudong. When they arrived at the barbecue stall, Hulong brought Zhou Rudong to order food, and Shinlin looked at Zhang Hao and Tang Feng. ID number give me down. I'll open a room for you guys nearby. Eat a good barbecue and go back. I don't know what time it is. Hearing this, Tang Feng and Zhang Hao were not polite, and the girls who followed them out didn't suggest it either. After all, coming out for a late-night snack was a subtext. Shinlin had booked the hotel in a 5-star hotel near the bar. After booking it, the few people started chatting and eating. As for when they were eating barbecue, Zhou Rudong frequently gave Ji Mushui a wink, and Shen Lin also saw it. Ji Mushui's approach also put Shen Lin at ease and ignored Zhou Rudong the entire time. More than an hour later, Shen Lin wrapped his arm around Ji Mushui's thin waist and came directly to the suite he opened. Shen Lin held Ji Mushui's hand and came to the floor-to-ceiling window, then smiled slightly and he pinched her chin and then kissed her. After a kiss, Ji Mushui looked at Shen Lin fondly, wrapped her arms around Shen Lin's arm, and seductively said, "Brother, I really didn't expect that we would one day be together." Shen Lin smiled faintly, as if he thought of something, and said to Ji Mushui, "You say, if the class president knows that you are now serving me, what would be the idea?" Ji Mushui sniffed, pounded Shen Lin's chest, her face flushed and said, "Brother, you're so bad, so annoying, what's the point of mentioning him now?" Shen Lin knew that when he was in college, the class president had strongly pursued Ji Mushui. Thinking about it, Shen Lin reached out his hand and held Ji Mushui's chin. "How about playing something exciting?" Ji Mushui sniffed and blinked her own eyes, not knowing what Shen Lin was making bad again. Before Ji Mushui could react, Shen Lin directly took out his cell phone. Then he hugged Ji Mushui and kissed her, and then took photos of the two people kissing passionately. "Tonight, I want to keep the class president awake." After the kiss, Shen Lin didn't have any hesitation and directly edited a friend circle. After all, he had already sent a friend circle today, but it didn't mean that he couldn't send other friend circles. Friend circle copy, the school flower's mouth is sweet. Circle of friends with a picture, and Ji Mushui in front of the floor window kiss. Immediately under Ji Mushui's shy gaze, Shen Lin directly clicked send. "Brother, you're so bad," Ji Mushui pouted. Shen Lin directly dropped his cell phone and picked up Ji Mushui horizontally as he walked towards the bedroom. There's even worse. Chapter 26, Mindless Willow becomes a shade. Just as Shen Lin and Ji Mushui were flipping out, under Shen Lin's friends circle, it was bustling with activity. Because of this circle of friends, Shen Lin was only visible to the university. The comments below are all university classmates. Wang Wei, holy, this is Ji University's school flower? Xiao Pengcheng, this is your horse? Zhang Bo, you really deserve to die. University classmate Chioli, what's the situation? University classmate Qian Jun, I think here should class president. University class president Qian Fangyuan. At this moment, in a certain neighborhood in Hangzhou, Qian Fangyuan, who has just finished working on the PPT to be used in tomorrow's meeting. I wanted to relax and look at my friend circle. As a result, he saw Shen Lin's circle of friends, especially when he saw Shen Lin kissing his own goddess. At once, he was furious. The hands holding the phone were bursting with veins. Ji Mushui, you stinking, lousy has been chasing you for so long. I said why didn't you agree? So it's because you've climbed to a higher branch. Qian Fangyuan gritted his teeth and grimaced. Wanted to retaliate against Shen Lin, but denied it at first. If it was the previous Shen Lin, he could still take it. But the current Shen Lin, especially the friend circle that mentioned the Ferrari last time, he also saw it. Guanyun Qiantang City's circle of friends Qian Fangyuan also saw it. He knew that if the current Shen Lin wanted to pin down himself, it would be as easy as pinching an ant. In the end, Qian Fangyuan was directly impotent and furious. Qian Fangyuan, who could not sleep after tossing and turning, could only silently shed tears late at night, and finally silently sent a circle of friends. Text, Princess, the night retired. This retreat is a lifetime. My youth is over. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, and Shen Lin, who was soothed, took the lead in waking up. Looking at Ji Mushui who was sleeping, she was sleeping very heavily. Thinking about it was quite difficult for her. After all, last night he had been drinking and could not control many things. Shen Lin got out of bed, came to the living room, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a smoke ring. Then he clicked on the system prompt that was blocked by himself. Just after unlocking the prompt, in Shen Lin's mind, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Early morning refresh, 100,000 perfect gold, has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Check by yourself. Ding! Refresh in the early morning. Detected the host yesterday sent 2 circles of friends. Is being a comprehensive score. Ding! Yesterday's circle of friends scores were 88 points, excellent. 90 points, excellent. Select the highest score of 90 points. To obtain the guaranteed number of times to sign in X1. Excellent signing X1. Ding! Whether or not to carry out the sign-in? After hearing the system's beep, Shen Lin's entire body froze. Yesterday 2 friend circles were settled? And still picking the highest score? I go. Why do I feel like I've lost money? Shen Lin was really feeling that he had lost money. Your sister, 2 excellent friend circles, just rewarded once amount for signing in. However, although unhappy, who let people be the system? So Shen Lin didn't have any hesitation, and directly recited inwardly. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host successfully signed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host to obtain props. Silby Big Lizard Supercar Card X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host to obtain props. Junior Perfect Investment Skill Card X1, others version. Ding. After the system's beep ended in his mind, Shinlin first opened the attribute panel to check the two prop cards. The two cards, both of which had a purple glow. First, the first card, Silver Big Lizard Supercar Card X1. Using this card, you will receive a global limited edition of 100 Silver Big Lizard Supercars, which will be contacted by Silver and shipped to you in person. Shinlin's entire body froze when he saw this card. He loved cars, and what kind of car the Silver Big Lizard was, Shinlin knew. The absolute top supercar, a beast that was claimed to burn through a car's worth of oil in 7 minutes. There were no more than 15 of this car within the Xia country. It's such a top supercar that he signed himself out directly? Cool. Shinlin thought of what Zheng Hao's expression would be if they knew he had this supercar. Thinking about it was beautiful juice. It just so happens that Shinlin was still thinking yesterday, to build his own supercar garage. This is not the town row of cars. Came. It is precisely want to sleep. There is someone to send a pillow. Excited, Shinlin again put his sight on another card. Primary Perfect Investment Skills Card X1, others version. Use this card. Can give others primary perfect investment financial skills. Investment in any industry will get 0.5% of the revenue. The highest daily revenue of 1 million. Except this card will be on the host business. Absolute loyalty cannot be used on their own. Hiss dash. Shinlin's entire body sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing the information on this card. I'm tired of the sky. Isn't this TM just a direct senior hitman for himself? Or one that is absolutely loyal to himself? Shinlin knew that this card was incomparably powerful. A daily 0.5% return. What was that concept? $200. Daily is one block of revenue. $2,000. That's $10 of earnings per day. $20,000. Daily is 100 pieces of revenue. 200 million. That's $1 million a day. Wait a minute. $200 million? $1 million a day? So that's $365 million a year? In other words, the annualized rate of return reached a terrifying 182.5%. At this moment, Shinlin suddenly thought of the 20% annualized rate of return that Xiao Ruowei had said to himself earlier. That is to say, if he agreed to cooperate, then he could use the 200 million principal without supervision, and after a year, he could earn 365 million, and by then, the funds came to 565 million, and the interest plus principal was returned to the bank at 240 million. One also earns 325 million. This is not counting the wages given to the bank to their own people. And this skill has a maximum daily return of 1 million. That is, it requires 200 million in principal. And one happens not to have 200 million. This wave of cooperation, it seems like it's not okay. Both can make money on their own, and after a year, directly throw away the bank and do it themselves. And then it can also gain Xiao Ruowei's friendship and provide himself with contacts. Then when the time comes, one's own pharmaceutical company, wouldn't it be able to start up smoothly? After thinking about this, Shinlin felt that, in a few days, he would have to reply to the other party. Only, there was still a problem now. Who should be allowed to receive this skill? Shinlin's first time was to pass on Jimu Shui. In Shinlin's opinion, the canary should just be a canary and not have other ideas. Shinlin began to look for a suitable person in his own mind. In the next second, the corner of Shinlin's mouth curled up slightly, because at this moment, Shinlin already knew who to look for, and this person was definitely the most suitable for Shinlin. I lost. How did I forget my Viagra? Is this counted as an unintentional mistake? Wang Wei, you girl, good day. To come Dad really always think of you. Chapter 27 Night Retreat? Shinlin had already thought about this card and gave it to Wang Wei's son when the time came. Why? Because this pussy now seems to be working in the investment bank. It just fits the characteristics of this card. In addition, Wang Wei is one of his 3 sons. He's one of the 3 people who did his best to help him at the university. On this relationship, if not to Wang Wei, to whom? Moreover, Shinlin also thought about it. The first year and the bank cooperation of $2 million a year, plus by the time of the car, all to Wang Wei as an annual salary. In the second year, when you do it yourself, Shinlin is not going to treat his brother poorly. Directly let Wang Wei take 5% of the proceeds, and by then, Wang Wei can also become a billionaire with an annual income of 10 million. Beautiful. The most important thing is that, in the future, Hongzhou, someone to accompany their own waves Moreover, Shinlin did not have to worry about Wang Wei changing his mind in the slightest. After all, after receiving this card, Wang Wei was absolutely loyal to himself and his business endeavors. and it will not interfere with Wang Wei's daily life. Shenlin can only say that today's signing is, by far, the best one, even more powerful than the primary consumption rebate card. As for the other two sons, Shenlin said, when in signing out such a card, when to let them develop. It is a brother. We have to wave. Yuck together and go to the top together. Shenlin did not immediately contact Wang Wei. He was waiting for a moment. As long as this son of a dog, and then come back to himself to complain about work, then little Wei son, congratulations, got the favor of the old man. Ha ha ha. Just as Shenlin had just exited the system, he saw Ji Mushui walk out wearing a black lace bra and directly sat beside Shenlin. Brother, to hug, just woke up, did not see brother, I thought brother did not want me. Shenlin just loved the former high and mighty schoolgirl, who was pampering in his arms at the moment. He then picked her up and sat her on his lap. Did I wake you up? No, actually, it's Zhou Rudong who just sent me a message. She's going to break off her relationship with me. However, she's going to say it to me face to face. I don't know what to do, Ji Mushui said with a bit of sadness. Shenlin sniffed, but felt that it was very normal. Last night, if he didn't remember correctly, Zhou Rudong seemed to be pulled by Hulong to the hotel. In this regard, Shenlin just felt that everything was her own fault. Well, don't worry, I'm here. Right, just in time. I also have something to say to you. At these words, Ji Mushui instantly sobered up and looked at Shenlin with a bit of apprehension and anticipation. Shenlin scraped her nose. It should be good for you. Brother, what are you going to say? I thought about it last night. Of course, there is also the case of you selling. Like this. Today I will let the property steward take you to see the house. Around 5 million. You pick it yourself. Look good. Give me a call. I will transfer you the money. Write your name well. After all, you follow me. You will not have a name, but the other things, I can give you. By the way, in giving you 1 million budget, buy a car yourself. Then, every month I give you 200,000. You can do what you want to do. Of course all of this is the premise that you can't betray me. Otherwise, what I can give you, I can also take back what? No, the reason why Shenlin is so good to Ji Mushui. It was also true that he and Ji Mushui were considered to know each other. And the other thing was, this little ninny could provide emotional value to himself. Besides, Ji Mushui followed himself, has been deprived of the name by Shenlin. These above rewards under is not thick. It wasn't a lot of money anyway. The last thing is, Shenlin doesn't like his own first-hand goods, and then picked up by others. His heart diaphragm, Ji Mushui heard, immediately froze, then inwardly ecstatic. She followed Shenlin, is not for these? However, Ji Mushui before, has not been mentioned. I did not expect. Shenlin is raised. At that moment, Ji Mushui was touched, so both eyes looked at Shenlin with tenderness. Brother, you are so good. Shenlin sniffed. As long as you are good, it doesn't matter if I buy you something. Said, Shenlin is going to go to get cigarettes. Ji Mushui is very interesting fast Shenlin step. Will give the cigarettes to Shenlin draw out, give it lit, then just hold Shenlin. There is a say one. Shenlin suddenly know why the ancient kings like to wake up in charge of the power of the world, drunkenly lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. This was simply a divine life. Brother, I'm hungry. Shenlin was smoking a cigarette, and when he heard this sentence from Ji Mushui, he looked at Ji Mushui speechlessly. You're saying hungry at this time? I can't tell what you really want to eat when you're like this. He, brother, I'm just hungry. Ji Mushui laughed and looked at Shenlin, who extinguished his cigarette. You go wash up first. I'll have someone bring breakfast. Great. Then I'll go take a shower first. Ji Mushui said. She was about to get up, but she obviously underestimated Shenlin's fighting strength. Just after standing up, she sat down with weak legs and looked at Shenlin pitifully. Brother, want to hug? I'll hug you. Looking at Ji Mushui's aggrieved expression, Shenlin could not help but cry and laugh, and could only carry her to the bathroom. The two took a bath for more than an hour. If it wasn't for the fact that breakfast had come, how much longer it would have taken, who knows? At the dining table, Ji Mushui sat on Shenlin's lap and looked at the table of delicacies. Oh, being with brother, so happy. Want to be thrown a stick again? Shenlin said without good humor, stopping her little waist that was twisting around. Seeing that Shenlin did not look like he was joking, Ji Mushui hurriedly returned to normal, started to eat, and at this time, Shenlin picked up the phone and made a call to his property housekeeper of Guanyin Shintang City. After explaining what he had just promised Ji Mushui, looking at his cell phone, a large number of messages. Under curiosity, Shenlin clicked on the circle of friends. Just at this time, Ji Mushui fed Shenlin a dish, but Shenlin, quickly sound, almost choked. Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you looking at? So funny, almost choked. Shenlin looked at the circle of friends. Qian Fan Yuan's text. and immediately laughed his ass off. Your knight retires, Ji Mu Shui? Shinlin directly handed Qian Fan Yuan's friend circle to Ji Mu Shui. When Ji Mu Shui saw it, she was speechless. Brother, you're so bad. And also, is Qian Fan Yuan a brainwashed game C? What kind of knight is he? At most he's a warbler. Ji Mu Shui looked at Qian Fan Yuan's friend circle, and was very glad that when Qian Fan Yuan confessed to herself, she didn't agree. The person who could send out such a friend circle, if it wasn't for his father's care, this kind of person, probably in this life, probably wouldn't be able to eat a few hard vegetables. Brother, ignore him, open your mouth. Saying that, Ji Mu Shui picked up another piece of meat and fed it to Shinlin's mouth. Should have said no. Being rich is cool. Chapter 28 Zhou Ruotong's shock. Just as the two of them were eating, the butler of Guanyun Shantang City drove a Rolls Royce to the hotel where Shinlin was staying. Of course, Shinlin also gave Ji Mu Shui a surprise. That is, when the butler David came, he also deliberately called up the Hermes guide. No, butler David had just gotten off the bus when he saw more than a dozen Hermes employees dragging a cart of the latest Hermes models of the season. Mr. David, hello, I'm the manager of Hermes Qianhu store, Zhou Shun. This Mr. Shun, store manager Zhou. Mr. Shin is the owner of our Guanyun Shantang City T2. Later you know how to serve. Let's go. Butler David looked at store manager Zhou flatly. Soon, the group arrived at Shinlin's hotel room, but instead of immediately entering, they went to a phone call to Shinlin. After receiving the call, Shinlin directly dressed up with Ji Mu Shui. Then Shinlin said to Ji Mu Shui, the housekeeper is coming later, and also, later you can also choose 3 bags. Bags? Ji Mu Shui looked at Shinlin curiously. Shinlin did not say anything more, directly opened the door and let David, the butler, bring people in. Soon, Ji Mu Shui saw a middle-aged man in a suit walk in with someone. Ji Mu Shui was stunned when she saw the person behind David. It was actually a Hermes store clerk. Why would one know that? Because they all had badges. At this moment, Ji Mu Shui also knew what the bag Shinlin was talking about was, at the same time inwardly delighted. So at home to let the top luxury door-to-door shopping scene, Ji Mu Shui also only seen in the TV. Unexpectedly, now with Shinlin, he can also experience top luxury door-to-door service. At once, Ji Mu Shui was touched for a while, and then kissed Shinlin in full view of everyone. After the two separated, David then came forward, respectfully looking at Shinlin. Mr. Shin, everything is ready. Okay, David, I've worked hard for you today, Shinlin politely said. Mr. Shin, this is what I should do. By the way, Mr. Shin, when I just came in, there was a lady standing outside. I don't know if you know her? Shinlin sniffed and looked at Ji Mu Shui. Ji Mu Shui hurriedly looked at WeChat, then said to Shinlin, it's Zhou Ruotong. You solve it yourself. I'll leave first. There are quite a lot of things today. After Shinlin finished speaking and explained that David had protected Ji Mu Shui's safety in some matters, he left the room. Just as he walked out of the room, Shinlin saw Zhou Ruotong, who was standing to the side with slightly haggard eyes. Zhou Ruotong also saw Shinlin and hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Shen Xiao, good morning. I came to look for Xiao Shui. Shinlin just nodded indifferently, then ignored her and went up the elevator. For such a woman, Shinlin really couldn't mention any interest. Zhou Ruotong looked at the closed elevator door, somewhat disappointed, just as Shinlin had just left. At this time, in the room, David walked out and looked at Zhou Ruotong with a calm face and said, Ms. Zhou, Miss G wants you to go in. Zhou Ruotong looked at David. Her intuition told her that this was the legendary butler. At once, her heart was extremely complicated. She then took a deep breath, adjusted her expression and walked towards the room. People were a very strange creature. If it was someone else who had sent a butler to treat Zhou Ruotong like this today, Zhou Ruotong would still be more excited and have a face. At the same time inwardly, she would still hold the attitude of seeing the world. But on the contrary, this person was her bosom friend, a friend who had lived with her for 2 years. Compared to this, one's previous sense of superiority simply couldn't make it to the top at this moment. Tong Tong, you're here. After seeing Zhou Ruotong, who walked in, Ji Mu Shui in the room, still warmly entertained, although when she woke up in the morning, she saw some bad text messages from Zhou Ruotong. Have you eaten breakfast yet? If you haven't eaten, together brother points too much. Zhou Ruotong didn't say anything, and was still a little arrogant. But it wasn't until Ji Mu Shui pulled her to the dining table that she realized what kind of life her bestie was living now. The breakfast in front of her eyes was all top-notch ingredients, Chinese and Western food together. There was bread and milk, as well as bird's nest and shark's fin, cheese, lobster, abalone, the exquisitely plated, luxurious breakfast in front of her eyes. Most of them she had never even heard of, and she believed that before today, Ji Mu Shui should be the same. But at this moment, Jimu Shui was the master of this table. At this moment, Zhou Rutong's inner jealousy grew another point stronger. However, very quickly, after Zhou Rutong saw Jimu Shui's leg, she directly asked, "You gave it to him?" Hearing this, Jimu Shui sipped her milk and nodded. There was nothing to hide. "Jimu Shui, you don't think that someone like Xin Xiao would marry you, right?" Zhou Rutong's implication was that you, Jimu Shui, were just like me, nothing more than a plaything for these rich young men. "I know he and I clearly said that he won't marry me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Rutong was as if she had won a battle, and was haughty again. "Xiao Shui, we are but all the same fate." Just before Zhou Rutong finished her words, Jimu Shui directly interrupted. "But brother said, in addition to not being able to marry me, anything can satisfy me." Hearing Jimu Shui's more naive words, Zhou Rutong sneered. "Xiao Shui, by now, you still don't accept the reality. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, can't you see?" Early in the morning, he left with his pants. "Oh, you mean brother? He has something to do today, right? Tong Tong, do you have time today? What's wrong?" Zhou Rutong felt a little better inside, and her attitude towards Jimu Shui improved a little. "Accompany me to buy a house and a car later. My brother said a house around $5 million and a car around $1 million. Hearing Jimu Shui's words, Zhou Rutong immediately stared at Jimu Shui with wide eyes, incredulously. But soon, Zhou Rutong did not believe that it was true. She didn't believe that Shenlin could be so generous with his money. Just when Zhou Rutong was about to say something to retort, "MSG, the relevant products, we have already organized them. Now you can go to the guest room to take a look." Hermes store manager Zhou Shun respectfully walked to the dining room and said to Jimu Shui. When Jimu Shui heard this, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly pulled Zhou Rutong and said, "Tong Tong, go look at the Hermes bags. My brother said, buy me 3, I'll choose myself. Although my brother explicitly said that he can't help you, but I think, when the time comes, I'll give you a bag. It should be enough for you to pay back Hu Xiao's money." Until Zhou Rutong was pulled by Jimu Shui to the living room, looking at the rows and rows of Hermes bags. At this moment, Zhou Rutong knew how much of a clown she had just been. Jimu Shui saw the bags that she could usually only look at pictures of on the internet, and just displayed them in front of her, and immediately became excited. "I knew it, brother is the best for me." Seeing Jimu Shui excited and crazy, Zhou Rutong on the side was also going crazy. She clenched her fists, and in the next second, thinking of Jimu Shui's words, she loosened them again. It seemed like the only one who could save herself now was Jimu Shui, but she was still jealous inside. Why? What good things are letting Jimu Shui take over? Chapter 29, A Silent Pretense. Shenlin had just arrived at the hotel lobby when he saw Hulong sitting on the lobby sofa. Hulong also saw Shenlin and hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Good morning, Mr. Shen." Shenlin smiled and nodded. "You're the only one. Where are they?" "Xiao Shun. Xiao Zhang has already gone home and said he went to change clothes. Xiao Tang is still sleeping." Shenlin looked at Hulong curiously. "Then why aren't you leaving? Waiting for someone?" Thinking of Zhou Rutong, who he had just seen, Shenlin guessed. "Young Shun, I'm waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Shenlin was surprised. Perhaps seeing Shenlin's doubts, Hulong hurriedly explained. "Young Zhang knows that your car is in the bar and didn't drive out, so he asked me to wait for you here and send a car to take you to get the car." Shenlin nodded his head at that, while understanding a little more about Zhang Hao's meticulousness. No wonder he could become one of the leading figures in this circle. Just this emotional intelligence. It was all reflected in the details. "That's good. Thanks. Xiao Shen is too kind. Xiao Shen's car is ready. Follow me." Saying this, Hulong led Shenlin out of the hotel, and then saw an Alpha business parked in front of the two. Hulong went forward and pulled open the car door for Shenlin. Shenlin expressed his politeness and got into the car, and at this time, looked at Hulong and said, "Hu Xiao, tell you something, young Shun, you say." Seeing that Shenlin had something to say to him, Hulong immediately became serious. This morning, when Zhang Hao informed him, he had inquired about Shenlin's background. Even Zhang Hao couldn't see through it, so that meant that Shenlin's origins were not small. That's why the attitude toward Shenlin was now even more polite. Then again, their family's business, many times, needed the support of a broad young man like Shenlin. "That female companion of yours, Zhou Rutong, what happened to her? Did she offend Xiao Shen?" "Xiao Shen, don't worry, if she offended you, I'll make her suffer." Seeing Shenlin talking about Zhou Rutong, Hulong's first thought was that this stupid woman wouldn't have offended Shenlin, right? Seeing that the other party misunderstood, Shenlin hurriedly explained. "No, what Zhou Rutong and you have to do, it's none of my business, but she is Xiao Shui's BFF. I don't want this woman to appear at Xiao Shui's side again in the future. You should know how to do it." Hulong was a bit surprised after hearing Shenlin's words. He didn't expect Zhou Rudong to actually be the BFF of Shen Xiaomazi, but although he was surprised, Hu Long knew what to do. Xiao Shun, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for her either, as long as she pays back the money. At that time I will let her cut ties with Sister Xiaoxue. Shenlin smiled and nodded. Then after chatting with Hu Long for a few words, he left. Shenlin drove his car away at the bar and returned directly to Guanyin Shentang City. After going home and changing his clothes, Zhang Hao's call came, so the two made an appointment to meet at the basement. At this time, Shenlin remembered the other card he had just signed in at the hotel. Silby Big Lizard Supercar Card X1 card. After thinking about it, Shenlin directly meditated inwardly. Use. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the prop, Silphy's Big Lizard Supercar card. Ding. The Silby company will call you today to discuss the extraction of the car. Accompanied by the end of the system's beep, Shenlin knew that his garage, immediately, would have one more top-class supercar. Shenlin was happy inside, and then took the car keys and cell phone downstairs. Just after arriving at the basement, he saw Zhang Hao leaning on the front cover of his Lamborghini, smoking a cigarette. Brother Hao, last night, did you sleep well? Shenlin smiled and walked towards Zhang Hao, flirting. Zhang Hao gave Shenlin a kick. That's definitely not as good as you. Messed up until now. Now go to the club. Take you to see the rivers and mountains that Lousy has fought for all these years. This sentence, how does it sound so awkward? Shenlin spat out a sentence and was about to turn around and enter his Ferrari 488 when his cell phone rang. Shenlin looked at the caller ID. It was from the beautiful country, and he immediately had a premonition inside. Pointing his cell phone at Zhang Hao, he then answered the call. Soon on the phone, a broken Chinese language came through. Ni Hao, is this Mr. Lin Shun? Lin Shun? My name is Shenlin. Shenlin said breathlessly. Sorry Mr. Shen, I forgot. Summer people are surnamed in front. Mr. Shen. Hello, I am the president of Silby Company. After hearing the other party's words, Shenlin knew that it must be Silby's call, but still said in English. You speak English. I can understand. Thank God. Xia dialect. It's too hard to learn. Mr. Shen, you previously booked our Silby Big Lizard this car. Our company has been sent to the summer country Magic City. Magic City person in charge will contact you at that time. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for valuing our Silby. Forgive me for not being able to receive you personally, but, in the future, Mr. Shen, come to the beautiful country. I will personally take you to see our Silby super factory. At these words, Shenlin was inwardly delighted, not expecting the system's ability to be so strong and fast, and hurriedly said, Thank you, I think I'll be happy to. After saying this, the two of them hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shenlin looked at Zhang Hao who was on the side, and thought about it. Brother Hao, if you're in the neighborhood, do you have any factory buildings or storehouses with a better location? It needs to be a bit bigger. What? Zhang Hao inquired with uncertainty. I'm not. Soon a Ferrari F8 and a Silphy will be arriving. I'm planning to get a super garage. Oh, get a garage. Then, wait, what did you just say? Zhang Hao didn't react for a while, and when he did, he felt like he was hallucinating, and hurriedly looked at Shenlin excitedly and inquired, Getting the garage? Ah? Nonsense. I know you engage in garage. Those two cars you just said? Zhang Hao gave Shenlin a blank look and looked at Shenlin excitedly. Ferrari F8, previously ordered together when I bought 488. There is also a silver. It is considered a reward from my family. Shenlin definitely couldn't say. It was given by the system, but the system is now his own family. Saying so, it seems like it's okay, right? Zhang Hao sniffed and directly automatically blocked the Ferrari F8. Then he swallowed his saliva and grabbed Shenlin's arm in excitement. Old Lin, you just said, Silby? Silby which car? Big Lizard. Looking at Zhang Hao's excitement, Shenlin inwardly don't mention how cool. Hey, can't imagine. Buddy is just pretending. I throw, real or fake? Old Lin, the global limited edition of 100 units of Silby Big Lizard? At this moment, Zhang Hao was no longer calm. As a car lover, of course he knew the value of this car. It was not something that could be bought with money. Shenlin broke Zhang Hao's hand and said with a forced flavor, Yeah, that's the one. A reward from the family. No choice. Chapter 30 HK Supercar Club. The moment Shenlin's words came out, Zhang Hao directly gave Shenlin a big blank stare. Damn, is this ing human language? The Siebel Big Lizard, which is limited to 100 units globally. You say you don't have a choice? You don't want it? Give it to me, okay? At the same time, Zhang Hao was not only shocked that Shenlin was about to own a Siebel Big Lizard. What was shocking was the words that Shenlin had just said, a reward from my parents. Regarding Shenlin's matter about the Siebel Grand Lizard, Zhang Hao did not have the slightest doubt that it was false. People at their level generally didn't bother to lie either. Therefore, he had still underestimated Shenlin's origin. Just which Shen family's male son was Shenlin? In the entire Xia country, there were too many rich and powerful people surnamed Shen. Zhang Hao looked deeply at Shenlin. Fortunately, when he was in college, the relationship was good. However, on second thought, Zhang Hao was still excited. Shenlin joining his own supercar club. This was the nail in the coffin. Previously, he had been pressed by the HZ club, but if Shenlin came, maybe, at that time, his own club could even turn around. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao knew that he must have a good relationship with Shenlin and lock him firmly in his own club. Even if at that time, let Shenlin become one of the several vice presidents can be. Bah, pattern is small, the president can be. Old Lin, I can only say, cow, you're welcome, this car is not much soft use a few minutes a tank of gas, no play, only collection. Old Lin, sometimes, I really want to kill you. See Shenlin Versailles. Zhang Hao felt speechless. Okay, the old man knows that you have a filthy big lizard. You are the brother, okay? Shenlin hemmed and hawed. Okay, no kidding, go to your club, go. After saying this, the two directly got into their respective cars and drove towards the outskirts of Hangzhou. Half an hour later, the two drove the car to an industrial park in the outskirts of Hangzhou City. It soon stopped in front of a factory building with only 5 floors. After getting out of the car, Shenlin looked at Zhang Hao. Isn't this a factory building in a ING industrial zone? Zhang Hao smiled and walked up to Shenlin and said, don't underestimate this place. I'm telling you, a lot of money was spent in order to take this place. Let's go. There's something else inside. After saying that, Zhang Hao led Shenlin to the front of the small building, then swiped his card. The big door opened. Soon, Shenlin froze. This appearance looks like a 5-story office building, but inside there is really something else. The first floor hall all kinds of modification equipment, also redecorated, a little like to his love and Luo Xingdu modification of the King's Garage. The second floor is directly hollowed out. The floor height is very high. An elevator can go directly to the third floor. The third floor is the rest area. Coffee, projection, game machines, games, and other equipment. Coffee, projection, game console, wine cooler, cigar room, everything. The fourth floor is even better, with 10 top-of-the-line 1:1 racing simulators. The fifth floor is a terrace. While walking, Zhang Hao said, this is what a few of us spent money on remodeling. Not bad, right? This was originally a factory's warehouse. Then it was not used. Me and Brother Feng, Brother Ding, 3 of us plopped it down and set up what is now known as the HK Ultra Racing Club. The club also operates high-end model services, maintenance and repair of the car and some modification, change the surroundings and so on. Do not recognize the Ferrari Drive 2. There are people inside to come out and direct. Masters are from the WTCR. These races retired. High-priced hired. Go to the back to see. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, he led Shenlin to the back of the plant, a huge field, probably as big as 3 playgrounds, which had been converted into a racetrack. This is where the members usually practice, and when there is time, the club will also organize at least 2 times a month, to go to the Ningqing International Circuit to charter and run cars. This is where we usually practice. How is it? Not bad, right? Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin smugly. Not bad. By the way, how come I don't see any other members or masters? Masters usually go to work at 2 p.m. There will be a lot of members over here in the afternoon. After all, on weekdays, everyone is busy with their own things, busy with work. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Shenlin nodded and then said to Zhang Hao, it's okay, Brother Hao. You're damn bored in doing great things. Shenlin is really admired. Here to get up. It is not easy. And Shenlin just looked at this small track. Although it is relatively small, but all the organs are complete. All kinds of instruments are professional. Go, now for you to apply for membership. I have notified the club members. The evening have time will come. We recognize. Okay. Subsequently, Zhang Hao brought Shenlin to the 3rd floor, where there was a processing hall. Zhang Hao opened the computer and registered Shenlin, then said, there are 3 types of membership: primary membership, intermediate membership, and advanced membership. Which one do you want? What do they all say? Shenlin sat on the bar, drinking orange juice and looked at Zhang Hao, saying, junior member, annual fee $500,000 a year, club track free to enjoy, 3 times a year free tuning, after that is to enjoy 20% discount tuning fee, 1 time a year regular track free experience is the package. Of course, junior members can't run for the club officer position. There is also a prerequisite, at least one 911 GTS level car. Intermediate members, the annual fee of 1 million a year, the club track free to enjoy, 5 free modifications a year, after that enjoy 70% off modification fees, 3 times a year regular track free experience, can run for the officer, pulling into the officer group, which are all high quality human resources. There is cooperation. You can notify the club. The club organizes salon gatherings. The premise, at least have a 5 million level car. Senior members, annual fee of 1.5 million a year. The club track free enjoyment. Excellent enjoyment, 10 free modifications a year. After enjoying a 60% discount, 6 times a year regular track experience. Can run for officer, vice president. Usually need relationship. The club as far as possible to meet. There are high quality project investment. Take the lead in informing the senior members. And lastly, the senior members have a project. Need financing. Project after evaluation is really feasible. The club will take the lead, either inside the club to finance, or to find professional venture capitalists. The premise, own a 5 million level car, 2 intermediate members and above to do the guarantee. By the way, our club, at present, has invested in a total of 5 projects, involving real estate, short video, advertising, luxury car rental, short drama company. All these projects, members can give priority to shareholding and cooperation. Upon hearing this, Shenlin nodded his head and had an understanding of this club that Zhang Hao had organized. It wasn't just a club, it was also a mutual transaction of human connections. As expected, no second generation was simple. So what do you say, that member of mine? Shenlin said with a smile. You must be a senior member. I discussed with Feng Zi and Lao Ding yesterday, to give you a guarantee. Besides, you now have Sylphie's Big Lizard. To get a senior member, when the time comes, I'll be getting you a vice president position. What do you say? What's a vice president going to do? I don't have time to manage, Shenlin directly inquired. It's just a title, so that you are in this circle status, a little bit higher. Usually it's the staff that manages it, Zhang Hao explained. And upon hearing this, Shenlin thought about it. That's fine, make a vice president. By the way, when will you Sylvie arrive? Zhang Hao had just asked this sentence when Shenlin's cell phone rang, a number in Magic City. Shenlin looked at Zhang Hao with a smile. Speak of the devil and the devil is here. Chapter 31, Joining the Club. Shenlin directly put his cell phone on speakerphone. Hello, is this Mr. Shenlin Shen? I am. Where are you? Hello Mr. Shen. I'm the person in charge of Silbert Summer Country District Magic City. Chun Hui. Not surprisingly, Shenlin expected that the other party was exactly the caller in charge of Silby's magic capital. Zhang Hao also heard the other party's words and then gave Shenlin a thumbs up. You say, Mr. Shen, it's like this, your Silby Big Lizard. The car has arrived in Mordor, but there's a small problem here. Upon hearing this, Shenlin frowned slightly. Don't tell yourself that the car bumped, right? Zhang Hao had the same thought as Shenlin at this moment. What's wrong? Shenlin inquired. It's like this, Mr. Shen, this car, what formalities are done? Originally we should instantly deliver the vehicle to you, but because your side is suddenly booked, this car was ready to debut in the Magic Car Show exhibition, is also regarded as a heavyweight show car. This side there are a lot of people are admiring to come, Chen Hui said in an earnest tone. So Mr. Shen, can we wait for the end of the auto show before handing over the vehicle to you? Of course, our side will also give you the market price of the car rental fee. Do you think this is okay? Shenlin and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance. Then Shenlin thought for a moment and said, how many more days? 2 more days. Chen Hui also replied truthfully. Sniffing, Shenlin thought about it and said, the exhibition can only see, cannot sit, and the cost is not necessary. 2 days later, I go to Mordor to drive the car away. Can it? Really thank you, Mr. Shen, your support for us. You can rest assured that your car, we will definitely give you good protection. 2 days later, Mr. Shen, you can come directly to pick up the car. That's good. That's it. Keep in touch. After saying that, Shenlin directly hung up the phone. And at this moment, Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin and said, Old Lin, why don't I notify in the group? 2 days later, everyone will accompany you to pick up the car. How about it? For such publicity, Zhang Hao was still very happy. Shenlin was indifferent. It was a group of car lovers anyway, so he nodded. Subsequently, Zhang Hao gave Shenlin a premium membership, and after Shenlin paid the $1.5 million membership fee, Zhang Hao pulled Shenlin into the group of the Supercar Club. Shenlin looked at the name of the group. It was not fancy. It was HK House. Shenlin then saw a message from Zhang Hao, which also specifically at him. Zhang Hao at Shenlin, congratulations on adding another member of our club. Shenlin, my good buddy, currently a Ferrari 488, a Ferrari F8, as well as a soon-to-be picked-up Siebel Big Lizard. Brothers and sisters, the old Lin people handsome young, have ideas about the girl. Come on I can be the old man of the moon. Applause, applause. This group message from Zhang Hao immediately blew people out of the water. Tang Feng at Shenlin at Zhang Hao. No, I said get up early in the morning. The two of you disappeared. Went to the club. Wait, Lao Lin and Siebel Big Lizard? Ding Xin at Shenlin at Zhang Hao. No, old Lin. Last night's mouth is tight enough. Is it the Siebel Big Lizard that I think is limited to 100 units worldwide? Wait, I'll come to the club now. Zhang Hua at Shenlin at Zhang Hao at Tang Feng at Ding Xin. I go. What PY deal were you guys doing last night? For Ha did not call me. And, Lin, is it true? Siebel Fengting, 666. The club has another big brother. Welcome, welcome. Hulong, ha. I had the honor of drinking with brother Lin last night. I'm very handsome in person. Brother Lin, when is Siebel picking up his car? Liu, I'm going to go. Worship the big brother. Is there any activity in the evening? Rui Ding at Ding Xin. You kid, going to the bar behind my back again? At Shenlin. Welcome little brother. Burst photos. Let sister see how handsome. Drooling. Zhang Hao looked at these people and said to Shenlin. This Ding Rui is Ding Xin's sister. The big sister between us. By the way, you kid show down. Shenlin blankly glanced at Zhang Hao. Isn't this an operation? There are too many messages. People are too popular. There's no way. Shenlin finished speaking and directly 50 large red packets of 200 were sent to the group. Shenlin et al. Thank you for the welcome. A small red packet is no honor. Everyone see you tonight. Get high together today. I'll set the place. Shenlin's message came out. Immediately the group became active. Shenlin also chatted one by one. And at this time, Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin and said, then about the time of Siebel's pickup, I'll make an announcement? Well, it can be. By the way, since we have to announce it, why don't we just have a group building? Magic City Racecourse. I'll charter the course. We can all play together. How about it? Shenlin thought about it and said, otherwise, when the time comes, a group of people go to pick up the car. Just try pick up the car. How boring. Not as good as when the time comes. Together with the group building, we all eat, drink and have fun together. Hearing this, Zhang Hao froze, then smiled and said, Vice President Shen, now has thought for the club. So let's do it this way. The club and you 50-50. I will talk to Feng Zi and the others. I believe all will agree. That's fine too. With that, Zhang Hao started editing the message. Zhang Hao et al. Here to announce a news. The day after tomorrow, Lao Lin went to the Magic City car show to pick up the car. Siebel Big Lizard. Just right. A few months. The club did not have any activities. Lao Lin said, when the time to go together, he packaged the Magic City racetrack. We all go together to have some fun. Shenlin saw the message sent by Zhang Hao. All give me gold, right? It seemed to be chiding, but Shenlin had to admire that Zhang Hao's emotional intelligence was really high. It was obvious that the club and he funded it together, but people just directly said that they had chartered the venue, gave face, gave the inside, and at the same time, among the members, gave Shenlin a good first impression. Then I withdraw the reissue? Don't. Thanks. Knighted Dragon. Arrange on for you. Shenlin smiled and whacked Zhang Hao. Then they chatted in the group for a while, waiting for the others to arrive. Perhaps because they knew that Shenlin and Zhang Hao were already at the club. Many of the members who were prepared to come in the afternoon, and had the time, came earlier. Of course, the first to arrive were still Tang Feng and Ding Xin. The two saw Shenlin and asked about Siebel one after another. Zhang Hao, on the contrary, told how Shenlin had just invisibly pretended in front of him, causing a few people to laugh. As time went by, the club had more and more people, and the parking lot in front of the small building was filled with supercars. The worst ones were all 911 GTS. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Hao and his club were still very strong. In total, more than 20 people had come, and all of them were men. The few women from the club seemed to be traveling, and the rest of them didn't have the time to come over. Seeing that all the people have arrived, Zhang Hao specially pulled Shenlin and introduced him to everyone. We have another young and talented big handsome guy in our circle. Hello everyone. Shenlin greeted with a smile. The club was full of young people, both male and female, but very few were over 30. Plus, Shenlin's emotional intelligence was also high, and soon became acquainted, so they called one old Lin after another. Not as bad as Shenlin thought. Maybe they are all at the same level, so it's easy to get along with them. There is also no pretender. All are people with high emotional intelligence. This is the real second generation. Chapter 32. You look like a deceased person of mine. After getting acquainted with the crowd, Shenlin also added many WeChat messages. Shenlin also knew that with the passage of time, these would all be his own connections in time. After chatting for a while, the time came to more than 6 o'clock. Zhang Hao, Tang Feng and Ding Xin all came to Shenlin's side. Shenlin knew that these three should have something to say to themselves, What? It's getting late. I've booked a private dining room, so the guys will go to eat first, and you can arrange for the bar or somewhere in the evening, Shenlin hurriedly said after hearing Zhang Hao's words. I'll go. Didn't I say? I'll take care of it? You take care of a hammer. You're damn near a star. Do you have time to take care of it? Tang Feng disliked it jokingly. Shenlin thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Thanks, brothers. Thanks hammer. Damn. You are at least our HK vice president now, and a few of us level. Your face is our face. In the future they are all family members. Say chicken hair thanks. Ding Xin gave Shenlin a cigarette, followed by a few people smoked. Shenlin thought about it. More than 20 people, and go to the bar at night? As you like. You arrange it anyway. Zhang Hao exhaled a smoke ring and said. Shenlin thought about it. I see that today are all Luohan. It's no fun to go to the bar. It's better to go to Shan K. I'll find that guy who longed to book a box. I go. Old Lin, play so high. Ha ha, I like it. Tang Feng hemmed and hawed. Shenlin gave it a blank look, then called Hulong. Old Hu, this side of Hangzhou City, Business K, do you have a way? Must brother Shen, where do you want to set? Shenlin thought about it. Damn, a place with a better environment and better quality girls. Tonight, straight to party. Brother Shen, what's the budget? No upper limit. The best arrangement. Shenlin overbearingly said. Anyway is to enjoy life. Then enjoy the best. Besides, Shenlin is really not worried about money now. More than 100 million in the card. Plus when the time comes, he can still cooperate with the bank. Not bad money. Zhang Hao several people sniffed. They all looked at Shenlin. Kao worthy of being old Lin. Atmosphere. Tang Feng directly gave a thumbs up. Hey, every day of red lights and extravagant life. When is the end? Ding Xin smiled and pretended. Zhang Hao directly kicked over. Then you damn don't go. Go back and buy a bucket. Buy some wolfberries. Soak your feet. Hey, you damn. The two joked. This time, Hulong thought about it and said to Shenlin. Why don't we go to Drunken Heaven? Yes, the largest box. Direct booking. Shenlin directly platooned. Hulong nodded. Worthy of being an expert on the opposite side of this party, picked up the phone, and began to book. After Hulong made the reservation, Zhang Hao directly got up. Brothers, now set off. Ideal 1 private dining. Old Lin treats dinner. Finished the second half. Old Lin take everyone to the drunken paradise to taste tea. Set off. I go. Brother Lin. Atmosphere. Brother Lin. Mighty. Ha 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 ha. Today I'm dragging Brother Lin's blessing. Finally I can eat meat. One by one. The second generation. Or the founding generation. All quite gave Shenlin face. Tang Feng also pulled Shenlin up and waved his hand. Go, old Lin. Take you to feel the scale of our club. Go blow up the streets. After saying this, the group of people walked out of the small building laughing and joking, each getting into their respective cars. Old Lin follow old Tang. We'll line up in order. Zhang Hao looked at Shenlin with a smile and said. After saying that, Ding Xin directly said to the crowd. Set off. Ideal 1 private cuisine. Remember, to the city, the gas pedal all give me a little boom. Do not disturb the people, although the police side filed, but made a big, but also no reason to know. Okay. The crowd gave a unanimous cry. Each returned to their own cars. Tang Feng played the lead. Shenlin followed. Subsequently a group of people more than 20 supercars, lined up in order, vastly towards the ideal 1 private food drive. And Shenlin also followed in his car. At the same time just Zhang Hao their words, and just saw a few cars without license plates. Shenlin also analyzed it. The club's energy is still there. Someone to get through the traffic police relationship. This scale of the party green light. The same way someone's car has not been on the license plate. The energy is also there. Secondly, the club also invested together to do business, and even help each other, provide contacts, financing. If you do the math this way, the gold content is okay, at least for the time being. This club, not bad. Shenlin did not think too much, just so follow the crowd of cars bombing streets, bombing tunnels, hugely came to the center of the city by the river in front of a single villa restaurant. The crowd got off in turn. The surrounding passers-by have taken out their cell phones to shoot. It was really more than 20 supercars, still very eye-catching. The place that Zhang Hao looked for was not a high-class restaurant, it was just looking at a villa's private dining room. Shenlin also knows that this kind of private dining is popular now. Of course, this private dining room must be different from the ordinary people go to the private dining room, because if Shenlin is not mistaken, this restaurant seems to receive a group of them today, because the parking lot, just their car, and secondly, the restaurant's door head of the advertisement is also displaying the HK Supercar Club information. And just now, during the voice chat in the car, Shenlin knew that this private dining room was booked in advance by Zhang Hao. After getting off the car, the crowd walked towards the villa. Not to mention, the decoration was very elegant and ancient colors and flavors, and before taking Jimu Shui to eat that place, there are similarities. Shenlin just walked in. He saw Zhang Hao and a boss-like woman exchanging pleasantries. Seeing Shenlin walk over, Zhang Hao immediately pulled Shenlin's arm. Come, Shenlin, let me introduce you. Zhang Hao pointed to the smiling woman on the side and said, this is Xia Rao. We usually call Sister Rao. She is the owner of this restaurant. Shenlin, my buddy, nice guy. Zhang Hao introduced Shenlin to Sister Yao after he introduced Shenlin to Sister Yao. Xia Yao looked at Shenlin with interest. Then she smiled and extended her hand. Little brother Shen. First time meeting. Welcome, Sister Yao. Hello. Shenlin sized up the beautiful woman in front of him with an excellent temperament, looking at the appearance of more than 30 years old. But afterward Shenlin knew that the other party was already more than 40, and could only say that it was very well maintained, wearing a high-forked cheongsam, which showed her marvelous figure, in the best possible way. Secondly, the hair was coiled up high, very much like in the TV series, the look of those Republican noble women, and the temperament on her body was very good. At a glance, she was not an ordinary person. At least when Shenlin saw her, he knew that this was definitely not someone's entire estate. After shaking hands, Rao's sister looked at Shenlin with a light smile and said, Shen little brother, later if you think the food is good, come more often in the future. Definitely, Shenlin politely said. At this time, Zhang Hao smiled and looked at Shenlin. Flirting, sure enough, handsome guys can have privileges wherever they go. What's wrong? Shenlin froze, not knowing why Zhang Hao would say that, because it's not simple to come to eat on Sister Rao's side. In addition to making a reservation in advance, it also depends on Sister Rao's mood. When Shenlin heard this, he inwardly reinforced his thoughts once again. This Sister Rao, I'm afraid her identity is not simple, but still joked. Yeah, this is not a deliberate attempt to squeeze me? Sister Rao looked at the two snickering and laughed. Little Housy's mouth has always been so detrimental, but it just doesn't allow people to be offended. By the way, little brother Shen, I think he should be from the imperial capital, right? Sister Rao, you guessed wrong. Old Lin is from Ningchang. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, but she still said with flair, then it seems that sister was mistaken. However, you look very much like a deceased person of mine. Chapter 33 Circle people are good. After Xia Yao finished speaking, she didn't say too much more, but smiled at Shenlin and Zhang Hao. The box is already prepared for you guys. I still have some things to do. I'll accompany you later. Sister Yao, you're welcome. We'll just come by ourselves. Zhang Hao didn't really dare to trouble Sister Yao, and hurriedly responded politely. But at this moment, after Shenlin heard what Xia Rao had just said, inwardly, it was as if he had been touched by something. He looked deeply at Xia Yao. Xia Yao didn't notice Shenlin's eyes, and after being polite, she left. Brother Hao, what's this one's origin? Looking at the departing Xia Yao, Shenlin inquired curiously. Other people didn't know his identity. Didn't he know it? He was just an orphan. The words of Xia Yao just now were actually Shenlin's conditioned reflex. Over the years, Shenlin was actually more sensitive to such words. Therefore, after Yu's sister left, Shenlin directly inquired about it. And looking at Zhang Hao's and their appearance towards Yu's sister, Shenlin knew that they were definitely clear about Yu's sister's origin. You kind of asked the right question. Sister Yao is the woman of a certain big brother in the imperial capital, the entire Hangzhou city, who all have to more or less give Sister Yao a little bit of face. The exchange between smart people do not need to point too transparent. Shenlin sniffed and immediately understood, then no longer ask more questions. As for the issue of their own identity, Shenlin now really is. Let nature take its course. The people came to the box. The box is very large, enough to accommodate more than 50 people. We all settled down together and chatted. The speed of serving food is still very fast. Half an hour later, a table of colorful and fragrant dishes have been ready. Most of them were still local specialties, but there were also a few different ones. Shenlin took a bite, and had to say why it was said that business was booming here. In addition to some powerful people want to make friends with Enchanting Sister. The flavor here is really good. They were all from the coastal area, and what they ate was a fresh one. Shenlin, try this rouge rose shrimp. The signature here. Tang Feng sat beside Shenlin and gave him food. After all, it was Shenlin's first time here. They had all been here many times. It was like doing the landlord's favor. Shenlin smiled and thanked him, pinching it up and taking a bite. The flavor is really good. Shenlin nodded in satisfaction. The fragrance of the rouge flowers, coupled with the fresh and tender texture of the Arctic shrimp, the impact on the taste buds, everything was just right. Want to drink some now? At this time, Feng Ting from the club looked at Tang Feng. Shenlin's several people said, Ting was considered the youngest person in the club, and was still in college. However, the strength of his family was also upstream of the club. When he said this, no one felt it was inappropriate. Then let's have a drink, Shenlin politely said. This meal, just now Shenlin had already privately said to Zhang Hao and the others that he would pay the bill. So, now that a guest wanted to drink, Shenlin definitely agreed. Besides, these days there are chauffeurs, afraid of a soft, then how about getting some red ones and drinking shallowly? The second half is the focus, how about it? Shenlin looked at the crowd and inquired. Hey, Brother Lin, you're hosting today. Whatever you say, that's right, you just watch. Some lively second generation started to pat Shenlin's ass at this time. Although they did not know what Shenlin's family did, but they now also knew that Shenlin's head was probably the biggest in this circle. After all, almost $100 million of houses to live in. There are 3 supercars, and Sylphie's big lizard this car. It really is not money can buy. These can be seen. Shenlin's background, not small, and it is said that Sylvie this car, or Shenlin parents sent. Therefore, some of the second generation with average strength, has now begun to treat Shenlin solemnly. After all, who would dislike their friend's strength? Seeing that the crowd did not object, Shenlin directly called the waiter, asked for the menu, and looked at the wine. Not to mention, the red wines here, all of them were good wines. Shenlin thought about it and said to the waiter, Romane Conti, Montrachet Grand Cru, white wine come 5 bottles. This was one of the more circulating white wines in the Conti series. The price was not expensive, more than 50,000 a bottle. Who knows? Shenlin's words just fell. Ding Xin directly said, Old Lin, luxury, our group of big men, not to or change a cold and Grand Cru. Also Conti, yes, Brother Lin, you are the atmosphere. Brothers all know, not so much, too expensive. No one's money is not blown by the wind. Ting, who had just proposed to drink, also persuaded at this moment. He was really surprised that Shenlin was so generous. 5 bottles of Montrachet Grand Cru, that would be $250,000. Although none of them like this $250,000, but it also depends on what to use. This usual dinner, really not. Get a few $1,000, $10,000 of wine to drink it. Well moreover, Ting is really a little afraid that Shenlin feels that he is pointing at him. Then at that time, the loss will not be worth it. It's fine, happy today, as the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine. Shenlin smiled and waved his hand, directly letting the waiter serve the wine. The crowd saw that Shenlin was so bold, and they did not persuade more. One could only think in the bottom of their hearts that it was a person with a bold atmosphere. Soon, the wine came up. Shenlin let the waiter wake up the wine and poured it for each of them. Come on, let's go one together to celebrate the acquaintance. Shenlin raised his glass high and looked at the crowd with a smile. The crowd followed suit and raised their glasses, taking a sip together. The wine banquet entered a normal atmosphere next, and between the pushing of glasses and exchanging of drinks, as he became more and more familiar with Zhang Hao and the others, Shenlin also knew about this circle of Zhang Hao's. Just as he had said to Shenlin at the very beginning, the circle has a threshold just to isolate some low pussy. In the circle, or look at the emotional intelligence and the ability to deal with people in the world. And today Shenlin saw the club people. One really do not have the internet said, those second generation faults. On the contrary, each and every one of them are quite polite. Family education in all aspects are very good. That's right, the second generation present, which one is not from the childhood elite education up? Besides, the creation of a generation, certainly compared to the second generation, emotional intelligence is even stronger. After all, can start a successful business? There are a few as simple. Therefore, a group of people get along. To Shenlin's feeling that is quite good. 5 bottles of Conti, almost enough to share 2 cups each. Therefore, after the wine and food, the crowd did not have a drunk. The state is very good. After all, who all know, the second half is the focus. Shenlin looked at the crowd with a smile and joked. All can still drink. Don't TM one by the time you go to the business K. You are drunk. By then, the girl's hand can't even touch the hot. I'm not responsible for it. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin. Just for your words. Tonight, high and low let you sober in. Confused out. One of the second generation, laughed and responded. Shenlin sniffed, looked at Zhang Hao's few people, and then looked at the crowd. Without further ado, Drunk in Heaven, let's go. Chapter 34, Cosplayer. Drunk in Heaven, Shenlin was really coming for the first time, when he was just on the road. Hu Long had said that this was currently the top business K in Hangzhou. Therefore, Shenlin was still very curious about this merchant K. What was it like to be in a place that made Hulong linger a bit? Shenlin and the others had all called for a chauffeur because they had just drank. When a group of supercars parked at the entrance of Drunken Heaven. The people who came to spend money tonight, each and every one of them revealed a surprised expression. All of them were thinking that tonight was the birthday of that guy, or that a few girls were going to be ravaged by these guys tonight. After getting off the bus, Shenlin joined Zhang Hao and the others and arrived at the lobby of Drunken Heaven. Good day, distinguished guest. The crowd had just walked in, and at the entrance stood two girls in black cheongsams with sweet mouths greeting Shenlin and his group. Walking towards the inside, the decoration of this merchant K was reflected in the eyes. It did not have the appearance of the previous business K that Shenlin had imagined, brilliant and golden. Instead, it carried a strong cyberpunk style. This was also the biggest style of his house. Combined with the colorful lights, it brought the atmosphere of the place to the extreme. Arriving at the hall, Shenlin touched Hulong's arm, who immediately stepped forward. Booked it, the biggest box. Okay, sir, please follow me this way. The waitress, dressed in a silver cheongsam, brought the crowd up to the elevator, which was said to be on the top floor. Soon the elevator opened, and the scene in front of them let Shenlin know that this TM definitely hadn't come to the wrong place, because after the elevator opened, the entire corridor of the top floor, all standing girls, clothing is also diverse, cheongsam, stepmother dresses, Chi-Force small short skirt, and even Shenlin also saw the cozer. That TM is Spider-Man? Tangfeng touched Shenlin, a little lewdly asked. ITM also saw Ultraman. Shenlin's eyes were also sharp, and he saw the cosplaying Ultraman girl at a glance. I'll go. Old who usually eats so well. Zhang Hao saw this scene and also teased Hulong. Old who? You TM have this kind of field. Tell me earlier, after so many years, just eat alone? Ding Xin gave Hulong a kick and Hulong smirked. A few brothers, misunderstanding, this has just opened for a month. Don't push it. Set off. Shenlin was excited inside at the moment. He had been to Shang K before, but they are the kind of small business K, the only to go to the big business K, but also ING accompanied their own leadership to go. At that time, the leader in the business K play, he sat in the car and so on, just like a small minion, but now it is different. Today brother is the emperor ah. The crowd walked out of the elevator, as if they had triggered an NPC mission. The group of girls who had just stood in a row looking at the elevator. At this moment, they opened their mouths. Good evening, Mr. VIP. Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, boss. Hello President. Good day brother. In the midst of a sweet greeting, Shenlin and the others drifted a bit at once. With this service, who would come and not get confused? Men come to places like this, sometimes it's really not for those sordid things. Rather, it's in places like this that one can realize how cool it is to be a man. Why? Because only in this kind of place, men are held in the heart of the treasure by women. Think about it, 1,000 beautiful women on your words, to provide you with emotional value, so that you enjoy the feelings of the ancient king. Just ask you, are you happy in your heart? Soon, in the midst of a greeting, Shenlin's crowd arrived at the box, and in the entire top floor, there was only this box, meaning, Shenlin and the others could make all kinds of waves. Just after entering the box, a male manager in a suit walked in. All brothers, our side are flat spot girls. Today thank you for your brother's presence. We will serve. With sincerity. The manager has not finished. Ding Xin opened the meat joke said. Fine service, that fine? The manager smiled and looked at Ding Xin. Brother, you want that fine on that fine. The girls are obedient. Ha ha ha, as long as you are not satisfied. Within half an hour to change the girl. Free. The manager finished. Shenlin nodded and said. Then brothers, what are you waiting for? Start calling people ah. Night party. Go. With Shenlin's order, all the people were smiling and laughing, obscenely holding a flatbed to start picking out the girls. Shenlin also picked up a tablet and tapped into the app that they made themselves in the store. A little bit in, Shenlin had to admire. No wonder just opened a month. Business is so good. This your sister. Choose the girl is like shopping a certain treasure. Various categories, all categorized for you. What? Pure class, charming class, imperial sister class, cozer class, people what wife, young what woman. What kind of type is there? Shenlin's crowd was just like Lu Lawei entering the Grand View Garden. I go. Cosplayer category. I say, how about a cosplayer party tonight? Tang Feng also saw the categories inside, raised his head, looked at Shenlin and the crowd, and said his own play. Can ha ha, often lights and wine. Haven't experienced a large cos scene yet. Zheng Hua laughed and agreed. Feng Ting was also eager to try. Then what else to say? Choose. Shenlin hemmed and hawed. The crowd then began to choose cosplayers. Ha ha ha, I'll ing pick a Spider-Man. Zhang Hao said with a lewd smile. Then ing pick a Mithreya Buddha. I wonder what the experience is. Ding Xin Yi lewdly laughed and said, having a say. Shen Lin heard Ding Xin's words and had a chill. I throw. Old Ding, you girl is normal not? Go go go. Buddy, this is not for the brothers to get welfare. Ah. Ding Xin gave Shen Lin a glance. Shen Lin also helplessly smiled. One after another. Most people have chosen. What Ultraman? What Batman? Just TM Iron Man all came. There was even TM picking FA high. Shen Lin sniffed and looked at the people present. Everyone can't be perverts, right? Shen Lin did not care about other people, and continued to watch on the tablet. At the moment, what was displayed on the tablet was Athena, but it was the exposed version. Shen Lin does not like such straight balls, or that kind of hazy temptation is good. Scratch down. Another. Shen Lin saw. Almost sprayed out. This Nima. Monster Godzilla? Really? Talented. Ah. Creative? Don't be creative next time. Shen Lin picked for a long time. Scratched one after another. Soon. The next one. Shen Lin froze. This one was wearing a red dress. The dress was made of the lightest silk material, and the wide cuffs fluttered in the wind, as if she was flaunting with her unruly personality. The waist was tied with a thin golden belt, which mirrored her long, shiny black hair, highlighting her slender waist. Shen Lin hemmed and hawed. I'll go. That's her. The Fireless Dance. Chapter 35 Rich Brother's Life. It's so plain and simple. As Shen Lin ordered, the crowd all chose their cosplayers. Soon, the manager began to bring people in. When more than 20 cosplayer girls stood in a row, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. It could be called a swarm of demons. Ultraman, Monster, FA High, Black Spider, Iron Man, Bear, Mithreya Buddha, Unknown Fire Dance. As they entered one by one, the manager began to give orders. Come, welcome our honored guests. As the manager's words fell, the cosplayer girls present spoke in unison. Good evening, honored guests. We will serve you with sincerity, so that you will have a pleasant evening. After saying hello, the cosplayers began to wait for their respective bosses to call them. Shen Lin looked towards the Fireless Dance sister and waved at her. When the girl saw Shen Lin, her eyes lit up. What a handsome little brother. So stepping on black silk heels, her body swayed and walked over. Good evening, boss. Sit. Shen Lin patted the sofa beside him. Good evening, boss. My name is Fong Qing. You can call me Qinger. Fong Qing ruffled her hair a little bit. A few points of flirtation flowed out of her almond eyes, and said with a smiling face. After saying this, Fong Qing took the initiative to pull on Shen Lin's arm. Brother, you are so handsome. You are also very big. Shen Lin looked at Fong Qing, his sight on his chest, and said lewdly, giggle. Brother, you are so bad. Qinger likes it so much. But brother, you seem like a schoolboy from my college days. Familiar. Fong Qing fell greatly grinning, directly counter-teasing Shen Lin up. This made Shen Lin's heart, more or less gave birth to a few strange feelings, casually smiled and responded. Maybe, I am also a school grass in school. As for and you are not familiar with don't know, but to your body is certainly not familiar. After tonight, may be familiar. Fong Qing sniffed and looked at Shen Lin with a smile, but inwardly she said, he's so flirty. I like it so much. Then she smiled delicately and made a gesture to slap Shen Lin. Charming to the extreme. As the respective female cosplayers returned to their positions, the manager also looked at the crowd and said, VIPs, what kind of wine to drink? At this time, Shen Lin looked at the crowd. Hey, don't all be busy studying the cosplayers? First, what kind of wine? Foreign or white? Brother Lin, you watch and come. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely give up my life tonight. Fong Ting put his arm around the Godzilla girl and coaxed. Shen Lin sniffed, thought for a moment, looked at the manager and said, wine list. When the manager heard this, he knew that Shen Lin was the host tonight, so he took the tablet and handed it to Shen Lin. Shen Lin directly checked the foreign wine, looked at it, and in the next second, placed his eyes on a whiskey called Glenlivet Winchester. I'll go. You have all the Glenlivet Winchester 50-year here? VIP? Yes, but this one, which is our town treasure, only has 10 bottles, the manager said with a smile. 10 bottles straight up. Ah, before the manager said anything, Fong Qing, who was sitting next to Shen Lin, was shocked, was really shocked, and, at the same time unbelievably looked at Shen Lin. And not only Shen Lin, is the entire box? Everyone was shocked. Zhang Hao even directly came to Shen Lin's front violently. Old Lin, not so much, really not so much, us a few big old men, usually a few thousand whiskey is good. This TM is too expensive. It's not that Zhang Hao doesn't want to drink, but he really doesn't want Shen Lin to break the bank so much. A bottle of Glenlivet Winchester 50 years. Now the market price, are in 170,000 a bottle, not to mention in the business K. Just now Zhang Hao took a look. Here sells 200,000 a bottle. The problem is that Shinlin is not a bottle, but 10 bottles. Nima, a commercial K, and M4 are almost gone. At this moment, not only Zhang Hao, is everyone in the club, are shocked to look at Shinlin. I go, this just came Vice President. Lin, so strong? Fengting looked at Shinlin, but also a face of worship. Damn, when? I can also be like Brother Lin, depending on money as dirt? Shinlin smiled and looked at Zhang Hao. It's okay, good wine doesn't hurt. The other wine in here, may be fake, but this wine, definitely can't be done. That's it, not much money. Besides, the first time I met with my brothers, happy, that's it. After saying that, and not waiting for Zhang Hao to continue to dissuade, Shinlin directly looked at the manager. Serve the wine, the rest of the drinks. Abby, what? Look on. The manager sniffed, and inwardly was also a joy. I go, know that this group of people are rich, but did not expect to be so rich. This down, directly is more than 2 million ah. After thinking about it, the manager came to Shinlin's front. VIP, your name, Shin of Shinwansan. Shenlin replied suspiciously. Shen Xiao, it's like this. This wine, is our coming treasure here, plus the price is not cheap, is the need to pay first. Shenlin sniffed, and could understand. After all, a wine worth 200,000 a bottle. If they really drank it and couldn't pay in the end, even if they were to arrest Shenlin and the others, it would be a loss. Shenlin also expressed his understanding, and directly took out the platinum card given by CCB before. Brush. Shenlin domineeringly took out the card. The crowd knew that it could not dissuade Shenlin. However, the crowd also knows that Brother Lin is really ho. Soon POS machine swiped the card successfully. This scene will be present in the cosplayer are shocked. One by one, they looked at Shenlin's eyes with a scorching heat, especially Fong Cheng, who was sitting on the side of Shenlin. She did not expect that today, the first time she introduced, she met such a luxurious guest, and also young and handsome. $2 million worth of wine ah, just bought it. This must be how rich ah. Suddenly Fong Cheng felt his body hot, cannot help but lift the corner of the clothes, holding Shenlin's arm, rubbing down, and as the wine came up, the atmosphere of the box came alive. Some are already ghosting and singing, some began to play games. Lost good wine their own people drink. Abby's sister drink. Behind is everyone collectively play games. Miss cards, one by one. Brothers, all give Shenlin welfare. Have a good punishment. Let Shenlin and sister play. Playing high, Shenlin directly embraced Fong Qing. One hand ravaged. One hand in Zhang Hao and their boxing. It was so enjoyable. The crowd got high together, and soon it was going to be early in the morning. Shenlin pulled out his hand on Fong Qing, and took a picture of the Glenlivet Winchester 50 years on the coffee table, and then took a screenshot of the payment record just now. Directly clicked on the friend circle and edited one. Friend circle text, every day is just eat and drink. When is the end ah? With a picture, Glenlivet Winchester 50 years plus payment records. Click to send. Rich brother's life is so plain and simple. Chapter 36, the party ends. Night and day. The party continued to get high until almost 12 o'clock, and the drinks were almost at the bottom. Shenlin also felt that the time was almost up. Get ready to disperse, withdraw, and go back to your homes. At this moment, Fong Cheng was originally slightly drunk, but after hearing Shenlin's words, she instantly sobered up quite a bit, and tightly hugged Shenlin. This rich brother, must follow him. After all, this is a top-notch rich brother that he has never met before. One night, spending more than $2 million, must follow and coax well at night. Shenlin, of course, knew what Fong Cheng's action represented, and it just so happened that he was bored alone at night, so he pinched Fong Cheng's face. Go together no. Have a late night snack? Fong Cheng smiled and nodded her head. Brother Fu had invited him, so what was there to resist? Not everyone had the opportunity to contact a top-tier rich brother. Take the people in this box for example. The only one who served a true master was himself. At the moment, Fong Cheng looked at the other sisters looking at her gaze with envy. Inside the batch of cool, Fong Cheng is now, big brother give face. Have to be good to carry. So, Shenlin then put his arm around Fong Cheng's waist and walked out of the door of the box. Tonight, destined to be another night of fireworks. However, this is life, isn't it? That man doesn't like waking up in charge of the world and lying drunk on a beauty's knee. A group of people came out. Some have been drunk, has been blind, a few yelling. Some of them were hugging the girls in their arms and making love to each other. Tang Feng, the pussy, was now drunk and kept vomiting on the grass aside. Shenlin and Zhang Hao looked at each other. Then Shenlin waved at Hulong. Brother Lin, what's the word? Hulong ran to Shenlin's front in a bumbling manner. This kid was worthy of being a constant in the casino, drinking a bunch of alcohol like it was nothing. This way, take the drunken brother. Go to a nearby hotel and get a room. Settle down. The money is on my account. Find me for reimbursement at that time. After settling down, brother, if we are still having a late night snack, you come over. I'll send you a locator. Such aftercare things, Hu Long often did, and did not have the slightest complaint. After all, Shenlin's strength, he had sort of seen it today, and could already determine that Shenlin was the strongest one in Zhang Hao's circle. In this regard, he was also happy to help. Then the crowd was divided into 3 batches. One batch was brought by Hu Long to rest the drunk unconscious. One group was the ones who drank okay and greeted Shenlin and the others and went back to their own homes. One batch was the ones who were still planning to go out for a late night snack with Shenlin and the others. At this time, Ding Xian walked to Shenlin's front. I'm not eating. I'll go back first. I'm going to vomit too. Shenlin saw him being embraced by the sister, smiled and went up to pat his shoulder. Go go go. Know your girl, monkey. In the face of Shenlin's flirting, Ding Xian didn't talk nonsense and hemmed and hawed. Feng Ting sent Ding Xian and the sister to the car, then continued to come to Shenlin's heel. Feng Ting also drank a lot, but he was young and had a good capacity for alcohol, and he really wanted to get on good terms with Shenlin, so he also had to follow along for a late night snack. Tonight, he had also seen Shenlin's bravado. In their circle, there were not many who spent so much in one night. In the future, he would be his own brother. Of course, you have to make a good relationship, and Shenlin did not know that in the future he was in Hangzhou, behind his ass. From now on there was one more follower. Brother Lin, I know that there is a night snack stand nearby that is good. Why don't we go and try it? Feng Ting looked at Shenlin and said. Shenlin nodded. Then a group of people walked towards the night snack stall. Do not really say, this barbecue restaurant business is very hot. Shenlin, their group of people to come when, cannot sit down, or the boss directly on the street, get a table, which sat down, ordered some skewers, and did not ask for wine. The main thing is that no one can drink now. Shenlin also had a bowl of mutton soup, sober. Then he chatted with Feng Ting, Zhang Hao and them, and from time to time, he molested Feng Qing's body, attracting a pout. Brother Lin, can I drive your Siebel big lizard the day after tomorrow? Feng Ting ate a skewer and eagerly looked at Shenlin and inquired. Open it. Shenlin responded, then opened his mouth, and Feng Qing peeled a spicy crayfish for himself and fed it into Shenlin's mouth. Forget it, I'd rather not open it. If it's broken, I can't afford to pay for it. Feng Ting thought about it and added. Zhang Hao sniffed, slightly speechless. Then you might as well not ask. Blind a few bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Shenlin wiped his mouth and looked at Feng Ting. Broken count me, is not just a car, outside the body. Hearing Shenlin's words, Feng Ting sniffed, and then, this is sure it is not Versailles? Zhang Hua laughed and his stomach hurt. That what? Lin brother? Now cannot call you Lin brother, to call you Bruce Lin. This TM, that is the Siebel big lizard in your mouth, on the body of things, cattle after you are Hangzhou Batman. But not, someone said at the beginning, there is no choice. To my anger, I go, on the pretending to be your old Lin. Damn, when the university, how I did not see. You have the attributes of the king of the force? Zhang Hao picked up the conversation and flirted with Shenlin. Wait, brother Hao, you and brother Lin went to college together? Feng Ting inquired as he looked at the two men suspiciously. Not college classmates. I his senior. Right, little Lindsay, call a senior to here. Asterisk 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 off. Shenlin glanced at Zhang Hao. He wanted to take advantage of my old man. Right? I go. Doesn't that mean, brother Lin, I'm your schoolmate? Feng Ting was surprised, then excited. I go. This is not a closer relationship. You are also from Zhejiang University? Shenlin looked at Feng Ting and asked. Well, the family donated a building to Zhejiang University to get in. UTM, where's Versailles? Zhang Hao sniffed and kicked Feng Ting's body. Shenlin laughed. Come on, call a senior. Brother Lin, I'll call out. Take me to play in the future. Take me to fly. Feng Ting's character was just like a child, mainly in school, and he couldn't play with his classmates. Still like to come out and play with Zhang Hao, and now that he knows Shenlin, of course he wants to play with Shenlin. He is the kind of person who likes to play with awesome boom boom people. Feeling thieves pull exciting. Anyway, I have nothing to do every day now. Next time I go to Zhejiang University, find you to play. Recommend a few good-looking schoolgirls. Shenlin hemmed and hawed. I go. Brother Lin. The same way No, senior. Really have milk his father right? Zhang Hua spat out Feng Ting. A few people talked and laughed and had a good late-night snack. Shenlin also gave a few people a suite at the Marriott next door while having a late-night snack. Afterwards, everyone returned to the hotel together, and each wrapped their arms around a girl and returned to their own rooms. Fu's life was simply a nightly affair. Chapter 37, Hulong's High Emotional Intelligence. a night of passion. The next day, Shinlin woke up in a daze, feeling that his head still hurt a little. Last night's drinking was really a bit too much. The waist was a bit sore. Why does it feel like his chest is also a bit sore? Shinlin fixed his eyes on it. Well, it was another octopus, picking people apart. Shinlin walked out of the master bedroom and came to the guest room to smoke a cigarette and, waiting for the brain to clear up. At the moment of sobriety, Shinlin froze. I actually slept with the female of Shanghai. Will there be a disease? But Shinlin thought on second thought. It shouldn't be. In places like drunken heaven, the women should all be subject to a medical checkup, right? Asterisk. Drunk. Next time resolutely not to do such a dangerous thing. Thinking about this, Shinlin had a bout of fear. Then after adjusting his mind, Shinlin opened the shielded system. At once a bunch of system beeps appeared in Shinlin's mind. Ding! Early morning refresh. 100,000 perfect gold has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Check by yourself. Ding! Early morning refreshment. Detected the host yesterday sent a circle of friends. Is a comprehensive score. Ding! Yesterday's circle of friends scores were 87 points. Excellent. To obtain the guaranteed number of sign-in X1. Excellent sign-in X1. Ding! Whether or not to check in, Shinlin said that now that he got up every day, the thing he looked forward to the most was the check-ins. Sign in. Shinlin did not have any hesitation and directly said to the system inwardly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining props, primary company share card 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining props, whiteboard intermediate skill card X1. After the system's beep ended, Shinlin hastily opened the system attribute panel. Check the information of the two cards. Primary company share card. Using this card, you will obtain 67% of the shares of a company with a market capitalization in the range of 50 million to 2 billion for free. Hiss dash. Shinlin sucked in a breath of cool air, sparing himself the fact that he had gone through several sign-ups now, but he was still shocked by the system's sign-in. Just by using this card, one could obtain a company with a minimum of 50 million and a maximum market capitalization of 2 billion, and it was still 67% of the shares. This is an absolute holding. Perhaps many people think that 51% is an absolute holding. In fact, not. 51% is a relative holding, and only reached 67% is an absolute holding. That is to say, as long as one wanted to, one could now immediately become the absolutely controlling majority shareholder of a company with a market capitalization of $2 billion. System, you've given me so many surprises. Shinlin did not intend to use this card right now. In Shinlin's opinion, this card, too, should be used on the blade. Shinlin then looked at the second prop, whiteboard intermediate skill card. Using this card, the host will choose a skill of his choice and directly reach the intermediate level. After Shinlin looked at this intermediate skill card, he immediately understood its meaning. That is, he had a chance to improve himself without any effort. Shinlin didn't even think about it and directly recited it inwardly. Use. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the whiteboard intermediate skill card. Ding. Please host choose skills to strengthen the field. Shinlin also didn't hesitate for a second and directly said inwardly. Racing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the intermediate level racing skill. With the end of the system's beep, memory fragments appeared in Shinlin's mind, and at the same time, his circumference was like the last time he drew the top fighting card. There was a warm current flowing through. This was the memory about racing and muscle memory. After receiving the memories, Shinlin also knew that the current self had already mastered the intermediate level racing technique. As for what level this technique was at, Shinlin knew through his memories that his current level of racing was already out of a professional racer. In a specific point, in addition to the F1 car cannot drive, the rest of the various top-level racing events, Shinlin's current level, go to the race, win the championship is easy. Maisie, today, why don't we go to the club track to experience? Shinlin thought of doing, directly back to the master bedroom, began to wash. When Shinlin washed up and came out, just at this time, Fongqing's cell phone rang. Shinlin then leaned against the doorway of the restroom, wiping his hair and did not go out. He saw Fongqing woke up in a daze and answered the phone, her voice a little hoarse. Hey, well, I was working overtime last night, I'm catching up on sleep today. Well, no more, I'll sleep, contact me later. After saying that, Fongqing hung up the phone. Shinlin at this time, also walked out, playfully looking at Fongqing who rolled over, deliberately asked a question. Who? No one. Friend. Fongqing looked at Shinlin, a little stammered. Seeing Fongqing this way, Shinlin knew that it should be a man calling, but what does it have to do with himself? Shinlin came to the bedside, picked up his own cell phone, and slapped Fongqing's arse in passing. Get up, I let the hotel send breakfast. I'll leave first, you eat well, directly check out. The cost, I settled. Upon hearing this, Fong Qing froze, and hurriedly sat up, her eyes wide with an aggrieved expression. Brother, just like that? What do you say? Shenlin said coldly while putting on his clothes. Upon hearing this, Fong Qing gritted her teeth and weakly asked, Brother, can you add a contact? Shenlin put on his clothes, smiled, came to Fong Qing's front and held her chin and said, You crossed the line, forget each other in the future. The reward that should be given. I will notify my friends to give it to you. Don't get an inch. After saying this, Shenlin also ignored what the other party thought and directly turned around and left the room. For this kind of woman of the night, Shenlin said that it was good to have had a pleasant experience for one night. Want to use this to climb up? Sorry, buddy is not a wrongdoer. After leaving the room, Shenlin found his WeChat group, more than a small group. Inside was, Hulong, Zhang Hao, Tang Feng, Ding Xin, Feng Ting, and Zhang Hua. Shenlin, Tang Feng, Ding Xin, Zhang Hua, Zhang Hao, Hulong, cover your face. Shenlin at Hulong. Damn, the formation doesn't know. Kicked, bitchy laugh. The group message prompt is then seen. Hulong withdraws a message. Hulong, Ding Xin, who the hell built the group? Feng Ting, isn't this for today's contact? By the way, Brother Lin, you got up so early? Shenlin, go to the club to practice. Add Hulong, this one in my room. You come to solve it. The money give a 10,000 is good. Tang Feng, I go. This TM is encrusted with gold? 10,000? I think 59.99 is fine. Hulong, Brother Lin, leave it to me to solve. By the way, the car has been arranged. Alpha, license plate hang A66886. Shenlin looked at the message replied by Hulong. No wonder this kid is well mixed. This arrangement, who does not like? Shenlin, okay. Shenlin came to the door of the hotel. He saw the alpha prepared by Hulong, and went straight up. And just after Shenlin left, Hulong went to Shenlin's room. Inside the room, Fong Qing was already dressed and sitting in the dining room to eat when Hulong walked in. This is what Brother Lin asked me to give you. 10,000. Take it. Hulong directly placed the money on the table. Fong Qing pinched her knife and fork tightly and bit her lip. Young Hu, is Brother Lin really just playing around? Upon hearing this, Hulong sneered inwardly, but didn't show it and said, What's wrong? Angry? I said you, just not smart. What kind of person is Brother Lin? He's a big shot in our circle. A person like that hates women clinging on the most. How about this? You add me a WeChat. You just need to be good. When the time comes, Brother Lin organizes a game. I'm calling you to go. Hearing this, Fong Qing could only agree helplessly and added Hulong's WeChat. Hulong did not immediately pass, but continued to follow the good advice. You have a little color. Do not make Of course, you can also make. But Big Brother is not spoiled you. Just may be the last time. Wait for my message. After saying that, Hulong left the room. After coming out, he casually pulled Fong Qing's WeChat black. Hulong disdainfully said, thinking naive, is Brother Lin something you can rely on? Chapter 38, first time down the track. Sometimes, Shenlin had to admire Hulong this person's emotional intelligence and ability to deal with people. This girl, really was a people person. Shenlin had just been sent to the club by his driver when he saw his Ferrari 488 being towed to the club by a tow truck. No wonder people could mix well. There was a reason for it all. At the same time, Shenlin was getting along with Zhang Hao's circle of people. Really found out a little bit. The real second generation. One by one, all have two brushes. Shenlin had just gotten off the bus when he saw the door of the club open. Zhang Hao's text message was also sent to Shenlin's cell phone. Zhang Hao, knowing that you want to practice, I let the club's master come early today. After going in, the master will help you check the condition of the car, and then go down the track. I'm taking a nap, and I'll go over later to eat together. Shenlin looked at the message and directly replied, okay. Putting down his cell phone, Shenlin walked directly to the club. Just saw a few staff members, all wearing the club's work clothes. One of them, a middle-aged man, saw Shenlin walk in and went forward to greet him. You are Shin Xiao, right? I am the club's logistics team manager, Lin Jie. Shenlin sniffed and directly stretched out his hand to shake with the other party. Master Lin, you're welcome, and don't call me any lesser Shin, just call old Lin. Lin Jie smiled lightly and pulled Shenlin to the workshop. Young Shun, these are my previous logistics team in the WTCR race. This is Mechanic Yuan Hao. This is the safety officer. Lin Jie introduced Shenlin one by one. Shenlin also greeted one by one. One by one. Don't look at Zhang Hao's club as smaller than a club like the well-known SSC, but it is indeed professional, and the money is spent on the knife edge. To know, the logistics team coming out of these top tournaments was not cheap every year, but this was also in line with Shenlin's requirements. He joined the club. It really wasn't for any circle. It was more like he wanted to develop a hobby for himself. Since he wanted to play, he should play professionally. In the past, he was broke, but now that he had money and time, then he should treat himself better. In the long run, the spirit of abundance, always than all day is to go to burn money and play women. To come to the good. Isn't there a saying, with a skill, you can get along anywhere? Master Lin, I'm going to go down the track today. Shen Lin looked at Lin Jie and said, that's fine. However, we have to check Young Shen's car first. After all, safety comes first. Shen Lin nodded. Soon, Lin Jie sent someone to drive Shen Lin's car to the workshop and began an all-round inspection. Shen Lin was not idle, so he followed them, although he was now very assured about his skills and knew a lot about racing. But after all, it was the first time and everything was new. More than an hour later, the inspection was completed. Lin Jie said to Shen Lin, Young Shun, you can get off the track. First time running, do you want to follow a navigator? Although the club's track wasn't very big, but racing, all of them were risky, and it was Shen Lin's first time running the club's track. The terrain may not be too familiar, so this side Lin Jie is ready to let Shen Lin take a navigator. First simply run a few laps, familiarize yourself with the track before. It's okay. In this regard, Shen Lin did not refuse, all on the premise of safety. Although Shen Lin loves cars, but if his life was lost, there was still a ball to talk about. Coupled with the fact that there was now a system, Shen Lin was even more life-thirsty. Soon, Shen Lin put on the racing suit under the guidance of Lin Jie. Racing suits were 3 sets prepared by the club for everyone who joined the club. If you felt that the club's was not good, you could contact Lin Jie on your own and they went to help buy better ones. After dressing up and putting on the helmet, Shen Lin and the navigator, together, got into their Ferrari 488 car. The navigator, called Huang Bin, is a domestic rally retired down the navigator, now also by Zhang Hao, dug over. After getting into the car, Huang Bin took a tablet, and one of the tablet's data cables was plugged into the car. Huang Bin looked at Shen Lin and smiled easily. Young Shun, you can understand some specialized terminology, right? Shen Lin nodded. That's fine, then I won't popularize it too much. Ready? Ready, send the car now. Shen Lin gestured an OK sign. Then he ignited this beast underneath him. Boom dash, the Ferrari 488's engine erupted with a strong roar, just like a fierce beast hissing. For the first time, there will be no timing. Get ready, right 4 after 100 meters, then take 100. Huang Bin began to report the road book after seeing Shen Lin ready. Shen Lin heard. Directly a foot of floor oil drove out, almost to the first right curve. Huang Bin said, take 100. 50 meters after the curve is the best acceleration point. Shen Lin sniffed and nodded. At this moment he felt like he had been driving for many years. After hearing Huang Bin's road book, he quickly entered the state under the touch of the skill. The first corner was almost a perfect drift through the corner. I go. Shen Xiao, you practiced? Huang Bin, who was sitting in the car at the moment, looked at Shen Lin's 1-2 punch and skillful means, and couldn't help but voice his doubts. Aha! Shen Lin did not say much, and at this moment, he was fully focused on the track. Seeing that Shen Lin had this skill, the corner of Huang Bin's mouth smiled. Then let's have some excitement. Accelerate. Right 300 in front. Pass. Right 3 left 5 at the yellow band in front. Pass. 5 left at the top of the slope. For right as we approach. 30 downhill. Pass. Ahead is. Huang Bin and Shen Lin were working well together. And at this moment, in the club, Lin Jie was shocked as he looked at the situation in the track through the computer monitor. Every single corner was perfectly overcorrected. I go. Master Lin. Shen Xiao. This car skill. Sure it's just playing? I think it can even go on the racetrack. At this moment, Yuan Hao, the mechanic who was also standing in front of the monitor, looked at Lin Jie with an astonished face. Lin Jie nodded. It seems that Shen Xiao is a deep hiding ah. So, notify Huang Bin. After a lap, ask Shen Xiao can speed up. Let's count a time. Okay, we are all people who like racing. After seeing Shen Lin's technology, several people are also eager to try. Intended to see Shen Lin's limit. Inside the car, Huang Bin continued to hold the road book. The penultimate curve is quite sharp, so you can try to control the speed. Good. Shen Lin was extremely excited inside at the moment. He loved this feeling of emptying himself and focusing on the track at absolute speed. Next lap. Interested in timing? Huang Bin looked at Shen Lin with a smile after hearing Lin Jie's intercom. Shen Lin drifted into the corner with a drift and said excitedly, any time. Huang Bin looked at Shen Lin's excitement and knew that this was a sure thing about himself. Then said, that's good. After the last corner left 3 right 2, 100 until the end stop. Then we play timing. Chapter 39 Shen Lin's superior skill. After a handsome drift, Shen Lin parked his car at the starting point, which was the location of the finish line. At this time, Lin Jie's voice appeared in Shun Lin and Huang Bin's intercom. Young Shun, one lap down. Are you familiar with it? Shen Lin responded into the intercom in his helmet. Familiarized? That's good. Huang Bin, get out of the car. Later you manually time it. I'll computer time it on my side. Let's see if Shin Xiao can brush Sister Ding's record. After Lin Jie finished speaking, inside the car, Shen Lin looked at Huang Bin in surprise. Sister Ding? That's Ding Rui, Ding Xiao's sister, also a racing enthusiast. Huang Bin saw Shen Lin puzzled, quickly explained. When Shen Lin heard this, he was curious about this Ding Rui. Previously, Zhang Hao had also told him that Ding Xian's sister was considered the big sister of their circle. At first, Shen Lin just thought that it should be because of Ding Xian, and that it might carry a bit of elder meaning in it. But now after hearing Huang Bin's explanation, Shen Lin suddenly felt as if he was mistaken. Perhaps, this Ding Rui, I'm afraid that she is still really relying on her own strength. Damn, sure enough, one can't have too many stereotypes. Young Shun, then I'll get out of the car first and watch your performance. After Huang Bin finished speaking, he directly pushed open the car door and got out. Afterward, Lin Jie began to exhort Shen Lin over the intercom. Young Shun, before you start, I'll tell you to instruct a few more points. First, the third curve is more urgent. Bite and pay attention to the braking point, otherwise understeer, easy to accident. The fifth curve. Second, can smooth over the corner place, try to drift less. Sometimes, smooth over the corner speed will be faster than drift. Don't for the pursuit of excitement and play handsome, when the time to miss, a face of mommy and daddy. Third, Lin Jie's explanation was still humorous, and Shen Lin took note of it. A lap down, Shen Lin launched the skills. The track has been done in mind. After Lin Jie instructed Shen Lin, he finally inquired, Young Shun, are you ready? Yes, right, let me ask, what is Sister Ding's record? Shen Lin's words had just fallen, and soon a female voice came over the intercom. Sister Mi Ah, the record is 1 minute 25 seconds 33. The female voice that suddenly appeared made Shen Lin freeze. I go, personally come? Before Shen Lin could react. At that moment, in the intercom, once again came the sound of 7 voices. Brother Lin, I go, we just came. We saw that you want to brush Sister Ding's record. Really fierce. This voice, Shen Lin heard out. It was Phone Ting's. Old Lin, I can only say cheers to you. This voice was Ding Xian's. No, Old Lin, what else are you hiding from me? Didn't you just play with the car? That lap just now. We all saw it. This skill of yours, it's not like you just played with cars. This voice was Zhang Hao's. Old Lin, you TM every day, do not pretend. Psychological uncomfortable is it? It seems that the old son after the club first handsome cannot keep. This voice was Tang Fang's. Shen Lin froze, then said with amusement and anger. I go, when the hell did you guys come? When you drove almost halfway. Damn, as soon as I came, I saw you pretending to be a pussy. Is there any justice in heaven? Tang Feng joked. Shen Lin looked helpless. I told you guys to come. I'll drive even harder and irritate you to death. Alright, no more jokes. Old Lin, pay attention to safety. Run well. Zhang Hao's voice appeared within the intercom, instructing Shen Lin. Okay, Master Lin, you can start now. Okay, Young Shun, pay attention to the indicator. Lin Jie's voice entered Shen Lin's ears, and then Shen Lin no longer thought much about it. He directly activated his skills and then started the vehicle. Boom boom boom. Shen Lin directly burned the tires in place, and the beast under his seat set off a puff of smoke. At this moment, on the lights of the starting line, a countdown also appeared. 3, 2, 1. With the end of the last number of the countdown, the red light on the starting line directly turned green. Shen Lin directly kicked the floor oil. The car is like an arrow off the string. Rushed out. A strong sense of pushback came, making Shen Lin more focused. At this moment Shen Lin's mind, throwing out all thoughts, only racing. At the same time, in the P-room, racing car repair workshop, Zhang Hao and others also looked at the big screen. Lin Jie, for the sake of Shen Lin's safety, took the road book and started reporting into the intercom. Speed 120 yards, entering the first corner in 1.5 seconds, left 3 right 4 take 100. At this moment inside the car, Shen Lin listened to Lin Jie's report on the intercom. The corner of his mouth slightly curled and, directly speed up, not the slightest deceleration. He is at this moment for his own technology, has absolute confidence. Soon came to the first curve. Shen Lin did not listen to Lin Jie's words in the slightest. The speed did not drop to 100, but directly blasted the gas pedal. Shen Yung, slow down, otherwise this situation, the corner will be very dangerous. Maybe. Lin Jie looked at Shen Lin did not slow down in the slightest, and quickly prompted. And behind them, Zhang Hao and the others were also nervously looking at the display. But just as they were worried, they saw an incredible scene, and Lin Jie even opened his mouth wide without finishing, only to see on the screen, when Shenlin drove his car to the first curve. When he was about to enter the curve, Shenlin did not slow down or steer at all. Just when the crowd felt that something was going to happen, Shenlin directly made an inertial drift and smoothly crossed the corner. The action was in one go. I go. This inertial drift. Sure that old Lin is just playing with the car? The people present, although they are not professionally skilled, but they are all people who play with cars, they all know that to inertially drift in this kind of corner, it requires a very high level of skill. Inertial drift is generated according to the inertia of the traveling car. Good inertial drift. The driver can always judge the speed of the critical point, as well as the front of the vehicle load generated by the front wheels and rear wheels to grasp the balance of the corner. And according to the conventional running method, this corner direct tail drift will be more relaxed. But Shenlin did not slow down. Direct inertia drift, theoretically, is indeed faster than the tail to come, but this curve is very small. Inertial drift accident is also big. Only people who have absolute confidence in their own skills or have a precise grasp of the speed of the car and all aspects can pass it once. And at this moment, Shenlin did it, inevitably making everyone surprised. With the hand Shenlin just made, many professional racers could not say that they passed 100% safely. However, Shenlin just passed, so the shock to the crowd could be imagined. But what they don't know is that this is just the beginning of the shock. After that, Shenlin all kinds of tail drift, inertia drift, brake drift, acceleration drift. Let everyone see is dazzling. And Shenlin for the steering angle of the vehicle, radial force or very good judgment. Soon, the end of the lap, Shenlin directly accelerated to the line after a tail drift end. I go. 1 minute 15 seconds 32. A whole 10 seconds faster than Sister Ding. When the crowd saw Shenlin's final score, all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Lin is really an animal. Before Sister Ding's record, we still have the idea of catching up. Now old Lin is directly blocking the road. Damn. In the future two are going to be pressed by the old Lin. Cannot move. Tang Feng and Ding Xian were shocked. I'll go. Brother Lin is awesome. Feng Ting saw this record and frantically gave Shenlin a call. Sure enough, it was the big brother he looked up to that was awesome. And at this moment, in the pier room, Ding Rui watched the scene and directly took her helmet and walked out of the pier room, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Interesting brother. Chapter 40 Racing with Rui Ding. Ding Rui took her helmet and walked straight out of the pier room. This scene was also seen by Zhang Hao and the others. What is this, Sister Ding? Feng Ting looked at Ding Rui's back as she left and touched Zhang Hao's arm. Little kid, where did that come from? No, brother, I'm not little. I'm in college, Feng Ting protested. Still an old Lin able to race with Sister Ding. Tang Feng looked towards Ding Rui's departing back and murmured. Right, Master Lin, give me a backup copy of the video of the sports car just now, and also, later on, Sister Ding and old Lin's sports car. Also videotape it. I'll send it to the group then. Let all these young masters and young ladies in the group take a look. The club has come up with another hit. We can't be the only ones to be hit. Zhang Hao looked at Master Lin and joked. On the field, Shenlin had just gotten off the bus. Little handsome. At this time, a voice came from behind him. Shenlin subconsciously turned around and saw a woman with long hair and waist, walking with the wind, wearing a racing suit and carrying a helmet, walking towards himself. The woman's eyebrows looked a bit like Ding Xian's. Visually, her age was probably between 28 to 30 years old. The body was hot, and even wearing a racing suit, it highlighted her body perfectly. Seeing this female driver, Shenlin instantly knew who the other party was. Going forward, he extended his hand. You are Sister Ding, right? Nice to meet you, little handsome, good car skills. However, I'm not the kind of woman who forces you to call your sister by virtue of your seniority. After you get on the track, each and every one of you will have to be submissive and call your sister. After hearing Ding Rui's words, Shenlin understood in seconds. Sister Ding, this is wanting a race? Clubs are not even called races. Cutting, interested in running a lap together? Ding Rui stood in front of Shenlin and looked at Shenlin with a smile. Sister Ding has said so. The kid must be accompanied. Hearing this, Ding Rui went forward and patted Shenlin's shoulder, smiling. Gu, little handsome boy, this character of yours, sis likes it very much. HK welcomes you. Nice to meet you. Shenlin also smiled and replied. Although only just met, Shenlin could deduce that Ding Rui should be the kind of girl with a big grin, and at the same time is also very fond of cars. Seeing Shenlin agree, Ding Rui said, give you a break for 10 minutes. By the way, let your car rest. 10 minutes later, we race. The club has finally come to a powerful person. Otherwise I'm going to die of boredom. No need. Just go straight on. I feel like my hands are pretty good right now. At those words, Ding Rui was surprised for a moment. but she was also very quick and dry beyond measure. "Old Lin, my car, how's the inspection?" Ding Rui directly said into the intercom. "Checked, ready to go on the track." Master Lin's voice came over the intercom. "Get ready, I'll have a race with little handsome boy." After saying that, Ding Rui looked at Shenlin with a smile, then put on her own carbon fiber helmet and walked towards the garage. Not long after, a roar sounded. Shenlin followed the sound and saw a 458 challenge driving towards him. Soon, a drift was made and the car was parked in front of Shenlin's Ferrari 488. "I go, so handsome." There was one thing that Shenlin really thought was handsome, especially when the other party was still a female driver. At this time, Zhang Hao's voice, through the intercom, came into Shenlin's ears. "Old Lin, do not underestimate Sister Ding. She is the earliest of our group of people on the road, and now the technology can reach the semi-professional, and Sister Ding's car, modified very well, pure racing, usually parked in the club garage, specializing in running the track with." Zhang Hao's words just fell. This time, 458 challenge door opened. Ding Rui looked at Shenlin. "Won't say I'm a bully, right? Hey, it's all for fun, just have fun." "But, Sister Ding's car is nice." Shenlin walked up and looked towards the inside of the 458 challenge car. The inside was protected by a sturdy roll cage. The excess stuff was removed to nothing, and the steering wheel was also a professional racing lightweight. "That's a cool modification. It's not bad. You can let Master Lin help you tune your race car in the future. Are you ready to race a lap? Let's go." Shenlin sniffed and also directly walked towards his Ferrari 488. At this moment inside the P-room, Fengting looked at the two people on the track. "What do you guys say? Who will win between Brother Lin and Sister Ding?" "It's hard to say. Old Lin's car skills can be definitely above Sister Ding, but Sister Ding's car, which specializes in running the track, is modified, and Old Lin's is a vegan car. It's really hard to say." Tang Feng analyzed and said, "No matter what, anyway, it's all about sparring, each improving their skills. Both of them didn't fight each other. Let's just watch and learn." Hearing this, Ding Xin smiled and said, Ding Xin was aware of his oldest sisters. It was just purely an itchy hand. On the track, Ding Rui saw Shenlin sat in the car. She also put on the helmet, sat in her own car. Will be 6-point safety belt, like carrying a duffel bag to firmly bind the body. Soon, Master Lin and the others told Shenlin and Ding Rui to get ready. At once, on the field, the roar of the two beasts resounded. Ding Rui and Shenlin each blasted their throttles, brakes and throttles together, and both of them burned their tires in place, increasing their RPMs and keeping them at the point of maximum torque output. Soon, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. With the end of the countdown, the red light changed to green, and both men released their brakes at the same time. Inside the P-room, the crowd saw the two cars, rubbing, ejected. The speed of the two people to both very fast, but in a straight line, or Ding Rui Ding. But in a straight line, or Ding Rui's car is a little faster. Ding Rui was the first to enter the curve. Inside the car, Rui Ding leaned against the outside corner. Downshift brake cut into the center of the corner. A beautiful tail drift out of the corner. And Shenlin is still the same as before. And Shenlin is still the same as before. Inertia drift, perfect cornering. A corner, out of the car. The two men, one in front of the other. No difference. Shenlin has just seen Ding Rui's technique at the back. That silky smooth brake clutch throttle with the resulting tail drift are telling Shenlin, the other party is an old driver. The technology was absolutely over the top, but that's what makes it fun, isn't it? The corner of Shenlin's mouth curled slightly, directly increasing the throttle. The Ferrari 488 made a roaring sound and quickly caught up, sticking behind Ding Rui's car. Ding Rui sat in the driver's seat, looked in the rearview mirror, but did not have the slightest panic. Similarly stepped on the gas. Soon, the two were neck and neck, one after the other, perfectly passing a few curves. However, it was all Ding Rui who stayed in front, not giving Shenlin the slightest opportunity to overtake. Shenlin drove his own car, but appeared not to panic. Soon to the penultimate curve, Shenlin knew that the time had come. This is a left turn. Ding Rui directly stick dead left lane. Shenlin to overtake. Only the right lane into the turn, but the car and the race is the same. In the case of similar speed, it is certainly faster in the inner corner. Moreover, if Shenlin, at this time, chose to overtake on the right, he was bound to add up his speed. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to overtake Ding Rui. And no matter whether it was Ding Rui or the crowd in the P-room, they all felt that Shenlin should not overtake in this place, and the best point should be the straight line before the last corner. But the next operation of Shenlin directly told them that in his place, there is no impossibility. Chapter 41, from now on, there is also someone to cover for you. Shenlin had just run the first lap. Not only did he record the route, more so, He had formed the optimal running method about this track in his mind. And this corner in front of us, in Xunlin's opinion, is the best place to overtake, instead of the so-called straight line after this curve. This is the ability of the system to give him skills, is so perverse. So, Xunlin put away one of his hands that had just been placed on the window of the Ferrari. Then he stepped on the gas pedal. He directly accelerated to overtake it. Are all the little brothers so fierce nowadays? Ding Rui saw Xunlin's acceleration through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Soon, Ding Rui saw Xunlin's car appearing on her right. Seeing this, Ding Rui knew that Xunlin was going to overtake himself. But after looking at the curve in front of her, Ding Rui directly lowered the window. Little handsome, don't show off, it's just a cut. Safety first. Not only was Ding Rui worried, it was the few people in the P room who saw Xunlin's sudden acceleration, and all of them were worried. No, old Lin, is your damn competitive spirit that strong? Ding Xin spat out a sentence and hurriedly looked at Fengting. Quickly, take a few people to the side of the track and wait. If something happens, the first time you can rescue. Okay, brother Ding. After Fengting finished speaking, he brought Yuan Hao and Huang Bin to quickly run to the side of the track. Old Lin, still a little too chipper. Zhang Hao and Tang Feng exchanged glances. However, I do feel that Xin Xiao does not look like a young and exuberant person, although we met for the first time, but I can feel Xin Xiao's composure. Perhaps there might be a surprise. At this moment, holding his arms and looking at the display, there was a hint of certainty and surprise in his eyes. He had watched Xunlin run the first lap the entire time, and knew that Xunlin's skills were not simple. The surprise was that if Xunlin was really strong, at that time, it would be possible to convince Xunlin to run the event. After hearing Master Lin's words, Laoding's three people looked at each other. I go, Master Lin, you wouldn't be thinking? Zhang Hao instantly guessed what Master Lin meant and looked at Master Lin incredulously. That also depends on Xin Xiao's meaning. After all, for Xin Xiao, it can't be forced. Master Lin responded with a smile, not hiding his surprise at all. Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously looked at Xunlin's car on the display and gave a thumbs up. Old Lin is not giving us a chance to live. The pussy is all loaded for him. I suggest that we focus on cultivating Old Lin in the future and become the pride of our club when the time comes. After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Old Ding and Old Tang looked at Zhang Hao. What do you think? How much certainty do you have in convincing him? Zhang Hao. Well, it was true that there wasn't much certainty. After all, Xunlin was also a not-so-bad master. When I take off my pants to fart, it's redundant. Just watch. Zhang Hao finished and looked at the display, and at this moment, on the track, Xunlin began his own tawdry maneuver. The throttle stepped dead, quickly overtook Ding Rui, took the lead into the outer corner, only to see Xunlin in accelerated drift. Little brother, why do you have to do this? Ding Rui saw Xunlin's drift, with many years of experience. No, the car can go through the corner, but in the end the front of the car is certainly not pulled back, to have an accident. However, just when she was halfway through her words, she froze, because she saw Xunlin accelerated drifting through the corner. The front end of the car is about to deviate from the straight road. When directly came to a tail drift, immediately straightened the front end of the car, followed by an inertia out of the corner, in one fell swoop, smooth and safe over the corner. My God, now the younger brother are so fierce? Ding Rui drifted out of the corner in one go, and could only see Xunlin's car but, shocked, and at this moment, inside the P room, Ding Xi and several people saw Xunlin's operation, also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Feng even waved his arms. I'll go. Old Lin's move is cool. Learn it when the time comes. Really strong. No, the heavens closed that door for this kid? Ding Xin laughed and cursed. Grandma, rich, handsome, young, and such good car skills. Why does it feel like everything good is taken up by this kid? Damn. I kind of regret bringing this kid to the club. The title of the no. One handsome in my old club is going to change hands. Zhang Hao appeared to be complaining, but in reality, smiled. Tang Feng directly gave Zhang Hao a kick. Alright, you damn stop talking. I have a cleanliness fetish. I have to go brush my teeth later. Tang Feng spat well. Ding Xin followed. Everyone knows you're sick. No need to act so obvious. Okay? Just you. When were you the number one handsome? The number one handsome before was never lousy. Shut up, shut up. Just you restore the first handsome. Who said? I see you naive batch. What kind you what kind? Zhang Hao was also not happy. Directly disliked. And at this moment, Master Lin excitedly said, Xin Xiao's car skills, absolutely professional, or three bosses, later to guide? Hearing this, the three great young men looked at each other and said in unison, can't guide a little. At this moment, Feng Ting, who was outside the field, also saw Xun Lin's skillful car skills and yelled, Brother Lin, really chicken handsome. Inside the car, Shinlin smiled faintly, made one last drift, passed the last corner, and stopped at the end, which was the starting point. Shinlin parked the car, got off. Behind Ding Rui's car also drove to, stopped. At this time, Fengting's several people also came to the track. Brother Lin, just now it was so damn handsome, I got wet looking at it. Hearing Fengting's words of brushing his treasure, Shinlin directly kicked over. Go go go, old me is straight. At this time, Ding Rui got out of the car, and after removing the headgear and mask, she shook off that waist-length hair and said with a smile, little handsome, car skill is good, also with fierce, later I call you brother, take the sister to practice the technology, dare not dare. Shinlin hastily shook his head, mutual sparring, but, seriously, I Ding Rui in the car skills, seldom serve people, is a little handsome, why don't you come to the club earlier, or else, sister me, to ensure that and you talk about a relationship, cough cough. Ding Rui just finished, the trackside, Ding Xin walked out, and heard his old sister's pugnacious speech, quickly coughed, and then looked at Ding Rui speechlessly. Sister, don't let brother-in-law hear this. I'm afraid that at that time, brother-in-law will look for old Lin to fight for his life. At that time, where will old Lin reason? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed out loud, and Shinlin also knew that everyone was joking. Young Shun, interested in running races? The crowd chatted. Then Master Lin looked at Shinlin excitedly. Shinlin froze at his words, looked at Master Lin's excited eyes, and thought for a moment. Master Lin, let's talk later, when I go to Magic City to bring back the Siebel Great Lizard. Good. Seeing that Shinlin did not explicitly refuse, Master Lin did not dwell on it too much. After all, people like Shinlin, who had money and time, really didn't necessarily go to run races. Mentioning a mouthful was fine. Neither was a brainless person. After Master Lin finished speaking, Ding Rui came in front of Shinlin. Well, you this brother I recognize. Just in time. Tonight I restaurant opening. Later you follow Ding Xin. Go together to Dilly Dally to eat and drink. Rose of face to me hole up ah. Ha ha ha. Then I also call you Sister Ding in the future. After the younger brother has any trouble, sister can help ah. Shinlin smiled and said, since I recognize you as a younger brother, as long as you don't break the law, don't take the initiative to bully people. If something happens, give your sister a call. Hangzhou can still be smoothed out by you. Ding Rui also had her own principles. Shinlin smiled and nodded. Then little brother will also have someone to cover him in Hangzhou City in the future. That's not true, but remember the principles I said. Brother, well, you guys play first, and remember to go to dinner tonight. Ding Rui was like the grandparent of this circle as she said to the several people. The crowd also smiled and agreed. Inside the garage, Shinlin took off his racing suit and walked out when he saw Zhang Hao waiting for him. Where are they? Upstairs in the simulator. Sister Ding went one step ahead, said Zhang Hao as he handed Shinlin a cigarette and casually said, you kid, what luck? There is an argument? Shinlin lit the cigarette and said, Sister Ding's friendship is not something that anyone can get. The Ding family comes from a big place? Shinlin was puzzled. According to what Zhang Hao had said to himself earlier, the Ding family's origins didn't seem to be such that they could only cover the sky in Hangzhou City, right? The Ding family is fine. It's mainly Sister Ding's husband's family, which is very strong. But brother-in-law is also very good to us younger brothers. You'll know about it later. Hearing this, Shinlin was clear. Smart people. No need to say more. Shinlin and Zhang Hao then went upstairs and played simulators with everyone. At the same time, Zhang Hao also sent the video of Shinlin's solo lap brush and the video of racing with Sister Ding to the club group. It caused another burst of worship from everyone. Of course, Shinlin also did not idle, just flirty deliberately wearing a racing suit, and his own car, on the track to take a picture, but also to find Zhang Hao to bring the video of their own racing. Directly edited a circle of friends released. Copy, it's really comfortable to do what you like. With pictures, racing suit Ferrari photos, positioning map when running the car, achievement map. Shinlin knows, this one friend circle out, certainly can get high marks. After all, not racing in front of some of their classmates, or a high level of sport. Chapter 42, First glimpse of old Ding family's strength. After sending the friend circle, Shinlin did not look at the friend circle. For the current Shinlin, it didn't matter what other people in the circle thought, all he wanted was to sign in. Anyway, in the past, he was anxious about looking at other people's circles, but now he is anxious about others looking at his circle. If you come out to mix, you always have to pay back, don't you? Shinlin was playing with the simulator at the club with Ding Xin and the others, continuing to improve his racing prowess, one after another. Many people came to the club today, and it can be said that most of them came together. There were two reasons why all these people came to the club today. First, because today Sister Ding's restaurant is opening. everyone is going to support the occasion, and by the way, to make a bit of a row. Second, to make friends with Shinlin. Yes, to make friends with Shinlin. Shinlin himself does not know, he has already in the circle. Famous. After all, not everyone has the strength to spend $2 million a night at the commercial K. This is not. Last night Shinlin's behavior in the circle spread. Yesterday went to the party of people. That one didn't say that Shinlin was magnificent. Those who didn't go, they all regretted it. That's why now, every one of them came to get acquainted with Shinlin. After all, such a big brother is rare in their circle. Shinlin is not overbearing. Who came is smiling. Make a friend, better than offending a person. These days, small people are hard to prevent. Although offending people, relying on Shinlin's current strength, there will not be a lot of trouble. But it was certainly also a small trouble. Not so much. Besides, the current Shinlin wants to always uphold a bottom line, as long as it does not offend his bottom line and scales, other casually. In this society, it is easy to be high profile, but it is difficult to be low profile. Shinlin wants to be a high profile, low-key person. When friends come, there is good wine, and when jackals come, there are shotguns. After getting acquainted with everyone, Shinlin's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Jimu Shue's call. Shinlin didn't care about the fact that the surrounding area was full of people, and directly answered the call. Hello, soon. Jimu Shue's gentle voice came from the phone. Husband, that I have already looked at a house in Shanshan district, near the Century City side. The price is 45,000 square feet. How about buying a 120 square feet? Have you looked at the car? Shinlin heard, did not hesitate, or the previous meaning, now Jimu Shue, although it is a lover, is also his own woman. Their own woman well maintained, live well, for themselves that is not better, can unlock many more actions. As long as you listen, everything is there. If you don't listen, how to give, how to take back. Shinlin now had such strength. Hubby, I've got my eye on a Porsche Palmer. Is that okay? On the phone, Jimu Shue's voice, with a hint of caution. After all, it was spending Shinlin's money. Like this, how much is the house? And I say, I transfer you the car at that time, I let people send you over your account. At this moment, in the sales center of Jimu Shue, after hearing the words of Shinlin, suddenly a happy, well, husband, the house varies down to a total of 5 million. Good, send an account number over. After saying this, Shinlin directly hung up the phone, and soon, Jimu Shue's WeChat sent the account number information. Shinlin directly transferred 7 million over. In the meantime, he sent a message to Jimu Shue. Shinlin, 5 million to buy a house. 200,000 for living expenses this month. Jimu Shue, husband is so nice. Husband moo. By the way, husband, are you coming to see me today? I bought some nice clothes, and you love to tear the stockings. Shy. Shinlin saw this and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Thought about replying a message. Shinlin, wait for my message at night. Jimu Shue, aha. After ending the conversation with Jimu Shue, Shinlin found a person named Kuyong. Kuyong is also a person from the club, but not a rich second generation, but a generation of creators who started from nothing. He is in his early 30s this year. Before is to do second-hand car started. Now do luxury car business. There are several wedding planning company, as well as a tuning factory. Usually some of the club's modification will also take care of him. It is also considered a good network. When Shinlin found him, he was chatting with Fengting. I go, Lao Ku, you don't know, Brother Lin's technology, really bull batch explosion. Next time, when Brother Lin is racing, you come earlier, really strong. Shinlin just walked over, heard Fengting praising himself, embarrassed touched his nose, then kicked over. I said, you kid got it, that's so powerful. All sister dinglet, you kid, but don't cudgel me. Fengting smiled cheekily. Brother Lin, modest, right, Brother Lin looking for me something Fengting's eyes were filled with anticipation. He really wanted Shinlin to take himself to play. Nothing for you. I'm looking for Kuyong, who was standing on the side smiling and watching Fengting and Shinlin joking, heard this and looked at Shinlin in surprise. Brother Lin, looking for me for what? Old Ku, you just told me that you are in the luxury car business, right? After hearing Shinlin's words, Kuyong was inwardly delighted and hurriedly said, Brother Lin, yes, Brother Lin is buying a car? I'll give you a 15% discount. Shinlin went forward and patted Kuyong's shoulder, smiling, don't, it's not easy to do business nowadays. If I let you suffer, I'd better go somewhere else to buy. Brother Lin, really nothing, just earn more and less. Then, don't, how much on how much? Really want to give me concessions? By then, Send me a piece of license plate. I buy a pame. Top. To the woman to drive. By then you look at the arrangement. But also trouble you. Help me to prepare for the whole. By then to send. See Shenlin have said so. Kuyong also did not know good and bad. Hastily said. Don't worry, brother Lin. I'll explain it down. Well, good. How much is it? Say it on WeChat when the time comes. Have time to drink tea together. Shenlin thanked. Kuyong waited for Shenlin's words, and quickly nodded his head. Then I will wait for brother Lin's news. The two exchanged pleasantries and soon the time came to 4:30 p.m. Ding Xin waved his hand. Brothers, now go out. My sister's restaurant. The rows are getting up. Old Lin, go away. Here we go. Go go go. Hit the fall wind. A group of people talking and laughing, or the same as yesterday, each driving their own supercar, followed by Ding Xin, headed to Ding Rue's restaurant. The crowd drove their cars, arrived at Century City, and drove to the front of Ding Rue's restaurant with great vigor. The sports cars were lined up and parked at the entrance. The doors of all the different types of supercars were all open. The scissor doors, gullwing doors, butterfly doors, full rows. When Shenlin got off the car, like other car enthusiasts, he thought at first that it was some kind of private restaurant, but the result was that when he came to take a look, good guy, it was luxurious enough, and it was actually an 18-story detached building. The decoration is top-notch in all aspects. Shenlin touched Zhang Hao. This is a restaurant, not a hotel? Zhang Hao smiled and explained. It's a restaurant and a hotel, but it's more special. What does it mean? Shenlin inquired curiously, listening to Lao Ding. The restaurant on the first floor to the third floor is open to the public, and above the fourth floor, it is used for the local departments of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai to be stationed, such as the local leaders who come to Hangzhou for meetings. And the public officials all come here to stay and eat, and the government cooperates with them. Shenlin sniffed and immediately knew this characteristic. Shenlin gave a thumbs up. Got it. It is similar to the imperial capital provinces and cities in Beijing. Office of this kind is it? Cattle. This is not disguised eating public food. Old Ding and Ding sisters' thighs to hold good. Chapter 43. I still think you look like my late friend. Some of the people at the club who didn't know the situation were also shocked and curious one by one as they looked at this hotel. I go. Sister Ding, this hotel. The investment is almost over $100 million. Guess who I just saw? The head chef of Rome Keed. Is this being dug here? Can come here to eat in the future? Old Ding but said. All give us the member price. The people in the club discussed in a chorus. In the future, you guys can come often to support your sister. At this time, Ding Rue, who was wearing a cheongsam, walked out with a smile on her arm with a man in a suit who looked about the same age as Ding Rue. Behind them were two waiters, and the waitresses' young ladies were each holding a tray. One had a pen on it, and one had a red envelope on it. Ding Rue held the man's arm and smiled as she walked in front of Shenlin, Tang Feng, Zhang Hao, and Ding Xin. Thanks for your support at the store. You can all sign behind the curtain wall later. Xiao Ding, give out red packets to the club brothers and sisters. Ding Rue smiled and said to Ding Xin. Then two waiters came forward and followed Ding Xin to distribute the red packets. Sister Ding, brother-in-law, congratulations, Zhang Hao said to the two with a smile. Shenlin and Tang Feng were also polite. Sister Ding's business is prosperous. We're all family members. If you come to Sister's store to spend money in the future, you'll all get a discount. Ding Rue finished. At this time, the man standing beside her looked at Shenlin and enthusiastically said, Shenlin, little brother, right? Just now my daughter-in-law has been talking about you. Said you car skills are very good. Also handsome. Now look, then I handsome. Car skills to time. Together with the cut. I also like to play car. Together with the exchange. Lao Lin. This is brother-in-law. Zhou Zi, brother Zhou. Zhang Hao on the side of the introduction to Shenlin. Shenlin heard, smiled and stretched out his hand. Brother Zhou, overpraise? I think we are in handsome are not equal, but in life, you are the winner. Looking forward to sparring with you. Ha ha ha. After hearing Shenlin's words, Zhou Zi was surprised, then laughed out. Shaolin, very humorous. Also don't call me brother Zhou, and a few of them the same. Call me brother-in-law. Well, when there is time, I will go to the club to find you guys to play with the car. Right, go in first and sit down. I and your sister also have to entertain the guests. Tonight, eat, drink and play well. Zhou Zi smiled and went forward to pat the shoulders of several people. Then brother-in-law, we'll be polite. Tang Feng joked. Openly you're welcome. Zhou Zi responded with a smile. Then brother-in-law, we'll go in first. Ding Rue and Zhou Zi sniffed, nodded, exchanged pleasantries, and went to entertain the other guests. Over here, Tang Feng, Shenlin and the others walked into the store. Tang Feng looked at Shenlin from time to time. No, Since just now, you girl has been looking at me with strange eyes. What's wrong? Is it a crime to be handsome? Old Lin, he doesn't mean this. If you ask me, he just thinks, when did brother-in-law become so good at talking, accepting you so quickly? Zhang Hao answered. In fact, Zhang Hao was quite shocked. Zhou Zi in the club. In fact, in addition to a few of them, other people, generally do not see. After all, he had a higher circle, and in this lower level circle, there were very few people who could be accepted by Zhou Zi. But the first time they met with Xinlin, Zhou Zi acted enthusiastically, which was something that Zhang Hao and Tang Feng were still rather shocked by. What's brother-in-law's origin? Xinlin inquired curiously. Tang Feng sniffed and looked around. Seeing that there weren't many people, this then said, brother-in-law's father before is a hand in Zhejiang province. Rose up. Mom is the old family of Hangzhou Gold. Brother-in-law and Hangzhou are the existence of the first class. Hearing, Xinlin does not seem surprised. After all, on the nature of this hotel, if there is no background, how to cooperate with the government. After that, Xinlin did not ask too many questions, and they actually do not have much to do with, although it is a mixed circle, but Hu Lin will never go to beg Hu, lick Hu. As long as they give themselves time, they can also become a big brother. The caravan is considered to be relatively early, because it is necessary to make a row, so the club is considered to be the first batch of people. Now all are visiting the hotel. Xinlin had to say that there is strength. Look at these decorations, understated with luxury. Maybe an inconspicuous table is all top quality mahogany. And Xinlin they also went to look at the box. Good guy, the Great Wall of China mural behind the box. How to feel a little bit like the leader's meeting place. In the process of visiting, Xinlin once again recognized the quality of this circle. One is not uneducated people. For these furnishings, porcelain, murals, etc., can say a few words of origin. With the passage of time, more and more people came. Xinlin also saw some strong aura of middle-aged men in mountain suits. Zhou Zi and Ding Rui are personally received, came in and did not stay in the hall, but toward the upstairs boxes. And these middle-aged men, come in one. Zhang Hao reminded Xinlin. What bureau? What division? Know it all. Soon, came in a person that Xinlin and the others were familiar with, Xia Rao. After Xia Yao walked in, she saw Xinlin and they also smiled slightly and walked towards a few people. Sister Yao, you're here too? Zhang Hao also smiled when he saw that Sister Yao had come. Good day, Sister Yao. The few people from Xinlin also greeted with a smile. Sister Rao smiled as she looked at the four Xinlin people. Hello again, little brothers. Of course I'm coming. I also have shares here. Sister Rao answered Zhang Hao's question after she greeted them. A few people nodded at the words. Sister Rao isn't going up? Ding Xin came back at some point and looked at Sister Rao, asking with a smile. Sister Rao shook her head. The box is full of posturing people. It's better to be with you young people. It's more comfortable, and it can still look like sis is young. No, that's right. The crowd also laughed and agreed. Xia Rao exchanged a few pleasantries, then looked at Xinlin. I still think that you look like a deceased person of mine. So, little brother Shen, are you really from Ningcheng? Xia Rao sat beside Xinlin and inquired in words that the two heard. Xinlin froze at the words, looked at Xia Yao in surprise, and then said, Sister Rao, I'm a native of Ningcheng. Why don't I show you my ID card? Xia Yao sniffed, looked at Xinlin and smiled, took a sip of tea. That's really strange. In the world, how can there be people who look so much alike? Xinlin sniffed, actually thumped inwardly, but still did not show any emotion on his face. And, instead, he naturally picked up a teacup, took a sip, and looked at Xia Yao. Oh really? Then I'm curious now. What does your deceased person look like? Sister Rao. Chapter 44, Acquaintance. Xinlin was really curious and wanted to see what the deceased person that Xia Yao said was very similar to himself looked like. Before Xia Yao could respond, an inquiring voice came from behind him. Mr. Shen. Upon hearing this, both Xinlin and Xia Yao turned their heads to look. Then Xinlin saw a familiar face. Xinlin apologized and looked at Xia Yao. Sister, I'll excuse myself first. Xia Yao smiled and nodded. Xinlin then got up and went forward to greet him. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, it's coincidental. I never thought I would meet Mr. Shen when I came to attend the opening of my friend's new store. The visitor was no one else but Xiao Ruowei from CCB, wearing a black open-breasted dress, her long hair naturally draped over her shoulders. On her long legs, she was wearing a pair of Valentino high heels. The two men greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Two people greeted in the pleasantries. Ding Rui also brought a few beauty of similar age walked in. A few people in the sea and Xinlin greeted Xiao Ruowei. One by one looked at each other. Then Ding Rui led the crowd to go forward. Yo 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 yo, Xiao Wei, which handsome guy is this? No introduction? The few ladies behind Ding Rui, after seeing the handsome Xinlin, flirted with Xiao Ruowei. Hello sisters. Xiao Ruowei hadn't said anything yet, but Xinlin was naturally looking at the group of beautiful women behind Ding Ruwei, with a sweet mouth greeting. Xinlin's sweet mouth directly made a few big beauties smile. I see Ding Xin of these few boys, only you have the sweetest mouth. Ding Ruwei looked at Xinlin with a smile and said, it's very sweet, but it's a pity that it appeared too late, or else sister are chasing you. The beautiful woman standing beside Ding Ruwei looked Xinlin up and down and continued, but it's not the worst, Wei Wei doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Xinlin sniffed, immediately a little embarrassed. This is the beginning of matchmaking? And at this moment, Xiao Ruowei also came out to solve the problem. What are you talking nonsense about? Mr. Xin is my client. A client can't be a friend? The woman had not said anything, but Ding Ruwei looked at Xiao Ruowei who was standing with Xinlin, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she felt, and she directly opened her mouth. Ruwei, you. Xiao Ruowei shook her head, then looked at Ding Ruwei and said, Mr. Xin, this is Ding. No need to introduce. I know Xiaolin. I'm still Xiaolin's sister now. Ding Ruwei looked at Xiao Ruowei's sudden introduction and snorted a smile. All don't stand, sit down. There's still time for the main meal to start. Order some delicious food to fill your stomach. Ding Ruwei hurriedly greeted the beauties to find a place to sit. Then Ding Ruwei looked at Xia Rao. Sister Rao, go upstairs together and take a look. Good. Accompany you down. Ding Ruwei and Xia Yao looked at each other and smiled at each other. Then Ding Ruwei gave the other few sisters a look. I'm going to use the restroom. I saw a friend go over to say hello. I'll accompany you. Over here. Tang Feng and the others also looked at each other when they saw this and got up. I'll go out for a smoke. I'll go help my sister entertain. You guys sit. I left my charger in the car. Go get it. For a while, the table that was just lively was now left with Xinlin and Xiao Ruowei. Xiao Ruowei looked at the sister children who left in a good and funny way, then looked at Xinlin, but fell back and said, sorry, it's fine, it's just, shouldn't I also go out and do something now? Xinlin joked. Put. Xiao Ruowei smiled faintly and looked at Xinlin and said, no need, they are actors born with a lot of drama. Besides, could it be that Mr. Xin, can't you accompany me for a chat? Can then I also take advantage of it. After all, sitting here can still enjoy the eyes. At these words, Xiao Ruowei covered her mouth and smiled. However, the circle is still really small. You and Sister Ding? Xinlin inquired. It's small. You said Sister Ruowei. She's my schoolmate, and now she's also my BFF. Xiao Ruowei explained. By the way, Mr. Xin, how is the consideration of the matter before? Xinlin froze and thought about it. Let's do it this way. Wait until I come back from Mordor. I'm going to Mordor tomorrow. Well, that's fine. Xinlin and Xiao Ruowei chatted like this, and it was quite cordial. Time passed very quickly. It was almost time for the opening ceremony. Brother-in-law Zhou Zi and some shareholders were already in front of the stage to make speeches. Ding Ruwei and the people who just disappeared at this moment also all came back. Xinlin also greeted Xiao Ruowei and went to the next table to sit and chat with the club's people. Only, the sisters on Xiao Ruowei's side looked at Xiao Ruowei with smiles, and from time to time used their eyes to look at Xinlin who was chatting with Tang Feng and the others. The meaning was already clear. No, what do you guys mean by this? If you guys like it, go by yourselves, one by one. Xiao Ruowei protested with her sisters in a low voice. Just now I saw you and Xiaolin chatting quite happily. What were you chatting about? Ding Ruwei asked Xiao Ruowei in a low voice. Chatting about some work matters. After all, he is my client. Xiao Ruowei replied naturally. OMGs. So you mother fetus solo the client is also a human being, or a fine and strong man, not afraid to grow cement below. You're the one who's growing cement down there. Xiao Ruowei was furious and pinched Ding Ruwei. Little steak dish, how dare you fight back? Ding Ruwei and Xiao Ruowei immediately pinched each other. As for Xinlin's side, everyone was flirting with Feng Ting. Nonsense, girls are all reserved, which is like you. Once you go up, hey, be my girlfriend or not? If I were that girl, I would have called the police. Not only call the police, the lower 3 ways to give you a few feet. Xinlin. They looked at Feng Ting and laughed. Really, this stupid kid, just talking about a girl he was chasing in college. This pussy, directly drive up. Came hey, do my girlfriend not? To the people present, all laughing. It would be weird if a girl could say yes. Xinlin chatted with everyone until 11 o'clock. Fortunately, because they are driving, or people's opening ceremony, everyone is very sensible, did not drink. The end of the meal. Xinlin also notified everyone, tomorrow to go to the Magic City, directly to the club collection, together with the car to go, and then go back to their own homes, each looking for their own mother, who did not mention the second half of the game. After all, tomorrow Xinlin will go to Magic City to pick up the car. Everyone knows, Shenlin got up and went to the restroom first. When he came out, the livestock were almost gone. Shenlin was about to go out when he saw the next table. Xiao Ruowei was also organizing her clothes and bags. Sister Xiao, leaving? Getting ready to take a taxi home. Drinking? Shenlin thought about it and continued. Why don't I send you? It's not too easy to take a taxi at night. Shenlin had just finished speaking when Sister Ding's voice came from behind him. Yes, it's not good to take a taxi. Wei, why don't you take Xiaolin's car to go back? I also feel a little more at ease. Chapter 45, Sending Xiao Ruowei Home. Ding Ruwei came in front of the two men and looked at Shenlin with a smile. Xiaolin, sister will give you this task. Safely send Xiao Wei home. Shenlin smiled and nodded. Xiao Ruowei didn't refuse either, and appeared to be generous as she said, that would be troublesome. No trouble, we have to go home anyway. Saying this, Shenlin and Ding Ruwei exchanged a greeting and led Xiao Ruowei out. And just as Shenlin and Xiao Ruowei had just walked out, Zhou Zi also came to Ding Ruwei's side, looked at Shenlin and Xiao Ruowei who walked out and said faintly, you want to set up Xiaolin and Wei Wei? No? Ding Ruwei smiled and took Zhou Zi's arm. I think that the two are a good match. Zhou Zi rubbed Ding Ruwei's hair. It's true that the man and the woman are good looking, but Wei Wei's family, it's not simple, it's difficult. At these words, Ding Ruwei froze, but she had forgotten about this. Maybe there really isn't a difficulty yet. Behind her, Xia Rao walked out with her bag and picked up the conversation with a smile. At those words, Zhou Zi and Ding Ruwei twisted their heads to look at Xia Yao. Sister Rao, I'm in trouble today. Why don't I call a car to send you back? Zhou Zi looked at Xia Yao with a smile. No need, my driver is here. Right, what did you just mean, Sister Yao? Zhou Zi and Ding Ruwei looked at each other. Then Ding Ruwei looked at Xia Yao. Xia Yao smiled. We'll know later. Well, you two have been busy all day today, so wrap it up early and go home to rest. I'll go first. Ding Ruwei and Zhou Zi originally wanted to send Xia Yao to the car, but were stopped by Xia Yao. The two of them then watched as Xia Yao walked out. At this time, Zhou Zi looked at Ding Ruwei and said, it seems that this newly recognized brother of ours has an unusual origin. Whatever, we make friends. It's not like we care about this. On the other side, Shenlin brought Xiao Ruowei to his Ferrari 488, and very gentlemanly pulled open the door for Xiao Ruowei. Please, thank you. Xiao Ruowei naturally sat in. The posture of pressing the hem of her skirt and sitting down was very decent, looking like she had received a good etiquette education. Shenlin also returned to the main driver, started the vehicle, adjusted the previous racing mode to the comfort mode, before turning his head to look at Xiao Ruowei. Fasten your seatbelt, we're off. Xiao Ruowei nodded, and then the Ferrari drove out of the hotel, and at this moment, behind them on an Alpha, Xia Rao looked at Shenlin's car gradually disappearing in front of her eyes, then looked at the driver and said, take some time, help me back tune Shenlin. Okay, Mr. Xia. After Xia Rao finished speaking, she closed her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Inside Shenlin's car, Xiao Ruowei sat on Shenlin's co-pilot and looked at Shenlin and said, I heard Sister Ruowei say that you like racing a lot? Sort of. People always have to have a bit of their own hobbies, don't they? Shenlin responded while driving. That's right, I envy you guys who can race cars. I can only drive normally. Driving fast is scary. Right, what does racing feel like? Xiao Ruowei at this moment where there is still the majesty of the governor before in Shenlin when they met for the first time. Now Xiao Ruowei seems to be like a neighboring sister. Curious. What feeling? I don't know about others, but I think, when I'm racing, I will be fully concentrated. Put aside everything not immersed in feeling the car and the speed, rather than like it, it's a kind of relaxation, right? After all, in this society nowadays, there are too many negative emotions, and one needs to find a way to vent them. Shenlin thought about it and replied, that's great, it's a pity that I don't have this skill. Right, why don't you race the car next time and let me sit in the passenger seat to feel it? Xiao Ruowei really wanted to experience what racing was really like. After all, she has several girlfriends around her who like racing. Sometimes when she went out with them, the conversation turned into racing. At that time, she could only listen and could not intervene. At these words, Shenlin smiled. Yes, I'm free anytime. In this regard, Shenlin also has nothing to refuse. After all, in the future, the two would still be partners. Shenlin thought about inquiring. By the way, Sister Xiao, among your customers, are there people from pharmaceutical companies in this area? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruowei froze, then thought for a moment. Yes, why? It's nothing, maybe later to enter this industry. Understand it first. Xiao Ruowei sniffed, immediately switched her thinking, thought and said, pharmaceutical industry, the water is deeper. At the same time the capital investment is bigger. Many times, invest more than $1 billion, can't see the result. I think, you still need to be cautious. These days, it's not easy to do any business. You have a high financial talent. You can completely play with light assets. Of course, if you really want to enter the pharmaceutical industry, I can contact a few friends for you, so that you can understand at that time. Upon hearing this, Shenlin smiled and nodded. Then thank you, Sister Xiao. I should. After all, you're calling me sis now, and you're still a platinum customer of my bank. It's good for me to be able to help you, don't you think so? That's what I said. But, thanks anyway, Shenlin responded. After all, just now, it was also just a test to ask. I did not expect. Xiao Ruowei was so polite. After thinking about it, Shenlin said, in fact, about the cooperation with your private equity, my side already have the answer. Can cooperate, but the specific details, wait for me to return to the Magic City. In the discussion, Xiao Ruowei smiled faintly. It's fine, you deal with your things first. When you have time, just contact me directly. Xiao Ruowei smiled and responded down, thought about it and continued. Since you are also Ruowei's recognized brother, you are also my brother. If you don't mind, in the future, I will also call you Xiaolin? Xiao Ruowei looked at Shenlin when she finished speaking, and Shenlin nodded. I should. I don't think anyone would refuse a beautiful sister. Poor mouth. Although Xiao Ruowei said this, she was still happier inside and continued. Since you've called me a sister, then afterward, in principle, where banks are needed, I'll try my best to get you good resources. Public affairs will come in normal procedures. Between friends, public and private are still separate. Things that pit friends, I don't do. After hearing Xiao Ruowei's words, Shenlin thought about it and said, Shenlin's words, let Xiao Ruowei is still very satisfied. Then also sincerely said, in Xia, in fact, there is not so much public and private, in the ability to allow the scope. Everyone is biased. Do people do things or not? Do not touch the bottom line of the case, know how to adapt. It's nothing. Shenlin twisted his head to look at her and smiled. Sister said yes. The two people still got along very well. Soon, Shenlin drove to Xiao Ruowei's neighborhood, which was also a mansion neighborhood, Shanlanwan. Shenlin directly drove the car inside the basement. Thank you brother for today. Good night, Xiao Ruowei said before getting out of the car. Good night, sis. Send a message when you get home. Shenlin still instructed very carefully. Afterwards, after watching Xiao Ruowei get off the car and enter the elevator, Shenlin then drove and headed towards his home. As for Ji Mushua's invitation in the evening, Shenlin said, these 2 days are quite tired, plus tomorrow still have to go to Magic City, so did not go. Sometimes, people need to know how to regulate themselves. Waves should be waves, and rest should be rest. Shenlin just drove out of Xiao Ruowei's neighborhood and received a WeChat message. Xiao Ruowei, arrived home. Thank you Lin. Good night, smile. Chapter 46 Late Night Call. Lake Hope Villa. An Alpha slowly parked inside a European-style villa. Soon, a bodyguard came down from the co-pilot and quickly came to the rear car, opening the door. Xia Yao got out of the car and nodded at the bodyguard. Mr. Xia, Secretary Ho is here. Tell him to wait for me in the study. Xia Yao ordered as she walked towards the villa. After saying that, Xia Yao directly entered the villa. Inside the villa study, Xia Yao changed into a nightgown and walked in. Just after walking into the villa study, the man in a suit sitting in the study directly got up and bowed his head. Good evening, ma'am. Secretary Ho sit. Xia Yao walked to the main seat and sat down. Greetings Secretary Ho. If anyone within the Hangzhou system saw the Secretary Ho at this moment, they would definitely be shocked, because it's but the assistant of their old leader. After sitting down, Secretary Ho looked at Xia Yao and said, Ma'am, the leader entrusted me to bring you a message. Things are serious? Xia Yao frowned at Secretary Ho. Secretary Ho nodded and didn't say anything, but instead took out a document from his briefcase, placed it on the desktop and pushed it in front of Xia Yao. This is the divorce agreement that the leader entrusted me to bring to you. Ma'am, sign your name and I will arrange for you to leave the country afterward. Xia Rao picked up the divorce agreement and looked at it. Her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She put down the divorce agreement. Her fingers gently tapped on the divorce agreement. The next second, expressionless, she raised her eyes to look at Secretary Ho. This time is already a complete offense to the Wang family? There is no room for reprieve? Is the Chiu family giving up on him now? Secretary Ho sniffed and took a deep breath. Madam, you also know that the leader of this campaign used a lot of connections to suppress Li Xian. Who knows? Behind Li Xian stands the Wang family. The second master of the Wang family has already gone to the Chiu family in person last night, and it is assumed that a cooperation has been reached. Having said that, Secretary Ho did not say anything more. Bang! Xia Rao heavily slapped her hand on the desktop, her tone icy cold. So, now the Chiu family is preparing to unload the donkey? Doing this, who will dare to stand on their side in the future? If it wasn't for the old man giving up that opportunity in the first place, Could Third Master Cho be so honorable now? Xia Yao clenched her fists. Madam, although this is the case, there's nothing that can be done about it. Both the Chiu family and the Wang family are behemoths, and the strength that the Wang family currently wields within the circle is indeed what the Chiu family needs. But things haven't come to that point. Tonight, the leader also went to the Chiu family, and the Chiu family said that they could let the leader retreat in one piece. But the condition is to disarm and return to the field. Secretary Ho was also in a state of helplessness when he said this. Originally, according to the leader's momentum, as long as this promotion went up, then he would also be arranged to go down to the bottom to gild the lily, thus embarking on his own path to power. However, the sky is unpredictable. The situation is changing rapidly. The moment the dust had not settled, no one knew what would happen. Why do you need me to sign a divorce agreement when you can already walk away in one piece? Madam, I also honestly told you. The leader told me that this is just the Chiu family's appeasement of him. After the fact does not mean that the previous enemy will not settle scores. This is also to preserve you. Xia Yao clenched her fists, thought about it, and rubbed her temples. You go wait for me outside first. I'll give him a call. Secretary Ho sniffed and could only nod, getting up and leaving the study. When Secretary Ho left the study, Xia Yao took a deep breath and from the drawer, took out a satellite phone, dialed a number. The phone was soon answered, and from inside came a male voice that was not angry. Daughter-in-law, you knew I would call you? Xia Yao faintly opened her mouth. At this moment, inside the imperial capital's Wanshou Road, inside a separate courtyard, inside the study, a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit, stood at the window of the study, looking at the neon outside the window. A smile was revealed. We've been together since college. What do you think? I know very well. Then you know what I think. Why do you still want it? On the phone, Xia Rao's voice was cold, but the man knew that this icy voice carried worry and a hint of resentment. Only in this way can I maximize your protection. You know, I was born as humble as a mole cricket. No one can see me. It's you who has been supporting me, and I also know that many of my practices in the past hurt you, but only in this way I can better protect you. I was originally a person with no background, and I got your favor at the university, making you support me even if you had to cut ties with your family. So how could I let you lose? You once told me, does being a monk mean you have to ring a bell for the rest of your life? Does being a scholar mean you have to read for the rest of your life? Yes, for you. For my ambitions, I can only act like a villain and use everything to keep moving up. I can fail anyone but you. You signed that agreement. No one can do anything to you, and I, at most, change places and retire. The man recalled the encounter with Xia Rao, and the unwillingness he once felt, and how he step by step walked up to where he is today. In this process, to fight, you have to bleed. To get on, you have to be smooth. You have to do whatever it takes. The villain is him, but it is the times that eat people. Xia Yao sniffed, did not speak for a long time. The man also held up the cell phone, smiling, did not say anything. For a long time, Xia Yao's voice came into the man's ears. Fong Yuan, perhaps things are not yet desperate. Rao Yao, don't act rashly. We can't fight the Wang family. Fong Yuan looked like he was resigned to his fate. Only after arriving at his position, he realized that there were some behemoths that were not something they could fight against. Therefore, he didn't want Xia Yao, his favorite woman, to get hurt again and beg in a low voice. Fong Yuan, listen to me. This time, maybe there really is a turnaround. The Wang family is a behemoth. What if they face the Shin family? On the phone, Xia Yao took a deep breath and said. After hearing Xia Rao's words, Fong Yuan froze, his brows slightly wrinkled. Then he lightly laughed. Shin family? If it's the Shin family, then it's definitely not afraid of the Wang family. You're not going to look for Ms. Shun Shuaru, are you? Although she is a second-generation direct descendant of the Shin family, but the current head of the Shin family is the Shin family's Grand Master, Shin Shuejuan. Fong Yuan, if I remember correctly, the Shin family Grand Master seems to have an orphan, right? Xia Yao hesitated and spoke out. What do you mean? Fong Yuan inquired. Xia Yao sniffed, looked outside the study and whispered, if I tell you that I might know where the orphan of the Shin family's grandmaster is, do you think the Shin family will help us? What? Fong Yuan sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Soon Xia Rao's voice once again entered Fong Yuan's ears. Wait for me for one more day. When I get the backtone, if it's just as I intuitively thought, everything will be fine. If not, then I'll sign this agreement. And finally, is Secretary Ho trustworthy? Fong Yuan squeezed the cell phone tightly and said faintly, credible. Chapter 47 The Price of a Package. Shen Lin returned home. It was already more than 12 o'clock at night. Back home, Shen Lin washed up, lay on the bed, and directly clicked on the system's shield. Soon, the system's beep appeared in Shen Lin's mind. Ding! Early morning refresh. 100,000 perfect gold has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. See for yourself. Ding. Early morning refreshment. Detected the host yesterday sent 2 circles of friends. Is carrying out a comprehensive score. Ding. Yesterday's friends circle scores are 87 points. Excellent. To obtain the guaranteed number of sign-in X1. Excellent sign-in X1. Ding. Whether or not to carry out the check-in? Check-in. The current Shinlin was not as passionate about signing in as he was before, but was very calm. As Shinlin's words fell, the system's sign-in reward prompts then rang directly in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding. Congratulations to the host to obtain props. Abandoned money jar, 1 week. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining props. Intermediate future intelligence card X1. Ding. As the system's beep ended, Shinlin was slightly stunned. Abandoned money storage jar? Intermediate future intelligence card? Shinlin murmured, and hurriedly clicked on the attribute panel, placing his sight on the warehouse. Soon, right in the warehouse, Shinlin saw 2 other types of cards in addition to the previous primary perfect investment skill card. 1 card glowed with blue light, and 1 card glowed with gold light. The blue light was precisely the money storage jar, and the golden light was precisely the intelligence card. Shinlin first looked at the first blue light card. Abandoned money storage jar. 1 week using this card will get 1 week of perfect earnings enhancement, 1 million per day. After 1 week, void, perfect earnings change back to the previous 100,000 per day. Shinlin was inwardly surprised after seeing this card. It is not how strong this card is, but Shinlin knew that his own perfect earnings actually can also be enhanced. This time, the draw was a weekly card, but with a weekly card, was there a monthly card, or even a permanent one? The previous Shinlin had always wondered if his perfect gain could be boosted through props, but has never drawn the relevant props. But now, Shinlin knew, that is, there were definitely props to enhance his perfect gain. Shinlin did not have any hesitation and directly used this card. It just so happens that today is a weekday. A week then, to the next weekday. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the abandoned money jar card. Ding. Congratulations to the host's perfect daily earnings for the next week, which will change to 1 million. After the system's beep, Shinlin looked at the golden card again. Intermediate future intelligence card. Looking at this name, Shinlin was slightly excited inside. It won't be the kind I'm thinking of, right? Soon, Shinlin placed his gaze on the card. Intermediate future intelligence card. Using this card, will obtain 3 times specified future intelligence. Whether it is a person or an object, can be used. After 3 times of use, disappears. I throw. The system is awesome. After seeing the effect of this card, Shinlin was instantly sleepy. Future intelligence. This was future intelligence, and there were 3 more chances. That is to say, he had 3 chances to peek into the heavens, and was still 100% successful. This card should be the most powerful card so far. There is no one, if you use it well. It's not just as simple as gaining wealth. It can even add some authenticity to your own unwarranted background. This card must not be used indiscriminately, will be the card to save one's life. Shinlin knew how important this card was to himself. Although now he was in the circle, he had a certain status, but only Shinlin knew that. That was all false. As long as there was really someone to touch with himself, then everything will be revealed. After all, in addition to money, he seems to have nothing, but now it's different. If you can flexibly utilize this card, then you really don't fear some people. At this moment, Shinlin straightaway called out that this signing was simply awesome. Shinlin knew that from now on, he was no longer a rootless duckweed. At least, now he had the backbone to not be afraid of anyone. After exiting the system, Shinlin suddenly thought of Xia Rao whom he met at the party today. Shinlin frowned slightly. Does she know something? Or rather, does she know about her birth? Shinlin thought for a moment, then thought of the future intelligence card just now. Should I use it once to see who I am? Shinlin hesitated at the moment. If he hadn't gotten the system before, Shinlin would definitely check if he knew his identity clues. But now, Shinlin said, why add to his worries? His own current life was so good. He had a car, a house, money, and time. Anyway, it is they don't want their own. Why do they have to be hot-faced to cold ass? After thinking about it, in the end, Shinlin still erased this thought. One person has enough to eat. The whole family is not hungry. Now such a life. Shinlin is very satisfied. Thinking more without thinking, Shinlin directly went to sleep. After all, tomorrow also have to go to Magic City. The next day, Shinlin got up early and packed up. He came to the garage and drove the car to the club with Zhang Hao. When he arrived at the club, the entire club, 28 people, all arrived. Last night, Shinlin had contacted Hulong to count the number of people who had signed up and then prepare the logistics. This was not just arrived at the club. Hulong smiled and walked towards Shinlin. Shin Young, all the logistics are ready. 2 cowslips to take us to Mordor. The car is all pulled by a trailer. After all, our Hangzhou license plate, go to Mordor. Some places have to restrict the traffic. There is also the Mordor International Racecourse. I have already chartered the venue in your name. After hearing Hulong's words, Shinlin smiled and nodded. How much will it cost then? Make a list and I'll transfer it to you. Okay, young Master Shin. Hulong was not polite this time. After all, it was the price of the chartered race. It was already very expensive. Magic City International Circuit. The price of the charter. Not according to the charter, but according to the head count. That is, how many cars, how many laps, what track to charge. For example, a person packages the time to run junior track. Junior track 2,000 yuan an hour. Intermediate track 4,000 yuan an hour. Senior track 8,000 yuan an hour. Deposit unified a person 20,000 yuan. Shinlin directly 28 people. Unified purchase of 24 hours of primary track. Intermediate track. Senior track. Then a total of down is. Deposit 560,000 yuan. Beginner track 28 people. 24 hours. Each car 2,000 yuan per hour. Is 1,344,000 yuan. Intermediate track. 28 people. 24 hours. $4,000 per car per hour. That's 2,688 million. Advanced track 28 people. 24 hours. $8,000 per car per hour. That's $5,376 million. That's $968 million in total. Nearly a small 10 million. Not counting food and drink. It is estimated to be 11 million in total. But Shinlin did not save this money in the slightest. After all, he really didn't want to have other people besides them present at the track when the time came. Anyway, it just so happened that the discarded money storage jar was drawn. And in reality, Shinlin only spent more than 4 million. Since he was going to play, he should have fun. And Shinlin did this. There were other aspects. That is to show strength. Shinlin did not like to lick others, but liked others to lick themselves. They are all God's heroes, so they don't need to look at other people's faces. Hulong then paid a 30% deposit and a 560,000 deposit, totaling more than 3 million. As for the cost of the trailer and chartered car, Hulong was dead set against it. Later, Shinlin knew that the chartered car and trailer are the club everyone together AA. After all, Shinlin has already chartered the track, and cannot let Shinlin spend money alone. In this regard, Shinlin did not insist. Everyone is with good intentions. In the end, Shinlin transferred more than 3 million to Hulong. The money for the track, go and pay again. There is a contract in place, 24 hours today, only Shinlin and them to play. After everything was ready, Shinlin and all of them got on the coaster business. The crowd was up in arms, so that Shinlin had a pledge meeting. Shinlin just one sentence. Brothers, go to Magic City. The track, wave. Chapter 48, whose pets aren't leashed. The 2 cars started up, and with 20 people, they set off towards the Magic City in great numbers. At this moment, in Shinlin's car, everyone began to be active. This time, we can finally practice properly, but we really have to thank Brother Lin for the charter. It's rumored that this time almost spent more than $10 million. With this level of atmosphere, Brother Lin can't be called Brother Lin. Then what? Batman. Why? What's Batman's superpower? Upon hearing this, the crowd laughed out loud, and Zhang Hao also directly in the group, changed Shinlin's name to Hangzhou Batman, joking and laughing along the way. It was just after 10 a.m. when the crowd arrived at Magic City. Just now Shinlin had already talked to Qinhui, the person in charge of Siebel Magic City on the phone, and the car was exhibited at 11 a.m. Which means that at 12 a.m. or so, Shinlin and the others were able to set off for the Magic City race. Although it consumed some time, but Shinlin thought it was worth it. Moreover, not everyone went to the International Auto Show, and here we have to say Hulong's emotional intelligence directly arranged for some people to go to the racetrack first to warm up. A small number of people followed Shinlin to pick up the car. After all, in the end, they all have to go to the racetrack. If they all follow Shinlin to pick up the car, the morning time will be wasted. Shinlin actually had an idea right now, which was to simply pull Hulong to his side as an assistant. Later on, he thought about it. After all, he was also a second generation. He could only say that he would give some help later. At 10:15 a.m., Shinlin, the coaster, stopped at the International Convention and Exhibition Center. Just Zhang Hao, Tang Feng, Ding Xin, Zhang Hua, Feng Ting. A few people followed Shinlin off to the car show. Others, directly arranged by Hulong to go to the international race. This is good. Without much fanfare, After a few people got off the bus, Shenlin looked around. There are quite a lot of people. After all, it's a world-class car show. There are a lot of people watching it every year. How do you say? Go directly? Tang Feng drank milk while looking at Shenlin. Go directly. Car pick up and go directly to the racetrack. Save time. Right. Do you guys have a car you want to buy? Shenlin finally asked a few people. I would like to buy but the pocket money is not enough. Last time and my father quarreled. The pocket money is less than half. Feng Ting said breathlessly. Seeing that several people were not prepared to buy a car, Shenlin also directly waved his hand and led several people towards the supercar area, because there was an invitation letter sent by Chen Hui. Therefore, Shenlin and the others directly entered the car show smoothly. After arriving at the auto show, looking at the venue in front of them, it was even bigger than Shenlin thought. All the booths were filled with people. One by one, they were holding up their cell phones to shoot, but it was unknown whether they were taking pictures of cars or double headlights. I'll go. Isn't that the U9? A few people had just walked to the luxury car area when they saw many people surrounding a car to shoot. Zhang Hao looked at it and was shocked. It's the domestic car that you said last time that you could launch? Tang Feng inquired. Zhang Hao nodded. And at this time, Ding Xian also said, nowadays, domestic cars are getting better and better. Should we go and take a look? Next time. Today is the time for old Lin to pick up the car. Besides, this time is just a pre-sale. Can't grab it. Might as well wait until the time when you can grab it, buy it and drive it. It's best to form a fleet and go to the Sichuan Tibet line. Zhang Hua thought about it and said. At these words, Shenlin's eyes lit up. I go. This is good. Take some time to arrange to go to the Sichuan Tibet line to play? Always wanted to go to no man's land. Hearing Shenlin's words, several people felt that Zhang Hua's suggestion was quite good. Then let's put it on the schedule when the time comes? Zhang Hao smiled and agreed. Well, let's talk about it after we return to Mordor, Shenlin said with a smile. And soon, the few people passed by U9's booth and headed towards the supercar area. A few people had just walked to the Lamborghini booth. A voice appeared behind the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this our HK Club's three biggest idiots? Zhang Hao, Tang Feng, and Ding Xian? Upon hearing the voice behind them, and the obviously undisguised flirtation in the words, Shenlin's few people turned their heads. They saw that behind the few people, several young men and women walked up, with a man at the head of them, sporting a dirty braid, wearing a leather jacket, and straddling a girl in a cool dress. Looking at Zhang Hao, several people with an arrogant face. I thought who's barking wildly, so it's brother too. Zhang Hao also directly disliked back. And at this time, Ding Xian came to Shenlin's side and said, this person's name is Lin Zhuan, the founder of HZ Club, has always been at odds with us, also from Hangzhou. But HZ Club is also considered a branch of Mordor SSCC, and has always wanted to pull our HK in. Hao has never given a damn about him. That's not it, just felt like not giving him face, biting people on sight. His family does earthworks, so he's called Brother Earth. By the way, it is said that his brother-in-law is Zhang Xian, one of the founders of SSCC Club. Upon hearing this, Shenlin nodded, indicating that he was clear. Lin Zhuan hated being called brother to the most, so after hearing Zhang Hao's words, he was a bit offended. Zhang Hao, I still say that. Let your HK join us HZ by the time SSCC Zhejiang Province Vice President for you to do. Otherwise in the future, in Hangzhou track, CUHK, I will pull down, one by one to teach a lesson. Hello Bolo. I'm so scared wait for you to have that strength, then come to blow okay. Zhang Hao was speechless, although they are not the top second generation in Hangzhou, but they are not to be underestimated. Lin Zhuan, if not for his brother-in-law, Zhang Hao did not even look squarely at this clown. Zhang Hao, how to talk to Lin brother. Also not afraid to tell you, Lin brother this time is here to mention P1. UHK with what and we compare. Before Lin Zhuan could say anything, a second generation beside him who was also dressed a bit trendy, directly disliked Zhang Hao, and didn't forget to dig down on Zhang Hao and their club. After all, Zhang Hao's club really did not have a car that exceeded $10 million. If before, Zhang Hao heard this sentence, but also frowned, but now, the old Lin immediately mentioned Siebel Big Lizard. P1 counts for nothing brother Hao, let's go, hurry up, an animal, what's the point of talking to him so much? Ding Xian disdainfully said. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan looked at Ding Xian with a gloomy face. He knew Ding Xian's origin and didn't dare to dislike him like he did to Zhang Hao. Ding Xiao, this is Magic City, not Hangzhou. You speak, lousy love how to say. Freedom of speech understand, which sewer is not covered. Let you climb up again Ding Xian directly ignored his words and disliked him. You can, Ding Xian, by the time we HZ Club, add another 10 million supercar, then see how you HK still arrogant. I guess your members are coming to our side. 2 could only use the supercar to get back a percent. Yo 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 yo, P1 is marvelous. Our Lin, today mentioned Sylphie Big Lizard, are not as arrogant as you? Fong Ting, who couldn't stand looking at him, directly disliked him. At those words, 2 froze, then looked at his own people and laughed. Sylphie Big Lizard? Kid, bragging is not a draft. Who doesn't know? This car show, Sylphie Big Lizard, is a non-sale item. Where to come from the bumpkin? Right, Lin, who is it? So powerful. Come out and let me see. Is there anyone I don't recognize in Hangzhou? Brother 2 said arrogantly. Shen Lin heard, slightly frowned, then went forward. Soil brother height is only 1.75 meters. People are still relatively short. Shen Lin looked up and down. Who's pet? Out to walk the dog. Do not know the leash. No leash biting, which does not force the authorities to kill on the street. Chapter 49, Confrontation. Lin Juan heard Shen Lin's taunts and looked across the room at Zhang Hao alone heckling himself. Anger instantly filled his heart. He bit his lips tightly and clenched his hands tightly into fists, his knuckles slightly white from the excessive force. Lin Juan then walked to Shen Lin's front and suddenly revealed a cold smile. You paralyzed. You're very arrogant. Who are you? Where did the tender-head youth appear? Your boss, Zhang Hao, doesn't even dare to talk to me like this. Lin Juan had not seen Shen Lin before, only thought that the other party was Zhang Hao's little brother, and spoke arrogantly. You believe it or not, lousy now give you a slap. Zhang Hao do not dare to help you. Paralyzed, dare to scold lousy. With that, Lin Juan raised his arm and swung it heavily towards Shen Lin's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dirt dog, if you dare to move brother Lin, I'm not finished with you. Grass, earth dog, stop, how dare you. Lin Juan's sudden outburst caused Zhang Hao and the others to freeze. It was said that a gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands. This mother asterisk 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 directly made a move? The few people who reacted directly started cursing. Not following the rules. Just when Zhang Hao several people want to go forward, found that it was already too late, only to see that brother 2's hand was about to touch Shen Lin's face. Zhang Hao several people's faces immediately became ugly. In front of them, Shen Lin was losing their face when he was beaten up. Fong Ting even clenched his fists, ready to charge. As for the people behind 2, each one of them revealed a sneer and also stepped forward. As long as Zhang Hao and the others dared to make a move, they would directly go on, and their eyes kept staring at the kid who had just spoken out of turn, with a look of watching a good show. Anyone thought that this slap from brother 2 could directly slap Shen Lin's face, but in the next second, 2's miserable voice came out. Pain, pain, mud horse, let go. It turned out that just when 2 was about to slap Shen Lin's eyebrows wrinkled, and as fast as lightning, he stretched out his own hand and held 2's wrist. It was followed by a forceful wrench. Kid, you damn quickly let go of brother 2. The situation had transformed too quickly, and before Zhang Hao and the others could react, brother 2's minions were the first to react. One by one, they rubbed their fists together. All of them were a group of second generation, who weren't young and who weren't angry. I'll see who dares. Zhang Hao several people also went forward to block a few boys. At this time, Ding Xian directly said, Damn, Earth Dog, you're so bold. You dare to bully my brother Lin. The 3 of us don't dare to be like this to brother Lin. You're bullish, really bullish. You're worthy of being a mad dog. You bite when you see someone. After hearing Ding Xian's words, Lin Juan and Lin Juan's people weren't stupid, and immediately knew that this person who hadn't been seen before, came from quite a big place. After all, there were very few that could make Zhang Hao and the others willingly call him brother. Brother 2 gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and stared at Shen Lin. Who the hell are you? Shen Lin sneered. Who am I? You don't need to know. Tell me. This matter, how to solve it. Shen Lin still broke 2's wrist and said in a calm tone, I advise you to better let go of me. This matter will be settled. Brother 2 was still arrogant. Shen Lin sneered. Once again, he exerted force. Pain pain pain. Let go of me. Apologize and I'll let go of you. Shen Lin's tone remained flat. I say you paralyzed. Give me loose. Otherwise my brother-in-law came. You wait to be cleaned up. Shen Lin sniffed, shook his head helplessly, looked at 2 with disdain and said, So it's a little redneck. I would like to know, your brother-in-law, how to pack me. Just as Shen Lin's words fell, a scolding voice came from behind 2. Let go of Zhou. Damn it, you dare to move my brother-in-law. Don't want to mix in Magic City anymore? After hearing this voice, 2's people made way, and saw 2 men around 30 years old, walking up. One of them was staring angrily at Shen Lin. When Tang Feng's few people saw the visitors, their brows furrowed slightly. Tang Feng quietly said to Shen Lin, Brother Lin, this is Dirt Dog's brother-in-law. Jiang Xian, the leader of the second-generation circle in Magic City. Upon hearing this, Shenlin nodded his head. His heart knew, if he had encountered such a scene yesterday, Shenlin would still be afraid. But today, with the future intelligence card, Shenlin wasn't the least bit afraid. Not only did he not let go of Lin Juan, but instead, he provocatively looked at Jiang Xindao. Letting go is fine. Let your brother-in-law apologize and this matter will be settled. You're bargaining with me? Jiang Xian stared at Shenlin and smiled instead of being angry. In Magic City, there are not many people who dare to talk to themselves like this, but there is definitely no such person as Shenlin. Bargaining? You think too highly of yourself. The moment Shenlin's words came out, everyone present looked at Shenlin in shock. Fengting looked at Shenlin with a face of adoration, his heart excited beyond measure. I go, is brother Lin so handsome? This is Jiang Xina, Jiangsu, Zhujiang and Shanghai are one of the top second generation. To say the status, that is a level with brother-in-law Zhou Zi. Jiang Xian stared at his words, then his face was gloomy. I'll give you 3 seconds to loosen the person. Otherwise, this matter is not over today. Jiang Xian had just finished speaking when Brother Tu came back with vigor and shouted, Kid, after offending my brother-in-law, there aren't many people in Mordor who can protect you. Hurry up and loosen me up. 3, 2, Brother Tu just finished speaking. Jiang Xian directly started counting down. Shenlin's mouth smiled. So, is not going to apologize is it? Then fine, I'll let go. Seeing Shenlin say this, Jiang Xian sneered. Just this? Tu also continued to shout. Thought you were more powerful you. Trash. When Zhang Hao and the others heard this, although they knew that this was reasonable, they still felt a bit suffocated. It was suffocating that they couldn't stand up for Shenlin. However, soon, they were dumbfounded, only to see that Brother Tu had just finished speaking. Shenlin revealed a cold smile, then his eyes stared at Jiang Xian, and his hands slightly exerted force. Click dash. The sound of bones breaking reached the ears of the few people present. What followed was Tu's heart-rending scream. Ah, my hand. Ah, pain pain pain. Shenlin ignored his miserable screams and directly kicked him in front of Jiang Xian and the others. The aura of a soldier king given by the top fighting skills around his body erupted as he stared at Jiang Xian. Since you don't apologize, I'll do it my way. By the way, I'm loose. If you're not happy, come directly to the Magic City International Arena to look for me. I've chartered the arena today and I'm waiting for you. Shenlin did not in Jiang Xian any nonsense. Damn, a good mood to mention the car. Just so destroyed. Shenlin inner say not angry that is false. The crowd looked at Shenlin, all swallowed their saliva. While Zhang Hao several people looked at Shenlin, their hearts were excited, too damn relieved. Jiang Xian looked at Shenlin gloomily. Do you know who you are talking to? Just want to leave like this? Jiang Xian's words had just finished. Shenlin dodged, and when the crowd didn't react, he came in front of Jiang Xian, one hand on his shoulder, his hand slightly hard, staring at Jiang Xian. My words, only say it once. Jiang Xian was sweating profusely as he looked at Shenlin. The terrifying force coming from his shoulder was telling Jiang Xian that this person was not simple. Moreover, he saw killing intent in Shenlin's eyes. Yes, killing intent. This man had killed people. Moreover, Shenlin's aura was too strong, the kind of aura that had only been seen on his own father. Jiang Xian looked at Shenlin unwillingly. Don't worry, I will come to the Magic City Circuit to find you. Chapter 50, Successful Car Lifting. Shenlin revealed a smile. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Shenlin directly turned around and saw that he did not look at Lin Juan who was on the side covering his arm and wailing nonstop. Directly to Zhang Hao several people showed a smile and said, Go, pick up the car. A few people looked at each other, excitedly looked at Shenlin, and left together, not even looking at Jiang Xian and the others the whole time. Brother Lin, you're really my brother. Just flipped the handsome chicken. Fengting gabbled. His eyes were full of admiration. Who was that? That was Jiang Xian. He was defeated in the hands of Brother Lin. Ding Xian looked at Shenlin. I've already contacted my brother-in-law, although I don't know what you have to rely on, but they are all friends. You can't face them alone. Shenlin looked at Ding Xian several people, smiled and nodded without saying anything more. Anyway, Shenlin had already given the opportunity. If they really dared to come to the arena to cause trouble, Shenlin did not recommend killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Soon, a few people came to the Siebel booth, contacted Chen Hui, and soon went through the formalities in the presence of a few people. And soon, this ace exhibit of the Magic City Auto Show was taken by Shenlin. The car has been driven to the warehouse of the Magic City International Exhibition Hall to prepare. Chen Hui also water favors sent Shenlin a set of Magic City license plate. Shenlin's support for his work. License plate number Magic ASL 666. Inside the warehouse, Fengting and others looked at the beast. I go, is this Siebel? Too handsome. Shinlin's one was pure white and looked like a thug in a suit. Zhang Hao was also excited. I go. Handsome. When we go to the track, we can experience the 7.0-liter V8 twin-turbo engine. By the way, how much horsepower does this car have? Maximum power up to 1750 horsepower. 100 km acceleration time at 2.78 seconds. Tang Feng directly stated the horsepower. Several people then directly started taking pictures one after another and sent them to HK's group. It's so cool. Brother Lin, hurry up and come to the track. We want to see Siebel. Too strong. Is this Siebel? The photos are so handsome. The real car shall not be handsome. Come on guys, let's go for the lap time. Just when the HK crowd was having a good time, outside the showroom, Jiang Xin and the others also knew that this Siebel big lizard really belonged to the kid just now. It's not a small one. This Siebel is the one that D didn't even get to qualify for. Jiang Xin's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He was glad that he just did not impulse. The person who can get this car, the origin is definitely not simple, but letting him not get back his offense, he really couldn't swallow this breath. So he looked at the person beside him. Old Huang. I'm going to call up D and the others to go over and take a chance. Right, you contact Old Qin and the others by the way. The person who was just beside Jiang Xin was the founder of SSCC Supercar Club, Huang Wei. Well, I'll contact them. Damn it, can't let this kid, in the boundaries of Magic City, bully our SSCC. After saying that, the two of them each made a call. Brother D, in Magic City? I've encountered a tough guy over here. Jiang Xin was on the phone, informing the other party. Huang Wei was also talking on the phone at the moment. At this moment, in a tea room in Magic City, the two people hung up the phone at the same time. What do you say, Old Qin? Going or not? Damn, all dare to jump on our SSCC. The person who spoke was the helper that Jiang Xin had just hired. Yin Di, the big brother within the circle, the crown prince of Lifan Automobile. He was also one of the big stubborn masters of the Magic City and Imperial City circles. And sitting opposite him was Qin Feng, once known as the Emperor of Shanghai. Qin Feng smiled coldly inwardly when he heard this, and then said without moving, forget it, I have things to do later, so I won't go. Alright, then I'll go first. For Qin Feng to go or not, it made no difference to him. Shen Lin had never even heard of it. It just so happens that the other party has gotten a Siebel big lizard. When the time comes, think of a way to make this kid forcefully sell the car to himself. Saying this, Indy walked out of the tea room in a happy manner. When Indy walked out of the tea room, Qin Feng sneered. A group of people who can get the big lizard of Siebel can know that the other party is Jiang Xin is still so rigid, without some background. How is it possible? Don't ing mess up and steal the chicken. Qin Feng was speechless. In fact, he had always had a problem with Huang Wei and also Jiang Xin. The current SSCC had been messed up by a few people. Find some time and retire. Hey, a day later, Qin Feng felt immensely grateful for his decision today. Magic City International Auto Show Center. Siebel Big Lizard. After the whole thing is ready, Shen Lin directly sat in. Although the internet said, a few minutes a tank of gas, but that is when violent driving, normal driving, can also drive a more than 100 kilometers. Ignition. Boom. Siebel erupted, a special belonging to the supercar hiss. This sound, let Shen Lin cannot help but show a mesmerized expression. What a good sound. It wasn't just Shen Lin who thought it sounded good. It was Zhang Hao and the others who also showed mesmerized expressions. This was the spiritual food for people who liked to play with cars. Shen Lin lowered the car window and looked at Zhang Hao and the others. Is Old Hu here yet? When he had just prepared the car, Shen Lin contacted Old Hu and drove a few cars over to pick them up. Coming, in front of the arena. Let's go. I can't wait to see how this car performs on the track. Tang Feng was even more excited than Shen Lin said. So a few people said goodbye to Shen Lin first and walked out of the warehouse. And Shen Lin exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Hui at the warehouse and also drove away. Outside the arena, Zhang Hao, several people met up with the people from the club. And one by one, they all drove over in their supercars. Brother Hao, where's Brother Lin? Where's the car? Hu Long saw this and asked excitedly. It's coming out soon. It's almost ready. It's just being geared up. Hu Long's convoy of their cars made many people who were out of the arena stop to watch. Just at this time, those present heard a roaring sound. Immediately, they looked towards the direction from which the sound came. Soon the end of the internal road. A handsome Siebel Big Lizard appeared in sight, speeding towards the crowd. I'll go. Which family's male son actually took this Siebel? Is it the one from the showroom just now? There are so many rich people. What's wrong with one more me? The passers-by were talking and picking up their cell phones to take pictures. And at this moment, when the people from the club saw this car, their mouths were also wide open one by one, and their harumphs were almost flowing out. Is this Brother Lin's Siebel? It's so cocky and handsome. I already have itchy hands. In the midst of several people's excitement, Shenlin drove the car to the front of the crowd, accompanied by a sharp brake, and came to a steady stop. How is it? Shenlin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, rolled down the window and looked at Zhang Hao and the others with a smile. It's even more handsome on the road. Limited edition is different. Ding Xin gave a thumbs up. Manic is one word. Tang Feng also praised. And Zhang Hao directly pulled open the passenger door and shamelessly sat on it. What's the point of pushing? Just set off for the track. I'll go. Brother Hao. You old. Damn. Why didn't I think of getting in the car? The people from the club saw Zhang Hao get on the car, and one by one, they regretted that they didn't get on the car right away. Shenlin glanced at Zhang Hao. Damn. The first time was given to a man. Actually, I can be a woman too. Brother. Zhang Hao whined. Shenlin really couldn't help but want to slap a few pussies. Who the hell? Get off my brother. Put. The crowd laughed out loud. Then Shenlin looked at a few people. Set off. Have fun today. With Shenlin's order, the club's people got into their cars. It drove directly towards the Magic City International Circuit. In the car, Zhang Hao frantically took pictures and marveled, then looked at Shenlin. Just now, my brother-in-law called and asked if you're sure? Shenlin knew what Zhang Hao was talking about and nodded with a smile. Do I look like the kind of person who messes around? Chapter 51, Second Generation Circle Levels. When Zhang Hao heard Shenlin's words, he really wanted to directly come up with a sentence. You're damn not. Ghost is? However, seeing this attitude of Shenlin, Zhang Hao knew that Shenlin should be able to handle it. While inwardly sighing with relief, he also became curious as to whose family's child Shenlin was. However, although curious, Zhang Hao would not inquire. After all, making friends with Shenlin was more about the person. Since Shenlin could handle it, he would not think too much about it and just enjoy the next track. Magic City International Circuit. It has always been an internationally famous racetrack. This place not only undertakes all kinds of top international races, it even hosts F1. And today, Shenlin directly spent a huge amount of money to charter the track here. A few people's cars had just driven in, and before they could stop, all the people from the club came outside the P room and walked onto the track, waiting for Shenlin's car to come. See, the first one. The white one. I go. The real car is much more handsome than the photo. Ha ha. From now on, our HK Club will also have a $10 million supercar, or the global limited edition Seeble Big Lizard. This sound wave, love love love. Under the cheers of the club's people, Shenlin drove the car to the track in front of the Pirum and stopped. The people of the club, one by one, ran to Shenlin's car at once. Shenlin got out of the car and looked at the crowd and smiled. Now to take pictures, hurry. Buddy now hand itch. Immediately ready to run on a lap. Hearing Shenlin's flirtation, the crowd has been uproarious. Brother Lin, co-pilot take me. Feng Ting at this time, took the lead and said to Shenlin, by what right? It's the old man who wants to take me. Tang Feng jumped out directly. Feng Ting seemed to have gone out of his way and directly said, bring me, because I can be Tai. Asterisk 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 off. Disgusting. Pervert. Vomit. After the group heard Feng Ting's shameless words, they were met with a group mockery. Shenlin even kicked its ass. Damn. In the future, when you go out, don't say you know me. Shame on you. The crowd joked and joked while visiting Shenlin's car. Shenlin also picked up his own cell phone to photograph the international circuit, and then photographed his new car Seeble, and then obscenely edited a circle of friends and released. Copy. Interest in love is the best teacher. Damn. Just a little burned money. In order to race, bought a Seeble Big Lizard. In the future higher than 100 yuan activities. Do not queue. Picture, scenery of the international circuit, Seeble Big Lizard. Shenlin has now mastered the essence of sending a circle of friends. It is very natural to pretend. As for people inside the circle of friends say they show off their wealth, it's none of my business. I just want to brush my signature. After sending a good circle of friends, Shenlin looked at the crowd to see the car is about the same. Directly said, well, together down the track to play. Well. Those who want to run the first lap with Brother Lin, directly grab the position out of date. Feng Ting finished, directly pulled open Seeble's co-pilot, shamelessly sat on it, and the others one by one despised looking at him. Damn, trickery. However, Tang Feng's several people also came to their own car. All want to try to run a lap with Shenlin's Seeble. Shenlin also helplessly sat in the car, looking at the track in front of him, said not interested is false. Although the last time in the club opened, but that track and this track compared to, simply no comparison. And Shenlin they are still in the Magic City International Circuit of the senior track. Shenlin inner excitement to the extreme. Like car people, who do not like racing. Running track it? Top track, top car, top driver. It is simply a perfect match. At this moment Shenlin has been unable to resist the excitement inside. Directly lowering the car window, To the people who want to run laps with themselves. Then we. Boom boom boom. Shinlin's words had not yet finished when, at that moment, the roar of several supercars came from the entrance of the racetrack. Shinlin and the others looked towards the entrance of the racetrack and, at this time, Zhang Hao frowned slightly and looked towards Shinlin. It's really here. Zhang Xian and the others. Shinlin also saw it, and immediately his eyes narrowed slightly. Directly greeting Hulong. You go and ask the person in charge of the venue. Why did we pack the venue and still let others in? I want an explanation. Upon hearing this, Hulong nodded and quickly left the track to inquire. Shinlin was now very angry inside. The old man more than $10 million chartered the field. You guys said to come in, just come in. Still play or not play? Is this the way to do business? Shinlin knows. Now the race cannot directly get off. This time, Tang Feng directly came to the front of Shinlin. Face heavy. Brother Lin. Now the situation is a little bad. How? Shinlin directly took out a few cigarettes and handed them to the person beside him, looking at the group of supercars driving towards his side in the distance. Seeing Shinlin at this time, still able to confidently share cigarettes, Tang Feng didn't know whether to say that Shinlin had a good mindset, or that Shinlin didn't know what the other side was really about. Brother Lin, Zhang Xian is okay, after all, just now you have cleaned up, but look at that Lafa, it is Lifan Automobile Crown Prince, Indi's car. It seems that the other party is moving Indi. After Tang Feng introduced it, he thought about it and continued. Indi is also one of the founders of SSCC, often active in the imperial capital and Magic City. In the circle is a big codger. After all, its old man was once also the richest man in Xia. The energy is certainly not small. And, this one is a notoriously arrogant, domineering, idle male, big codger. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with today. Why don't I ask my family to contact my friends over here in Magic City? Tang Feng said with a bit of worry. Indi's big name. In the circle, who didn't know? Simply a second-generation ancestor. How arrogant, how to come. But also really a lot of people can't take him. Why? This is to say, the second generation of the summer country's rank, Xia's second generation, mainly divided into 3 grades. The first grade, the son of the 7 major legislative families, this world, from the Qing dynasty onwards, is different. There are 7 major founding of the Legislative Council, occupying the 7 major legislative positions. The second gear, the children of alternate legislative elders, usually composed of feudal officials and vassals, as well as a few special municipal governors. Third gear, children of half-step alternates, generally composed of deputy alternate legislators from various provinces, and military lieutenant generals. The fourth grade, business plus politics, military, family combination. Family business tens of billions of dollars. Political at least subcommittee, to the prefecture-level city mayor composed of military major generals, extremely above the descendants of the people. Fifth grade, pure business family or institutional family. Provinces and cities super rich, or the family has a municipal party committee chairman. Major generals or in the local absolute voice of this kind. Sixth grade, is the ordinary second generation, in the city where they live. A little background. If you really don't know how to differentiate, then take the example of the principal Wang know it. Wang Si Onion. This kind of family business strong. Political aspects also have influence, such as Wang Si Onion's grandfather, Major General. So strictly speaking, Principal Wang is also the existence of the fourth grade, and Indi is the existence of the same level as Principal Wang. Don't underestimate this fourth grade, because the existence of the first 3 grades generally will not be so high profile, and the ideological awareness is very high. Will not lower their own identity, to come to this kind of circle to mix. Therefore, this leads to, the existence of the fourth gear, to the following, directly formed a downward strike. After all, you can't even reach the fourth gear, let alone reach the previous 3 gears. People simply don't give a damn about you. So, this was the reason why Tang Feng's few people were worried. Well, brother-in-law was also a fourth gear existence, although he didn't necessarily have the strength of Indi. He wasn't bad either. The only thing that was unclear now was whether or not Indi would have a seizure today. Shinlin deeply inhaled a mouthful of smoke, spat out a smoke circle, inner cold smile. Just as long as the other party dares to mess around, Shinlin does not suggest kill a fourth gear young master. To honor the monkey, throw the cigarette butt on the ground. Shinlin calmly stepped on a foot, looked toward Tang Feng's several people. Don't worry, I dare to let Zhang Xian come. I'm not afraid of who he called. Chapter 52, Confronting Indi. After Shinlin finished speaking, he simply sat directly on the front cover of the Siebel's big lizard's car. Seeing Shinlin's confident look, Zhang Hao and the others also did not say much, but just like Shinlin, they all sat on the front cover of their own cars and waited for the other party. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the roar of the distant supercars getting closer and closer. Shenlin and the club's crowd all saw the other party's convoy, still really looking up to me. 1 Lafa, 1 SVJ, 1 Senna, and 10 Yo Malin, Shenlin said smilingly. Old Lin, after all, you have mentioned Siebel, the other party, in how arrogant, will also pay attention. After all, this car of yours, is not something that can be bought with money. Tang Feng sat on the front hood of the car and said flatly, I have to say, SSCC's strength, in Xia, is indeed the first echelon of existence. Just these 3 cars that hit the head, surpassed many clubs. Zhang Hao's brows furrowed, not as relaxed as Shenlin, Tang Feng and the 2 of them. After all, Indi's strength, was still very strong. After speaking, Zhang Hao looked at Ding Xin. Ding Xin quickly understood Zhang Hao's look and spoke. Brother-in-law will be here in half an hour, so let's try not to start a conflict. After Ding Xin finished speaking, he also wrinkled his brows as he looked at the other party's convoy. At this moment, in Rafa, Indi had already seen Shenlin Siebel, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly as he spoke into the car's intercom. The one sitting on that Siebel, is that what's her name, Lin? Young Yin, that's him. Zhang Xian's words appeared in the intercom, and after receiving an affirmative reply, Indi revealed a touch of evil smile, and directly stepped on the floorboard oil, and the Lafa burst into a roar, driving towards Shenlin and the others without slowing down. The car is a good car, but the owner is not good. Take out the SSCC's momentum. Ha ha ha, if you say so, Yin Xiao, then the brothers won't hide it. As Indi's words fell, Huang Wei also excitedly stepped on the gas of his Senna, and drove towards the HK crowd without stopping at all. At this moment, the people of HK saw that the opposite SSCC people, only 100 meters away from them, still did not have any pause, but all the cars, collectively accelerated. That way, it was like they were going to crash them into the air. Damn it, this is preparing to give us the slip. Tang Feng's face was a bit ugly as he directly jumped off the front of the car and moved down towards the back. Zhang Hao and Ding Xin did the same. Just as the 3 had just jumped out of the car, the Senna and SVJ suddenly accelerated again, the roar getting closer and closer. Seeing that the 2 cars were about to hit Tang Feng's McLaren and Zhang Hao's Big Bull, directly a sharp stopped, and on Shenlin's side, Rafa was the same. However, Shenlin was still calmly sitting on the front hood of the car, staring at the speeding Rafa. At this moment, Shenlin's line of sight locked eyes with Indi through Rafa's windshield. Seeing that Shenlin did not dodge in the slightest and even locked eyes with himself, Indi said, somewhat interesting. Indi then accelerated again. The car was only 2 meters away from Shenlin, but Rafa still didn't stop. Old Lin, be careful. Hey, opposite side, overdoing it. The people from HK Club, led by Zhang Hao and the others, cursed, although the other party was SSCC, and the leader was still Indi. But what does it have to do with them? Besides, they all bear Shenlin's love. At this moment, one by one, they are like pissed off wolf cubs, non-stop output. At this moment, Shenlin is still calm, even calmly from his pants, once again pulled out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath and spit out a smoke circle. At this time, Rafa was only half a meter away from Shenlin, and the smoke ring had already flown to Rafa's windshield. When Indi saw this attitude of Shenlin, he became even more excited. Kid, you got me interested. Let's see if you dodge. After saying this, Indi continued to accelerate, but Shenlin was still smoking a cigarette and staring at Indi in the car, not losing momentum. When the crowd saw this scene, they all pinched a sweat for Shenlin. Just when the car was about to hit Shenlin, Indi directly made a tail drift and stopped the car horizontally in front of Shenlin, and the crowd saw that Shenlin and Rafa were only half a fist's distance apart. Handsome. Brother Lin is so damn handsome. Fengting saw the performance of Shenlin just now. The renal hormone wildly soared, hating that scene just now, as if he was facing. At this time, Rafa stopped, and the Senna and SVJ on the left and right sides of Rafa also stopped burning tires in place. Then, the crowd saw the Rafa, down a man in his 30s, wearing beach pants and a floral shirt, leaning between the door and the driver's seat. This man was no other than Indi. Indi looked over at Shenlin, clapped his hands, and whistled. Worthy of being the owner of Sylvie's car, this determination is strong enough. Are you so confident that I don't dare to hit you? Shenlin sniffed, took a deep drag on his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, stepped on it, and calmly said, it's not that I'm confident, it's that you're still too young. Shenlin's words just fell. Zhang Xian and Huan Wei also got out of the car. SSCC's crowd also all parked their cars opposite to HK's crowd and got out of the car. Big brother, dare to speak to Yin Xiao like that? Huang Wei and Zhang Xian came behind Indi. Then Huang Wei gave Shenlin a thumbs up. Generally, by the way, I'm only a brother to my own kind. Animals can't. UTM. Hearing Shenlin's sarcasm, Huang Wei was about to go forward, but was stopped by Indy. Indy then turned around and looked at Shinlin with a light smile. You know what I'm here for, people. When you do something wrong, you have to admit punishment, don't you think so? Shinlin looked at Indy up and down, speaking human words. So how are you guys going to apologize to me? When Shinlin spoke, Zhang Hao and the others also came behind Shinlin. Although they did not open their mouths, the meaning was already obvious. That is, to support Shinlin. Indy stared at Shinlin. Are you provoking me? Provoking? If it wasn't for your people, I wouldn't have known there was someone like you today. Shinlin waved his hand and said indifferently. Indy pretended to be dazed. In that case, it was my people who took offense first? Not bad. Another human word. As Shinlin's words fell, Indy walked in front of Shinlin with a smile on his face. That's really sorry, since there is a reason for what happened. Then you. Indy's smile suddenly became gloomy, raising his eyes to stare at Shinlin. Give my people, kowtow 3 times and apologize. I may be able to let you go. How about it? I see you speak this logic. You are straight through the brain, right? Shinlin laughed. Have seen arrogant. Have not seen so arrogant. You paralyzed. How to talk to Ian less. Kid, don't think that you bought a Siebel. There is no one in sight. The family has an industry. Right. Do you believe Ian less a phone call? Pa. Jiang Xian had not yet finished. Ian D directly turned around and smacked Jiang Xian. Ian Xiao. You. My family matters. It's your turn to say? Jiang Xian sniffed and covered his face. His face was a bit ugly and fearful as he looked at Ian D. Then he took a deep breath. Ian Xiao. My fault. It won't happen again. After Ian D finished speaking, he looked at Shinlin. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Where were we just talking about? Oh yeah, let you apologize and kowtow, right? However, I see that you seem to be unconvinced. Ian D finished, directly took out a cigarette and lit it, spitting a smoke ring onto Shinlin's face. Shinlin shook his head and smiled, and in the next second, the aura of the previous top-level fighting arts around him surged up, forced to talk less. Road. Indy was stunned by Shinlin's sudden outburst of aura. Although the thing of aura, invisible and untouchable, but it does not mean that it does not exist. Returning to his senses, Indy looked deeply at Shinlin. I am also a sensible person. Let's do it this way. Pair-to-pair dare? Lottery? Shinlin was concise. Who first let? Who loses? The loser, not only to apologize, the other party's car, but also to be transferred to the other party's name. How? I think that my Lafa should match your selfie. Hearing the other party finish, Shinlin directly turned around, entered his car and lowered the window. Quickly, what about the package? It's expensive per second. Chapter 53, Juggling? Using the intelligence card. Got guts. Indy sniffed and gave Shinlin a thumbs up with a sneer, then turned around and got into his Rafa. Pair blocking was a subtext in racing. It was when 2 cars, on a straight road, collided and drove away, and whoever chickened out and turned first in the middle of the road lost. Clear the field. Zhang Hao saw Shinlin and Indy get into the car and directly said to the crowd of HK, since Shinlin had already taken the other side's battle cry, it would be good to trust Shinlin. Huang Wei also waved his hand at the SSCC people. Clear the field. As the people on both sides cleared the field, all of a sudden on the track, Shinlin and Indy were left. The 2 cars, directly offset in place to turn the body. One drove towards the back, one towards the front. Soon after the 2 cars reached the position of 100 meters apart, each tail drift, the body turned back. The 2 cars were directly facing each other, burning tires in place. At this time, a woman from SSCC walked to the center of the 2 cars. From her chest, she took off her BRA. The crowd started counting down. 3, 2, 1. With the sound of 1, the beautiful woman threw her black BRA into the air. Inside the car, Shinlin and Indy both looked at the BRA. Soon the BRA fell to the ground. Boom, boom. The 2 cars erupted with a sound wave that belonged exclusively to the big V8, and both of them released the brakes at the same time. The 2 cars scuffed and drove towards each other. At the side of the track, Huang Wei held his chest and arrogantly said to Zhang Hao, Yin Xiao, playing against each other is a madman. Never lost a single game. Wait for an apology. Who wins and who loses? Say it now. It's too early. Zhang Hao didn't say anything. Tang Feng directly disliked him back. Let's see then. Huang Wei finished, placing his eyes on the track, and the crowd also placed their eyes on the track. Both of them were top-tier supercars. The speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 cars was left at 50 meters. But at this time, no one stopped or turned. Inside the car, Shinlin was calmly stepping on the gas, and in the other car, Indy also wore a wry smile and stepped on the gas crazily. Kid, playing against me, you picked the wrong person. 30 meters. At this moment, outside the field, the observers from SSCC and HK broadcasted the distance between the two cars at the same time. Fong Ting came to Ding Xin's side with a bit of worry, his arm touching Ding Xin. Ding, can Lin win? Is there any other way but to trust him now? Fong Ting smiled bitterly at his words, and then became a bit exasperated. Damn, SSCC is bullying people too much. Kid, this society is like this. Those who are strong can rewrite the rules. Ding Xin said as if he had a point. Although this incident today was very suffocating, but there was no way. Who let the other party be strong? 20 meters. 20 meters. The two cars still haven't slowed down. According to this speed, if they don't slow down or turn, they're going to crash. SSCC's announcer said excitedly. For this kind of kidney hormone race, there was not a single person present who was not excited. At this moment, on the track, the two cars drove towards each other with amazing speeds, neither one slowing down. Inside the Rafa, Indy's brows were slightly furrowed. Good guts, you're the first person to play against me, within 10 meters, and still not turn. And at this moment, Shenlin was inside the car, still with one hand on the window, supporting the left side of his face, and driving the car with one hand, looking calm. This kind of game, it was all about testing guts, and excuse me, Shenlin really didn't know what it meant to be afraid because of the psychological enhancement of the top fighting arts. Besides, Shenlin hated trouble. This time it was SSCC, and next time, he didn't know what kind of people he would meet. So, just do it, and show off his strength a little bit today. At least in the future, there would be less trouble. 5 meters. 5 meters my ass. Two cars, neither of them slowed down. According to this situation, if within 3 meters, neither of the two cars slowed down, at this speed, they can directly crash into each other. SSCC's announcer looked at the two cars on the track in shock and sucked in a breath of cool air. And at this moment, both SSCC and HK people knew that the winner was about to be divided, within a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Indy looked at the distance, and at this moment, he was no longer as relaxed as he was just now. Damn, this kid, isn't he afraid of his new car being wrecked? Isn't he afraid of dying? On the contrary, Shenlin was still driving with one hand. 3 meters, 3 meters, no, Rafa is turning, the HK announcer said excitedly, and at this moment, after hearing the HK announcer's words, Huang Wei and Jiang Xian looked at each other. How is it possible? How could Yin Xiao lose? This kid, doesn't he want to die? One by one, the SSCC side sighed with sighs of relief. But on the contrary, on the HK side, everyone jumped up and down when they heard the result. I'll go. Old Lin is awesome. Old Lin, I'm going to give you a monkey. Yes, yes, the crowd cheered. And at this moment, on the track, back to the previous 0.2 seconds, Indy looked at Shenlin, who was getting closer and closer, and always panicked inside. He knew that if he didn't turn now, the cars were definitely going to crash together. Damn, what kind of identity is lousy? Not to be with this madman. A life for a life. Damn, the family money do not want. Play what life ah. Thinking of this, Indy in 2.5 meters, directly a sharp turn, rushed into the track on the buffer strip. And Shenlin saw this, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, directly rushed into the position where Rafa was just now, and then an offset turnaround, drove the car in front of the buffer zone, parked on the side of Rafa's car. The two then got out of the car. Shenlin said expressionlessly, "You lost, apologize. The car belongs to me." After hearing Shenlin's words, Indy suddenly laughed. Kid, say you're naive. You're really naive. Just now we signed an agreement? Why don't you go daydreaming? You think this car, I will give it to you? I tell you, I at most let Jiang Xian give you an apology. If you accept this matter, so passed. Do not accept, we will see. Hearing Indy's words, Shenlin laughed instead of being angry and directly applauded. This is the Yin Xiao that others talk about. A hot-skinned snake? You're not finished, are you? When, besides the other 3 gears of the great young man, dare to talk to him like this? Shenlin was also not polite, and directly meditated inside. System, use intermediate future intelligence card. Subject Indy. Ding. Congratulations to the host to use successfully. Intermediate future intelligence card. The remaining number of times x2. Ding. The future intelligence about Indy has been converged into the host's mind, and generated an email to be sent to the host's mailbox. After the email is deleted, it can be continued to send. With the end of the system's beep, Shenlin instantly received information about the future of Indy. Without seeing it, it was a shock to see that Indy, no, or the Yin family, in the 10th year of the future, offended the big brother and was directly bankrupted, imprisoned in prison, and fled overseas. And the fatal black information about Indy, as well as the Yin family's black information, all disclosed in the future. I didn't expect this kid to be so heartless. This kid, not only smoking contraband, hands actually have a murder case. Fun, isn't it? Shen Lin, who had returned to his senses, smiled and walked towards Indi. I'm giving you a chance. Willing to gamble and accept defeat? I serve your grandmother. Upon hearing this, Shen Lin smiled and looked towards Indi, then stretched out his hand and grabbed Indi's collar. UTM, sure you want to be my enemy? Indi wanted to break free, but Shen Lin's strength, how could it be compared to this cockney who often wandered in the wine pools and meat forests? Shen Lin revealed an evil smile as he stared at Indi and began to make up an identity, saying, enemy with you? Are you worthy? When I came out, my family told me, those who can be messed with, those who can't be messed with. There are numbers in my heart, but unfortunately, in the list of those who can't be messed with, there's no big name of you, Indi, and even your family doesn't come with a name. If you want to touch base with me, I'll accompany you at any time. After saying that, Shen Lin brought his head to Indi's ear and said in a conversation that only the two could hear. Oh yes, 4 years ago in Hui Province, the Royal Horse Merchant K. 3 years ago in Rongqing Luhu Club. I don't think I need to say more, right? At first, after hearing Shen Lin's words, Indi was still disdainful, but after hearing Shen Lin's whispered words with himself, Indi's face suddenly changed, and the whole person was obviously flustered, but still immediately recovered his expression, and looked deeply at Shen Lin. Who the hell are you? It's not important who I am. Willing to bet to lose, no? Shen Lin cheaply looked at Indi. Indi clenched his fists and stared at Shen Lin. If it was an ordinary person who talked to him like this about his secret today, he would definitely find someone to deal with this person on the spot. But is Shen Lin an ordinary person? An ordinary person who could afford to buy the Siebel Big Lizard? And listening to the tone of this kid just now, it was obvious that his family was not small. Most importantly, this kid knew about himself, so it was inevitable that he wasn't sure if he knew about the Yin family. After weighing the pros and cons, Indi looked deeply at Shen Lin. Finally turning his head, he roared angrily towards Jiang Xian in the running SSCC. Asterisk in Jiang Xian, get your ass over here and apologize. Chapter 54 resolved. Dark Tide. Jiang Xian, who was running towards Indi, heard Indi's words. He immediately froze, his face a bit ugly. Huang Wei was similarly stunned. This isn't ING, right? Wasn't Yin Xiao a notorious rascal snake? Huang Wei was very smart and quickly realized that the conversation between the two just now was definitely not simple. Jiang Xian looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei knew his brother's thoughts and said directly, no matter what, don't offend Yin Xiao. You and I are both clear about Yin Xiao's character. Apologize. It's nothing, there will be a long time to come. It had to be said that Huang Wei deserves to be the founder of SSCC. His brain turned quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian took a deep breath and nodded with clenched teeth. As for the HK crowd who had also heard Indi's words, each of them looked at Shen Lin with admiration in their gazes. This made the famous Indi soften? Soon the crowd came to the side of the two. At this time, Indi waved at Jiang Xian with an ugly face. Apologize. Young Yin, I said apologize. Don't make me say it a second time. Jiang Xian looked at Indi, who had an ugly face, and knew that the other party was for real. So he looked at Shen Lin, and clenched his fists. He knew that today he had stolen the chicken and kicked the iron plate, so he lowered his head towards Shen Lin in full view of everyone. I'm sorry, Xiao Shun. I'm to blame for today. Please forgive me. Shen Lin sniffed and stepped forward to pat Jiang Xian's shoulder. You apologized to the wrong person. Apologize to Zhang Hao. You, Jiang Xian, don't get me in trouble. Follow what he said. Jiang Xian was still a bit unconvinced after hearing Shen Lin's words, but after hearing Indi's words, he knew that he was going to lose this face today. So he looked towards Zhang Hao, took a deep breath and lowered his head. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry. No sincerity. Young Master Jiang. Shen Lin sniffed. So he frowned. Damn, is it so hard to apologize? Your mother. Shen Lin just finished speaking. Indi directly disliked Jiang Xian angrily and kicked his ass. Jiang Xian lowered his head. His face was gloomy, gritted his teeth and finally said, Young Zhang, it was our fault today. Please forgive us. Seeing this, Zhang Hao looked at Shen Lin, who smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Hao looked at Jiang Xian. Young Mr. Jiang, I accept, but I have to tell you one thing. We HK just want to play on our own. We don't want to get involved in SSCC's business. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Xian hummed, then got up and directly walked towards his car. At this moment, he did not have the face to stay here. And Indi did the same, directly flinging the Lafa's car keys to Shen Lin. Here you go. I'll have my assistant come to you tomorrow to transfer the car. Hopefully you have the life to drive it. Shen Lin took the throne car keys, weighed them in his hands and smiled. This is not Yin Xiao's concern. By the way, Yin Xiao is atmospheric. A person who keeps his integrity. Sorry, just called you a rascal snake. Upon hearing this, the people from HK and a few from SSCC couldn't help but laugh outright. Indy looked at Shinlin sinisterly. We'll see. After saying that, Indy looked at Huang Wei. Let's go. Indy and Huang Wei led the SSCC people towards the outside of the track. On this side, the people of HK, one by one, cheered. Asterisk 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 brother Lin. That was so cocky just now. Zheng Hua and Feng Ting eagerly looked at Shinlin. Just now was really chicken. Zhang Hao also hammered Shinlin. Awesome. Just when the HK crowd was cheering, the SSCC people had already driven out of the international circuit. At this moment in Huang Wei's car, Huang Wei looked at Yin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, gloomy, and thought about inquiring. Young Yin, let's just forget about it this time. Forget it? How can? This kid is not simple. I want to investigate. Then say, and tell Jiang Xin, don't ing like a pussy. Don't know what's good for you. Old man for him. Rafa are gone. Is the TM Rafa? Yin said to the back, directly raged to sort her up. On the other side, just as Shinlin and the others were cheering, Ding Xian saw an alpha coming. Brother-in-law is here. I'll get it. Soon. Ding Xian came to the front of the alpha. Josie walked down and said with a gloomy face, how is it? Is Indy still there? Brother-in-law. Not anymore. Old Lin solved it and lost a Rafa to old Lin. What? Hearing Ding Xian's words, Josie looked towards Shinlin who was surrounded by the crowd in the track. Indy is not the kind of person who is willing to gamble and lose. So tell me about the aftermath. Josie and Indy had also dealt with each other. And the other party was a madman. He also came to Magic City at the first time after receiving Ding Xian's call. On the way, called several friends. He didn't expect that he had just come here and Ding Xian told himself that it was solved. Subsequently, Ding Xian said what had just happened, one by one. Upon hearing this, Josie was inwardly shocked. Suddenly, he thought of Sister Rao's ambiguous words last night. Josie looked at Shinlin and said to Ding Xian, make a good relationship with Shinlin in the future. It might be able to help you in the future. Brother-in-law, there's no need for you to say that. Old Lin was originally our friend. Shinlin. Wait, his name is Shinlin? Yeah, what's wrong brother-in-law? Ding Xian scratched the back of his head and looked at Josie. Josie didn't reply to Ding Xian's words, but said inwardly, Shinlin. Surname Shen. Can't be right. If that's true, wouldn't that be a royal relative? On Shinlin's side, after settling the issue with the SSCC people, he directly let Zhang Hao lead the crowd down the track. He also drove his Siebel to race around the track, and in the imperial capital, in the Wanshou Road courtyard, Fang Yuan also received the information from Xia Rao. At the same time, he received a call from Xia Rao. Old Fang, have you read the information? Xia Rao's voice entered Fang Yuan's ears, and Fang Yuan's hands trembled as he held the information. Read it. This information, not the file transfer out. Shenlin's file is SSS level, but it's very strange. When I let the private detective investigate, his classmates, teachers, all said that he is an orphan, and even found the former director of the orphanage. Shinlin is indeed an orphan. It's very strange. An orphan's file. How is it top secret? Xia Rao's words entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sniffed and directly said, it's very simple. You said that the current Shinlin is driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. If he wasn't retrieved back by the Shin family, then it means that, right now, Shinlin should be helping a certain big brother. But no matter what, I'm going to make a trip to the Shin family. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. He knew that he had to take a gamble. As long as the gamble was right, and got the support of the Shin family, then his own career path could still continue. After thinking of this, he directly walked out of the other courtyard and got into the car. Leader, where to? The palace. Chapter 55, Shin Family Secret Talks. This world, although it was also called the Summer Kingdom, was historically different. Since the Qing dynasty, Xia has been ruled by cooperation. There are 7 big families to form the Supreme Legislative Council. Each Legislative Council, there will be 7 legislative elders, divided into different areas, but there is only one position, the biggest rights, that is, a stand. A stand can not only intervene in the other 6 stand, and even a veto power. The status of the Legislative Council could not be shaken, and it could only be contested among the 7 great families, or someone from one of the 7 great families' factions could take office. And apart from the 7 legislatures, the next step is the alternate legislative elders, who are usually vassals or feudal lords from various places, followed by the subcommittees, which are composed of the municipal committee heads and the FUC committee heads, state committee heads, from various places. Below that is the Inspection Council, which is composed of county inspectors, district inspectors, town inspectors, and village chiefs from all over the world. Fang Yuan's driver drove his car to the Legislative Council's special courtyard and was just about to enter. he saw a car on the opposite side slowly driving towards his car. Fong Yuan's car directly stopped, because this car was the third master of the Shin family, the seventh legislature of the Legislative Council, the legislator in charge of the world's soldiers and horses. Leader, it's third master Shin's car. The driver looked at Fong Yuan sitting in the back row in the rearview mirror. Fong Yuan nodded and directly got out of the car. Wearing a Zhongshan suit, Fong Yuan stood directly in front of the car, smiling as he looked at the approaching car. Soon the car stopped and the rear window was lowered. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform, full of masculinity, looked at Fong Yuan with sharp eyes. This person was the third master of the Shin family, Shen Shuowu. Good day, leader. Fong Yuan greeted respectfully. Shen Shuowu sniffed and withdrew his aura, revealing a faint smile. Fong Holy, my big brother asked me to pick you up. I didn't expect you to come so fast. Get into my car and go in with me. Thank you, leader. After saying that, Fong Yuan directly got into Shen Shuowu's car. For Shen Shuowu to appear here, Fong Yuan didn't have any surprise. After all, to come to this place, it was necessary to greet in advance, and it would take a long time to make a normal appointment, and for a rank like him, there was an emergency privilege once a year. Therefore, Fong Yuan directly used the emergency privilege and contacted the Shin family. That's what made it possible for Shen Shuowu to appear just after Fong Yuan came here. Getting into the car and closing the window, Fong Yuan, the previous feudal official now alternate standing leader, was respectful in front of Shen Shuowu. Fong Holy, no, or call Fong Dalian cordial. You see, leader, how do you like it? Fong Yuan respectfully said. Shen Shuowu faintly smiled. I don't know. What is the important thing that you are using the emergency privilege to contact our Shin family? Leader, please look at this document. Fong Yuan knew that if he didn't say anything now, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to meet the Shin family Grand Master later, so he directly handed the document that Xia Yao had sent to Shen Shuowu. Shen Shuowu took the file, looked at Fong Yuan, and then directly turned it over. Soon, Shen Shuowu's face became grave, and his breathing became rapid, especially after seeing the photos and the information. He was even more marveled. Like, too much like, and Big Brother when he was young, simply a mold carved out, only to see Shen Shuowu finish. He quickly closed the information and looked at Fong Yuan with sharp eyes. This matter, who else knows about it? Also, how did you find him? Feeling the aura on Shen Shuowu's body, even if Fong Yuan was at this level, he felt a great pressure. One had to know that Fong Yuan was also a big shot on one side, but it was also reasonable. After all, Shen Shuowu was not only the third master of the Shin family, but also a seven-legged, military bigwig. It must be normal to be able to have this aura. Fong Yuan paused, then informed Shen Shuowu about the encounter between Xia Yao and Shen Lin. At the same time, he hurriedly said, Leader, please also forgive me for privately investigating Shen Lin without going through your vetting. When Shen Shuowu heard this, he laughed out loud and patted Fong Yuan's shoulder. If it's true, not only did you not pass, you also have merit. Go, follow me to see Big Brother. Soon, the car slowly drove into the legislative courtyard, and finally stopped in front of the one courtyard. This was the house of the Shin family's eldest, Shen Shuejuan. The car had just driven into the courtyard, when a group of people in military uniforms immediately surrounded the car. A school-level soldier personally pulled open the car door and looked at Shen Shuowu and Fong Yuan. Two leaders, routine inspection. Little monkey, interested in going to my place? Shen Shuowu smiled and got out of the car, looking at the man in his 30s in front of him, smiling. Second master, you shouldn't tease me. While saying that, he also called for a body search. You kid, go where I am. What's wrong with it? Morning, noon and night every day to drill you, and can improve military literacy, but also can be strong and healthy. More can protect the family and defend the country. Build a career. Hearing Shen Shuowu's words, the man nicknamed Little Monkey had a black line on his face, inwardly speechless. Is that drilling me? You are spreading the grievances of so many years of body searches on me, and I'm going to go only if my brain is broken. Second master, senior official Fong, the inspection is done. Follow me to the inner courtyard. The Grand Master is already waiting. Brat, I'll teach you a lesson later. Shen Shuowu hemmed and hawed, then pulled Fong Yuan towards the inner courtyard. Inside the study room of the inner courtyard, a man who faced elegance, but just by sitting there, exuded the aura of a superior. Without saying a word, looked at the document in his hand, which Shen Shuowu handed to him, and Fong Yuan, who was sitting on the side, looked at the middle-aged man sitting in front of the desk with admiration and excitement in his eyes. This was the Shin family's Grand Master, as well as the current Ili, the contemporary head of the Shin family, the 7 great families of the imperial capital, and the 7 great families of the imperial capital were all official members of the Legislative Council. And among all the contemporary families, the Shin family Grand Master was undoubtedly the one with the most power, the youngest age, and the most legendary. From a county legislator, it had taken 20 years to reach where he was today. Although all generations of the Shin family have been strong, there is no one more powerful and legendary than Shin Shuejuan. And the Shin family is now 3 generations of the first generation, are also outstanding. In the top family 3 generations, is also the best. After a long time, Shin Shuejuan closed the information and did not speak, but instead lit a special cigarette and took a deep breath. Big brother, should we send someone to contact Shinlin now and do a DNA comparison? I feel that this time, 8 or 9 times out of 10, our Shin family's unicorn child is finally coming back. Shin Shuemu was even more excited than Shin Shuejuan. Only Shin Shuemu knew how his elder brother had come through all these years, and the Shin family has always been a united family, the first line of the Shin family. Each and every one of them was searching for their big brother's son. Now, finally, it was seeing the light. Shin Shuejuan appeared to be smoking. In fact, his heart was extremely unsettled. If you looked closely, this top man, his hands were trembling slightly, smoking, just to calm his inner excitement. Shin Shuejuan pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, then raised his eyes. Third brother, this matter is left to you. My DNA sample you take with you. By the way, block all news. As long as the comparison is successful, the first time, let the secret guards secretly protect it. Second, when this matter is still pending, there is no need to tell your sister-in-law for the time being. Third, senior official Fong recently also invited you to be a guest in the Shin family. Fourth, this matter, except for Director Fong's extremely wife, the rest of those who know about this matter, all of them are under control, and before the dust settles on the matter, never allow anyone to reveal the news. Shin Shuejuan looked at Fong Yuan with sharp eyes. When Fong Yuan heard this, his heart was both surprised and expectant, and also a little apprehensive. The surprise was that this Shinlin was likely to be the son of the Shin family's Grand Master. The apprehension was that, and it was not, then his own career was likely to end here. Shin Shuewu hurriedly got up. Big brother, I'll set off now. Well, you guys go down first, Shin Shuejuan said to the 2 men, and when the 2 men left, Shin Shuejuan got up, lit a cigarette, and stood in front of the window. Li family, this time, what happened 20 years ago, won't happen again. This time, I'll see who dares to hit my son's attention. As long as they dare to reach out, I'll chop off their hands. Chapter 56, Track Leader Apologizes. Calls Wang Wei. Just as the imperial capital was winding down, at the Magic City International Circuit, Shinlin had just driven the Siebel Big Lizard to set a lap record for the Magic City Circuit. Driving the car into the P-room, he saw Hu Long, Zhou Zi and Ding Xian chatting with a middle-aged man in the glass conference room of the P-room. When the 4 saw Shinlin's car come in, Hu Long hurriedly came out and went forward to greet him. Shinlin got out of the car and looked at Hu Long. Who's that? Brother Lin, the person in charge of the track, came over to apologize to you. Hu Long smiled and looked at Shinlin, took the helmet that Shinlin took off and put it aside. Apologize? Shinlin was puzzled. Yes, it is to apologize. Didn't you ask me to ask him before why the SSCC people would enter the track? This kid, he's really a ING trend-setting master. Just found him, directly gave me a sentence. Can't afford to offend Indy. And also said, this is our own matter. Solve it ourselves. At these words, Shinlin smiled faintly and came to be interested. And then this is not you directly hit Indy's face. This old boy began to ask me about your background, Brother Lin, but I did not say this is not. Saw the brother-in-law came, even more ass down. Brother-in-law also did not give him a good face. Are waiting for you to make a decision, Hu Long said while leading Shinlin to the glass conference room in front of the P-room. Brother Lin, the person is inside, saying that he must meet you and apologize in person. Shinlin nodded and directly pushed the door in. This is Shin Xiao, right? Oops, still really young and talented. Shinlin just walked into the conference room. The middle-aged man in a suit sitting on the main seat greeted him up with a smile and also extended his hand. Shinlin directly ignored the other party and looked at Zhou Zi. Brother-in-law is here. Thanks for today. Zhou Zi smiled and yo-yoed his head. It's fine. You are Ding Xian's brother and my brother. Besides, I didn't help you. For Shinlin to greet himself first, Zhou Zi was still very happy. After all, he had guessed where Shinlin came from. Words can't be said like that. You're helping me by coming, Shinlin said with a smile. You kid, no wonder the mix is so good. Speak well, Ding Xian. In the future, more and small Lin learn well. Don't all day, you paralyzed. His grandfather. I throw, brother-in-law, ITM. Bah, I am very quality okay, Ding Xian said. He is an unmitigated disaster. Shin Young, how are you? That. At this time, the person in charge of the track who had just seen Shinlin not giving himself face, although he was unhappy inside, he also knew that this matter was his own fault. Moreover, can letting D eat a defeat? The head must be quite a lot, the heart again hard, also have to endure. This is not. Immediately towards Shinlin again to greet. Only at this time did Shinlin look at him. You are the person in charge of the racetrack? Seeing Shinlin responding to himself, the person in charge of the racetrack was inwardly delighted and hurriedly said, Xiao Shun. Yes, my name is Qin Hui. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm really sorry for today. I'm also a part-time worker. I can't afford to offend Xiaoyin. After Qian Hui introduced himself, he hurriedly explained. Oh, can't afford to offend Yin Xiao. That means you can offend me? Shinlin stared at Qian Hui playfully and spoke calmly. At these words, Qian Hui thumped inwardly. Finished, said the wrong thing? At this moment, his brain was a bit spinning, and he could only smile awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you are really good at joking. I can't afford to offend you either. No, immediately came to apologize to you. Apologize and forget it. I'm not a big shot. Come to something practical. Shinlin inwardly sneered. Compared to a mouthful of apologies that could be passed by saying thank you, Shinlin still liked a little something practical. After all, this matter, what he did is really unorthodox. In business, their own package, randomly let others come in. The loss counts for who? It is not that Shinlin is petty, but sometimes, offending their own interests. How to come? Sure enough, after hearing Shinlin's words, Qian Hui face embarrassed, looked at Shinlin. Shin Young, you see how this is? You are 28 people today. I will give you a waiver of 8 people. Bah, Mr. Qian, that's not how business works. SSCC's people, but 12 people came. Qian Hui had not yet finished. Hulong was on the sidelines and directly fell on the well. This pussy, just now was really pissed him off. You cannot give my old who's face. UTM, Shin Xiao's face also do not give. Just so little compensation. Is the sincerity of the apology? Hearing the words of Hulong, Qian Hui inwardly cursed. You come to meddle in what things? Then he looked at the smiling Shinlin, knowing that, today, if you do not give Shin Xiao a reasonable compensation, this matter should not be able to pass. Their kind of track, in fact, organizing races, just a few times a year, really want to operate to make money, or to rely on these second generation, like to play car people. Although he does not know what Shinlin, but he knows that Yin Di has the ability to make half of the second generation of Magic City do not come here to spend. Then this Shin Xiao, who was even more powerful than Yin Di, should also have such strength. Thinking of this, Qian Hui gritted his teeth and said, Shen Xiao, I am sincerely apologizing with you, and also sincerely want to make friends with you. Let's do it this way. 28 of you, 12 of you will be exempted from the bill. This is the biggest concession I can make. Even if the board of directors blames it at that time, I have a reason for it. Shinlin counted 12 people counted, directly saving more than 3 million. It was still quite sensible. Mr. Qian, you are welcome. We are all friends in the future. I like to play with cars very much. Today is definitely not the last time to pack the field. This compensation, I am very satisfied. There are many opportunities for cooperation in the future. After hearing Shinlin's words, Qian Hui's hanging heart also fell. Thank you for Young Shin's magnanimity. Then, Young Shun, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and remit. You two chat. Shinlin nodded. Then Qian Hui greeted Zhou Zi and the others and left. Ha ha ha, this pussy, wasn't it very jumpy just now? In front of brother Lin, it still has to suffer. Hulong waited for Qian Hui to go out and was instantly cool. Shinlin smiled and patted Hulong's shoulder, then looked at Zhou Zi. Brother-in-law, let's have dinner together tonight? Forget it, I won't go. You young people have a good time. It's just right. I still have some business in Mordor. I have to go to socialize at night. Some other day when I go back to Hangzhou, we'll get together in a good time. Zhou Zi went forward, patted Shinlin's arm, smiled and said, that's fine. Then brother-in-law, I won't keep you. Come back someday. Well, come day long, then I will go first. You guys have fun. Ding xin I will leave it to you to watch over. If there is something wrong, no need to look at my face. The hit on the hit, the scolding on the scolding. Hey, brother-in-law, have you picked your brother-in-law like this? Ding xin was speechless. Shinlin laughed and gave Ding xin a kick. Kid, send off your brother-in-law. Old Lin, you damn. Brother-in-law just words but counted words. Less to me to force lie. At that time, beat not dead you. Shinlin joked. Ding xin laughed and gave Shinlin a middle finger, then went to send Zhou Zi. After the two went out, Shinlin looked at Hulong. Old Hu, book a good restaurant in Mordor at night. Let's go eat together at that time. By the way, get the second half going. I've heard that the bars in Mordor are very good. Shinlin revealed a lewd smile. Brother Lin, wrapped in me, right, when eating, to call the girl not? Shinlin went forward and patted Hulong's shoulder. Nonsense, do you see Lousy as a decent man? Hulong sniffed. Also lewd. Brother Lin, I'll make sure the club people are satisfied at night. After saying this, he directly walked out of the conference room and contacted someone. At this time, Shinlin's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was actually his son, Zhao Pengcheng. Old Zhao's call. Shinlin smiled and answered it. Hey, Lao Zhao, you this Beijing master, when all forget the father. Although he had not contacted several sons for a long time, Shinlin's relationship with the three dog sons would not change. Old Lin, are you in Magic City now? The other party actually did not call his son, or even grandfather. Shinlin first heard that the other party's tone was not right. What's wrong? Coming to your great aunt? Don't push, Lao Lin, or you go to see Lao Wang now. I'm not, and his girlfriend is a mutual friend. I just saw. Her girlfriend officially announced a new object. Think about it, Lao Wang, that licking dog. Shinlin froze. I know. So what? I make a phone call first. Shinlin finished and directly hung up the phone. Hurriedly dialed Wang Wei's cell phone. It's not that Shinlin is making a big deal out of it, but this pussy, when he was in college, he fell in love and almost gave himself away, just because his girlfriend did not give a damn about him. This pussy dared to go directly to the top floor of the school. This TM is now breaking up. Shinlin is really worried about his son. To see the amiable king of hell. Chapter 57. Dare to move my brother? Shinlin made several phone calls, all of which failed to get through, and suddenly the person panicked. To say Shinlin in this world, there are any people who care. The three sons of the dog are, because in Shinlin's heart, the three dog sons are his family. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pick up the phone. Shinlin saw that the phone had not been able to get through, so he simply stopped calling. What a ing talent. Why be in love with a single flower? Shinlin is very clear about his son's personality. At this time, wouldn't already be looking for a building to jump, right? When he thought about it, although Shinlin wanted to curse, he was more concerned. Shinlin thought about it. Also, do not call. Ready to go directly to the dog son's company to see. Shinlin had a decision and directly walked out of the glass conference room. Just coming out, he saw Zhang Hao just took off his racing suit and smiled at the Shinlin. Old Lin, Magic City International Raceway is cool. Driving with vigor. Right, where to eat at night? Ho, eat? You will ask the old who. I let him arrange. I am now a little urgent to go to deal with the next. See the situation. If it is not too late, I will come back to you. The money counted on my account. Shinlin's face was a bit anxious, directly sat on his Silby big lizard, and was ready to go. Zhang Hao saw that Shinlin's face was not right, and hurriedly went forward. What's wrong? What happened? Do you need our help? Zhang Hua also walked over at this time. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Why don't we get together? We also have more or less a bit of connections in Magic City. It's just a little private matter, so I won't trouble you all. Shinlin just refused. Feng Ting walked up. Brother Lin, everyone is genuinely trying to help. Don't push everyone's good intentions outward. As the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. After Feng Ting finished, Ding Xian also came back and directly said, Old Lin, you're not doing it right. What's wrong with me? Shinlin sniffed. You're obviously in some kind of trouble. What's the matter? Looking down on the brothers, can't solve it for you? Hearing Ding Xian's words, one by one, the members of the clubs that went down the track said, That's right, Brother Lin. You're not letting us help with anything. It's embarrassing to play with you in the future. That's right, Brother Lin. If there's anything, let's solve it together. This is Mordor, and it's not Hangzhou. If you go alone like this, how can we rest assured? The crowd was up in arms. Tang Feng also stepped forward. Just pretend that we are all nuts. Go and join in the fun. It's always okay, right? Seeing that the crowd had said so, Shinlin didn't have anything to be embarrassed about. That's fine. Let's go together. Hearing this, Ding Xian hemmed and hawed and looked at the crowd. Brothers, let's go. HK all give Old Lin platoon get up. Charge. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since we've done anything together. Set off. The crowd were raucous, half urged to get on the car. Shinlin couldn't help but cry and laugh. He didn't expect things to develop like this. However, he was indeed moved as well. After all, he hadn't even said anything about it, and the people from the club, all of them, didn't care, and followed him. That was absolute trust in himself. How does it feel? The crowd of HK, still a little hot-blooded middle-aged disease? Old who? You drive that Lafa, then everyone will go together. I'll position you. Since she couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm, what else could Shinlin say? With a wave of her hand, she set off directly towards Wang Wei's company. Magic City, Huiding Rongchuan Financial Company, underground garage. At this moment, Wang Wei was looking at his girlfriend, Zhou Qing, with an angry face. Qing Qing, why? What did I do wrong? You have to do this to me. We've met our parents. Wang Wei looked at Zhou Qing, who was standing in front of him. To this day he could not believe that the woman he regarded as the love of his life would break up with herself for no reason. Zhou Qing clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Wang Wei with contempt in her eyes. Why? Wang Wei, you say why? A few days ago when you went to your house and negotiated the bride price, what did you say? Wang Wei froze, then said, you said $200,000 for the bride price. I didn't disagree, did I? Yes, you didn't disagree, but I saw that you were very reluctant. I heard what you and your parents said in the kitchen. The more Zhou Qing thought about it, the angrier she got. She said, that's the custom on our side. 200,000 dowry. You give it to me. I'll give you back a few beds of quilts. What's wrong? A few quilts isn't money, ah? As for going behind my back to the kitchen to say so? Wang Wei sniffed and hurriedly consoled. Qing, you misunderstood. Yes, your return gift. My parents do have opinions, but I said to them, this is me and you getting married. The return gift can be anything. Besides, I also discussed with my parents. I will shell out 100,000 out by myself, and give it to you at that time, and when we get married, you will take the 100,000 as a return gift. Well, at least, my parents on the face is also passable, right? You also did not contribute money, said. Wang Wei is going to hug Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing directly pushed Wang Wei away. You say funny. Your money is not my money? $100,000. How are you going to take it out? When the time comes, will your parents still pay it back? Don't worry, as long as we get married, my parents will definitely pay us back. The money thing, you don't have to worry. Last time my leader looked for me, immediately let me rise to deputy director. Annual salary is also 500,000 yuan. The big thing is, when the time comes to advance down. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Zhou Qing sneered. How are you sure you can be promoted up? The leader has already spoken to me. The nail in the coffin, Wang Wei said excitedly. Zhou Qing was his first love. He really liked Zhou Qing. Oh really? But, the news I received, you can't get promoted. Qing, you're really joking. You're not from our company. Where did you receive the news? Wang Wei only felt that Zhou Qing was playing games, because I was the one who told her the news. Just as Wang Wei had just finished speaking, a male voice came from behind Wang Wei. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei twisted his head in confusion. The visitor was dressed in a suit, and Wang Wei recognized the other party. It was the newcomer that he had recently brought in. He Ming, why did you come down? Office hours, my business. When is it your turn to intervene? Wang Wei looked at He Ming with displeasure. This kid was the laziest, the most arrogant and the most disobedient of the newcomers he had brought with him. Team leader Wang, it's true that I can't intervene in your affairs, but you're harassing my girlfriend now. Do I have to intervene? What did you say? Wang Wei sniffed and was about to get angry when at this time, Zhou Qing said, Wang Wei, I'm here today. Firstly, I'm looking for you to break up. Secondly, I already have a boyfriend. That's He Ming. Saying that, Zhou Qing directly walked to He Ming's side, a hand holding He Ming's arm. When Wang Wei saw this, he was furious, and as soon as he stepped forward, he pushed He Ming away to give him a punch, and pulled Zhou Qing behind him. Qing, what you said wasn't true, right? What you said was just gas, right? Zhou Qing angrily shook off Wang Wei's arm and hurriedly ran towards He Ming, who had been punched by Wang Wei, to comfort him. Hubby, are you alright? Wang Wei's anger surged up after hearing Zhou Qing call He Ming her husband. He Ming, you deserve to die. From now on, you're dismissed. I'll tell Mr. Zhu that you have character problems. He Ming touched the corner of his mouth and looked at Wang Wei with a cold smile. You're not qualified to determine whether I'm staying or going, but you can get the hell out now. UTM. At this moment, Wang Wei couldn't hold back his hand anymore, stepping forward to hit He Ming, grabbing He Ming's collar and preparing to swing a punch in. Enough, Wang Wei, stop. Just at this time, a familiar voice came from behind Wang Wei. Wang Wei turned his head, and saw the Chief Personnel Officer, General Manager Zhu, walking over. General Manager Zhu, this is between He Ming and I. Afterwards, I will explain this to the company. I told you to stop. Wang Wei, you're fired. At those words, Wang Wei froze and stopped in the air with his fist raised. Mr. Zhu, why? Because Laozi said so. He Ming's voice came, and Wang Wei looked at He Ming in confusion, only to see He Ming stop Zhou Qing into his arms as he looked at Wang Wei with contempt. Very puzzled, right? I say you, Wang Wei, are really brain dead. Why can I be so arrogant during my internship? Because the second shareholder of this company is my father. UTM time and time again do not know how to dislike my old man. Then don't blame me for disliking your woman. But, your woman, so moist. UTM. Wang Wei sniffed, directly stepped forward, making a gesture to hit He Ming, and 2 security guards came out at once. Stop! The security guards pressed Wang Wei to the ground. At this time, He Ming arrived in front of Wang Wei with his arm around Zhou Qing and squatted down. Had a good time beating me just now? Now it's my turn. Kid, those who come out to hang out. It's all about strength and background. You one who gets a salary of over 10,000 per month. What kind of life are you selling? Make things difficult for me from time to time. Today I'm not only going to rob you of your woman, I'm also going to leave you without a job. By the way, I'm also going to clean you up. After saying that, He Ming pushed Zhou Qing away, who looked at Wang Wei, who was pressed to the ground with a cold face. TSK, the woman you loved for 4 years didn't even plead for you in the end. Painful? He Ming said while pulling his sleeves up, grabbing Wang Wei's collar with one hand, then raising his arm. Where do you think I'll punch you first? Bah! He Ming, you wait for me. I won't let you go. And you, Zhou Qing, all the sincerity of my heart over the years has been fed to the dogs. Wang Wei's eyes filled with blood as his eyes widened in anger. I'll let you talk tough. With that, He Ming was about to swing his fist towards Wang Wei's face. Boom boom boom. Just at this time, the roar of a group of supercars resounded through the basement. When He Ming sniffed and looked, he saw a Silby supercar, parked in front of a few people, followed by more than 20 supercars, all parked nearby. The high beams of the Silby directly shone in He Ming's eyes. He Ming subconsciously used his arm to cover them. Soon, a man was seen getting down from the Silby Ultra under the lights, and in the next second, an icy cold voice was heard into the ears of everyone present. Dare to touch my brother for a moment, I'll directly waste you. Chapter 58 Brotherly Love. Most of the supercars were parked in the basement at this moment. As Xin Lin's sentence came out, the sound of a car door opening and closing resounded in the garage. Zhang Hao and the others also drilled out of the car, one by one, as if rehearsed in advance, presenting a 123 formation, came to stand behind Xin Lin. No one opened their mouths to speak and communicate, just stood behind Xin Lin. After all, they came to fill Xin Lin's platoon. It would be good to see what Xin Lin did. He Ming and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is there any mistake? I just clean up a team leader of my father's company. The background is so hard? Especially Xin Lin and their team, as well as the supercar behind them, and even a Silber and Lafa. The sense of oppression is full. Zhou Qing, who was standing behind He Ming, looked at this scene, and the person also froze, shocked inwardly. No? When did Wang Wei have a brother with this kind of strength? And at this moment, the personnel chief of Wang Wei's company, Mr. Zhu, saw this scene and knew that things were not going to be easy to solve. His brows furrowed. He is not a little cute. The car that these people drove, not to mention the 2 multi-million-dollar supercars at the head of the car. It was the other oxen and horses behind them that were not affordable to the average person. Zhu Chang looked deeply at Wang Wei, who was pressed by the security guards, and inwardly spat. No, UTM have this kind of background. You said it earlier. At this moment, the 2 security guards who just pressed down on Wang Wei. You look at me, I look at you, wide-eyed. Thought about it, but let go of Wang Wei. Wang Wei at this moment looked at Xin Lin. His eyes reddened, but still slowly stood up and looked at Xin Lin, revealing a smile. Why did you come? Nonsense. Old rules. You charge, I'll support. Xin Lin and Wang Wei exchanged glances across the room. Wang Wei laughed gangly and rubbed his back. You're a little late with this support. What's the matter? Can't hold up? Xin Lin continued to tease with a smile. Don't worry, can't die, and won't go jump off a building. Wang Wei eyes firmly looked at Xin Lin said, that eyes, there is touched, but also a trace of their own determination. This more than 2 years have not seen. Our army combat power obviously decline. Xin Lin lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, spat out a smoke ring and said, not disgraced, not beaten up, the position is still there. Wang Wei patted the dust on himself, from his pants, took out a pack of Tycoon, drew out a light, just holding the hand of the cigarette, still trembling slightly. Okay, the reinforcements are here, you rest first. The two just chatted like no one else. At this moment, Zhou Qing also came to He Ming's side, looking at He Ming with a little worry. He Ming looked at Xin Lin with the same scorn. Although his family is not bad, his father is also the second shareholder of this company, but his shareholding is relatively small, and he only earns more than $10 million every year. And the opposite? 2 cars together are almost 30 million, not to mention the value of other supercars. Xin Lin held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Zhang Hao, who nodded and gave a wink to Feng Ting and Hu Long. receiving Zhang Hao's wink. Hulong and Fengting nodded and walked over to Wang Wei's side, pulling Wang Wei to his side with his assistance. When Wang Wei was being assisted by Fengting and Hulong and passed by Shenlin winked at Wang Wei. Of course, Wang Wei knew what it meant and nodded his head. See, Wang Wei nodded. Shenlin will have a number inside. This is a few brothers. So many years of tacit understanding. That is no mercy. Understand. Shenlin twisted his head, holding a cigarette, walking towards the opposite side. At the moment, a little hot blood inside. What is going on? Xu Chang saw Shenlin walking, thought about it, but still frowned and walked forward. This gentleman, I think this is all a misunderstanding. How about? Shenlin spat out a smoke ring and looked at Xu Chang. Are you the person in charge of this company? Untalented. My humble self is the personnel chief. Then there is no matter for you. Just now he was the one who wanted to beat my brother with his hands, right? What's the name? Shenlin calmly looked at Xu Chang, his hand clamped on a cigarette, pointing to He Ming. This, sir, you can talk to me. Xu Chang still wanted to cover for He Ming, but he obviously overthought and underestimated He Ming's brainwashedness. No! Before Xu Chang finished, He Ming stared fiercely at Shenlin and clenched his fists, his face full of defiance. He was unconvinced as to why a small Wang Wei had this level of brothers. Why? Only Wang Wei can bully Laozi. Laozi has to find trouble with him, one problem after another. Therefore, when Xu Chang had not finished speaking, He Ming had already been overwhelmed by anger and foolishly came up with a sentence. Damn, it's me. What's there to talk to me? Rule of law society. I'm still afraid of you not. I He Ming. One person doing one person. Besides, your brother should be beaten. Xu Chang sniffed, immediately face ugly up. The next second twisted his head. Shut up, don't you think things are big enough? Go back to work. There's nothing for you here. Mr. Zhu, I understand your heart to protect your master, but he can't leave. Shenlin's words had just fallen. Zhang Hao and the others were emotionally intelligent and directly surrounded the several people. Xu Chang looked at Shenlin. This gentleman, our young people, temper rushes a little. There is something, can be discussed properly, not to make a big fuss. I think Wang Wei also do not want to be like this. Is not it? Wang Wei, Xu Chang had to say, is indeed a man of the people, the key time, thought of the key people. Don't command my brother. Speaking of favors now? Just now when my brother was bullied, where the hell were you? Shenlin pushed Xu Chang away, and in the next second, walked to He Ming's front, looking at him with a smile. He Ming, right, have some balls. Just now did you say that you want to beat up my brother? He Ming looked at Shenlin with a hint of dodging in his eyes, but still gritted his teeth and said, that's right, it's me. Who, your brother? Often make things difficult for me at work? Beat him up, didn't cripple him, even if I'm merciful. What's the matter? Stand up for him? This is our company's internal matter. You don't seem to have the right to interfere, right? Shenlin smiled and looked at He Ming. In the next second, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it fiercely, then raised his eyes. When everyone didn't have time to react, a fist swung to He Ming's face. At this moment, Shenlin was extremely angry inside. To say what his own scales are, then the three dog sons, is definitely their own scales. Thinking of the time in college, the three dog sons took care of themselves and helped themselves to stand up to the bullies. A scene of college flashed in Shenlin's mind. Shenlin himself hadn't even repaid them yet, and now he was being bullied by this little Carla instead? Bang! He Ming was directly knocked to the ground by Shenlin's punch. Ah! He Ming lay on the ground and covered his face and screamed miserably, while Zhou Qing beside him, at this moment, was already frozen and motionless in place, really shocked by Shenlin's strength. And Xu Chang behind Shenlin saw this scene, hurriedly said, stop, if you do this, I'll call the police? Shenlin twisted his head and looked at Xu Chang icily. Report, it just so happens that what you guys did just now is also on the monitor. You think you have the strength to let me in? You can report it, but I can responsibly tell you that I have the strength to let you guys in. When Xu Chang heard this, he was dumbfounded, and after thinking about it, he directly picked up his cell phone and dialed He Ming's old man's number. And Shenlin smiled disdainfully, turned his head to look at He Ming, who was lying on the ground. Shenlin stepped on He Ming's body and bent down. Little friend, what you said, come out to mix, talk about strength and background, right? What you said, this is something inside your company, right? Then well, I'll give you an understandable death. After saying this, Shenlin directly meditated inside. System, use the primary company share card, target Huiding Rongchuan Financial Company. Ding, detecting the market value of the company, market value of 1.6 billion, in line with the target of the share card. Ding, congratulations to the host successfully used the primary company share card to obtain 67% of the shares of the Huiding Rongchuan Financial Company. The source, the secondary market 5% share acquisition. The Banking Supervision Bureau has been publicized. The remaining 62% of the shares, through the acquisition of the shares of the rest of the shareholders of the Huiding Rongchuang Financial Company, the relevant equity information, the acquisition of equity, has been sent to the host's mailbox. The paper version of the document, handed over to the Magic City Yuzhong law firm, Mr. Li Yu, the lawyer of the public, to be sent to the, accompanied by the system's beep after. Xinlin directly turned his head to look at Zhu Chang and coldly said, "Now, contact your chairman, as well as all the shareholders, and convene the board of directors, and say that I, Xinlin, said so." Zhu Chang froze, and was about to say something when suddenly on his cell phone, came the voice of Nail. He subconsciously took a look, and it was a message from the general manager's office. "Chairman at all members of the general manager's office, just received a message. The company added a major shareholder, Xinlin, Shandong." When Zhu Chang saw this message, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Xinlin in fear. You are Shandong? Chapter 59, Settlement. Yacht Bureau. Shandong? What Shandong? He Ming, who was lying on the ground, looked at Xinlin in disbelief after hearing Zhu Chang's words. Zhu Chang looked at He Ming with hatred. "Right, you'd better think of how to explain to your father." Boom! After hearing Zhu Chang's words, He Ming's entire brain was not enough. "How could you? Zhu Chang looked at the stupidly deficient-like He Ming speechlessly, and at this moment, he was extremely apprehensive within himself. It was because he knew that he might have to suffer as well. After all, Xinlin had seen his own performance just now. Now Zhu Chang's only uncertainty is whether Xinlin wants to pursue his own responsibility. Xinlin looked at He Ming. "Now, our internal matters, internal settlement, your good days are ahead." After saying that, Xinlin no longer paid attention to He Ming, but came to Wang Wei's side, and directly punched him in the chest. "Let's go to the company and give you a big gift." Wang Wei smiled and nodded, then followed Xinlin's group of people and walked towards the company. The entire group ignored He Ming and Zhou Qing. At this moment, Zhou Qing was dead in Wang Wei's heart. Zhou Qing looked at Wang Wei and wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say, and instead helped He Ming, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. "Up, what now? Humph, even if that so-and-so Lin is a shareholder, but it doesn't see that the shares are higher than my dad's. He can't help me." He Ming looked gloomily at the group of people leaving, clenched his fists, still not willing, but soon Zhu Chang poured a pot of cold water on He Ming. "He Ming, you've killed me. Shandong is the absolute major shareholder holding 67% of our company's shares. When you get there, explain it to your dad yourself." After saying that, Zhu Chang also followed up. When He Ming heard this, his entire body once again sat paralyzed on the ground. How is it possible? How is it possible? By what right? On what grounds does that trash have such a brother? Inside the large conference room of the Huiding Rongchuang Financial Company, after more than an hour of waiting, all the shareholders of Huiding Rongchuang were in place. Originally, there were more than 20 shareholders in total, but now there were only 4 left. Qin Ding, the founder and chairman, held 20% of the shares. The original major shareholder, He Boqi, that is, He Ming's old son, held 8%. The minority shareholder, Li Bohua, holds 5%. And finally, Shen Lin, holding 67% of the shares. At this moment, Qin Ding and He Boqi both looked at Shen Lin with ugly faces. Qin Ding's face was ugly because the company he founded was actually indirectly acquired under his nose, and his future was in danger. As for He Boqi, after receiving Zhu Chang's call, he knew what had happened. At this moment, looking towards He Ming and Zhou Qing who were standing behind him, he was furious. "Rebellious son, why don't you apologize to Shandong?" "Dad, you apologize." He Boqi angrily slapped the table. He Ming was directly stunned, hurriedly looked at Shen Lin, bowing his head. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Shen Lin sat on the main seat and didn't even look at He Ming, but looked directly at Qin Ding. "Qin Dong, I'm young and direct in my speech. I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, take the initiative to withdraw your shares without any compensation. Second, I'll send you in." Bang! Qin Ding was infuriated. "I did not expect this young man, so unkind." Heavily slapped the desktop. "Shandong, are you joking? Without any compensation? And send me in? How are you going to send me in?" Shen Lin heard. "Also no nonsense. Just when receiving the company, the system gave the information. There is also a company details, which has all the evidence of the shareholders to enrich themselves." Shen Lin did not have any nonsense and threw the document in front of Qin Ding. "Watch this information carefully before deciding." Qin Ding looked at Shen Lin doubtfully, then picked up the information and read it. And at this moment, He Ming saw Shen Lin ignoring himself, lowered his head, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. When had he ever been insulted like this? "Wait, all of you wait for me." As for Qin Ding, after reading the information, his face turned pale. He knew that in front of this information, he did not have any choice. Taking a deep breath, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Now it's your young people's world. I'm sorry, Shindong. Just now it's my rudeness. I unconditionally hand over the shares in my hand. Shinlin smiled faintly and looked at Li Bohua, who was also a minority shareholder. Mr. Li, what is your choice? Li Bohua smiled bitterly. Even Qin Ding has chosen to unconditionally withdraw. That means, the other party must have grasped what? He was originally a VC. These years, the money earned by Huiding Rongchuang has erased the investment. Instead, there is no hesitation road. I quit. Shinlin also did not dawdle. Directly let the law firm see you to draw up a gratuitous equity transfer agreement. After signing the agreement, the two left directly, and now Shinlin's shareholding reached 92%. After waiting for the people to leave, Shinlin said to the last shareholder, Hiboki, now, I am the chairman of the board. Do you have any comments? Hiboki took a deep breath and nodded his head. He knew that this time, it was not good to mess up. Shinlin did not ask him about his shares. He would definitely settle the score. No opinion. Chairman Shin. That's good. All the shares in my hands now. All of them. Let Wang Wei hold them on behalf of me. Now I recommend Wang Wei to be the chairman of the board of directors. No opinion? Shinlin just finished speaking. Wang Wei was about to open his mouth. Shinlin directly pressed him, signaling not to speak. Hiboki looked at Shinlin and Wang Wei, and finally nodded. Okay, public matters are done. So let's talk about private matters. Should you bring your son to turn himself in? Or should I make the call for you guys? What? Turn yourself in? Surname Lin. Don't think that just because you're the chairman of the board, you can mess around. Hiboki angrily looked at Shinlin. Is that so? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. See Lu, let someone in. Shinlin was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Anyway, there was evidence of their embezzlement in his hands. Shinlin was not a person with a soft heart, and would not give them a chance to make a comeback. Okay, Shendong. After you finished, he directly picked up his cell phone and sent a text message. And soon, a few police officers came in the conference room. Hiboki, Ming, you're now being summoned. You're suspected of financial violations. Come with us now. No, officer, you can't slander me. Where's the evidence? Hiboki sophistically said. After saying that, Siyu directly walked towards Hiboki. This is the evidence. Hiboki picked it up and took a look. His face instantly paled, and he hurriedly looked at Shinlin. Chairman Shin, just let us off. Ming is still a child and doesn't know any better. A 20-year-old child? Still doesn't know any better. Then you, the father, all the more reason to set an example and lead him to reform. Shinlin laughed. For Ming, Shinlin directly ignored. And at this moment, Ming also panicked, looking at his dad. Dad, I don't want to go to jail. Pa dash, rebellious son, it's all you. How did I give birth to such a you? Should have shot you on the wall in the first place. Hiboki's whole excitement trembled after he slapped Ming. Well, come with us. The police took the two away. And at this moment, in the conference room, Zhou Qing looked at this scene, shocked beyond measure, and then looked at Wang Wei, who was standing behind Shinlin, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. He ran over and said hysterically, Brother Wei, I was wrong. It was all Ming's idea. Can you forgive me? Let's get married now. And don't ask for the bride price. Wang Wei removed Zhou Qing's hand on his arm and laughed coldly. If I, Wang Wei, didn't have such a brother today, would you let Ming release me? Damn. Several years of youth, all wasted on you. Get lost. For the rest of my life, I don't want to see you. Zhou Qing sniffed, feeling that the sky had collapsed, and in the next second, she went straight to madness. Wang Wei, it's all your fault. This is all because of you. You have this background. You said it earlier, it's all your fault. Fengting looked at the crazy Zhou Qing, directly stepped forward, picked up his collar and dragged him out. This woman, but has committed public anger. When the conference room was quiet, Shenlin let Zhang Hao lead the people out while he and Wang Wei were in the conference room. Shenlin handed Wang Wei a cigarette. In the future, this company, I'll leave it to you, old Lin. I don't have the ability. Wang Wei was grateful to Shenlin for giving himself a head start, but in the face of this good intention, Wang Wei still refused. No, you do. Wait a moment. After saying this, Shenlin directly said inwardly, System, use primary perfect investment skill card, object, Wang Wei. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the primary perfect investment skill card. Ding. The object, Wang Wei, has taken effect, automatically mastering master-level financial knowledge. While Wang Wei was still wondering, he suddenly felt as if he had been opened up to the two chakras. He didn't know what it was. Could it be that he really had a financial talent. Brother Wei, you know me, just like waves. Give me management company, I might as well sell it. It just so happens that you like finance. This company is given to you to run. The first year annual salary of 2 million. I will talk to the bank to cooperate. They send you. After that, every year, annual salary of 1 million plus 5% commission on earnings. Is a man to give me a promise? Shenlin looked at Wang Wei and said. Before, Wang Wei really didn't want to accept it, but now Wang Wei, he wanted to give it a try, so he nodded and said, Old Lin, thanks, don't worry, I will definitely manage this company for you. Well, as for that Zhu Chang, you look after yourself. There is no absolutely important thing in the future. Just decide for yourself. Right, is it hard? Now, Shenlin joked. It's a lie to say it's not hard. After all, after so many years, slowly walk out. Wang Wei took a deep breath of smoke and said, slowly a chicken. This kind of female, a second is not worth letting you moody. Go, buddy take you to get high. After saying that, Shenlin directly let Hulong come in. Old Hu, how is the arrangement? Hulong hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Lin, the yacht bureau at night, the girls are all called. Upon hearing this, Shenlin playfully looked at Wang Wei. Son, are you going to the wave? Holy, Old Lin, Dad loves you. Wang Wei also smiled lewdly and said, asterisk 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 off. Who's the son and who's the father? No big deal. Shenlin gave Wang Wei a kick, then looked at Hulong and said, tell Zhang Hao and the others, go directly to the yacht, get high at night, eat, directly order takeout. Today, I'll let each of you be the emperor. Chapter 60, Unbelievable Chen Jing. The first time I saw her, I was so excited to see how she was doing. Moves times to be times dash. On the Huangpu River, a yacht was docked at the riverside. At this moment, on the yacht, a sexy bikini DJ was playing a disc. And under the yacht, more than 30 beauties are lining up in order to enter the yacht. And at the entrance of the yacht, a man who looked similar to Hulong was looking at the group of beauties and instructed, sisters, I won't say more about the rules. Those who come here to play today, all of them are broadsides. Remember, show your enthusiasm. Whoever upsets the guests, today's salary, cut in half. And, on the yacht, nimbly change into a bikini. When each one of you have a little bit of eyesight, do not play the big lady temper, know it? Maybe you guys in life, in school, often take men, but here is not allowed. What you have to do, is to accompany every guest. Young masters do not like green tea. Understand? After the man finished speaking, the beautiful girls in the queue, one by one, nodded their heads in response. Got it. Who shall? Seeing the girls respond, the man revealed a smile and clapped his hands. Alright, go up and change your clothes. The young masters will be here soon. Inside the yacht's changing room, Chen Jing had just taken off her clothes and was about to change into her bikini. When at this time, her cell phone rang. Picking it up, Chen Jing frowned. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than her own best friend, Zhou Qing. After thinking about it, Chen Jing still answered the phone. Hey, Xing Cheng, what's wrong? Ooh, Jing Jing, I broke up. Hearing this, Chen Jing was a little impatient. Usually without a phone call. Broke up and thought of a sister child? Chen Jing, you hurry up, don't occupy the locker room. Just at this time, a sister on the yacht frowned and looked at Chen Jing. Chen Jing raised her hand in apology and directly said to Zhou Qing on the phone, Xing Cheng, I still have some things on my side. I'll talk later. Just split up. Just Wang Wei's salary. If it wasn't for being from Mordor, I would have let you break up with her. Well, I'll call you later. Finished, Chen Jing hung up the phone. Not the slightest thing. Put this matter on the heart. Then from her bag, took out a whole set of leopard print bikini to change into. Also in front of the mirror, looked at her own concave and convex body, then evil smile. Listen to Hu Xiao said. Today come our rich second generation. I do not know if I can fish on one. Next month the flower chanting to pay back. After changing her clothes, Chen Jing and the other sisters went directly to the deck of the yacht. Looking at the bottles of foreign wine on the deck of the yacht, there were also 5 bottles of Macallan's 62-year-old single malt whiskey. It was said that this bottle alone was worth $360,000. Yacht parties were all about customers ordering the wine first and then giving the PR company the go-ahead to buy it. Seeing this, Chen Jing knew that the quality of today's circle was definitely high. Boom 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 dash. Just as the girls were shocked, the sound of a supercar came from the shore. The young masters are here. Be numb, all stand on the deck railing. Give me a twist. Warmly welcomed the young masters. After hearing the voice of the supercar, the man who had just been called Hu Xiao directly instructed the 30 or so girls. The girls were also curious, and one by one, without needing to be told, they directly came to the vicinity of the railing. Soon, a supercar that was dazzling in their eyes drove in one after another. Wow, what a beautiful car. Is this a supercar? Some sisters stared at the supercars on the bank with glowing eyes and said in surprise. At this time, there were sisters who knew about cars and began to say smugly, "These are Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche." Wait, sisters, today's innings, it's a bit strong. The sister who was introducing the cars was shocked beyond words when she saw the last two cars. What's wrong? What's the word? Chen Jing stood right next to the sister and inquired curiously. She didn't recognize the license plates of these cars, but she knew that they were supercars, and they were expensive anyway, that's all. Yeah, Zoe, what's the word? The rest of the girls, one by one, also looked at her curiously, ready to hear what she had to say. The girl called Zwa, with a very top figure, S waist, convex front and back, a bit European and American, wearing a set of black bikini, looked charming and sexy. She looked at the crowd of women. You look at the front of the car, although they are all Ferrari, Lamborghini these, but the car is the same as our luxury goods. For example, the front of these cars are Hermes, maybe some basic models, but the last two, that red Ferrari Lafayette is equal to the Birkin Limited model in Hermes, and the last white one is equal to the Himalayan diamond buckle Birkin 25. Hiss dash. The people who originally didn't know about cars, after hearing the words of the soft girl, suddenly stood in awe. Maybe a lot of girls didn't understand cars, but there wasn't a single girl who didn't understand bags. That is the Himalayan diamond buckle Birkin 25. Not money can be bought. So, Zoe, how much do these two cars cost? A somewhat lowly style, body-exploding girl by Chen Jing's side inquired with her big eyes wide open. Her question also asked the question in the hearts of many girls. Let's put it this way. These cars in the front, big millions, the two in the back, both are tens of millions. Hiss dash. After the girls heard Zoe's words, one by one, their eyes flashed as they looked towards the last two cars. A single car was worth $10 million, so how rich must it be? At this moment, they twisted their bodies, even more bold. After all, to be able to come to this bureau, there is not a poor face value, and who is not in the heart of other ideas. Therefore, after hearing the words of the soft, some girls, at first, also a mouth a sister, but now, each eyes, all with hostility. There were even some that directly began to openly clamor. I must take down those two brothers, and at this moment, Chen Jing's heart was also bursting with joy, and she couldn't help but increase her swaying movements. It was that she wanted to stand out in the crowd and be seen by the last two cars' brothers. In that case, not only would she be able to pay back her flower chanting, but perhaps, she would also be able to have a story with her brothers. Chen Jing's gaze directly ignored the more than 10 supercars in front of her and looked towards the last two, especially the red Lafa. Although the white one was also pretty, she felt that it was still the Lafa that was more handsome. At this moment, she had already thought of the time when she would be sitting in such an expensive, so racy car, receiving the envious eyes of passers-by. Her heart just couldn't stop jumping. After all, who doesn't like daydreaming? With her gaze, she kept her eyes fixed on that red Ferrari Lafa. Soon enough, Chen Jing saw the door of that car open, actually unfolding upwards. Wow, what a handsome and cool way to open the door. The butterfly door of the Lafa was a very cool one. Chen Jing's eyes stayed glued to the main driver, and soon saw a long leg step out. Chen Jing was inwardly delighted. It's still a long-legged brother. In the next second, Chen Jing saw on the Rafa, the brother coming straight down, his back facing her. This height, it's 1 meter 8 right. I wonder if it's handsome. Chen Jing thought inwardly, looking forward to this brother turning around quickly. In the next second, Chen Jing saw the brother in her mind, turn around, close the car door, and then raise her head, looking towards the yacht. This immediately caused the other sisters to cheer. Only at this moment, Chen Jing was frozen, could not help but rub her eyes several times, but every time she saw that face, she was too familiar. It was her own best friend's waste-of-time boyfriend, and then with her own audible voice, incredibly said, Wang Wei? How is this possible? Chapter 61, Who Family's Huge Casino Industry. Chen Jing confirmed again and again that face was Wang Wei. However, how could it be? Wasn't he a social animal? How could a social animal afford to drive a multi-million-dollar supercar? Rented? As soon as this thought came up, Chen Jing inwardly cursed herself for being an idiot. Who would rent out such an expensive car? Could this be the young master experiencing life? Chen Jing didn't know what exactly happened between Wang Wei and her bestie Zhou Cheng, but at the moment, she didn't care to care, because she knew that she was about to face a very awkward situation, because she knew Wang Wei, and Wang Wei knew her, just as Chen Jing was inwardly apprehensive. The shore, as Wang Wei got out of the car, behind him on the Sylvie supercar, Shenlin also opened the door and got out. On the yacht, the girls who were concerned about Shenlin's car saw the handsome-looking Shenlin walking down. one by one, the light came out in their eyes. Wow, this brother is so handsome. Handsome and rich, it will make people want to commit a crime. Hey, I have to say, today's bureau, these male brothers, they are all very handsome. Love, love, love. The girls were completely crazy. Who said that only men are animals that think in the lower body? Who said, only men like women to sing conquests? Shenlin got out of the car and came directly in front of Wang Wei. How is it? The supercar is driving not. The package of just do not know when the next time can drive again. Wang Wei looked at Rafa a little reluctantly. Shenlin smiled faintly, directly went forward and patted Wang Wei's shoulder. Give Lousy, put away your no insight look. You are Lousy's brother. There is mine. There is yours. This car, first to you for transportation. When you have money of your own to be able to buy a supercar, you then give me the car. At these words, Wang Wei froze, then hastily shook his head. Don't. Lao Lin, you've helped me enough. This is TM Rafa, not another car. Less TM grading. This car, is the old man one? To you to open on the open. What's wrong? Look down on Shenlin directly interrupted Wang Wei's words. This, Brother Wei, Brother Lin's good intentions. You just take it. I guess even if you give the car back to Brother Lin, this car is estimated to be only in the garage to eat dust. I think Brother Lin will definitely not drive this car. Smug. Feng Ting at this time, smilingly walked over and opened his mouth. Although he hadn't spent much time with Shenlin, Feng Ting knew that Brother Lin was a person with pride. This car, but it was just the car of a defeated general. Brother Lin was probably not comfortable driving it. Hearing Feng Ting's words, Shenlin gave this kid a thumbs up. You're a ing roundworm in my stomach. You know all this? Hey, to be the roundworm in Brother Lin's stomach, isn't that eating and drinking well? Feng Ting patted his horse's ass. You kid, can achieve great things? I like you this kind of flattering character. Will say more. Shenlin gave a loud laugh, then looked at Wang Wei. Well, this matter, that's it. Don't spoil the fun. Get high at night. Seeing Shenlin say so, Wang Wei could not refuse any longer. Inwardly sighing, in the future, must not let the old Lin disappointed. Soon, Zhang Hao and the others also parked their cars and gathered together. Everyone headed towards the yacht with Shenlin as the leader. Arriving at the entrance of the yacht, Hulong came to Shenlin. Brother Lin, this yacht party, do you like it? Not bad, really good. When Shenlin used to brush short videos, he often saw the yacht bureau in Sanya, and at that time, he couldn't mention how envious he was. I didn't expect that today he fulfilled his dream in Magic City. Brother Lin, it's good if you like it, right? Brother Lin, let me introduce someone to you. Saying that, Hulong waved his hand at a man who looked similar to himself at the entrance. The man was the Hu Xiao in the sister's mouth, and when he saw this, he directly ran up. Young Lin, how are you young masters? I'm Hu Xiong. Hu Xiong enthusiastically greeted Shenlin's group of people. I go, old Hu, don't you damn well tell me that this is your own brother? Shenlin saw that this person looked like Hulong at the beginning, and then after hearing the name, he looked at Hulong in surprise. Hulong hemmed and hawed. Brother Lin, you guessed right. This is my own brother, Hu Xiong, responsible for the entertainment industry in Magic City. In the future, Brother Lin, you are in Magic City. You can directly contact my brother. I lost. Your family's business map is big enough? Shenlin is really shocked. High-end public relations entertainment industry can do this part of the Hu family? The real TM powerful. This hand of human relations can be imagined. Not only was Shenlin shocked, but Zhang Hao and the others also looked at Hulong with surprise. No, old Hu, hidden deep enough coming to Magic City in the past and not bringing you is a loss for my buddies. Damn, low profile enough Truthfully, home and brothers where there are industries. As soon as Tang Feng's words came out, Hulong and Hu Xiong immediately looked at each other. Then Hulong opened his mouth. Brothers, you didn't ask then. Then today you all asked. I'll just say it directly. In the future, if you have business remember to look for old Humi. Our family brothers just me and Xiao Xiong. But, I also have a sister, Hu Feng, in Sanya. In the future brothers go to Sanya. Directly contact her. After hearing Hulong's words, the crowd froze. No, Laozi was just kidding. You really have a version of the map, don't you? Tang Feng cursed. Only I'm curious. Do your parents really know how to pick names? Ding Xian's focus was different. One Hu Long, one Hu Xiong, and one Hu Feng. No, old Hu, your girl's name, I can think of it. Hope for a son to become a dragon. Your sisters I can think of it. Hope for a daughter to become a phoenix. But your younger brother, either you, or you're just curious. Ding Xian said while looking at Hu Xiong apologized. It's fine, you are brother Ding. It's very simple. When I was born, I was very fat, like a bear. My old man just casually gave me a Hu Xiong. Maybe there is a symbolism of Xiong, bear, dominating the world. Hu Xiong responded with a smile. I have to say, the Hu family's emotional intelligence is really high. Look at it. This way of dealing with people deserves the Hu family to get rich. All brothers, don't stand around. The dishes have arrived, just waiting for all of you to serve. Hu Long smiled and said to the crowd. Xin Lin sniffed and directly waved his hand. Let's go, brothers, I can't wait. I want to embrace the Natural Water Club. Also, all the rows are pulled up for me today. Wang Wei heard, inner not moved is false. Have such a good righteous father. Bah, son, really good. Brother Lin, don't worry, with us, Wei's platoon will not be less. Zhang Hao roared. In fact, they were really envious of Wang Wei. Before Xin Lin stood up for Wang Wei, they were all watching. After all, who wouldn't want to get along with Xin Lin as a brother now? This brother was for real, standing up for his brother and directly buying a company. Who in the audience did not envy the relationship between Wang Wei and Xin Lin? Although Wang Wei is nothing compared to them now, but with Xin Lin, it is only a matter of time before this buddy takes off. The crowd is not stupid. Proper potential stock. Who is not willing to make friends? Who does not know an idiom called matchmaking? Chapter 62 Yacht Bureau or Acquaintance Bureau? The crowd walked towards the yacht. At this time, Xin Lin waved at the two Hu Long brothers. Brother Lin, what's the order? Hu Long inquired, and Hu Xiong just stood by with a smile. Later, when you get on the yacht, the first time, give me the Wei brother platoon to get it out. Got it? Hu Long responded with a smile. Don't worry brother Lin, we know what to do. After saying that, he nodded at Hu Xiong, who then greeted Xin Lin and took the lead to get on the yacht. There was one thing to say, this was also Xin Lin's first time on a yacht. This yacht is honestly very large, with 3 layers, the top deck carnival layer. Accommodating 100 people is not a problem, and here is still close to the sea, few people around, privacy is extremely good, and on the yacht, will be directly toward the open sea to open, then casually how to play. This is specifically provided to the second generation and the rich entertainment and leisure place. After the crowd went up to the uppermost level, Hu Xiong entertained everyone to sit down, and Xin Lin and Wang Wei sat in the very center. And at this moment, a bikini girl, when Xin Lin they came up, first went to the second floor box waiting. This is called etiquette. Guests are not on the 3rd floor, they cannot go up. Before because Xin Lin they have not yet on the yacht, they can only in the 3rd floor across the shore swing welcome Xin Lin them. After the crowd was seated, Hu Xiong signaled the bikini sexy DJ a glance. The DJ directly stopped playing the disc in his hands and stood to the side. Hu Xiong took a microphone and started to say, brothers, I also do not talk too much nonsense. Directly send dishes. Sisters, go upstairs. As soon as Hu Xiong's words fell, the DJ girls began to play the dishes. And soon, the crowd looked towards the direction of the stairway. One by one, the bikini girls walked up. Red, yellow, green, black, green, purple, BRA of various colors, trembling in the air. Bow tie, V-type, halter type. One by one saw Xin Lin their mouth dry. Xin Lin sat beside Wang Wei and bumped Wang Wei with his arm. Is dad's arrangement in place? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Too spot on. I now understand what a word feels like. Wang Wei smiled lewdly as he talked to Xin Lin. What? Drinking pool. Wang Wei had also been to a bar and a commercial K, but now it was compared to the yacht bureau in front of him. What kind of chaff did he eat before? Look at these girls. Each one of them is watery, young and beautiful, with a hot body, just by appearing. Let the people present instantly stimulate hormones. Say goodbye. This time I'll pay the bill. Next time you make money, treat lousy alone. Xin Lin whispered. That's a must. Wang Wei hemmed and hawed, then set his eyes on the entrance again, watching one girl come in. Fancy that one. You'll be the first to choose when the time comes. Xin Lin continued to remind. Wang Wei nodded obscenely with excitement. Damn, is this the life of a rich man? Too extravagant, but what's the deal with liking it a lot? After exchanging good words with Xin Lin, Wang Wei continued to look at the girls. Soon the stairway, walked up a woman wearing a leopard print bikini. Wang Wei suddenly eyes abruptly a slight movement. This, is Chen Jing? Wang Wei's eyes all of a sudden lit up with a hint of incredulity. Surprisingly, he saw an acquaintance, or an acquaintance who had once been condescending and condescending to himself. Wang Wei immediately became hot inside. After all, Chen Jing, this chick, although she had looked down on herself at that time, she had to say that this chick was still good looking. She just didn't expect that her body was also top-notch. The moment Wang Wei saw it, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Didn't she say, doing modeling work? This was the modeling job she was talking about? What's up? Fancy that? Xin Lin saw Wang Wei's eyes light up when he saw this leopard print girl walk up, so he teased in a low voice. Wang Wei didn't hide it, but said in a low voice with slight excitement, Old Lin, Damn, I really have to thank you this time. How? Shenlin looked at Wang Wei with a bit of surprise. This chick is Zhou Qing's BFF, the green tea that I've been telling you about before, making Zhou Qing break up with me. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Shenlin also brightened up. I go. So exciting. I get it. Ha ha ha. Shenlin laughed and immediately understood what Wang Wei was excited about. It was a bit similar to when he himself ordered escorts a few days ago. He met Ji Mu Shui. Shenlin could not help but sigh. This world, really tm small ah. Good things all let themselves and Wang Wei encountered. And at this moment, Wang Wei's eyes had been on Chen Jing's body. That man has not fantasized about his girlfriend's beautiful girlfriend? This TM human common sense. 7 feelings and 6 desires. Lower body thinking. Bah. Normal behavior. Wang Wei looked at her with a smile. And Chen Jing was just a little apprehensive when she was downstairs, but now she can't get off the boat. It can only be hard to go on. Arriving on the deck, she also saw Wang Wei for the first time, and subconsciously wanted to cover her face. But thinking of the contract she signed before boarding the ship, she still held back. She pretended not to see Wang Wei, and came to stand in the crowd, showing a stiff smile. Inwardly she prayed, don't see me, don't order me. At the same time, she knew that if Wang Wei really saw her, then tonight would be a difficult night for her. After Chen Jing stood back up, Wang Wei didn't look at her much. Only the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Soon, with the last bikini girl walking up, all of today's dishes arrived. DJ is also very sensible to stop playing the dishes. This time, Hu Xiong walked to the center of Shenlin and the girls standing, holding the topic. First looked at Shenlin. Shenlin nodded. Then Hu Xiong said, sisters, call out. With Hu Xiong's order, more than 30 bikini girls have bent down. Good day to all guests. Young masters, ha ha ha, I believe all the brothers have already felt the enthusiasm of our sisters. First of all, we want to thank Shen Xiao and Wang Xiao for their great support for this yacht party. Come on, sisters, thank you to the 2 young masters in the center. Young Master Shen, Young Master Wang, thank you. Hu Xiong's words fell. The sisters all looked at Shenlin and Wang Wei with eager eyes to greet them sweetly. Only Chen Jing had surprise in her eyes. What did she just hear? This bureau was organized by Wang Wei and that Shen Xiao sitting beside him? Could it be that Wang Wei had really gotten rich? Thinking about it, Chen Jing suddenly felt that maybe she could get close to the water first. She was still sure of herself when it came to pinning down Wang Wei. Seeing the girls greeted, Hu Xiong continued, alright, so without further ado, I know, all of you young masters are waiting anxiously, so now I announce, the Confused Star Yacht Party officially begins. Please Shen Xiao, Wang Xiao come forward, and count down 3 seconds with me for the yacht to leave the harbor. Chapter 63, Shenlin's kindness toward his brothers. Shenlin and Wang Wei got up and came to Hu Xiong's side. There was a small table beside Hu Xiong with a glowing ball on it. The 3 placed their hands on it. Everyone count down together. Shenlin yelled. At once on the deck, the club brothers and sisters became active as well. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and in the next second, the small balls on the table instantly lit up, and the yacht let out a horn sound. The crowd then felt the yacht begin to slowly move away from the shore. It signified the official opening of the yacht party. Shenlin and Wang Wei returned to their positions, and at this time, everyone began to select the girls. Shenlin, of course, was the first. Shenlin looked toward the girl in a black bikini with a dimpled figure and waved to her. Soon, the girl twisted her waist and came to Shenlin's body whispering, Young Shun, hello, you can call me Zoe. Upon hearing this, Shenlin joked, Rub where? Upon hearing this, the crowd followed and coaxed. Brother Lin, this hasn't even left the high seas yet, and you're already starting to be flirty? In this area of flirtatiousness, I'm the next best thing. Look at the girl's face turning red. The crowd was talking. Zoe's sister was also blushing. I didn't realize that this brother, so handsome, had such a Thai heart. Brother, I'm called Zozo, not rubbing, however, I can rub Zo for brother. Hearing the sister's words, Shenlin patted his right side of the sofa, signaling her to sit down. After the sister sat down, very sensible toward Shenlin a lie in its arms, a look of letting the king pick. Shenlin did not pretend to be noble, and directly embraced the sister's waist. Then he looked at Wang Wei. Brother Wei, it's your turn. Shenlin cheaply smiled. Just now Shenlin's fun. Wang Wei, but look at the heart itchy. Cannot wait to nod. The next second, we'll focus on Chen Jing. And at this moment, Chen Jing saw Wang Wei's gaze locked on herself. A smile appeared on her face. Come on, don't you just want to have some fun and excitement? Wang Wei directly beckoned to him, and Chen Jing also stepped on her high heels and twisted her waist to sit beside Wang Wei. Young Wang, good evening. Wang Wei often accompanied his boss to Shanghai, and is also an old hand. Smilingly looking at Chen Jing knowingly. Beauty, what's your name? Chen Jing sniffed. pouted and looked at Wang Wei, ruffled her hair a bit, a few flirtatious glances came out of her almond eyes, and said with a smile on her face, "Young Wang, just call me Jing Jing." Wang Wei sniffed and stretched out his salty hand, wrapping it in his arms. "Have we met somewhere before?" Feeling Wang Wei's restless hand on her waist, Chen Jing instinctively wanted to pull away, but thinking of today's Wang Wei, it seemed like he was no longer the previous Wang Wei, so she didn't struggle and allowed Wang Wei to eat her tofu. It is true that men become bad when they have money. The person who used to look coy, even if he disliked a few sentences, all smiled and didn't say anything, is now completely unscrupulous. If Shenlin knew what she was thinking, he could only say, "Awesome. Wanna still want to set up a house of cards?" However, Chen Jing still smiled delicately and directly went out on a limb, holding Wang Wei's arm. "Brother, maybe we knew each other in our past lives?" "Oh, is that so? Then let's renew our relationship today," Wang Wei shamelessly said. "Put." Shenlin listened on the side and directly laughed out. On the subject of flirtation, it had to be Brother Wei. The name had taken over. Soon everyone chose the escort girls one after another. Although the girls who were not selected were a little difficult, but still acted as the atmosphere group, beside the DJ, swaying. Seeing that the atmosphere had livened up, Shenlin stood up and looked at the crowd. "Come on, let's go. Thank you Brother Lin, Brother Wei for taking us to see the world." Just as Shenlin finished speaking, Hulong stood up with his arm around his sister, holding a wine glass and said with a smile. It gave enough face to Wang Wei, so the crowd clinked a glass. Now the yacht has not yet gone out to sea. The crowd can only play on the deck. After going out to sea, is the fun time. Each began to get high. Feng Ting at this time, walked to the side of Shenlin. Shenlin signaled the sister in his arms. The sister was also very sensible and gave up her seat, allowing Feng Ting to sit down. She, on the other hand, picked up the fruit and started feeding Shenlin. "What's wrong?" Shenlin ate the fruit that the sister fed to his mouth and looked at Feng Ting. "Brother Lin, haven't had time to say. I still have an eating and drinking group on my side. Do you want to add it? Some are in the club and some are my second generation friends from school. Nima, there is this kind of group. Do not say earlier, pull me in." Shenlin immediately came to interest, but thinking of this group of dog pussy, behind his back to eat good, it is difficult. Feng Ting hemmed and hawed. "This is not today, has not been able to talk to you. Come, I pull you." After saying this, Feng Ting operated his cell phone and began to pull Shenlin into the group. Soon, Shenlin entered a Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai hippie group. Shenlin looked at the group plus himself. Exactly 13 people. How to look a little strange is not. 7 of them are clubs. For Shenlin to come in, everyone is also welcome. And Shenlin does not know people. All know Shenlin. After all, Feng Ting has sent a lot of videos of Shenlin pretending to hit Indi's face. Just as Shenlin and Feng Ting were chatting cheekily, over here, Chen Jing held Wang Wei's arm, looked at Wang Wei curiously, and whispered, "You broke up with Ching Chang?" Wang Wei ate the fruit she handed over and hugged her tightly. "I thought you were going to keep pretending you didn't recognize it? Come on, who knew I'd run into you today? By the way, you're making a big scene here." "It's okay, really divided." "Why?" Wang Wei felt funny and said in a hurry, "Don't pretend. This kind of news, you should know ahead of me. Doesn't she like to listen to your opinion?" Wang Wei's words were still tinged with resentment. "Hey, not really, forget it. If you break up, who can't live without who? Besides, you broke up, we're still friends, right?" Chen Jing's words carried a hint of guidance, where Wang Wei could not see it. He smiled and flirted. "A friend who wraps his arms around your waist, personally eats the fruits you feed him, and looks at your leopard print lingerie. What kind of friend do you call that? Nasty you, how did you become so bad?" Chen Jing hit Wang Wei, pretended to be pouting, then and Wang Wei touched a cup and continued, "Come on, are we friends? I don't make friends with my ex-girlfriend's girlfriends." Wang Wei hemmed and hawed. At these words, Chen Jing's face suddenly darkened, but quickly adjusted. "Hey, still petty on it. You say, how can we become friends? Really want to be friends?" Wang Wei asked with a twinkle in his eye, looking at her with a smile on his face. "Really? Then good. Come, sit on my lap." "What for? Sit or not?" Wang Wei is also a bit manly at the moment. After all, there is a good son to give himself a backing. Afraid of what? Chen Jing looked at the strung-up Wang Wei, thought about it or nodded. Then she sat on Wang Wei's lap. "Wrap your arms around my neck." So much nonsense? Then don't be friends. I'll find another girl. "Don't. I'll just do as I'm told." Saying that, Chen Jing blushed and wrapped her arms around Wang Wei's neck, not knowing what Wang Wei was going to do. The next second, Wang Wei directly picked up her cell phone on the desktop when Chen Jing wasn't paying attention, pointed it at Chen Jing's face, and face unlocked it. "What are you doing?" Chen Jing said as she was about to take her cell phone. Wang Wei lifted it up and looked at Chen Jing. "Right now you're not my friend. but just an escort chick. Don't make me unhappy. You. Chen Jing sniffed and instantly deflated. The current her. She really didn't dare to provoke Wang Wei. Wang Wei smiled faintly, letting Chen Jing embrace herself, and then used Chen Jing's cell phone to take a photo of the two of them together. You won? Going to send it to Zhou Qing, right? Overthink it. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he directly clicked on Chen Jing's friend circle and started editing it. Copy, round and round. In the end it's still you. Matching picture, a group photo of Chen Jing wearing a bikini and straddling Wang Wei on a yacht. Seeing Wang Wei's tawdry operation, Chen Jing was stunned and quickly reacted. This was using her own cell phone. An official announcement? Big brother, really don't mess with me. It's going to kill me. Then I'll ask you, do you want to be friends with me? Or with Zhou Qing? You choose. Wang Wei held Chen Jing. Chen Jing froze, thought of the car Wang Wei drove, and everything now, and finally gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Just seeing Wang Wei's edited copy, he always thought, why didn't he see it before? He's so flirty? Soon, Wang Wei directly sent a friend circle. Just now, Wang Wei's tie operation. Shen Lin also saw it, and directly gave Wei a thumbs up. Damn, in terms of tart, it's still you. Shen Lin laughed and said, low key. Wang Wei responded jokingly. At this time, Shen Lin thought about it and asked Zozo's sister to pour the wine. Then he got up. Come on, all toast to Brother Wei. Congratulations to Brother Wei for becoming the president of Huiding Rongshuang. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei looked deeply at Shen Lin with a touching look in his eyes. The crowd also looked enviously at Wang Wei. They all got up, raised their cups, and looked enviously at Wang Wei. Congratulations to Brother Wei for becoming the president. He will be another big brother in our circle in the future. Congratulations, Brother Wei will have cooperation in the future. Remember us. What Brother Wei? Now you have to call Mr. Wang. Wang Wei also smiled and raised his glass. Thank you everyone. Thank you old Lin. Thanks for nothing. Cheers. Shen Lin laughed. He really hoped that all the friends around him would be good. Here to say that the only ones who didn't know this meaning of Shen Lin were these sisters, and the people in the club, and Wang Wei knew. Shen Lin, this is for his own brother. In front of the women to pull the row. Chapter 64, Setting up a house of cards? Chen Jing watched as the crowd toasted, actually because of Wang Wei. More importantly, she had just heard a message that Wang Wei had actually become the president of a company now? These few days of not seeing each other. Why would people's situations differ so much? Just when Chen Jing was shocked and surprised, she was ready to sidestep the next. At this moment in a single apartment in Magic City, Zhou Qing was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, thinking about how to make Wang Wei come around. Suddenly the screen of the cell phone placed on the desktop lit up, displaying a message from WeChat. Zhou Qing was stunned, and then she was inwardly delighted. Stinky Wang Wei, still couldn't resist contacting me, right? Thinking of this, she quickly picked up her cell phone to check, but the message wasn't from Wang Wei. Instead, it was a message from one of her and Chen Jing's mutual friends, Kai Yuqi, Xing Cheng. Look at Chen Jing's friend circle. She seems to be with Wang Wei. This Tai Hoof, still wearing a bikini, sitting on Wang Wei's lap. Seeing this message, Zhou Qing's hand violently shivered. The phone did not hold steady, almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his eyes were quick to hold it, and then he hurriedly switched the friend circle. When she saw the circle of friends sent by Chen Jing, especially the picture of the two people embracing together, as well as Chen Jing's text, round and round. In the end, it's still you. At once, a bearish anger rose inside. Breathing was not smooth. Dog, man and woman. No, it must be Chen Jing. Who hooked up with Viagra a long time ago. Chen Jing, I treat you as my best friend. You actually dare to pry me away. At this moment, Zhou Qing could no longer hold back her inner rage and unknown aggression. Decisively, she made a video call and dialed Chen Jing. At this moment, on the yacht, Chen Jing was feeding Wang Wei fruits, and in the next second, her cell phone rang. Picking it up, she immediately frowned slightly and handed the phone to Wang Wei. See, here to raise hell. I'll go downstairs to answer a call first. You're killing me. Pick up the hairline, directly hang up cannot. Wang Wei speechless. No way. At least it's my bestie. After saying that, Chen Jing got up, and Wang Wei directly slapped on her buttocks when she got up. Hurry back. Chen Jing smiled faintly. Nasty wiping your ass for you. After saying that, Chen Jing left the deck level and came to the second floor. After thinking about it, she answered the phone. Just after answering it, Chen Jing turned the phone away from her ear as Zhou Qing cursed on the opposite side. Chen Jing, I can't believe you're such a... You actually dared to fool me. Why didn't you pick up the video? You Tai, thanks to me taking you as my best friend, you pry me away? No wonder you kept trying to get Wei to break up with me in the first place. Are you planning to get on top? Speak. Chen Jing saw that the other party didn't say anything, then she slowly opened her mouth. Ching Chang, how can you think of me like this? Besides, you're the one who broke up. I didn't force you to. Chan Jing, less hypocritical here. Do you know that Brother Wei has Shinshao as a background and became the president of the company? And you crawled over there on your ass? What you are? Zhou Qing directly interrupted Chen Jing before she finished speaking. When Chen Jing heard this, she immediately understood why Wang Wei was developed. So it was Shinshao. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ching Chang, you're in a bad mood right now. I don't want to talk to you more. When you're better, I'll call you. After saying that, Chen Jing directly hung up the phone, then looked out the window at the seawater. Wang Wei, so that's how you got up. That is, the one with the strongest strength on this yacht is Shinshao, right? Chen Jing smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth and deliberately moved her BRA a little bit towards the bottom. She then walked onto the deck with a smile on her face. At this moment, the yacht had already sailed onto the open sea, and Hu Xiong was holding the microphone and said, "Now open the sea program." As soon as Hu Xiong's words fell, Shen Lin and the crowd saw that the staff of the yacht directly brought out various entertainment facilities, water slides, banana boats, motorboats, inflatable boats and so on. There was also an oversized swimming pool built in a wide place on the sea, using machine bulkheads. When Shen Lin saw this, he immediately got excited and looked at Wang Wei and the others. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes nimbly and play in the water. Shen Lin said, took the lead and started to take off his clothes directly. They all wore swim trunks when they got on the boat. When Shen Lin took off his clothes, only his swim trunks were left. The girls present, one by one, were surprised. Wow, Young Shun, you actually have 8-pack abs. Young Shun, do you work out often? This muscle line, it's perfect. What should I do? Young Master Shun, I want to touch it. At this time, Zoe, who was standing beside Shen Lin, looked at Shen Lin with glowing eyes. Touch? Then you rub me Zozo not? Shen Lin smiled and slapped Zozo's butt. Young Shun, you're so annoying. There are even more annoying ones. After saying that, Shen Lin directly picked up the girl, and under the uproar of the crowd, directly came to a triple-decker diving. Before the soft girl had time to react, she had already been pulled under the water built by Shen Lin on the yacht. 666. It's still Brother Lin. Then I'll take one too. Zhang Hao finished, also pulling his own sister, jumping into the water together. Wang Wei also came with vigor, directly pulling Chen Jing also jumped. Originally Chen Jing was refusing, but thinking that Shen Lin was down there, he did not say anything more. There is one. There are two. Soon, a whole lot of people learned to jump into the water with Shen Lin. The atmosphere immediately ignited, each pulling their own sister to play the project. What motorboat? Banana boat? Slide? Of course, there are also some brothers who do not know how to water. Sitting on the deck, drinking wine, bouncing, excited. Some of the girls on the deck, directly to the buttocks of these young men, began to shake wildly. Zhang Hua holding a cigar, holding a bottle of foreign wine. See that the girl swaying well, directly poured the foreign wine on the girl's arse, causing the girls to pout. Underwater, Shen Lin and Wang Wei they were playing underwater volleyball. After playing for a while, Shen Lin suddenly wanted to play motorboat. Who will play motorboat with me? Shen Lin just said this, but his eyes were looking at the Zozo girl, and the other girls would not take the initiative to ask to play together. After all, Shen Di Xiao, but he had female companions. At this time, if you say you go, what does the male partner beside you think? But there are just people who want to break this unspoken rule. Shen Lin's words had just fallen, and before Zozo's sister could say anything, Chen Jing opened her mouth. Young Shun, I want to ride a motorboat with you. As soon as Chen Jing's words came out, Shen Lin and Wang Wei exchanged glances at each other. Before Shen Lin could speak, Hu Long spoke. Pretty girl, can't you see that our brother Lin wants to get high with the soft sister? The Zhou sister, who was floating behind Shen Lin, also looked at Chen Jing with a wary face. At the same time, she looked at Shen Lin. Chen Jing did not care in the slightest about Hu Long's reminder. In her opinion, only by taking down Shen Lin could she step into the peak of her life. Young Shun, is it okay? Saying that, Chen Jing even swam towards Shen Lin, coming in front of Shen Lin, looking at Shen Lin expectantly. The corner of Shen Lin's mouth smiled, holding Nizi's chin, seemingly speaking with a smile, but actually carrying some knocking and warning words. Jing beauty, you want me to be in the circle, can't raise my head next time don't be so naive. After saying that, Shen Lin directly swam to the side of the soft sister, picked her up and got on the motorboat together. At this moment, the original Chen Jing's face changed. Her face became ugly. At this moment, she calmed down and instantly realized what she had just done. Hastily looking towards Wang Wei, Wang Wei faintly smiled and roared towards the yacht deck. That sister go play motorboat with me? Jump down yourself After hearing Wang Wei's words, the girls who were dancing on the deck, one of them wearing a purple bikini, didn't even think about it, and jumped down directly. Plop! Actually landed directly in front of Wang Wei, setting off a burst of water, revealing her head. The girl looked at Wang Wei sweetly. Brother, I'll go with you. Wang Wei laughed, wrapped his arms around the younger sister's tender waist, and directly got on the motorboat. Wang Xiao, then I. Chen Jing at this time, bit her lip and looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei smiled at it. You find someone else to go see that one to play with you chant. After saying this, he directly let the girl hold himself tightly, twisted the gas, and drove out with the girl. And just as Wang Wei had just left, Hu Xiong jumped into the water and came in front of Chen Jing. I say you, why are you so blind? Let's go. Go to the yacht, change your clothes, and send you back with half the labor fee. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing's face went white. Hearing Hu Xiong say this, she knew that she would never be able to enter such a circle again. What are you waiting for? Go, brother Xiong, give me another chance. Hu Xiong waved his hand. I am now talking to you properly. You do not make it difficult for me to do, and set up a house of cards on my party? What are you thinking? If Lin Xiao and Wang Xiao are unhappy on my party, I'll make you unhappy. Chapter 65 DNA Matching. Regarding Chen Jing, none of them thought much about Shen Lin. At this moment, Shen Lin and Wang Wei and some of the club members were each pulling girls to get high. There was also a competition. Whoever pulls the girl to drive to wherever first, the girl will reward whoever with a kiss. It was a lot of fun. More than an hour later, Shen Lin, tired of playing, led the people back to the deck, began and everyone boxing drinking, soft sister accompanied by the side. As long as Shen Lin lost, Zoe's sister helped drink, and Wang Wei, this pussy, ruffled in the arms of the girl. To the back of the direct girl sat on Wang Wei's lap. The two people like no one else kissed up. Shen Lin, of course, cannot let go of Wang Wei. When the two kissed, picked up more than $300,000 worth of whiskey, came to the front of the two people, stood on the top, pouring wine from the top down. The two kissed while drinking the wine poured down by Shen Lin. This TM is life. The crowd got high until more than 12 o'clock at night, and then went back to the shore. Hu Long, Hu Xiong, two brothers, directly arranged for more than 30 units of alpha, one pair to send Shen Lin and them to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Mordor. Just no one noticed that Hu Xiong quickly cut off a handful of hair with scissors when he took the drunken Shen Lin to the car. In Shen Lin's suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, as soon as he entered, Shen Lin hugged his soft sister and headed to the bedroom. Clothes were thrown everywhere, and just when Shen Lin and Zoe's sister were flirting with each other. At this moment, on a military airport in Magic City, several helicopters slowly landed in the airport. After the helicopters stopped, the cabin door was pushed open. The first to come down, a few 21 soldiers, directly began to alert, followed by 524 soldiers came down, queued up, all looking at the center of the helicopter. The helicopter in the center first came down with a man with 1 star on his wheat ear, followed by a middle-aged man with 3 stars on his wheat ear, slowly walking down, just down. Originally on the airport, there was an Audi S6L parked, and in the back of the car sat a handsome man whose age was probably around 27 years old, and whose looks, actually, were somewhat similar to Shen Lin. After seeing the middle-aged man get off the airplane, he hurriedly got off the car and came to the side of the middle-aged man. Third uncle, you're here. The middle-aged man was no one else, but the third master of the Shen family, Shen Shuemu. Shen Shuemu looked at the man in front of him and smiled as he went forward to pat his shoulder. Ha ha ha, brat, why don't you come back to Imperial Capital to see me recently? Shen Shuemu looked at his second brother Shen Shuwen's son, Shen Chu, with the kind eyes of an elder caring for his juniors. Shen Chu smiled, first pulled open the door of the Audi S6L, then turned his head and said to Shen Shuemu, going back to see you, again to pull me to the military area for special training. Third uncle, get in the car, brat. Shen Shuemu pointed at Shen Chu, smiled helplessly, and then followed Shen Chu into the car. Shen Chu saw Shen Shuemu get into the car, looked at the military bodyguards behind him as well as the bodyguards he brought with him, and immediately switched his smiling face and said seriously, be on guard at all times. Yes, young master. Shen Chu sniffed, nodded, and also followed into the car, soon by a few military vehicles in the lead, a few military vehicles cushioned behind. The center of a car bearing the magic A00001, slowly drove out of the military airport. Inside the car, Shen Chu and Shen Shuewu sat in the back row. Shen Shuewu said to Shen Chu, did you get Shen Lin's DNA sample? Got it. He's organizing a party today. There's a man named Hu Xiong under him. I had someone contact him, and now the sample has been sent to the hospital for comparison. Shen Chu responded, then continued, if Shen Lin is really uncle's son, then do you need me to investigate the people behind Shen Lin's file? Upon hearing this, Shen Shuewu said indifferently, this is not necessary. Your eldest uncle has his own arrangements. As far as the currently grasped information is concerned, the person behind Shinlin, there is no malice towards him. And secondly, in the summer country, no one can count the Shin family. Whoever dares to try to see if the old man's cannon is hot or not. Shinshu directly laughed helplessly after hearing Shinshua's words. To say who had the hottest temper among the second-generation direct line of the Shin family, it must be Shinshuawu. Not moving is a fight. Not moving is dragging an army out for the old man. Him, third uncle, your old man this temper. Or to restrain a little. How old? Not moving anger attack. Hey, brat, the old man's business you are in charge of. Next month back to the imperial capital. Go to the military district to find me. The old man personally pull you. Shinshu. After Shinshu was speechless, he continued to look at Shinshuawu. There's another thing. Shinlin seems to be that Een family kid got into a conflict. However, the one who suffered was the Een family kid. Ha ha ha. This fully explains that this kid is 80% of our Shin family seed, and doesn't suffer anywhere he goes. Shinshuawu heatedly laughed. Shinshu followed with a smile. Also, if it is really the eldest uncle's son, we are also considered to have fulfilled a wish. I also feel like my Shin family seed. This kid's financial talent is very good. I've read the information. Earn a lot. It is estimated that it is the inheritance of the eldest aunt's talent. Shinshu said. Then thought of his great aunt, the financial queen of Xia, potentially underwater Asia's richest man. The two chatted, and came directly to the Magic City compound one villa. After getting off the bus, Shinshuawu saw a man about his own age in a Zhongshan suit, standing at the door waiting. Second brother, coming to your place to dabble in food again. Shinshuawu laughed, went forward and hugged the man. This man was no one else. It was Shinshuawu's second brother, the second generation of the Shin family's direct lineage, the second master of the Shin family, Shen Shuwen, who was also the secretary of the municipal party committee of Magic City. How old is he? Still like an old codger. Go, your sister-in-law has already made the evening meal. At night, you and I will have a small drink. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law personally cooks. Then I definitely have to eat more. After saying that, the three of them walked into the villa. Of course, it was definitely not an immediate meal, but they came together to the study. At this moment, in the study room, Shen Shuwen, Shun Shuawu, Shen Chu, all smoked cigarettes. No one said anything, because they were all waiting for news from the hospital. Late at night, more than 1 o'clock, the study door was knocked. Shen Shu looked at his old man and third uncle Shen Shuawu, saw Shen Shuwen nodding. Shen Shu got up and pulled open the door of the study. The visitor was also a middle-aged man, wearing a white lab coat. If anyone saw this old man they would definitely be shocked. The president of the Magic City Hospital actually came in person. Dean Su, my father's third uncle is waiting for you inside. Shen Shu finished speaking and stepped aside all the way. Dean Su nodded and walked in with a file bag. Good day, two heads. The appraisal results are out. Dean Su respectfully said to Shen Shuwen and Shen Shuawu. Shen Shuwen directly got up and took the file bag. Quickly opening it, he took out a copy of the appraisal and directly flipped to the last page. Name, Shun Shuejuan. Name, Shinlin. DNA comparison, 9,999% similarity. Relationship, father and son. When Shen Shuwen saw this, he hastily raised his head, the aura of a superior erupting around him. First, immediately block all news. Second, quickly arrange for the Shin family's secret guards to secretly protect the child at all times from now on. Third, immediately let the Shin family to mobilize all resources. Will be Jiangxia Shanghai all the Li family faction, uprooted. In our base camp, do not allow the Li family to know all the news of the child. To let the child return without worry. Fourth, learn martial arts. Xiao Chu, tomorrow morning to welcome my Shin family unicorn child return. These years, bitter child. Chapter 66, 2 top skill cards. The next day, Shinlin opened his eyes in a daze. Shinlin then, slowly sat up, rubbing his temples. His head hurt a little, and he didn't know whether it was the pain from the hangover or something else. But Shinlin felt very tired. Shinlin felt that he drank really much yesterday, and he had no memory of how he went back to the hotel behind him. Looking at the messy room, there were clothes scattered everywhere. On the sofa in the bedroom, on the bedside table, on the floor, even by the window, there were clothes. Shinlin shook his head helplessly. After the hangover, he really didn't know anything. Shinlin picked up the Bailey's group on the nightstand, lit it, took a deep breath, and immediately felt refreshed. It also has to be White Li. Strong, not only can suppress the matter in the heart, but also can refresh the mind. Take a humble, cannot be indulged every day. Again good body. Encountered the black earth also cannot eat. Seems like lately they are too much indulgence. This is not good. Just have money, Don't drag the body down. How to get high at that time? Shenlin spat out a sentence, then clicked on his system shield. Started the system rewards once a day. Ding! Early morning refresh. 1 million perfect gold, money storage jar bonus, has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Check by yourself. Ding! Early morning refreshment. Detected the host yesterday sent a circle of friends. Is being a comprehensive score. Ding! Yesterday's circle of friends scores were 80 points, excellent. To obtain the guaranteed number of check-ins X1. Excellent check-ins X1. Ding! Whether or not to carry out check-in? Hearing the system's beep in his head, Shenlin froze. Yesterday's So Handsome Magic City track plus his own Sylvie's Big Lizard handsome photo. Just 80 points? What the hell? Shenlin curiously picked up his cell phone and clicked on the circle of friends. There were only 12 likes. There are also many comments. Shenlin looked at it, and immediately knew where the problem is. It turned out to be that there had been a lot of flaunting of wealth recently, and certain people no longer had the shock that they had just begun. There was even the possibility that some people, seeing their own circle of friends, no longer wanted to like the comments. Damn. No. In the future show off wealthless hair. However, are a group of colorful people? In the future hair girls, Shenlin hemmed and hawed. His own circle of friends, Shenlin is still able to hold. Just last night that kind of situation. Eye-catching bikini girls, yachts. Shenlin believes that as long as he sends up, a group of diving old colorful embryo, must have commented. If, in bringing Viagra, Shenlin at this moment is analyzing the weakness of human nature. He has taken Viagra to play. Send a friend circle, so that other friends see it. In the future, will not also want, he will take them to play? Even their own daily circle of friends, can be some guidance? The more he thought about it, the more Shenlin felt feasible. Worthy of the old man, really chicken smart. Do not know whether their parents are brain dead or stupid. To abandon themselves, it is estimated that their own biological parents. Not a good mix. Shenlin thought about it, directly picked up the cell phone, first sent today's friend circle, text, long time no see, and way brother hi day, play hi, picture, yacht, bikini girl photo, Shenlin holding a cigar with his arm around the girl driving a motorboat, Wang Wei holding champagne and spraying at the girl. Shenlin looked at it, extremely satisfied, and directly clicked send. Then he put down his cell phone and inwardly recited, sign in. As Shenlin's words fell, the system's sign-in reward prompt then rang directly in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain props, top golf skill card X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the props, top language card X1. Shenlin was stunned at the words, and then he was surprised inwardly, because he heard top level twice, sign in so many times. Shenlin has only obtained a top level card once, and that was the fighting skill. But today, 2 cards actually came out at once, and they were both skill cards. Still can improve their own skill card. Shenlin's heart was happy. Then he clicked on the attribute panel and put his eyes on the window. Soon, saw 2 shining golden card. Shenlin placed his eyes on the first golden card, and information appeared in front of Shenlin's eyes. Top golf skill card. Use this card to instantly master top golf skills, Hall of Fame level, and related knowledge. Fizzle dash. Seeing this description, Shenlin immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Instantly mastering top golf skills, or Hall of Fame level. Perhaps at first glance, it seemed like that, but Shenlin didn't think so. This was a Hall of Fame level golf skill, which meant that even if the system failed now, he could still obtain the wealth he wanted with his Hall of Fame skill golf skill. If one remembers correctly, the Golf U.S. Tour, a total of 45 tournaments. The prize money for each tournament is in the range of $5 to $3 million. Then a total of 45 matches. They do not say that every first, take a 41st, is $200 million? 3 billion summer dollars or so. This is the value of this skill. The system is the system. It simply treats me as its own son. Shenlin restrained his inner excitement, and then once again looked at another golden card. Top language card. Using this card, will instantly learn all the languages of the world, as proficient as a mother tongue. Seeing the description of this card, Shenlin became even more excited. What did this represent? This represents that in the future, he can go wherever he wants to go, not worrying in the slightest about whether he can understand the local language. What's even better is that when you watch a movie in the future, you can be more immersed in the scene, and you won't always be staring at such words as flax fall. In addition, Shenlin felt that today's signing in the reward, as if matching, if you really participate in the U.S. Tour, you have to go abroad, and when you go abroad, you have to communicate in a foreign language, right? Every day I wake up, it's good news, not bad. Shenlin sighed inwardly, then immediately mumbled inwardly, Use the top golf skill card and top language card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 2 skill cards, accompanied by the end of the system's beep. At once, in Shunlin's mind, a lot of knowledge about golf, as well as global knowledge of related languages appeared. At the same time, Shunlin could feel a warm current traveling throughout his body just like the previous top fighting card. That was the muscle memory about golf techniques. At this moment, Shunlin knew that he had already mastered the top golf techniques in global languages. Shunlin then looked at the soft girl beside him. How about an out, front 9, first half front 9 holes? Chapter 67, The Dog's Son Comes In. An hour later, Shunlin hugged the soft sister, and the sister lit a cigarette for it. Brother, making a bad move early in the morning. I didn't. It's just a sudden flash of inspiration to play golf. Shunlin smiled and looked at the soft sister. As for her name, Shunlin said, sometimes, don't probe people's bottom. Pooh, bottom so clearly. With a bit of haziness, is it not good to do love? Well, I'll take a shower first. You also get up. I'll let the hotel send breakfast. After saying that, Shunlin pinched Zoe's sister's watery face with a bit of baby fat, and directly wore the 4 corners of the floor under the bed. It does not matter what the soft girl thinks. Anyway, in Shunlin's opinion, last night, you have love. I have heart. We are sweet together. Even last night I was a brother, father, leader, but that is only limited to last night. Today well, but the most familiar stranger. Shunlin never felt that he was a good person. As for what rich to become bad, that is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That is to become bad? That is one more choice of life. Shunlin also believed that if he did not have the strength, she would be sweet and sweet with himself? Such a woman, in fact, very double standard. But where she knows that you are a powerful second generation or rich, often do not dare to ask for anything. Holiday gifts are embarrassed to ask for. When eating, will take the initiative to pay the bill. Even out of the room, will take the initiative to pay. But if you are not, then sorry, by something is you. The one who is hanged is also you. Don't say what 3 views customary morality. Money is moral, no money, even do good will be said to have a heart. So, life in the world, live through, when a night of deep love scum, eat, drink, whore, gambling, eat, drink and play, not happy? Finally send everyone a sentence. Chasing women, you don't have money. Chasing money, you don't lack of women. Work hard, tart. In the bathroom, Shunlin took a bath and sat on the toilet to liberate himself. When he picked up his cell phone, he saw the cell phone WeChat, a large number of messages. The ones that were sent to themselves individually were all people from the club, one by one, giving themselves thanks and going back to Hangzhou today to deal with things. In response, Shunlin also replied one by one, get high next time. Subsequently, Shunlin also found himself one more group. The name of the group is Magic City Eat, Drink and Play Subgroup. Shunlin, Zhang Hao, Ding Xin, Tang Feng, Wang Wei, Hu Long, Hu Xiong, Feng Ting, Zhang Hua, a total of 9 people. One said one, Shunlin think this name is not good, not enough forced, directly renamed Old 9 Gates. Just after the name change, the group became active. Wang Wei, what? Feng Ting, Brother Lin, you finally woke up. We are eating in the restaurant. Come on, Zhang Hao, I go. This name, why didn't I think of it? Ding Xin, because you are stupid. Tang Feng, Brother Lin, what is the arrangement today? We'll not go back to Hangzhou, right? Zhang Hua, I am all casual. Hu Long, always ready to serve Brother Lin. Hu Xiong, +1. Shunlin looked at their messages, wiped his ass, got up, and flushed the toilet. Then he came to the mirror, ready to brush his teeth. But, in the next second, Shunlin saw his hair, which seemed to be missing a pile. Holy, is the soft girl so fierce? Straight to the old man gripped a poke of hair? Thinking of this, Shunlin hastily picked up his cell phone and sent a message in the group. Shunlin at Hu Long, Hu Xiong, hurry to come to my room to take the soft sister away. Damn, can't eat, a night, gripped a pinch of my hair, stay longer, to grips old man's scalp. Expression, never been so speechless in my life. Expression, dozone powerhouse, scary as hell. At this moment, in the restaurant, Hu Xiong is shivering a mouthful of noodles, after seeing the news of Shunlin, almost sprayed out. No, my technique yesterday was so bad? After thinking about it, Hu Xiong hurriedly replied, Hu Xiong at Shunlin, Brother Lin. I immediately went up to take her. Go back and must say properly, this child, there is this kind of fetish? No wonder these days, always men hair loss. Root here, indecent smile. Shunlin, hurry up, the cost of how much? You look to give, when looking for me to reimburse. Do not dare to go out of the restroom. Aggrieved Baba, Shunlin just sent good news, ready to put down the phone to brush his teeth. the group message came again. Zhang Hao at Xin Lin. The old Lin. You'd better not come down first. Suddenly came a group of soldiers. The leader is actually for the 3 stars, and now the hotel is controlled. The old who cannot go up. Tang Feng, throw, what is the situation? Who TM yesterday force with a big. The girl is gone, obscene. Shen Lin. Emoticon, upstairs stupid. Wang Wei, ditto. Zhang Hao, ditto. Hu Xiong, ditto. Xin Lin at all. Ditto my ass. Ditto all the old man. Scold who? On the speechless, Xin Lin put down his cell phone speechlessly. This group of people, IQ is worrying. As for what control, Xin Lin did not think much about it. Anyway, not about their own business. Xin Lin began to brush his teeth beautifully. Just at this time, Xin Lin heard a movement in the bedroom, and in the next second, the restroom door was pushed open. Zhou girl wrapped in a bath towel, opened her big watery poofy Kazairan eyes, her face was red, and she said to Xin Lin with a whiny voice, Brother, my BRA is missing. Xin Lin helplessly looked at the soft sister. We are saying, will not be in the bedroom? But, all blame brother, like to throw. After saying that, the soft sister turned around and walked towards the suite's living room. The living room was also a mess. Zhou Maisie, quickly in a mess, saw her black BRA, and was about to go get it. When, at this time, the door of the suite, issued the sound of a rune card being swiped. The soft girl curiously twisted her head. The next second, the whole person frozen in place, because, after the door opened, a few soldiers directly came in and started to stand on guard. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man and a handsome-looking young man, one after the other, walked in. At this moment, the soft sister's brain had short-circuited. If one was not mistaken, the one who came in was a leader. Who are you? You guys looking for? The middle-aged man looked up and down at the soft sister and smiled. This kid, looking for a girl is right. There is the old man when he was young and flirtatious. The one who spoke was no one else. It was Shun Shuowu, who came to the hotel early this morning with someone. Behind him, the young handsome man, holding his head, was speechless. Third uncle, is this the time to talk about this? Right. Shin Shuowu directly walked to the sofa and sat down, and in the next second, picked up the BRA and said to the soft girl, Little girl, don't be afraid. We are good people. Come on, this is yours. Hurry up and go change your clothes, go to the next room, cooperate with our investigation. When the soft sister heard this, she was about to say something when Shen Lin, who was wearing boxers, walked out. That son of a dog came in? Just finished speaking, Shen Lin froze. A group of uniformed men, all looking at Shen Lin. Shen Lin also froze slightly, then looked at Shin Shuowu on the sofa. For a time, the two were wide-eyed. Chapter 68 Shin Family's Visitors. Shen Lin's entire body was confused at the moment, looking at a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, a man about the same age as himself, one actually a general star, one even sitting there. The aura on his body is not simple. It couldn't be, could it? No way. Buddy just played the yacht bureau. As to come to such a big figure, isn't it a big deal? Or, Buddy's system was discovered? At this moment, Shun Shuowu and Shin Chu, who were sitting on the sofa, both had black lines on their faces. Dog what? However, very quickly, the two men's eyes were placed on Shun Lin's neck. On Shun Lin's neck, there was a jade pendant. When they saw that jade pendant, Shun Shuowu and Shin Chu exchanged glances. That was the birth gift that the old master had personally given to each child of the 3 generations of children 20 years ago. Everything matched up. Shen Lin froze, then forced himself to calm down and spoke. This leader, you guys are in the wrong place, right? Shen Lin's words pulled Shin Shuowu and Shin Chu's thoughts back. Kid, your name is Shen Lin, right? Shin Shuowu gathered up the playful smile that he had just had, looked at Shen Lin seriously, and asked in a superfluous manner. Hearing Shin Shuowu's words, Shen Lin inwardly thumped. Really looking for himself. Shen Lin did not respond immediately, but looked towards the surroundings, and in his mind, Top Fighting's thinking had run fast. If the other party was really here for the system, then Shen Lin would definitely not tie his hands. Kid, asking you? Shin Shuowu saw that Shen Lin did not respond for half a day and spoke again. Shen Lin came back to his senses and did so, then faintly opened his mouth. I am. Seeing Shen Lin respond, Shin Shuowu, still serious, directly waved to the people behind him. Soon, Shen Lin saw a few soldiers walking towards the soft sister. Miss, please follow us to the next door. The leader here wants to talk. Brother, go with them. The soft sister did not immediately agree to their words, but looked at Shen Lin. Shen Lin directly nodded. The soft sister is here. Later on, if there is a real problem, Shen Lin does not want to bring a drag. Subsequently, a soldier was seen, taking the soft sister out of the room. The door to the room was then closed. Just at the moment of closing the door, Shin Shuewu suddenly ha laughed, got up, came to Shin Lin's front, and was about to reach out to grab the jade pendant on Shin Lin's neck. Shin Lin's nerves were now tense, and he directly raised his hand to stop it. Leader, be careful. Shin Lin was just about to raise his hand. A man in camouflage uniform behind him, with sharp eyes, looked at Shin Lin, directly pulled Shin Shuewu behind him, and then a whip leg, attacked towards Shin Lin, but his speed was fast. Shin Lin's speed was even faster. Stretching out his arm, he grabbed his ankle, and then came close to the man. A back air kick, kicked in front of the man's chest, and then the man flew directly backwards towards the back, and fell on the sofa. The scene in front of me happened too fast. By the time the crowd reacted, several soldiers directly surrounded Shin Lin. Freeze! Shin Lin looked vigilantly at the people who surrounded him. For a time, the atmosphere in the room was extremely tense, and Shin Lin had thought of a way to leave the country. Just at this time, Shin Shuewu rushed forward and said, "All stop." Hearing Shin Shuewu's words, the people present, one by one, looked at each other. Third Master, it's too dangerous. This is my nephew. Boom! Shin Shuewu's powerful words caused the people present to be stunned. After all, they were here only to protect Shin Shuewu. They had no idea what Shin Shuewu was doing here. At this moment, after hearing Shin Shuewu's words, each of them looked at Shin Lin with a blank stare, and Shin Lin's brain was also blank at this moment. Just now what did he hear? Pro-nephew? Himself? Everyone all go out and go wait at the door. Yes, seeing that Shin Shuewu had said so, they knew that it was a misunderstanding. So one by one, they obeyed the order and directly walked out. When everyone left, there were only 3 people left in the room: Shen Lin, Shin Shuewu, and Shin Chu. The room was surprisingly quiet. After a long time, Shin Shuewu looked at Shin Lin with a smile. Good boy. With the blood of our old Shin family. Shin Lin was still looking at the big man in front of him with a puzzled face at this moment. Shen Lin, I know you have a lot of doubts right now, but let's not cross swords. We are all family. Sit down and have a good chat. Child, these years, you have suffered. Third uncle, this, looks like suffering? Shin Shu said helplessly on the side, then also walked up, looked at a face of confusion Shin Lin, with a smile. Little Lin so-called you do not mind, right? Shin Lin also came back to his senses at this moment. So, buddy, this is the family looking up? No, buddy, pro-life family. So powerful? Shin Lin looked at Shin Chu. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. After hearing Shin Lin's words, Shin Chu smiled faintly and directly took off a jade pendant from his own bosom and handed it to Shin Lin. I know that this sudden thing has caught you off guard, but you are indeed a child of my Shin family. And even more so, you are a third-generation direct descendant of the Shin family. My cousin. Shin Lin looked at the jade pendant that Shin Chu handed to him and looked at his own jade pendant again, but still did not believe it said. A jade pendant. Proves nothing. Brat. Same temper as big brother. Stubborn as hell. Shin Shuewu laughed and scolded with a smile, then handed the DNA document in his hand to Shin Lin. Kid, look at this. Shin Lin took the document and looked at the 2 men, then opened it. It was a paternity test. Shin Lin was puzzled and looked towards the final result, and at once, his entire body trembled, but his subconscious mind told Shin Lin to calm down. Shin Lin closed the identification certificate and looked at the 2 people. We've never seen it. Where did the sample identification come from? Shin Chu smiled and pointed to Shin Lin's hair. My people, let Hu Xiong cut a handful of your hair. This is the first time to match the results after getting your hair. Shin Lin froze. Misunderstood the soft sister. The original is Hu Xiong this pussy. At this time, Shin Shuewu came forward, patted Shin Lin's shoulder. Laughed. Kid, believe it? Come, call a third uncle. Shin Lin raised his eyes to Shin Shuewu and smiled faintly. Sorry, can't call out. You guys go. I don't need to discard my family. Shin Lin handed the documents to Shin Chu and stared at Shin Shuewu. Shin Shuewu and Shin Chu glanced at each other and both knew that Shin Lin was playing with his temper. Shin Chu smiled and looked at Shin Lin. Older brother, the Shin family has never discarded you. Instead, they have been looking for you. Now don't play the temper. Sit down. We will tell you all the things that you are puzzled about. And then, how about making a decision? Chapter 69, Recognizing Relatives. From now on, you can also call parents. Hearing this, Shin Lin looked at the 2 men and thought about it. Shin Lin didn't hold back and directly pointed to the sofa. Soon, the 3 people came to the sofa and sat down. Shin Lin sat across from the 2, and Shin Chu and Shin Shuewu sat together. At this time, Shin Shuewu spoke. Child, I know that you must have a lot of grievances right now, but you have to believe that our Shin family is that all of us die out. We will not give up and abandon any of our Shin family members. All these years, we've been looking for you, and now that we've found you, we'll be here soon. Shinlin sniffed and laughed coldly. Then according to what you guys said, where are my parents? Can't see them coming, right? After hearing Shinlin's words, Shinshu said with a smile, older brother, do you want to see? What is your father's name? Shinlin froze at his words and picked up the appraisal again. Saw the column of the father, Shun Shuejuan. The name was familiar. Shinlin thought about it, and in the next second, unbelievably looked at Shinshuewu and Shinshu. You said that my father is that one? Shinlin sucked in a breath of cool air at this moment. Shinshu smiled and nodded, once again took out a picture of Shinshuejuan and handed it to Shinlin. You said, let your father come. Your father came. Do you know how big the impact will be? Shinlin knew, when he saw Shinshuejuan, that his coming would not be small, but he did not expect it to be this big. Should it be so fierce? Seeing that Shinlin did not speak, Shunshuewu opened his mouth. Your father's identity you know. I will not say more. Your mother, currently on a business trip to Europe. This matter, have not had time to inform. And we came, also your father's intention. Child, we all miss you. Shinshuewu lit a cigarette and looked at Shinlin again. Have one? Shinlin subconsciously took the cigarette, then inquired. Tell me about it. What happened back then? Shinshuewu deliberated for a moment and said, 23 years ago, your dad is doing the county prosecutor in the Soviet province. The wind is a moment. You know, like our family, the whole Xia state has 7. Your dad led the way, became the most outstanding descendant of the 7 at that time. Sometimes, being too dazzling will be envied. The Li family and our Shin family have always been arch enemies. The Li family didn't want to see the Shin family continue to be strong, especially your dad. In the first year of your birth, when your mom took you to visit your dad in the Soviet province, one of the Shin family's secret guards betrayed. Plus there was assistance from the Li family. Your parents are out of a who-knows targeted car accident, but fortunately the Shin family arrived in time. Your parents saved, after the rescue, which survived. Only, at that time, you have disappeared. Since then lost the news, and all these years, we have also been looking for you. Dead to see the body, alive to see people. But in the first few years of searching for you, there was always a force interfering, and we all knew who it was, but suffered from a lack of evidence. That is, with their interference, you slowly disappeared into the sea of people. Fortunately, you looked too much like your father when he was young. Fong Yuan's wife, Xia Rao, notified our family when she saw you, which gave us the opportunity to find you. After hearing Shinshuewu's words, Shinlin fell silent. It turned out that it was like this in the first place, and it was not expected that, by mistake, it was you who had found himself. No wonder he kept saying that he looked like a deceased person. Shinshuewu got up and patted Shinlin's shoulder. Child, now that you've been found, come back. With the power of the Shin family today, it's enough to protect you. Child, these years let you suffer. In the future there will not be such a thing happen again. Because of your matter, the old master is still bedridden to this day. Your grandmother even died in tears. Child, now can you call me third uncle? Shinshuewu looked at Shinlin expectantly. Shinlin's brain is messy at the moment. Before is not know the hidden secrets, but now know. Shinlin instead a little difficult to choose. After all, it is not that his parents do not want him, but the conspiracy of the opponent. Taking a deep breath, Shinlin looked at Shinshuewu. Suddenly his eyes were red. Shinlin knew, the current self, there is really no reason to refuse to return. First, it was not what he thought. His parents did not want him. Second, such a powerful background. Return, shall not just wave? As for what family strife, Shinlin said, say it when the time comes. Take a step and see what happens. 3. Third uncle. Ha ha ha, good boy. Shinshuewu laughed. Tears also flowed out. The reason why the Shin family has always been strong, that is between the first family, are all family, and there is no collusion. This is what ensures this family, long-lasting. Although Shinlin in the eyes of Shinshuewu, just his own big brother's son, but when looking at Shinlin, is also treated as his own son. Shinshuewu heavily patted Shinlin's shoulder, and at this time, Shinshu also wiped his tears and looked at Shinlin with a smile and said, kid, also call a cousin to hear. Shinlin joyfully smiled with tears in his eyes and nodded his head. Brother, hey! The three looked at each other and all laughed out. At this time, Shinlin looked at the two men and inquired, then am I going back to the imperial capital now? Upon hearing this, Shinshuewu shook his head and said, right now, it's not the right time. Your old man will personally come to pick you up after he's taken care of the Li family. By the way, there are some things that I have to explain to you as well. This is a common idea between your old son and us. Listen to it. Upon hearing this, Shinlin nodded his head. First of all, you have to know, your father has 2 brothers. One me, Shinshuewu, one Shinshuwen. Your second uncle, the head of the Magic City Committee, vassal, and an aunt, Shun Shuaru, currently the chairman of the National Run Group, positive committee level, your aunt-in-law, Xia Ho Ming, the head of the Mountain City Committee, vassal. Then, there is your mom, Ni Wei, the Ni family's daughter. The Ni family is one of the same 7 great families. After hearing the words of Xin Shuawu, Shenlin was shocked beyond measure, and sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air. This, old son's family is so strong? Remember to take the time to visit your second uncle. Right, say business. For your future development, there are 2 choices. First, your financial talent is very good, very much like your mom. You can do business. Secondly, choosing to lie flat is also possible. Shen family 3 generations. Your elder brother Shen Shu is already the youngest district prosecutor. Your second brother Shen Hui, your second uncle's second son, is also Shen Shu's own brother, is currently in the army. The old man personally cultivated. Your sister Shen Man, that is, the old man's daughter, is being cultivated by your mom? That is to say, Shen family 3 generations, political, business, military, all have someone. So, you can choose the life you want, as long as you don't break the law and discipline. Whoever bullies you, call Uncle San. Lousy drags a cannon to back you up. Shin Shuewu just finished speaking. Shin Shu hurriedly coughed and coughed 3 times. Third uncle, this violent temper of yours? It's coming back. Shin Shu spat down the third uncle Shin Shuewu. Shen Lin sniffed. To this third uncle is also extremely good feeling. This TM is the backbone of the old son's future wave up. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get a good look at it. Really chicken domineering. So, how do you kid choose? I'll listen to you. Third uncle, in fact, I still want to play a few more years. As for the future, say, anyway, brother and sister, are outstanding. Hearing this, Shin Shu and Shin Shuewu looked at Shin Lin. Then Shin Shuewu said, then you play well. When you have an idea, the Shin family fully supports you. Also, the third uncle knows, you have your own secrets. Shin family does not ask. You just know. Who dares to bully you? Go home and call your parents. Shin family will give you a pocket. Or that premise. You have to be justified, and you cannot break the law and discipline. Shen Lin heard the words. Immediately internal excitement. Just thought, back to the family. Will not pull the old man to go into politics, but now found that the Shin family really chicken enlightened. This is not exactly in line with their own requirements. Grandma, this recognized is not wrong at all. Seeing that Shin Lin already had a choice, Shin Shuewu didn't say much, directly gave Shin Lin his own number and the number of his relatives, and then said, kid, later and your brother, get close. I'll go back to the imperial capital first, find your old man to report, and, don't want to play, you can also come to find Uncle 3. Uncle 3 pull you to practice. You kid, not as a soldier, really a pity, leave the rest to us. Before you go back to the imperial capital, Li family, there is no need to exist. I reckon, you'll be able to meet your father soon. Shun Shuewu, however, knew that over the years, there had been no shortage of investigations into the Li family, just waiting for Shin Lin to take revenge on it when he returned. Shin Lin smiled and nodded. Then he and Shin Shu sent Shin Shuewu away. After sending Shin Shuewu away, Shin Lin still felt that today was really chicken magic. In the blink of an eye, Buddy became a top magistrate?